Another Sunday, and several parts of Africa are in crisis. In Libya, anger mounts as the extent of the flooding that wiped away communities becomes clear. The devastation that followed the failure of 2 dams is beyond imagination. Over 10,000 people are dead or missing. The smell of death filled the air. It is not yet clear how many Nigerians and other Africans are affected. In Morocco, the people are still digging out and recovering from the September 8th earthquake that killed over 3,000 people. A teacher reported that the magnitude 6-point earthquake wiped out our entire class of 32 students. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 6:30 p.m. in Kampala, Uganda, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Soludo Okonkwo. My co-host, Chidi Odinkalu, is on assignment. On our show today, we have another public intellectual. The only difference is that this time is an exceptional one. Here is a profile.
Here's the firmament for Nigerian public intellectuals. The section for Chidi Odinkalu will shine the brightest. Born on June 12, 1968, in Ihiala, in present Anambra State, to teacher parents, Chidi Odinkalu is an enduring voice in political and human rights activism in Nigeria. He is a scintillating writer, public interest lawyer, and academic. Chidi Odinkalu studied law at the Imo State University, where he emerged as the best graduating student of the university's School of Legal Studies in 1987. He was the winner of the Chief F.R.A. Williams Prize for the best student in legal drafting and conveyancy in 1988. Chidi Odinkalu obtained a master's degree in law from the University of Lagos in 1990 before proceeding to the prestigious London School of Economics and Political Science, where he was awarded a PhD in 2007. Chidi Odinkalu is associated with numerous human rights bodies and universities across the world. In 2021, he was appointed a professor of practice in international human rights law at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University. Professor Odinkalu is a member of the boards of numerous national and transnational bodies, including Chair, Board of Directors of the International Refugee Rights Initiative, IRRI, Kampala, Uganda. Chair, International Advisory Board, Global Rights, Abuja, Nigeria. Chair, Truth, Justice and Peace Commission, TJPC, Southeast Nigeria, Awka. Co-Chair, Sudan Consortium, Kampala, Khartoum, Uganda. Member of Board, Atrocities Watch Africa, Kampala, Uganda. Member, International Advisory Board, Physicians for Human Rights, New York, United States, and many more. Professor Odinkalu has authored and co-authored numerous books, book chapters, academic and newspaper articles over the years. His books include Behind the Wall, a report on prison conditions in Nigeria, Justice Denied, the area court systems in the northern states of Nigeria, a report, and Too Good to Die, Third Term and the Myth of the Indispensable Man in Africa, a Nigerian public intellectual of repute. His public intellection is focused mainly on advancing human rights and democracy in Africa. Some of his recent scholarly public interventions include Without Consent, assessing the advisory jurisdiction of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, re-examining third world approaches to decolonizing international law, between force of reason and reason of force, legacy of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, and many more. Chidi Odinkalu has tirelessly advocated for an independent and credible judiciary as a panacea for national development. His prognosis of the crisis in the judiciary has been prophetic. This was 7 years ago.
And as a guardian of public resources, responsible to make sure that government resources are spent responsibly, where government has acted lawfully. Number one, in procuring a technology that should advance our elections.
Replace card reader with BVAS, and it sounds like the statement was made yesterday. Professor Odinkalu has established strong connections with human rights movements across Africa and beyond. He was a former chairman of the National Human Rights Commission, NHRC. Chidi Odinkalu has acted as counsel in international human rights litigation before Africa's regional human rights courts and tribunals, and was involved in the creation of the African Court on Human and People's Rights. He is associated with several advocacy initiatives for the protection of human rights, including the International Refugee Rights Initiative.
Chidi Odinkalu, Professor, welcome to the show.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for joining us, and it's a great pleasure on our end to have you.
No, thanks for making this possible.
So typically we start with Africa and go down to Nigeria, and the stories in the news today is still about Libya and Morocco, the tragedies happened there. What is your take on those issues and how it's been handled by African countries and the world?
It's really tragic, you know, and all of us as human beings and as Africans must be pained by the tragedy unfolding in Morocco and Libya. Of course, Nigeria is separated from Libya basically by one country, Niger Republic, right? And a lot of people may look at those things and say, well, it doesn't engage us. The fact of the matter is that there are lots of Nigerians, you know, looking to go into Europe through Morocco, through Libya. And it's not at all inconceivable. As a matter of fact, I would expect that several of the victims of these tragedies could very well be Nigerians. You know, we'll wait for the Nigerian Foreign Ministry to let us know. But I suspect that many of our people could well be trapped in this, sadly, as in Nigerians. And of course, as Africans. The response has been far from extraordinarily fantastic, given the reports that we're hearing. And I think the Moroccan government in particular is coming under considerable criticism for how it's handled this. We've got to wait and see. The African Union, I think, will do better. There's a commissioner for humanitarian affairs at the African Union Commission. We've not heard a lot being done by the African Union Commission. Of course, finally, I think part of the challenge is that Morocco tends to identify itself more with Europe than with Africa. And this may well be an opportunity to re-examine how Morocco has defined itself. But you know, all of us must be touched by what's happening.
We know that this week the leaders of the world will come to New York for the United Nations General Assembly. What do you think about Africa's role in the UN? Is it getting better or is it getting worse?
Well, multilateralism, global multilateralism generally is in a very difficult spot of bother at the moment. The UN is in trouble. The Security Council is bogged down because of issues between the West and Russia over Ukraine. The African countries, particularly the A3, that's the Africa's 3 representatives at the Security Council, have not made things much better, because if you notice, none of the challenging issues in Africa recently has been able to make it to the United Nations, to the Security Council. Not Sudan, not the coups in Africa, not the humanitarian issues on the continent. Nothing from the African continent has been able to make it to the Security Council, partly because the Africa's 3 members of the Security Council, and indeed the African countries at the United Nations, are unwilling to take issues or reluctant to take issues to the United Nations Security Council. So it's looking like there's a ghetto for Africa's security challenges. Security challenges are not matters of international peace and security, they're just African problems. And I do think we've got to make a better effort to address Africa's problems at that level. I'll be joining a conversation on precisely that on the 20th with several African presidents, about 6-7 of them, Ramaphosa, Kagame, the president of Sierra Leone, a few of them. And I do think the time is right for us to re-examine how Africa is treated internationally.
We'll get back to that when we talk about Nigeria and our president coming to the United Nations. But before we do that, let me ask you about a story in the news all over Italy today about Pope Pius XII, who was the Pope during the Second World War. So there were people who were campaigning for him to become a saint, and people opposing him. So this morning, newspapers in Italy published a story. A researcher, discovered some letters written to him when he was Pope about the killings of Jews in Poland and Germany. These were detailed letters, and he, throughout his time, he pretended as if that he didn't have enough evidence to condemn the government in Germany. So I asked that question because there's a continuation of holding people accountable for activities and actions they took in the past, even in the 30s. But in countries like Nigeria or in Africa, I know you follow human rights. You are part of the people who try to do things about this. In Nigeria, for instance, people have pointed out that we have someone like Murtala Mohammed as a person that a major airport in Nigeria is named after. Meanwhile, he was deeply involved in the Asaba massacre. Can you explain to us why Africans or Nigerians, let me say Nigerians, because I know that Rwanda, they are taking care of things in terms of holding people accountable. Why is it that we are not yet there, that we're not discussing these things?
Well, this is really about 2 things in my view. One is the role of the intellectual in these profound moral questions and political questions, and the other is the politics of memory. If Yamadu May, Abdullahi and Naim from Sudan, and Wale Soyinka, indeed, who's been in the news recently on other issues, did a piece of work on precisely this issue of the politics of memory, in which some of the issues that you have just raised actually did arise. The question of Pope Pius XII, I think that has always been a question with reference to the cause for his canonization, which is what did he know and what did he do? Those who are advocating for him say that he advocated quietly on behalf of the victims of the Holocaust. Others are saying that's not good enough. If he knew, what did he do publicly to make sure that did not happen? And I do think those debates are going to continue. What effect it does have on his canonization is not, I don't think can be very clear at the moment, although his canonization cause appears to have stalled. In Nigeria, I think fundamentally the issue is that at the end of the war, we decapitated the history of the war, a memory about the war. And we've got to return to trying to address that. Until we do that, we are dealing with a lot of things. And all of this agitation about IPOB, Biafra, and the separatism tensions across the country are related to the fact that memory is suffering in Nigeria as a political issue.
Memory, and that brings us to something that is actually in the news today, which is Professor Wole Soyinka and his take on the election that just happened. Let me play you a video of an interview he had in South Africa last week with Professor Kendebe. Just a little bit of that video.
It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send some of the hardliners, were going to send crowds, young people into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit.
All right. What did you make of that?
You know, at a personal level, of course, I have tremendous respect for Kongi. We get along very well. But, you know, I kind of think he's and his right to make mistakes. And unfortunately, I think this is mistaken. I'll just address one thing quite clearly. I think his effort to cast the Labour Party from the last election into a regional party is beneath Kongi, if I may say so. Now, you see, the Labour Party actually was a protest movement. The Labour Party in that presidential election was a protest movement. And it was a protest movement that grew out of the dissonance of young people from the Buhari misadventure, which was crystallized in the Lekki massacre. Now, by the way, the NSAS protest, which ended up on the 20th of October 2020 in the Lekki massacre, was not a Southeast thing. Let's start there. It started in Ughelli, went through Edo State, traveled to Lagos State, where it bivouacked at the Lekki, at the venue of the Lekki massacre, before it actually went to the southeast and then went up north to Kaduna. Now, if you noticed, it's also the case that the NSAS protests did not make a lot of headway into the northeast, because many of the states of the northeast claimed that their problem was insecurity. And also in some of the states of the northwest, like Zamfara, where they have the problem with bandits. And after the NEC, the National Economic Council, decided to authorize the NSAS inquiries, there were about 7 or 8 northern states that did not actually, about 7 states that did not set up the NSAS inquiries. The Labour Party absolutely, and I mean absolutely, tracked the NSAS footprint. So the idea that this was somehow a localized movement of Southeasterners is absolute nonsense. Total nonsense, misinformed nonsense, blinkered nonsense. Okay? That's the first thing. Now, by the way, when you look at the leading lights of the obedient movement or the Labour Party, who are they? David Hundeyi, Igbo. Ayisha Osori, Igbo. Mahmoud Aminu, Igbo. Name them. All of them are these leading Igbos, right? The whole thing is just blinkered nonsense. But there is an effort to cast the Labour Party into an Igbo movement, because there is also a strategy to make it look like it is the political wing of IPOB. All of that is utter nonsense. And I do think that the people trying to sow this should understand that it's also part of a campaign of hatred and, quite honestly, bigotry. But they'll be the first people to label you bigots when you say this. And I do think that at that point, Kongi needs to be called out.
Yeah, you said it was a mistake on his part. I know you're not in his head, but do you think it has something to do with his relationship with Bola Tinubu, that he's taking some of the stands he's been taking in recent time?
I mean, he's entitled to have any relationships he wants. You know, I don't begrudge a man his relationships. I do think, however, particularly given his long history of and awareness about the country and the histories of agitation in the country, he could have done a lot better on that particular point. I mean, I obviously could take issue with his trying to construct the National Association of Sea Dogs into some kind of supernatural, super sentient organization with a clue as to things that even the heavens are unaware of. But that's for another sitting. I just think that the effort to cast the Labour Party into an ethnocentric movement of Igbos is, quite honestly, beneath Kongi.
Let me also, before we leave this topic, ask you about the reaction. People criticize him. I don't know if you go to social media, some of the expressions people have used. People have also condemned him as a writer, that he wasn't of any importance. So how do you, I know you're in public space, and sometimes I'm sure you get this kind of reaction to things you say and write. How do you survive in that space where people cannot separate your political opinion from the work you do or the work you've done, and basically throw everything out because you said something that they do not agree with?
Well, I think it comes with the territory, and Kongi is big enough, I believe, to see that and have fun with it. I personally don't agree with a lot of the vitriol, but I've also been on the receiving end a lot of it. I get death threats all the time. I'm sure you do. My view is, as long as it does not extend beyond people vituperating on different platforms, I honestly don't take any issue with it. Now and again, of course, I've had to complain to some of the platforms on one or two occasions. But generally, as much as I don't like it and would never encourage it, and I would go on record to condemn it, I do think it comes with the territory. And Wole Soyinka has had his fair share of being pilloried by people in terms that are unconscionable. So anyone who says that he's not a writer of consequence is totally uninformed, quite clearly. We can disagree without diminishing people in that way. I do disagree with him, but I also have to acknowledge that Wole Soyinka is absolutely a writer of consequence. Whether or not you like or you can access or read or understand what he writes is a different matter. But as a writer, he's extraordinary. That's my view.
Okay, we'll get back to some of this when we talk about intellectuals and intellectual society that we have. Let me go quickly to the presidential election petition tribunal. I know you've written and spoken probably in other places, but what is your take on that judgment?
Quite honestly, I have deliberately decided to avoid going on record on the judgment of the first instance judgment in the presidential election petition, because my view is there'll be time to get on it after the Supreme Court has weighed in. At that point, I'll be at liberty to go on record While the appeal, I think the appeals have just been filed and the Supreme Court is about to constitute the panels. The panels have not even been constituted. I just want to keep quiet deliberately on it. I've read the judgment. I do have views about the judgment, but I'm keeping them to myself until after the Supreme Court has weighed in.
Let me just ask you, is that a universal thing? I know some lawyers, Nigerian lawyers, always say this, that a case in court, they are not, even if they are not involved. Is it that they can, you are banned from commenting on that? No? Okay.
No,
all right.
No, that's not. I'm not invested in that view of the sub judice rule. As far as I'm concerned, free expression is free expression. I do not quarrel, of course, with anyone who wants to express themselves on the judgment at the moment. I'm just deliberately, because if I just don't want to be in the position of saying this about the Court of Appeal judgment and then that about the Supreme Court judgment. I'd like to kind of consolidate all of that into one opinion or one set of opinions, because there'll be one for public consumption. There'll probably be another one for a more technical, intellectual community after the Supreme Court has come down.
All right. People are saying, and we heard this from various quarters, that it would be better for B and Atiku to just abandon this drive to the Supreme Court and just join the government in power to fix Nigeria, build the country. What is your take on that?
Well, the country will be built whatever Peter or Atiku or whoever else does, or either built or unbuilt, or built and unraveled, or built and destroyed. And building a country requires, in the kind of situation we have, which is a non-democracy, requires an active opposition. And I think part of the crisis we have had, particularly since 2015, is that the APC had, under Buhari in particular, was unwilling to govern, and the PDP was unwilling to be an opposition. And building a government with democratic legitimacy requires a present and capable government and a present and capable opposition. And I do think that Labour and the PDP have got to be prepared to offer vigorous opposition that is capable of winning the confidence of the people enough to constitute government under legitimate circumstances. That is a central part of the responsibility of building a country that works. And I think part of our problem is this business of any government in power. The fact that Godswill Akpabio was a PDP, is now APC, Victor Ndomegba, PDP, now APC. People are basically into subsistence politics and not politics of principle and politics of ideology and politics of commitment to issues, unlike Awolowo, for instance, or Aminu Kano of old.
Now, when you hear people like Loretta Onoche and several people saying arrest P2B, he's trying to cause problems in the country, arrest anybody who opposes what's going on. How do you talk to Nigerians to know that it's not an ideal path to follow? Because some people support them and say that should be done.
But I'm sure people have called for you to be arrested, no?
No, I've been lucky.
Because, every day I get people who are asking for me to be arrested for one thing or the other.
They only say I shouldn't come into the country, but not to be arrested.
Okay, so they are calling for you to be exiled. And so the idea is that if you come into the country, you should be arrested. Mm-hmm. So it's all part of this thing. The fact is, when people are doing that, it is a perverse acknowledgement of your effectiveness, the fact that you're doing something significant. So what they want to do is to disqualify you from the public space, to preclude you from participation in the duties and responsibilities of active citizenship. And I do think that's the sense in which I look at it. There is no day that passes quite literally in which I don't get quite a few people calling for me to be arrested. Several, now and again, pretty much every week, I have, at least 10, at the minimum 10, calling for me to be killed in different forms or the other. You get used to that after a while. Loretta is who she is. I want to be civilized in how I described her. I want to describe her. But the fact of the matter is, Loretta has not distinguished herself as a person of half-decent judgment in the public space. And so if she comes up with a piece of nuisance now and again, it's all part of her job description and her record.
All right, so let's go to the government we have, Bola Tinubu. He has his team in place almost. He recently named a central bank governor, a new central bank governor, in the person of Cardoso. So first of all, what do you think about the team he put in place before we go into the economic team, which is important to Nigerians?
Well, I mean, it's the prerogative of every president to select their team. He's decided on whom he wants to select. Two things appear to me to be worthy of, significant enough to attract attention. One is that nearly all of them, his appointments of consequence are people who worked with him in Lagos. I need not tell him that Lagos is not Nigeria, and he will sooner or later discover that. If those who are not people that worked with him in Lagos are former governors, I'm talking of people of consequence, that are, not Women Affairs Ministry or that kind of thing. All due respect to the Women Affairs Minister, I don't mean to disrespect the person, although she has not particularly covered herself in glory with her entrance into the events at the University of Calabar over the abuse of those children or the allegations of abuse. So there is that. The second is the fact that, in more or less consistent with his promise to follow in the footsteps of Buhari, every major appointment of consequence comes from his own part of the country or is allocated to his own part of the country. It's his choice. At the end of the day, we'll find out what transpires. But all of that is to say, for those who make the point about sectionalism and Igbos, I think it was Kongi who talked about fascism rather impressively at a point. I hope they're also noticing those things. I will not say more than that.
Let's go to the economic team. So someone pointed out in the newspapers after the appointment of the central bank governor that the people who are leading the economic team now are people, like you said, who came from Lagos. And they pointed out something very important. During the time that they established Alpha Beta, when Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State, he set up a committee that approved that the contract should be given to Alpha Beta. And these are the names of the people in the committee. Former Vice President Oshibajo, who was the Attorney General at that time, Wale Edu, who was the Commissioner for Finance, who is now the Minister for Finance and Economy. And then, of course, the Commissioner for Planning and Budget, who is now the Central Bank Governor. These are the people who approved that Alpha Beta should be given the contract to collect taxes in Lagos. And until today, we don't have details of what's transpired and what they're doing. So what is your take in having this Tinubu's team going to Abuja? Some people are saying that the Alpha Beta boys have taken over Abuja, that this is state capture. What is your take?
Well, of course, it seems to me quite evident that there is state capture going on in Nigeria, unquestionably so. This morning, I think tomorrow or thereabouts, the Chief Justice of the country will be swearing in 9 new justices of appeal. One of them is the son-in-law of the President of the Court of Appeal, who became a judge only 6 years ago. His wife was appointed a judge 2 years ago in Plateau State. And you have that happening all over the country, families investing, entire lineages of people taking over particular parts of segments of the Nigerian state. And here you have the Lagos crowd in this lineup. As I said, this is going to unravel soon enough. About that, I'm quite confident. The resistance will come from within the system. You don't need people outside the system to make noise about it, because when people within the system will start leaking about it, they will start making noise about it. They will start throwing out the confetti of material that people like you and I will be using on these, that we'll be using to inform ourselves on these things. About that, I have no fears.
Now, we criticize the choices that Tinubu is making, but we also noticed that there were people that are yet to be appointed to something. People like Bayo Nonoga and Femi Fani Kayode. And we know the role they played during the election and some of the statements they made that were of concern to many people. Are you surprised that they are not in any position now? And do you think it's as a result of those things that they said?
It's up to, I also do think that I want to resist the tendency to see the people, in the Tinubu inner circle as a herd. It seems to me that there is clearly some tension in different parts of that. And so, for instance, I do not see the appointment of Dele Alake as minister as a promotion. I actually see it as Dele Alake losing out in the presidency. I'm just giving an example. Because this happened in under Buhari, for instance, when Adamu, who was very close to Buhari, and who was supposed to be the principal private secretary to President Buhari, ended up being sent to the Federal Ministry of Education, away from the presidency, because a particular set of influences did not want to see someone that close to Buhari within the presidency as close a proximity to the presidency. That would have created a different power center from the chief of staff than Abba Kyari, who was not as close to Buhari as Adamu was. It is the same thing here. You have Baja and you have Dele Alake both in the presidency. One of them had to be eased out. In the end, Dele Alake lost and is now a minister in Siberia, because really an influential SA, special assistant, not advisor, special assistant to the president inside the presidency can be much more powerful than, as a matter of fact, the vice president, as you saw with Andy Uba, for instance, under Obasanjo. That, I think, is the case, that there are egos rubbing up against one another here, and that does have consequences. I suspect that may be a factor in what's happening with who has been appointed and who has not.
Okay, let's our viewers will join us in a few minutes. Let me ask you about what's going on with Tinubu's certificate at the university, Chicago State University. I know you teach in a university here in America, and is there anything you've seen that looked awkward to you in the process and the arguments and all the things we've been hearing about that? Would this kind of thing happen where you teach at Tufts University?
I don't think that Tufts would, or the Fletcher School, which is a school within Tufts, would be as parsimonious in affirming its diploma or as enthusiastic in separating its diploma from its academic records, as appears to have happened in this case. There is something not quite right about the reluctance of the university to own its diploma and its records. That's all I can say. But the judgment is still waiting to be delivered, and we'll see what happens. Of course, Nigerians who have become used to technicality, as a former Chief Justice called it, would want to see whether the judge is going to dispense with this on a technicality or whether the judge is going to engage substantively with the issues, and if they do, how they come down. But this has not been a fantastic advertisement for the university involved, not at all.
But does it really matter if he graduated from there, if he got in as a female and graduated as a male? What is important to Nigerians? Because people are saying, let's move on, he's president, and why are we wasting time on this?
I actually do think it does matter that, if in fact someone got admitted as a female and graduated as a male without going through a process of gender transmogrification, that clearly seems to me to be an issue deserving of attention. And you see, we fixate too much on institutional truth. Truth actually is a multidimensional phenomenon, returning to our underlying thing about intellectual honesty. Institutional truth is not all there is to truth. And institutional evidence is not all there is to evidence. The fact that there are things that a court chooses not to admit in evidence does not mean those things are not factual. The fact that a Nigerian court chooses to work from answer to question does not mean working from question to answer becomes a bad way to do things. And I do think we've got to be careful about the idea, those who are saying, Tinubu is now president, let's get the hell out of these things and let's move on. I think they've got to be careful about that. We find ourselves before courts of law. We find ourselves before courts of public opinion. But more than any other thing, we're also before the courts of posterity. And these three courts sit contemporaneously. As a matter of fact, the first court to wind down is the court of law. It's by no means the only court in this matter. There are two other courts whose juries may well be out, and for a long time too.
Now, let's move on to, we don't have much time, to the Southeast. I know you're doing a lot of work over there, discussing security issues there. And so what's the situation today in the Southeast? Getting better? Worse?
The Southeast is finally poised, and I think it's going to be for a while. I don't think realistically that there is a lot of, I think there are limits to the progress that can be made on this side of the elections in Imo State. I also don't think it is possible to solve the situation in the Southeast without taking a regional view of it, which means that all the Southeast states have got to be close to the same page, even if there will be differences and divergences of opinion. There are dimensions, however, having said that, the situation is quite complex. There is an intergenerational dimension of, an intergenerational civil war going on between young people and older people. But there also is the biggest issue, quite honestly, that the Southeast has is neither Simon Ekpa nor Nnamdi Kanu. It's organized crime of a sort that I can't even begin to describe on a platform like this publicly. But the organized crime network is very clear. It involves drugs, it involves arms, it involves trafficking of different things. It involves politicians, some of whom you and I know at very senior levels. And it involves actors from neighboring states beyond just the Southeast states. It involves other things that we have not recognized, drugs and trade in drugs that is very active, both within the country and outside the country. So you've got transnational drug gangs also involved in the situation in the Southeast, bringing in arms into the place. Some of the arms also come from other parts of Nigeria, using the network of the Lower River Niger river systems, both the main course of the Lower River Niger, but also the tributary systems of the Lower River Niger. It's a very complex system and a very complex situation that most people are unable to grapple with. And the one other thing I would say, there is also a political economy around it of transactioning in all of this now, involving some people who should actually be involved in trying to stop it. And so it's much easier to just say IPOB and secessionists and all of that, but that is just a fraction of the real challenge in the Southeast.
Mm-hmm. So what about this generational gap in the Southeast? If, for instance, most young people, I don't think they have anybody they look up to, if I'm wrong, correct me, in the leadership in the Southeast. How do you repair that?
I totally agree that that has been a challenge. And in that sense, I think the emergence of Peter Obi and the Labour Party in the last election was a very good thing, because it swept away. The elections swept away quite a significant chunk of some of the political deadweight, and that had been, that had been responsible for these toxicities in the South is obviously not all of them, but quite a significant number of them. Part of what is required is a different kind of political leadership, which is not going to happen overnight. It will require time, and there'll be reversals in the course of trying to create that. And you're already seeing that with some of the quite impressive judgments, damnable judgments. Let me put it that way, so that people don't misunderstand me when I say impressive judgments coming from some of the election tribunals, which fly against the weight of evidence, but even more than that, against the weight of existing authority and jurisprudence. There is no way that some of those courts could have reached those judgments without overruling the Supreme Court, which they cannot do. And so that's part of the issue. The turnover of political leadership is one thing, and we've got to address that in order to create a framework of opportunities for the younger people. But you're also seeing some hope springing, in a place like Abia, with the investments that the current governor appears to be deliberately making in Aba, for instance. And if you're going to transform the Southeast, Aba needs to be working. Nnewi needs to work. Onitsha needs to work. And you need to connect all of these three centers of enterprise. And then you've got to connect them to centers of thought and ideas, and have a framework of political leadership to power that. That will require a little bit of time to unfold, but I do think now we can see a pathway to doing that.
I know you are in touch with the governors of the Southeast, but the old and the new, and what is your take on how they are doing in terms of working together, in terms of pushing an idea or kind of a developmental idea that will be of use to the region?
It was dead before the last election, pretty much. They were not in communication, quite honestly. Part of the issue was, of course, the insecurity, the escalating insecurity, and the claims amongst them of complicity by some of their peers in fueling that insecurity. Allegations were made against the governors of two particular states in the Southeast as being involved in fueling the insecurity. Now, I think we've made a little bit of progress. So the Forum of Southeast Governors has reconvened. Hopu Zodima at the moment is the chair. They have agreed that the chair will rotate on an annual basis. So from him, it will move to Soludo, and from Soludo, it will move like that. After 5 years, it returns to the first governor. So and on that basis, they now agreed to a Southeast Security and Economic and Security Summit, 28th and 29th of this month, which will hopefully address a shared economic agenda and a shared security agenda that will go forward into programming and stakeholding from all of the actors in the region. But it's going to take more than that for us to say things are where they should be, although I do recognize we are now beginning to make progress. And I do think people like you and I and many others who are not in positions of elected leadership can nevertheless make a contribution to helping move that process along. That said, I think we need to recognize the limitations and the challenges, and there are many of them.
Now, on Governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Soludo, a lot of people had high hopes when he ran and became the governor. If you talk to many people and people who come on this show and this platform, they are disappointed. Part of the disappointment was his intervention when P2B was running for president. And recently, he basically more like doubled down by another intervention where he basically said that the president's economic challenges he was facing was as a result of what the past government left behind. And people didn't take it well. What do you think is going on with Professor Charles Soludo? What's his politics?
Well, Soludo is an econometrist. That's what he did his doctoral work on, his graduate studies on, and that's all he's taught. And econometrics is all about rational thought. It's rational choice, and so in that sense, he is a bit of an extreme rationalist. That means he will only say things he thinks he can prove, and which makes sense, and in that scale of rational thinking. Sadly, politics involves emotions as well, and engages emotions and gut feelings, and when it's impossible to conduct politics at the level of exclusively rational logics. So there will always be some dissonance between where he's coming from or where he chooses to articulate himself and what lots of our people, and including myself, how we approach politics. That said, I do think that at least the good thing is that nobody's accusing Soludo of being a thief, of trying to pillage Anambra State, or of being involved in insecurity, of being involved in enhancing insecurity. I do think that it is useful and necessary for people to engage him on the areas where they disagree. About these things, about the government at the federal level, I personally don't quite agree with him on the issue of the representation of Igbo people in the government. You see, the question of representation or participation of any particular part of Nigerian government is not related to or dependent on what quantity of votes any person got. It is a constitutional duty. It is a duty about whether or not you want the country to work for everyone from the leadership role. And I do think it is important at that level that people challenge some of those views and put their alternative views forward.
All right. Thank you so much. We're getting to the point where we are going to invite our audience. But before we do that, I just want to make sure you know that there is Biafran government in exile. And they opened an office in Maryland or Washington, D.C., somewhere around Maryland this week or last week. And so what do you make of that?
They are who they are. I'm sure nobody recognizes them. But the landlord or landlady whom they are paying rent to will be happy to collect the rent. But look, my view is this. Self-determination is Article 1 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. It's Article 1 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. It's, I believe, Article 21 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which, by the way, is domestic law in Nigeria. And the National Human Rights Commission Act, as amended, mandates Nigeria to protect the rights recognized in all of these documents that I've just mentioned. As long as people are articulating about self-determination in a way that does not involve violence or advocacy for killing anyone, I will defend those rights. The one where I diverge from any such advocacy is where people begin to advocate for killing, for war, for violence. That's where I disagree. But you know, if somebody wants to call themselves the government of masquerade of Mao Republic in exile, I will defend the person. I have no problems doing that.
What if they impose sit at home? Like we have another one coming up for 3 weeks that was announced by Simon Ekpa. What is the best reaction to that situation?
You know, I think the situation with the sit at home is a little complex. Yeah. Obviously, the sit at home is imposing a lot of hardship on our people. And the idea, and this is part of what I'm saying, the idea of, sit at home, people have a right to withdraw their habitual allegiance from any authority. That's part of protest. But that has to be voluntary. So when you're going around shooting people because they say we will not sit at home, or because they are day workers who will not have anything to eat, and they are trying to go and survive, and you're shooting them and killing them or desecrating them, that's a different thing. That's not sit at home. That is violence. And that is condemnable, and every one of us has to condemn it, and everyone has to work against that. But you see the problem here. Having said all of this, if government had authority, and if government was relevant to the people, you will not be having an idiot like Simon Ekpa sitting in Finland with a wife who is white from Finland telling Nigerians what to do. It is because these politicians in our part of the country have failed our people and failed themselves that imbeciles like Simon Ekpa will be doing what they are doing, and people are even noticing them. So I do think, having said everything about sit at home that I find disagreeable, it should also teach us something, that what the currency you deal in as a politician, as a political leader, is authority. It's not coercion. You're not going to shoot people into listening to you if you're not performing. But when you perform, people will not listen to somebody else because they will trust you. That, I think, is the lesson.
And I think it has been demonstrated because Soludo tried to force people to get back to work, and that didn't work. And the governor of Enugu State came in and tried to force people to open shops, and that didn't work. All right, very interesting. Finally, before we let people in, let me ask you about, let's go back to this intellectual and anti-intellectual situation and society that we live in. How do you talk to people, explain to our people that there are people whose job, critics, and everybody can actually be one, who are going to critique people in authority, and that they are not doing it because that particular person, maybe because of religious differences. It's not because of their differences in religion or ethnicity or region that they are doing the job they've been doing for a long time. Can you please help us understand this?
I don't think it's necessary to explain it. I think it's important for every one of us to live our convictions. And my own limited experience is that Nigerians are not stupid either. They know when you're serious and they know when you're not. I've had my own fair share of troubles and palaver all over the country. You know, at a point, actually, under the Buhari regime, I needed at least 8 sets of lawyers to be able to plot my way around the country. I was in courts in Lagos, Abuja, Rivers State, Port Harcourt, Kaduna, and where else? I was in like 5 jurisdictions, and at every level of the court system, I was a defendant, you know, from the magistrates court up to the Supreme Court. And I've got cases still pending before the Supreme Court against me. Now, but what I found interesting was that pretty much in all of those cases, there were lawyers who were prepared to tell me, we will stand for you for free. None of those lawyers is Igbo. None. Not one of them comes from the Southeast.
Why?
Yes, I don't know. But this is precisely my point. You know, and these are, many of them, and indeed, the services they're offering, I may not be able to afford. And if I had to afford them, I would have to bankrupt. In many ways, it will cost me tens of millions or hundreds of millions to be able to afford. Now, I could even go further. You know, I have, you know, I go around Nigeria now, and I've landed in Kano, entered airport taxi. The driver drops me and tells me, thank you. I offer the person money. He refuses my money. And he says, thank you. This is not somebody I've ever met before. And he's telling me, thank you for what you do. I've gone to Uyo, the same thing has happened to me. In Calabar, the same thing has happened to me. It has happened to me in Enugu, of course. But what I'm saying is this, and none of these drivers I knew. These drivers needed the money more than I did. I have never done anything personal for any of them in my life. And these are all Nigerians. And that's why for those who say, well, Biafra this, Igbo that, I'm unwilling to buy into that, because there's goodness in every part of Nigeria. And there is evil in every part of Nigeria. No part of Nigeria has monopoly of brightness or goodness. No part of Nigeria has a monopoly of evil. And it seems to me we have to be convinced about the values that we argue. And there've got to be people in society who are willing to argue those values. Gani Fawehinmi did until he died. Beko Ransom Kuti did until he died. Tai Solarin gave scholarships to children of the Nigerian Civil War who could not go to school. So I do think, and Mariam Babangida was saved by the family of Garuba. Mariam Babangida and her sister were saved by the family of Garuba, who come from Niger State. So I do think it is important for us to acknowledge goodness and these values wherever it comes from in our country. That is fundamental.
Very good. Thank you so much for all this. And one more video I'll play while I let in people who want to join us, and I will get you a view on that video. That's something that happened last week. I think it was on Saturday, I believe. So I want to get your view on that.
Ẹ̀yin lọ́balọ́ba orí adé mo kí yín kú jókòó ẹ ṣé tẹ́ wà ń bí ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ nǹkan kan ibi tí gómìnà bá wà tàbí president bá wà kò sí ọba náà ó ń láti dìde fún gómìnà tàbí fún president ẹ dìde. Ẹ jókòó.
All right, that was Olusegun Obasanjo basically ordering around Obas in Oyo State. What is your take on that?
Okay, now, first of all, just as a historical factoid, Obasanjo was the commanding officer of Ibadan Garrison Command when I was born. This was in Oyo State, whose capital is Ibadan. Now, in Yoruba land, of course, Oba is supposedly the Kabiyesi, which depending on how you translate it, essentially it says you cannot question God, and so the Oba is a symbolism of God, and supposedly a representative of God. That's what it is, and therefore I can see how people can get affronted at the cultural level by this. But you see the point here. At an intellectual level, the Oba can only be, first of all, a god in his kingdom. So that will happen when he is in his territory. When he steps out of his territory, that's a different matter. Or community, that's a different matter. Secondly, unlike before, when the Oba owed his authority only to his people and their custom, now the Oba owes his existence to a certificate issued by the governor and to a staff of office also issued by the governor. And Obasanjo's point here is, look, you cannot be God or Oba where the person who has given you your certificate and who can cancel it with a pen, whether you can go to court after they have done it, comes. And so why don't we try and trade in this business of respect the way we do it? Of course, he did it like a soldier and people will bristle at that, but intellectually, the point is, where do Obas today get their legitimacy from? That and authority from? That is actually a question we should engage with. Do I necessarily think he should do it the way he did it? No. But that question we need to address.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me welcome everybody that joined us. And we have so many people trying to join. Our studio is full. So if you ask your question and he gives you an answer, we will take you out and get other people the chance. We have about 40 minutes with him more. All right, so Mr. James, go straight to your question. You are the first.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Good. I just want to make a very brief comment. It's not a question. We've gone through a lot in the history of Nigeria. We are not making progress. The country has collapsed totally compared to what it used to be when I was a young man. I'm of the opinion, I might be right or wrong, but I'm of the opinion that the earlier we start thinking of post-Nigerian republics, the better it is for us, because we are inching towards a catastrophe. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, James. Professor, do you want to answer immediately after, or you want to take 3, 2, 3?
Yeah, can we take a cluster?
Okay, good. Kanu, you're next.
Okay.
Yeah,
remove me, bro.
I take Kanu.
I'll give the background. I'll give the background.
All right. Go ahead. All right, we can hear you. Let's see. We don't let people drive while they're on the show. So can you please park somewhere? Let's go to Mr. Scribe. You're next.
Thank you, sir. Professor Odinkalu, I'm absolutely in awe of you. Thank you so much. As a fellow pro-unitate and Okigwe, I was just wondering, what house were you in? Zebra, Eagle, Whale, where I went through there. I never saw any graffiti with your name on the wall. How did you enjoy diet? Was diet around in your time? I mean, I went to school like probably 10 years further after you left. So
all right, thank you so much. Let's go to the next person. Kano, I'll give you another chance. Obete Kano. Can you hear us? Can you unmute yourself?
Have I done that? Yes, I have.
Okay, good.
I am interested.
You muted yourself again, please. All right, sorry, we will come back to you when you figure out what's going on.
Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, Obete, can you unmute yourself?
Good.
Okay, good.
I have, haven't I?
Go on.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm still on the issue raised by former President Obasanjo's remark to the Obas. I think the situation the Obas find themselves, or Nigerians find themselves in connection with that issue, has to do with the fact that the authority on which the Obaship stands, it doesn't seem to be relevant in the context of the reality of a Nigeria that is a superior power to the Obas. And we, if we are together as Nigerians, we have to decide whether we want to keep on the traditional rulership and respect it as a superior source of authority, or whether we want to jettison it. In which case, what the former president is saying would apply. But the decision has to be constitutionally made. And as it stands now, there is sort of a contradiction in terms when you have a governor giving staff of office to a traditional ruler and expecting the traditional ruler to be respected, expecting that the traditional ruler will take precedence over the governor. It's a contradiction in terms. And the people of Nigeria have to decide to change that. You cannot have it both ways. You are authority in Nigeria, and then there's somebody else is giving you power to exercise that authority. Another problem I see confronting our country.
Sorry, Ma. Let's leave it at that. If we have another chance for you to come back in, we do that. All right, Professor Chidi, you can take the 3 questions and then we'll go to the next.
No, thanks. Scribe, I actually was in first in Wales and then in Zebra House. But I left in '83. We were the first set to graduate from the permanent site, and so we didn't have the opportunity to amass graffiti. We spent only 1 year at the permanent site. My site actually went through all the three locations. Umunolu first, then in the first location in Okigwe in the city before the permanent site. So I think that's the reason why I didn't show up on the walls. But the question by Madam Akano actually, the opinion Hughes close to mine as well. But you see, across the continent, the issue of the traditional rulership and people's affinity with it is one that politicians have made use of. You can see that in Uganda, for instance, Museveni restored the traditional stools. So Museveni, the Kabaka stool among the Baganda had not existed until President Museveni restored it and brought back the Kabaka from exile, the current Kabaka of Baganda from exile. And in so doing, he also reinstated the stools of the communities that wanted it. For instance, the Bunyoro stool was restored, and many others. And you can see that in many other parts of Nigeria, of the African continent. And indeed, in a place like, say, Burundi or Rwanda, where the current the republic actually came into existence from the defeat or sacking of the monarchy, again, that was the issue. So I do think that the politics is rather delicate here, but I totally agree that it's not possible for Obas who owe their legitimacy and existence to staffs of office and certificates from governors to not understand that those people also deserve respect, not as human beings, but as the offices that they occupy. Now, Mr. James, post-Nigeria, whether we stay in this Nigeria or we do post-Nigeria, it has to be worked through. And post-Nigeria is not a given. If I were just engaging on that point, post-Nigeria will either have to happen by force, as in disintegration and fragmentation, or it will have to be negotiated. Either way, you need to prepare for it. And the question is, do you prepare for the force, or that's disintegration, or the negotiated one, or do you try and make the present one work? No country is a given. And look, the current country, all of us, the only thing that unites all of us as Nigerians is in disaffection with the current notion of Nigeria. And it seems to me that in that unity of disaffection, we can find common cause. Most of us can. And if we can find common cause, can we then make that common cause work? And if so, in what way can we make it work? Seems to me to be the challenge that we've got to battle and agree on.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's take another 3 questions. Let's see you are next.
Prof, I suppose you are a prof now. You are welcome to this platform. And Dr. Damages, thank you again for bringing another illustrious son of ours to be in this discussion. I listened to the portion of his talk before even this program, where he has to talk again for us to ask questions. I very much admired the points he addressed. And in this particular morning, I didn't come in on time, so I cannot really say much about the things he said before now. But the little portion I got, I have a concern. First of all, I don't think that it is okay for us as individuals to use our level of understanding and explaining things and make it general. It seems like from the examples he gave of goodness, yes, there's goodness all over the country. But I have a problem with where the people who he said, he used some not the best description of what is happening. About the sit at home, Simon is not the name you called him. Simon is someone who is taking a risk for his people, just like Nnamdi Kanu did. Now, we know that elites from Igbo land, many of you are comfortable enough not to want a change for a free Biafra. Because in Nigeria, you have a name and you will still have your name continuing. Now, not buying into Biafra because there's one silly or one whatever name you called Simon, doesn't it present you as someone who cares about your people. It's you that you are defending in describing Simon the way you did. Now, this sit at home, I can assure you that our people know the reason behind it, and they want Nnamdi Kanu out of that jail before they can stop sitting at home. But many of you are buying the narrative that is out of fear. It's not out of fear. We are sick and tired. Before this time, we are being killed. We are still being killed. The people you now see as having died from sit at home is not caused by Simon Ekpa. It is what Nigeria wants so that they can kill more. And when it happens, they use the opportunity. So I can tell you, the Igbos are one of the most friendly and reasonable people in Nigeria. I'm not saying others are not. Look at what happened to us during the war. Immediately after the war, we saw we couldn't fight anymore. We dropped our tools and heartily went into Nigeria, went everywhere and resettled. The people laughed at our women because they didn't have the best clothes to wear to show off. They laughed at us. Someone like Umezuoke carried yam on his head to sell. We quickly bounced back into life in Nigeria. Of course, we thought the war had ended, but we can see now that it did not end. So this blaming of the ones that are suffering, blaming of those who have put everything aside. I want to please let me finish, because there's a way I want to put what I'm trying to say. Every time the Igbos are blamed, the one who is blaming them, or the Biafrans, but more the Igbos, is always not looking at what psychologically has happened to Igbo. And nobody has debriefed us of that. And we are still seeing the same thing we saw, the hatred and the killing that we thought was over.
All right, thank you. Let's see. We have less than 30 minutes.
Okay, let me put the question. Let me put it in form of question. What do you want for the people who are now saying we want Biafra? Is it this thing we are in now, that we are being killed every day? We are able to change. The Igbos are able to, if you give them freedom, they will immediately change back from just the same way they change into Nigeria to live a good life and everything. They will change. I think it's time for us to stop blaming the very people who are suffering the most in that country. Thank you.
Let's see. Thank you. Please, if I call you, just be.
Can I actually respond to?
Okay, please.
Baba, thank you very much, sir. I don't know where you are speaking from, but Simon Ekpa is speaking, and I called him an imbecile, and I stand by that. Yes.
Okay. You have that.
By the way, my name is Chidi. I don't yield to anyone in my Igbo-ness. You're not more Igbo than I am, and I'm not more Igbo than you are. Okay? Now, I cannot tell you, if I tell I come from, and my parents lived in precisely the epicenter of the current crisis. If I tell you the amount of Ali Igbo Mjigorukoga in the last 3 months, I have covered over 350 kilometers on foot. Ali Igbo. Inugo? So I'm not going to take lectures from anybody on what is happening in the Southeast. I've come in from the Southeast to the United States this week. I'm going back to the Southeast. And I'm about Ali Igbo also. So when we come to this thing, let us all come to this thing as Ainine and we understand what is going on. If you don't understand, I do. I have lost family, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5. I have buried family. So you don't give me lectures about what is happening in sit at home. The first thing is, when we are talking about this thing, can we respect one another? Simon Ekpa cannot be sitting and sleeping with a white woman in Finland, and you are telling me that he is what to you? If he is that to you, please, I will respect you and what he is to you. But when I am burying my people, my family, my blood, because of his irresponsibility, and you are giving me lectures, I'll take exception to that. I've listened to you in dignity and respect, but I do think on this matter, I know a lot more than you do. I respect your age because you're older than me, but I swear I know a lot more than you do on this particular subject matter, and I will not yield to you when you try to give me lectures on this matter. I will end there.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Let's say Prince Akwachi, please be concerned about other people. I want to make sure that as much as possible, we get as many people as possible the chance to weigh in. There are a lot of people who are trying to get in. So please limit your question to 1 if you can. Akwachi, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Dr. Rudolph, and good morning, Dr. Prof. Odinkalu. Thank you so much for what you do. I've been following your work, and I'm very much appreciative of what you do. My question goes this way: what is the possibility? What are the possibilities that somebody like Asari Dokubo could be prosecuted, not in Nigeria, somewhere like ICC, than the fact that he came out openly and said things how he's been arranging with other people to kill those of Igbo heritage, how some governors are also giving him contracts in that respect. That's what I can ask for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Odi. Odi, you're next.
Good morning from where I am, Dr. Odinkalu. It's my pleasure to be with you. I believe history will remember you well, and you've been playing a good role. I've listened to you, at several places, and I just, just even the small response you gave to the previous, questioner, I'm just, completely aligned. My question is about imperialism and Pan-Africanism. If you listen to what has been going on in the past few weeks, we've had the G20, we've had the Russia and North Korea alliance, and we have also what's the other one with South Africa and China, the BRICS. So it's obvious in this world you cannot survive without friends, right? And that's why personally I'm against people who are trying to make us smaller and say, oh, Biafra or something. You need friends. So in this era where Africa is trying to step out out of the shadow of their colonial masters against imperialism, whether it's real or not, as in Gabon versus Niger and Burkina Faso, where do you think that we are going to finally land? I'm talking about, you can use Nigeria, because I think the way I see it, I think all our future is kind of tied together in Africa. I believe the West sees us as the same people. And they are, when they make policies, they make it just for us, So, and where people like you will feature, if actually maybe more active in helping to shape that future for Africa, because Africa really needs people to move it forward.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Adi. KJ, you're next.
Okay. Prof, thank you so much. I'm one of those who have followed the majority of what you've been doing, especially in the media. I followed the broadcast of which you discussed extensively the actors in the Southeast. So I understand where you're coming from. I am also one of those who have benefited from the good that you've done, and not directly. When you were in the Human Rights Commission, we brought a case against a particular Lebanese who was trying to smuggle out a little girl out of Abuja, and the swiftness which you moved, in fact, you called down the heavens. Everybody in your agency was moving. The custom, the immigration, all were alerted, and the man and the little girl was finally trapped in the airport. And the church praised you because it was a church. We moved through the church, and as we all gathered to pray and say, "Man, we have not seen this kind of, swiftness before." It was quite apt, and we thank you immensely for all you are doing. And my only anger with you is that you have refused to go to politics in either in Imo State or the other side. Maybe that will have helped us to correct what is going on. The other question I would like to ask you, since you are, an expert in law, why is it so difficult to discuss the issue of unity, constitution, and all that? Why is it so difficult for the ruling class to accept to sit down with the Nigerian people and discuss way forward? I mean, it's become like an entrapment for people, certain people in Nigeria, not necessarily the Igbos, but even other people who think that there should be a reorganization of whatever Nigeria will be ruled with. So why is it so difficult to discuss constitutional reform in Nigeria? Thank you so much. And thank you for coming. We really in fact, I had to finish quickly and come back from church just to be able to start from the beginning. So I've been listening to you right from when you came on, and I just want to appreciate what you're doing. Good. Before I forget, sir, one more question. Why? No. This is very important. This is very important. Why is there a disconnect, and the gap is continuing to widen between the elders of the East and the younger men who are now trying to make a change in the way things are done in the East? Why is it difficult for us to come together? Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Prof, you can take the three.
Thanks a lot for those. Now, the first question, Prince, is whether it's possible to prosecute Asari. Actually, if you read my column today, coincidentally, it's on Asari, on what I call the life cycle of the law of rule. Now, clearly, there are issues on which it may be possible to engage international criminal responsibility, depending on what fact scenarios and evidentiary thresholds we're able to reach. But to do that, you do require either the Nigerian government to be part of the process, or a government somewhere, or a jurisdiction somewhere beyond Nigeria before whom the material can be put. There are ways and means of doing it if a government, the Nigerian government, does not buy in. But the first thing we've got to do is try and assemble the evidence. I think it's only recently, quite basically in the last month, that people have started looking at that issue of evidence and establishing the nexus to Asari or any other actors. It's the same thing with Simon Ekpa, for instance. The fact that he's in Finland, and that, I personally made a lot of effort to see whether government could be interested in taking the steps that were required to at least begin to escalate exposure, legal exposure for him. But it didn't seem to me that the Buhari regime was interested in that. And I do think we've got to take the legal options a lot more seriously as Nigerians than we do, particularly in transnational law, and universal jurisdiction competencies. And I do think actually there's a great deal of possibilities there. Now, on the question of imperialism, I tend to agree with you. The tendency to kind of reduce us to small statelets on the continent will not work. And there are no great small statelets as such. You can see that since the United Kingdom left the European Union with Brexit, the country has shrunk, in every way possible. In influence, in economy, in politics, everything has gone south since then. So I tend to agree on that. The question, though, for us in Africa is how responsible are we in our notions of our own leadership. Look, the headquarters of the African Union in Addis Ababa has been built by China. And China has inputted into the place lots of listening devices. There is nothing you do at the Addis headquarters of the African Union that they don't listen to in Beijing. Now, the headquarters of ECOWAS, China has now offered to build in Abuja. ECOWAS already has a headquarters in Abuja. That they're offering to build that at between 45 and 60 million US dollars or thereabouts. And I think the MOU has already been signed. Meanwhile, T.Y. Danjuma is building the headquarters of the T.Y. Danjuma Foundation in Abuja at about 45 to 50 million dollars. So one person can build that ECOWAS headquarters, one Nigerian can. Now, how do we agglomerate our resources in order to make ourselves responsible on the international sphere, I think is one question we need to answer. Because if we don't take ourselves seriously enough to organize properly, then the world is not going to take us seriously as partners. And I do think that's where we are now, that we are not as respected as we could be as Africans because we are not as organized as we could be. Now, on the issue of KJ, first of all, thank you for your kindnesses. The reality is we can't all be politicians because if we're all politicians, the politicians will have no one to lead. Some of us need to be led, and I'm happy to be led. But others also need to do policy. So we need citizens, and citizenship is a very serious duty. We also need people on the policy side of things, apart from other things that need to be done to staff up our institutions and all of that. And I don't think leadership only comes from holding office anyway. All of us here in different ways hold offices that may be important than elected office. Now, the issue of Nigeria's constitution, actually, I think our problem is whenever we've needed a constitution, we have outsourced it, either to soldiers to decree or to lawyers to draft. Senior advocate this, justice that, they all come together. But drafting comes after you have an agreement, a consensus. A constitution is not just a legal document. It's more fundamentally a political document. It's an IOU, it's a promissory note. All of those dimensions, and of course, all of that needs to be communicated in language that citizens can understand. And when you outsource all of that to lawyers to do their wheretofores and now hearing afters and hearing befores, and you lose citizens. If you looked at the South African constitution drafting process, first you went through the negotiation, you had a deal. Then you had the communication dimension, you had language experts break it down so that ordinary people can understand it. In Nigeria, we have not gone through a negotiation, we've not gone through the communication, but we have a constitution which most citizens cannot read. We need to reverse that process.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. Let's go to Austin. Austin, you are next.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Damagis. I took time to listen to your interviews. Man, you really prepared for Prof. You dished out wonderful questions. And Prof, you seriously transitioned. I've been listening to you for a very long time. But these days, you've become more practical and more daring. Thank you for what you're doing for our country. Just a footnote before my question. Prof, when your colleagues end up in destroying constitution and the country, I hope they will be willing to participate in the shame and the ruin they are doing at the moment. So why do I say this? Over the week, I'm a spiritual director in where I work. Over the week, I became frustrated because I'm thinking of losing my job. Because out of 15 patients I visited within the course of 2 days, 8 of them started providing emotional support to me. I live in Florida, so they were glued to their television and the social media during the judgment. So they all knew, they know what is going on in Nigeria. So when I introduce myself as a Nigerian, they will say, oh, my situation is better than your own. How are you people coping? I hope your parents are not dead. Do well and bring them out. And this is why some people say, give me a good name. Let me go and deal with my life. It will be better for me. So when people move for a country of their own that will give them a good name, it will help them to live out their potentiality and their God-given talent to the fullest. Now, when you look at the happening in the country and the way we are going, I don't think that that is being afforded to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Austin. Let's go to Reverend Emole.
Good evening, Dr. Carlo. It has been long. I have been following you for long, and I so much love you as my brother, as in Nigeria.
Sorry, Reverend. My name is Odinkalu, as in Ifechi Kalu, Odinkalu, not Kalu.
Okay. Sorry. And also, Dr. Damage, it has been long to follow you. You have been damaging people. You need to now change to repairing people, not to damaging people.
Thank you.
My question goes to like this, Doctor. Recently, I listened to the news of a new president we have in Nigeria, Tinubu, where he says that they're going to go 36 states of a state in Nigeria to buy land for ranching. I asked him my question, is it only ranching we know how to do the whole Nigeria? Don't we have other business and not to have a lot of land? Why we want to why they want to buy land for all the whole state to do ranching? Where I have lived in Germany, it's not like that. I have lived in Spain, now I'm living in the UK. It's not like that. Why our things always be different from the way human beings do things? That's my question. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Reverend. Righteous Man, you're next.
Yeah, good evening. Professor, good evening.
Good day, sir.
I'm in Lagos and I'm home here and I've been listening to you on televisions. But being one of those people that I cherish so much, I'm surprised in your outburst this evening. But anyway, that's who we are, human. My question goes, I have just two questions for you. Why is it that those who rig elections and inflict mental pains to Nigerians are majorly professors?
Okay. Normally we
number
do.
Two.
You said two questions.
Yeah.
Then number two, in your submission, when you were interviewed by Dr. Damages, you admitted that people from neighboring states in the Southeast and some politicians and some drug lords were playing the dirty game of insecurity in the Southeast. Honestly, I was touched when you say you've buried about 5 people, but you attributed the death of those people indirectly to the work of Simon Ekpa, after you must have admitted that other people have played a role. Because it is good for us to express our pains, but with the respect I have for you personally, I was shocked when you called a man and started referring to his marital life, calling him imbecile and idiot. I can't marry the two. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot, Righteous Man. Let me start from there. I didn't know Mado. Yes?
Come on.
And Munagi Wundibo. I want to kiss you, honey. Yeah?
Yeah.
I didn't know, Eba Ulisi, Eburu Mado. Na Nibo. I'm Mandine Buani. So, Ibia Kita. Gwam si na-egburu mmadụ n'Ọka. In 5 minutes, enwere m ike ịgwa gị ihe mere. Ịgwa m na-egburu mmadụ na Ogidi. In a few minutes, I will tell you what happened. Ịgwa m na-egburu mmadụ n'ezi awa ma ọ n'ihite na nsa. Aga m agwakwa gị ife mere. Ịgwa m na-egburu mmadụ na ụga ma ọ bụ na-arọ ndị Izọgụ. I can tell you what happened. This is the life I live now. There are only 2 things I do now other than teach. I track killings in Igbo land on a very granular basis, and I track judicial appointments nationally. Okay? So when you're telling me about, when I'm telling you about Ndi Umunne Megburu, I can tell you what transpired. If it is a drug case, I will tell you. But if it is also people who were killed on a Monday, I can tell you. And this is the point. And it is annoying when somebody tells you that Simon Ekpa is a saint. I'm sorry, it is very annoying. And I will not come here and tell you I don't get annoyed. I get very, very mad about it. If people want to take me to task over getting annoyed over the fact that I'm burying people who don't have to die, including in one particular case, a pregnant woman, I'm sorry. In the name of Biafra, so we have to be honest with ourselves that pregnant women are dying. Look, I went to Lilu. Yes, a 13-year-old girl was raped and killed on a Monday. 13 years old. Garahia, Eko Tutuna Nana. Raped and killed. I hand on a ban. So I am outbusting deliberately. You don't need to see them. I have had to move bodies, bones with maggots in them to go and bury. At all. Go and bury. Look, I can send you the video clips so that you get a sense of what I'm talking about. I'm not going to come here and deal in theory because this is very personal. This is real. And I'm training people's children. I'm spending money to do that. Do you know the amount of money I have to spend on just buying food and logging food to people who are hardworking and who don't have to be hungry every month? So let us not trivialize the issues. They are serious. Now, you know, the ranching issue, I was involved in, Reverend Emole, I was involved in developing the National Livestock Transformation Plan. Now, the background is this. There's a great deal of money already being spent on agriculture, on farming, the kind of farming we do, you know, fertilizer support and all of that. And a lot of that money, of course, was misused by the immediate past central bank governor. And there isn't really as much or anything at all that was being done with reference to animal farming, because animal farming is also part of farming. Fish farming is part of farming. And so that was the thinking. But the issue of ranching was for states who...
Cardinals again after the play, pushing and shoving.
It's not compulsory for all states. So where states want to convert pastoralist farming or pastoralism or settle the pastoralism, they can provide land, and then the federal government comes up with support for them, you know, equipping the places and all of that. And also providing extension services, water, access to water, and the rest of them. That is supposed to be the idea. The Southeast, of course, does have challenges with land. We are only about 29,300 or thereabouts square kilometers, which is actually less than Kogi State. All of the 5 states of the Southeast put together is about 500 and a bit square kilometers less than Kogi State. And so we do have problems with being able to find land in the Southeast for this kind of project. And at the moment, I'm not sure yet that there are states in the Southeast. Maybe Ebonyi State may, I don't know. But I don't think any state in the Southeast has yet acceded to this because we actually are short of land. Nearly every state in the North, apart from Gombe State, which is about 18,000 square kilometers, and Kano State, which is about 20,000 square kilometers, and Sokoto State. Those are the only 3 states in the North that are not smaller than all of the Southeast put together. All the others are bigger than the Southeast. Now, the question of destroying the constitution and lawyers is unfortunately, sadly, the case. I think a good part of our governance problem is lawyers and judges. And how we've gone about the issue of lawyering without values and lawyering without conscience. Unfortunately, it's something I agree with. I wish I could improve on your question, Augustine, or give you a magic bullet. I still do think, however, that we've got to continue to work as citizens to hold lawyers and judges accountable. The fact that someone is a judge does not make them beyond accountability. I believe firmly in judicial independence, but judicial independence without judicial accountability will not work. And right now, the issue of judicial accountability actually needs to go up higher on the public policy agenda of the country. But just getting back to you, righteous man, I hope you're not angry. But I really do feel the pain of the people I have to bury. And if I'm not willing to communicate it, then something is wrong with me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
No, one question is remaining. You didn't answer the second question.
Oh, professors and election rigging.
Yes.
So, part of our problem is this. I have challenges with this business of appointing professors or judges, or making election administration the business of just professors and judges alone. Because a lot of our professors may also come with very questionable credentials. And the university system in Nigeria reflects the corruptions in our country. And students who are being graduated without the CGPA, students who are being abused in order to get graduated, the university system and the corruption that goes on, abuse of resources, and all of that is reflected in the electoral system and what they do with the electoral system. That's just a way to telegraph an answer for you. All
right, thank you. Let's move on to, now we're running out of time. Please, just your question. Number 6 field.
Hello, Prof. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, speak up a little bit. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I think my question, borders on the judiciary. But I want to phrase it this way. What will provoke the sense of history in a man or a professional?
Number 6, we can't hear you.
I'm struggling to hear you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. What will provoke a sense of history in a man? In this instance, the judges. Or what will make them to lose a sense of history? And the context is based on the incessant case of corruption in the judiciary. Now, if somebody has strived in his professional life to attain, the level of becoming a judge, be it in the Supreme Court or in the Appeal Court, what will make that man want to subvert justice?
All right. Number 6 field. Thank you. We have to go, really. We have less than 12 minutes, and we have about 6 more people, 7 here.
So can we get everyone in?
Yeah, just to get everyone in, and then we end it. Okija, you're next.
Prof, did you get my question, please?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okija, you're next. All right, I think we have to move on from Okija. We can't hear him. Let's go to co-host general. I don't know the rest of your name, but you're next.
This is Thomas here.
Oh,
yeah,
Thomas.
Good morning. Yes, good morning from Australia, Melbourne. Thank you so much, Dr. Prof. I concur with most of what you have been saying. Yeah, my question is to the past election. What do you think about Peter Obi's presidency, the journey to the presidency? And last time I checked, he was chasing lost mandate. Do you think Peter Obi really won the election 2023? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's try Okija again. Okija, one last time. Okay, we can't hear Okija. Let's go to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's nice to see you, Dr. Chidi. It's a pleasure having you on this platform as a great mind. I have one question to ask you. I'm going to deviate from the present that we have right now. It's about Biafra war. There has been this information being disseminated in the in different platforms, even in the news, about Ojukwu, that one of the propaganda that he used was to stab the the Igbo people, so that he can show the world that Igbo people are starving. They can come and help him. Is that? Do you have any indication? That there could be a truth, or it was something that was fabricated? Can you enlighten me on that?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Man of Prestige. So let's take these three and then we go to the next three so that you don't forget the questions. Prof.
Yeah, sorry. No, I'm taking them down. We can go to the next three.
Oh, can go. Okay. All right. CM next.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Rudolph. Good evening from UK, Prof. Chidi Odinkalu. You're actually from Anambra State anyway, so this is more something. You were born in Ihiala, so you're as good as any other person from Anambra. Now, my question is this. You chaired the Soludo Committee on Peace and Reconciliation in Anambra State or something like that with Mrs. Bianca Ojukwu as your secretary. How far has that helped, to solve the so-called insecurity in the Southeast? I mean, your committee regarding the findings. And again, why do you think Nnamdi Kanu hasn't regained his freedom? You're a constitutional lawyer, a human rights activist, and a professor of international repute. Why do you think Nnamdi Kanu, as a citizen, is still being denied freedom, which ordinarily he should enjoy? And do you believe that denying Igbo the chance to have a referendum on whether they want to belong to Nigeria, do you think it's a wise idea, using all manner of frustration to make sure that there is no referendum conducted? You know as well as I do that a call for referendum is not a call for war. Why shouldn't Igbo be denied referendum? Do you support it?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, CM. Let me try Okija again. Okija, can you speak? Let's see who can hear you. All right. No, Okija cannot hear us. Pansat, let's go to you.
All right. Thank you very much. I join those who have welcomed Professor Chidi to this platform. And Rudolph, thanks for your show. And the rest of the panelists, I greet you and those listening to us. Now, Doctor, what I want to do with you, because it looks like you're just taking a bunch of questions, and that's superhuman to take all these serious questions. Let me spend some of my time with you in the form of a dialogue. I want to say, first of all, I have a lot of respect for you, the work you're doing back home. But you're not inerrant. You just came here, and I believe you made a couple of mistakes. It's forgivable. You are not a judge, right? You're not a judge to determine who is guilty of killing anybody. Of all the rules that you claim, you're not a judge, are you? A judge. Can you hear me?
No, Pansat, we're not having this conversation because we're running out of time. He has to leave in the next 6 minutes. So please, if you have
but Rudolph, please, I don't think it's a good format to have like 7 questions and then have him answer.
He's right.
We want to learn a lot from his presence here, but I understand. So let me change my tack. Okay, hold on.
We can come back to you. We can come back to you last. Okay, hold on.
I know, but you want to come back to me last?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Have a little dialogue. Okay, thank you.
No, not dialogue, so that you prepare what you want to say.
I know what I want to say. If that's what it is. If you're gonna give me a chance to have a give and take, I really appreciate
it. No, not today. Splendor, you are next. Pansat, stand by. We'll come back to you last. Go back. Splendor, go ahead. Okay, Splendor, we can't hear you. Maybe you can unmute yourself. I don't know why.
Prof, can you hear me? Yeah, Dr. Rudolph,
Okay.
can you hear me? Yeah, good evening, sir. Yeah, good
Okay,
evening.
okay. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Can you hear me,
yeah,
sir?
We can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Prof, thank you. I saw you on, the first time I saw you on TV, I was in GSS2 in the secondary school on NTA. And I'm very glad to see you live now. I just want to ask a question. I'm not an Igbo per se, but I have concerns. I think I would say I'm a stakeholder in Igbo land because I married from there. And quite often, once I'm back in Nigeria, I do go there to see my wonderful in-laws. But there is one concern that I have. I discovered that, the Igbos are very good in business. I discovered that the businesses done by Igbos are quite on a very subsistent level. What are the Igbo airlines doing to ensure that they infuse some level of corporateness into these subsistent businesses? Because I see the Igbo region as a catalyst for African industrialization, and that is just my concern. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Obia, you're next.
Yeah, thank you once again, Rudolph, for outdoing yourself, bringing one of the best out there for us to, tap into his wisdom and knowledge. Thank you, Dr. Odinkalu, for your sacrifice, taking time out to share your knowledge with us. Appreciate that. While responding to Dr. Rudolph's question regarding Samuel Ekpa and the action that is carried out in the East, I kind of related to because you said, I'm paraphrasing you now, you said that there's a correlation between performance of our leaders and the response of the followers. If the leaders perform to the expectation, there's no reason the followers will not trust or listen to them. Now bring that to intellectuals, and the society. Will you agree with me, or do you think that the kind of discredit that is going on towards our intellectuals in Nigeria, like Oshoyinka and the rest, will you attribute that to their lack of performance or the ability for them to transcend what they are doing? Because you hold Oshoyinka, for instance, very extreme. You think ability for the followers to relate to his performance, we are not feeling his performance, that is leading to this disdains towards intellectuals in our society?
All right, thank you. Ewa.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you, Professor Odinkalu. We really appreciate your work and what you start for. Mike, I have a couple of questions.
Please make it one. Please. Just find the best one.
Okay, I want to also appreciate you for your position, Professor Wole Soyinka. Disagree with him respectfully. Like yesterday, lots of people were bashing him here because people were unable to differentiate between his work and what he said. Thank you for that. And your position on what is happening in the Southeast, be able to speak the truth. My question is, I'm going to combine it, Dr. Rudolph. So the question is, what is the process of succeeding in Nigeria as entrenched in the Constitution, if any? And do you think Soludo's statement on Peter Obi before the election, do you think Soludo was demarcated Peter Obi due to his own presidential ambition or for personal reasons?
All right, thank you. Let's try Okija again one more time before we go. Okija. All right, I'm sorry, Okija, we can't get you. Okay, so Pansat, you are the last person.
All right, thank you very much. In the last exchange, I'm sorry if you or the audience take me to be a hostile fire to our beloved brother here. It's not hostility. I believe that, just to make it short, let me tell you what I think, right? Simon Ekpa is doing his work. We have gentlemen such as Mr. Odinkalu doing his work. In Nigeria and the Tiv region, Nigerian actors are killing people over there. In Southern Kaduna, they're doing the same thing. As far as others with the Shiites, right? And so many other areas where there's killing. That has a similar pattern as we have in the Southeast that has nothing to do with Sam and Ekpa. But they're disjointed. So these people are complaining, these people are complaining. And I believe that it's ultra-virus for Chidi in his capacity to come here to pick and choose who's doing the killing in the Southeast. He doesn't have that kind of power. As much as I agree with him all the time. He's probably one of the most courageous younger people that we have in the country. But that doesn't make him inerrant. He's wrong about that. And I think he ought to rethink that. He reserved his most vitriolic demeanor for Simon Ekpa, who don't, you know, I don't support Simon Ekpa. I don't support Nnamdi Kanu because I believe I'm to their rights. I believe that the entire country belongs to us, Southeasterners, Igbos, who brought independence to that country. So if you look at it anthropologically, people who came, migrated down there, ought to have respect for Igbos in that country. There's a lot more Igbos than the other tribes combined. We're not timid about what we're talking about here. And I said yesterday in another show that we're going to use the Iraqi model to bring justice down to Nigeria. That's what it's going to be. So it's not a gentleman thing like my friend here, our guest. So I know it's a show. I would like to have a chance to talk to him, not to be timid. Don't go blaming our people who are doing the best they can in the roles they play, such as Simon Ekpa doing his thing. It's insufficient, but you're acting way out of your league to pick and choose who's doing the killing down there. You don't know who's doing it. So that's the only thing. Everything else, politically, I agree. Now, Rudolph, please, I don't expect that I'll have another chance soon. I really do admire.
Yeah. We agreed on 2 hours. We are over 2 hours. Please.
Okay, just to cap it off, I'm saying that I want him to. He would have been perfect here if he didn't make that error, which is to play the role of a determiner, an arbiter of who's doing the killing, because we have an Islamic problem. Let me end with this. Hold on, Rudolph. I'll just end with this.
Repeat yourself.
Yeah, let me just end with this, okay? By the way, I appreciate the privilege. Mr. Odinkalu, let me just say to you, as your brother, as one Nagi, we have an a Sunni Islamic problem in Nigeria. It's not politically correct to say it, but it's now time for us to start, call a spade, right? They're killing people in the Tiv, Berom, Plateau area. These people are losing scores a day. Now, remember, General Gowon, who is their hero in Nigeria, who committed genocide on us, is from that area, right? But Yorubas, do they care that these thieves are getting killed? No. Do the Igbos care? No, they don't. Do the Hausas care? No, they don't. Now, you go to Kaduna, Southern Kaduna, there's genocide over there, right?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we have an Islamic problem, Sunni Islamic problem, and we're going to have to deal with it now. We have to do the legwork here in the United States, and we're going to follow what the Shias of Iraq did, which is to bring justice to Saddam Hussein. We have to do it in Nigeria. That's it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, Professor Chidi, thank you so much for taking all these questions. I will let you answer them. While you're doing that, there was a question on the comment. I think Brian Okonkwo was mentioning something, several posts. But I think it's something to do with referendum also.
Okay.
I can't remember the exact question, the way he framed it. But I think it's about whether you think Igbo people, if they were given the chance, that they would vote to leave the country, something like that. All right.
Okay. No, thanks a lot. And look, there's going to be, you can't have this kind of session without legitimate disagreement. We should disagree. We have to disagree, and it's normal. So I don't take disagreement personal at all. On the contrary, I very much welcome it. And so in that spirit, please, nobody should feel like they have to agree with me or think that my shit don't smell. My shit smell real bad, right? Now, what will provoke a sense of history in the judges? Whose history are they interested in? Part of the problem is we don't have a sense, and that's part of the reason why I write. And I generally write to relate what happens today to our history, our recent or contemporary history, so that children who have been denied Nigerian history or these versions of Nigerian history that's verifiable can, if they choose to read, and it's in bits and bytes, not in tomes of academic or technical papers, can at least have access to them and be able to pursue those lines of inquiry. Lots of kids who have grown up in the age of Twitter and TikTok think that, if you can't reduce and whatever you can't reduce to 280 characters is not worth knowing. And so I think we all owe ourselves, those of us who are in midlife crisis or beyond, that duty to continue to inform the sense of the younger people. A lot of our judges, the only thing they know is Lord Denning and the courts in England. And that's the only things they're willing to cite. Ask our judges how many of them have read the memoirs of any Nigerian judge. Many of them will struggle to tell you a Nigerian judge whose memoirs they've read. How many of our judges, in any case, have published memoirs worth reading? And I spend quite a bit of time trying to persuade senior Nigerians to put down something before they die. And I think we all have a duty to do that. So that hopefully over time, we'll begin to inform our own people about what we have done. Without that, it's difficult to know how many judges are willing to, but even more than history, how many judges are willing to preclude their children from suffering from, for what their fathers or mothers have perceived to have done, I think is probably a more important question. Now, Thomas's question, did Peter Obi win? I don't really think that is a very material question, quite honestly. For me, the real question should be, were the elections conducted in a way as to give the assurance that the winner emerged credibly? That's the question. Whether it is Peter Obi or Atiku or Tinubu or whoever, for me, is immaterial. If the elections were done in such a way as to win public confidence, it is immaterial for most Nigerians who emerges. But where the elections were conducted in a way that denied them credibility, again, it is immaterial who emerged, because that person will continue to suffer, and the country suffers as a result. Because if our country does not do well, whether or not you agree with the person who is ruling is immaterial, you're suffering. And that's where we are at the moment. So as a Nigerian, it is in my personal enlightened interest, until the country disintegrates, whenever that happens, if that happens, that the person who runs the country has a legitimate mandate and succeeds. Because if they do, we all do well. That's where I'm coming from. Of course, I understand from Pansat that may be lily-livered, and that, but I'll get to that in a moment. Now, man of prestige, there's the point that your central referendum. Part of the problem with referendum is the Nigerian Constitution actually does not currently provide for a referendum. And I do think we've got to work for a constitutional amendment that allows us to do referenda in the country. I don't know if you watched the Edo State's anniversary when last month, Professor Ayisha Osori actually did Egosa's lecture was on the question of referenda in Nigeria. Edo State, what is now Edo State, or the old Midwest, is the only state in Nigeria that was created by a referendum. It's the only state that has been created.
Can I intervene? That wasn't my question, Dr. Chid.
No, sorry. You were not the person who asked. No, okay, no, sorry. That was CM.
I asked my
starvation. Starvation.
Can I intervene?
Your question was about
starvation. About Ojukwu.
Yes. Your question was about Ojukwu and the instrumentalization of starvation. Look, I was born in internal displacement in the Nigerian Civil War. and I lived on the wrong side of that starvation. The idea that Ojukwu starved the people of Biafra so that he could make a case to the world is not borne out by the evidence available. There are lots of studies, contemporaneous during the war and post-war, including PhD dissertations that have been published in the last and defended and published in the last 5-8 years, which actually now have access to a bunch of material that people did not have during the war, which show that quite clearly the denial of access to humanitarian assistance to the people of the Southeast was an instrument of warfare deployed by the Nigerian side. That is beyond question on the basis of available evidence. If you want some of that evidence, I'm happy for us to exchange contacts. My email I can put here right away if you wanted, and we can have a conversation about that by all means. And I can share some of the publications with you. I've just posted up my email for anyone who is interested. No, CM, sorry about that, man of prestige. CM, that question about referendum was yours. I really have no problems with advocacy for referenda and amendments. I lived on the wrong side of that starvation. The idea that
I'm so sorry. Let me Obie, please, can you mute yourself? Okay.
Sorry. At the end of the day, whatever kind of conflict you're talking about, ultimately it's got to end politically. There's no conflict, even conflicts, Rwanda genocide, in which one side won, the RPF won, still had to resolve into political process. And so every conflict resolves into political process, indeed. And so it seems to me that, I cannot see why anyone would be angry about a referendum or against the idea of a referendum. I certainly am not. Now, do I think Nnamdi Kanu should be released? Why not? Why shouldn't we advocate for him to be released? The problem right now is that he's in administrative detention. His trial is not going on. Nobody has any plans to try him. And I don't think anybody in Nigeria, whether or not we agree with the person, should be put beneath the law. And what is happening is that Nnamdi Kanu is being put beneath the law. Now, advocating for his release is, in my view, the duty of every responsible person, because it could be you tomorrow. In 2005, it was Asari Dokubo. Today, Asari Dokubo is in cahoots with the government in place. Today, it's Nnamdi Kanu. Tomorrow, he could be on the right side of the politics of the moment, and somebody else will be on the wrong side. I do think we have to take principled positions on things like the liberty, the dignity of citizens, and so that's my view about that. Now, Splendor, you're genitally Igbo anyway, so if you've slept with anybody who is from Igbo, you're genitally Igbo. Now, so this thing about subsistence business of the Southeast, well, the future really lies in small, medium, micro enterprises. And so the question really is not, in my view, is not necessarily whether or not people are doing that, but whether or not they're getting the fullest benefit of legal protections available and access to the facilitation they need from the state, access to credit, tax breaks, fiscal protection, those kinds of things. What kind of policy targeting is available? Not the kind of thing that Buhari did, shut down the borders, impose currency limits, making it impossible for people to move money and then having their currency confiscated as they traveled. So it seems if the state can enhance transaction for small, medium-scale enterprises and enhance their effectiveness rather than constitute an obstacle to their transaction and growth, that for me will be what the issue should be like. And Ovie, your point about intellectuals, sadly, I'm inclined to be much of the same mind as Ovie. I think, the question of the role of the Nigerian intellectual in our political economy is a much debated one. Have we distinguished ourselves Well, if you ask the young children in the law faculty of University of Calabar, they will tell you no, that their professors, particularly the male professors, have become part of the problem. And that's the experience of a lot of young women in Nigerian schools. Of course, the trafficking in sex in our universities goes both ways. It's not just unidirectional. I think one has got to say that. But in whatever direction it goes, the fact is that our intellectuals have not been as productive as we could, that we've not been as morally upright as we could. We've abdicated on the major questions of the day in many ways, and we've sought accommodation with political power in ways to aggrandize us, give us money, rather than make us relevant to society. I think that those criticisms are legitimate, and those, for many Nigerians, will be well-founded. I'm not quite sure about the question on process of succession in Nigeria, but on the issue of Soludo and his criticism of Peter Obi, I've got to say I'm not Soludo's spokesperson. But this is the way I look at it. Soludo, at this moment, I think is 63. Now, in 8 years' time, he'll be 71. And in 8 years' time, the likelihood is that political power will go back to northern Nigeria and not stay in southern Nigeria. So if you add another 8 years to that, that will be 78. If Soludo criticized Peter Obi because he wants to be president at the age of 78, I would say that he's very stupid. And since that just should explain the situation. So I'd like to think that, given what I said in the main interview, that he's an econometrist given to extreme rationality, I wouldn't think that that is probably his first motive for whatever he said. Well, whatever my views of what he said may have been, I will start from saying that I don't think it was because he wants to be president. Because if he's looking as president, the likelihood is that the next time an Igbo person would have, in the way Nigeria is run, that opportunity, he will be 78. Finally, Pansat, I'm not a judge, at least wearing wig and gown. I have never aspired to be a judge. I would never want to be one. I did chairman of the National Human Rights Commission for 4 years. And at the end of that, I ended up in hospital for quite a while because it took a toll on my health. It also messed up my accounts. It made me a lot poorer. So I don't want to be a judge at all. Yes. Now, that said, and I could tell you a lot about, by the way, the Tiv, the Angas, the Beram, the Anaguta, I've spent a lot of time on tracking killings in Nigeria, and part of the reason I'm being prosecuted in Kaduna State is because of this. Yeah, I have followed pretty much all of the killings in northern Nigeria since the outbreak of the Kafanchan massacre, or what is called Kafanchan riots in 1987, and what's happened since then. So we could have a totally different session on that, and I can dwell on that without notes at all, with dates, names, times, everything. Now, that said, the question of responsibility, and I think I also made the point here, that judicial and institutional truth is not the only truth available. And if you're telling me about my people who were killed, I can tell you who killed them all. Now, the question of who killed is different from the question of who has been held responsible. And I will ask you the question, how many people have been held responsible for killings in Nigeria? Or you don't think the people who were killed had people who were held responsible? Or the fact that nobody was held responsible means that nobody was killed? Or is it just a fact?
Can I answer that, or is it rhetorical? I really want to answer it.
No. I'm posing rhetorical questions here so that the logics of our reasoning become a lot clearer. The fact that I'm not a judge does not make me illiterate about the fact of killings in my neighborhood. Yes? Nor does the fact. Look,
Chidi, let me just say something. Hold on.
I did not interrupt you when you were speaking. If you will not interrupt me, I'll be very grateful, please, sir.
No, but what I'm saying is...
No. Please, if you will not interrupt me, I would really be grateful. if you want us to have a back and forth, I'll give you my phone number. And we will have a back and forth by any means you want. And I'm happy to engage you because, we are all learning here. But you know what? I have made a lot of effort on the question of killings in Nigeria. I consider myself an expert. I will not back down on the question of killings in Nigeria. I have people that I'm raising money to pay full time, counting dead bodies in Nigeria from north to south, from Akwa Ibom to Zamfara. I keep records of dead people in every part of Nigeria. I keep evidence of deaths and killings in every part of Nigeria. I have done that since 1989. I go to mortuaries to pick up dead bodies. I started off law practice representing dead bodies, picking up dead bodies. I can tell you the ways in which people get killed in Nigeria, from nails knocked in the head, to nails inserted into the penis, to buttons inserted into the vagina. Okay? So, on dead bodies and how they die in Nigeria, I am happy to engage anybody from Inspector General. And I have been detained in Nigeria for dead bodies because of trying to hold Inspectors General of Police and soldiers accountable. And there have been efforts to kill me in Nigeria. So these are not things I am going to back down on, because on this
No, you don't have to back down. I agree with you, by the way.
If you're telling me I am mistaken on this, I am prepared to pursue it. Yes?
No, I'm not saying you're mistaken. I'm saying on, you see, you know the fallacy, paralogia, right? If you've said something that is true, you're giving your what you do, and I recognize you to do that. But now you have to give me the nexus to Simon Ekpa. Do you understand? No matter what you do and you describe death, and that's exactly what's happening in Nigeria. It's irresponsible. And as a matter of fact, before you go, it will be good to enlighten us on what you find with the killings that you say in the north, in the south, in the west in Nigeria. Who's doing it? Because if you describe all those things, which you did, right? Which I agree with you. I said I have a lot of respect for you. But now you go to Simon Ekpa, there is no nexus. You're describing something that is over here horrible. That you have somebody, like you say, and I believe, who was that? It wasn't Lexi made a good point to you. And I don't think you treated Lexi with respect. He was right in what he was saying. And another gentleman, a righteous man, right? He was very smart. What he said was very smart. So what I'm saying is that you can link the two. You have a horrible situation. You have people getting killed in the southeast. You have Asari Dokubo with AK-47 claiming to be the one doing at least some of them, right? You don't do anything to somebody who already came out and said, "Look, I did it."
All right.
Now, if you want me to look, you see, the Weri prison break, Asari Dokubo was involved. Yes, and Niger Delta militants.
But they said it's IPOB.
Sorry?
But they said it's IPOB. They said the Weri prison break was IPOB. Thank God we are saying it.
I don't know who they are. Now listen.
You don't know who they are.
Now listen.
That's disingenuous.
No.
When he said that,
now, my brother Pansat, listen. Yes? There is a political. I'm not going to come here to start describing the political geography of killings in the southeast as we are. But I can tell you this. If you tell me today that there is a killing in Osumu or Sihitokwa, the likelihood is that is IPOB related, or it is IPOB related in three ways. One, security services. Two, Ebubago, or three, IPOB activists. Those are the three likely actors. If you tell me that there is a killing in Obosi, the likelihood is cultists or drug dealers. If there is a killing in the Enugu Agede, the likelihood is cultists. Okay? If there is a killing in Obaru, there is a political geography to the violence in the southeast. This is what I'm telling you. And this is work I have invested in.
It is the same thing. If you go to Kaduna and you tell me there is a killing in a Gabi local government area, I can tell you the likelihood of who is responsible. Just as if you tell me there is a killing in Kaduna or in Jema or in Zangon Kataf, I will also in Kamantan land, I will tell you the likelihood of who has done it. This is what I have. This is my work.
Dr. Chidi.
You cannot come here now and be telling me, oh, you cannot. I'm sorry, no, it is not true.
Dr. Chidi.
Geography to the killings going on, the atrocities going on in the Southeast. This is the point we have to acknowledge. It is not, we cannot be excusing it. Now, there are, by the way, a lot of the killings are being done by security agencies. Okay? A lot of the killings, so there are extrajudicial executions.
What percentage do you think? What percentage by the security agencies?
Now, I will not go into that because actually, somebody asked me about the work that I'm doing with the TJPC in Anambra State at the moment. We have not fully reported. We are actually counting dead bodies. We are from community to community. There are 179 communities in Anambra State. We are going from community A to community Z, from 1 to 179, one after the other, counting dead bodies over the period since 1999. That is, we are actively involved in that. And we are trying to establish names where possible. We are trying to establish the actors who were in different theaters at the time, because we want to be as clear to our people as possible. Our people are being killed without and being buried without names, without graves, without any, and we've got to honor the memories of our people. This is the point.
All right, please, let me say this finally, and I'll be done with it. By the way, thank you. You do know that I said I have a lot of respect for you, and I believe you. I'm not doubting anything you're doing here. But what I'm saying to you, for the fact that you have that many dead bodies, you've been counting them for that long, and you have this kind of experience, and you have not abated this, the situation needs to be ameliorated. This is killing. That the United Nations has somebody like you, the Nigerian state has somebody like you who have all this knowledge, this documentation for so long. And there is nothing being done to either apprehend the culprits who are doing these killings or to stop it. I mean, it's you're damning the state itself. For the fact that they have not come to you and say, hey, look, you got all this expertise. You know who's doing it. You have the document. You have names. You know where the dead bodies are buried, like you said. And it's continuing. But I don't think you should compartmentalize it, like this is the Kaduna one. I believe it's the same culprits.
All right.
If I would like to exchange, I would like to have a conversation with you. Now, Rudolph, this is important. Don't
Pansat,
okay,
listen to me, Pansat.
Yeah.
When we arrange this, we agree on time, and there are other reasons why we do what we do. We are not doing this because I don't want you to speak for 1 hour, So I have to respect my guest. He's our guest, and I have to respect the time and everything. So it's not just personal. Thank you. All right. So, Prof, you can do
just
your
clarification. Just a quick clarification. Rudolph. Sorry, Rudolph.
No.
Quickly.
I brought you in, but not to talk. I'm sorry. We have to bring him back another time. I muted you, TA.
Sorry, guys. I've just shared in the chat a tweet that has a story from 1990 of just one of the dead bodies that I had contact with. Yes, who was killed by the police in Surulere. For any of you, just access it and you see the story. And just so that I just wanted to share this by way of saying this story of dead bodies, and Pansat, that's the fact. It goes back a long way. I've shared my email. For those who want to get in touch, please do. It's Chidi A-O for Anselm, A for Anselm, O for Odinkalu at hotmail.com. That's the easiest thing. If you engage, we'll start talking. And, if I'm in a there's nobody here who is not concerned. If you're showing up on a Sunday afternoon or Sunday evening or Sunday night, wherever you may be, there are people from Australia here. it's because you're concerned about these things, and we've all got to respect that. There are lots of other things you could have been doing on a Sunday afternoon besides, or Sunday morning or Sunday night, besides being on this kind of conversation. So I'm very grateful for that. We've got to call it a day at some point, but I hope the conversation continues. And also to just thank Rudolph for the extraordinary work that he's doing in helping us all communicate and educate one another. If there's anyone who feels roughed up by this, I apologize. I also hope that we'll recognize that this is roughing all of us up and roughing up people whom we care about and roughing up a land because whether it's the Southeast or Nigeria, that we care about. And so that emotions are involved, sentiments are involved, lives are involved. And so if sometimes it comes out hard, it's because the situation is hard. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. And I appreciate everybody. Prof, thank you so much. We will be talking, and hopefully in not too long a time, you'll come back and we can narrow it down to the killings. And I'm amazed at certain things you said today. But thank you. Let's take a break.
Rudolph, please, Prof, what is your favorite book? Just for my own consumption, what is your favorite? You can recommend to anybody to read.
Rudolph, you didn't give me the chance to talk, but CM is talking now. That's not fair.
I beg you.
I have several.
Which one?
I didn't give
Okay, fine.
I have several, but one particular book I really love. One particular book I love. I generally read. Actually, Achebe's Ant Hills of the Savannah, I love a lot. Many people don't know of the book.
I've read that.
But Ant Hills of the Savannah, I love a lot. Daughter of the East, which is the autobiography of Benazir Bhutto.
I've read that.
Peter Pan's How to Be a Nigerian.
I've read that too. I have it.
Aha. Okay. All right.
All right. Prof. Chidi, let me because TA will kill me after this. TA, what do you want to say to Prof?
I just want to say, to be honest, about that Dr. Daluk. My hat's off for you. I commend what you've said today. And when intellectuals are speaking, they talk about research, And when you were speaking, I was like, because I've got something to do, really. But I was watching the way you're talking about a lot of things about what was happening in Nigeria. A lot of people get moved with emotions, But you were there, down there, did facts. I've checked the link that you just sent now, which I'm going to read later. But look, to be honest, my respect for you. And keep up doing what you're doing. Thank you. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Chidi. Thank you so much for joining us. And we'll be right back after a break.
I will send you email, Chidi, so that you give me the list. I will send the email now.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Righteous man, keep remaining righteous.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, one okay. Thank you. I'm na Lagos here.
I got home.
Okay, sir.
FOC number for.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, thank you so much. Thank you.
Mr. J, thanks a lot, sir.
No worries, man. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof.
I hope it will play.
So we can exit now.
Yes.
Thanks.
And our people will hang out, those who want to. I'm trying to play video rights. Everything is frozen. All right.
We have to contribute money to buy Dr. Damage's
computer. I need a new computer. It's a shame.
Album right
I don't know why.
It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Rise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, remember the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like princes and princesses. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who had the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who had the dream for New America. They say you have the right, they say you are brown, they say you have the right, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long.
Welcome back. It was nice to have.
It's good to see someone that looks like Ovie singing.
Where?
Well, you just showed him.
All right. So
I like that. That's my uncle, by the way.
Let me talk to the people that didn't get a chance to speak to our guests. Ecola, welcome to the show.
So, Rudolph, sorry I joined late, but thank you thank you everyone for being around.
All right. So, did you have any particular question you wanted to ask him? We might learn something from that.
No, I really didn't. It's just his back and forth from with Pansat that seemed so interesting. I didn't know what they were about. If who maybe Pansat was about who was doing the killing, and he knows about who was doing the killing. So I was actually interested in having Pansat wait so that he could finish and we could find out who he thinks is actually on top of the killing. Even though so many groups might be doing the killing, but at least one group will supersede. I think that's what we missed out of him anyway.
All right. Thank you. TA, what's your impression?
To be honest, yeah. I respect that guy, the professor. He came with facts, and he talked about those places that he's visited. So it's not that maybe he's, over in the Western world, just watching news and stuff like that. He visited those places, and he condemned those people killing people in the eastern part of Nigeria as well. Talking about someone Ekpa. You understand? He condemned them. Which I know there's a lot of people which is, they are kind of apologists saying that, look, what the guy is doing is right and stuff. Why killing your own people, your own kind? It's not fair. So I understand where he's coming from, and I respect him for that. I always say,
could I talk to this gentleman right here, TA, for what he just said, because I'll be leaving shortly, and he's a typical
Pastor,
example.
I'm not going to go back and forth with you.
No.
Please,
I'm talking to the host to give me permission. Let's see how he rules on that.
Hold on, Pastor.
Listen,
Finish.
I'm the kind of person here, I preach love, you understand? So I don't want to go back and forth, you understand? So my opinion is my opinion, yeah. If I say it right, yeah, you die. If you don't say it, you die. So I don't give a damn. So I always say the truth, the way I say things, everybody has got their own opinion. So whatever you like, you say it. But I'm not going to go back and forth, start trying to justify myself. What I'm saying is that, look, I saw an intellectual man speaking the truth, the way he saw things happening in Nigeria. He went there, he was there, and a lot of people clamoring for war. You understand? Look, if you've been where war was taking place, you understand, you not even want to stand. Go and listen to what was happening in Sudan. That's one part. And those people that are talking about succession, we want to move, we want Biafra. Go to Eritrea and see the way they're living out of Ethiopia. You understand? So this guy mentioned one thing. He said one thing. He said, look, combining the whole Southeast is not bigger than Kogi State. These are factual. This guy is stating facts. And that's why I keep on preaching love. Let's love one another.
All right, Rudolph,
so
I believe that
that's just
you
the way I
mentioned
say
me.
things. So
I want to respond because you mentioned me.
Yeah, okay, hold on, Pansat. So
I didn't
this
mention you. No, I said no. I'm not going to go back and forth with you. That's what I said.
Tia, thank you. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go sequentially. I'm going to start with CM and just your impression of everything, and then we go around. And there are people who are waiting in the backstage, and I want to bring them up too. So CM first, and then Pansat. CM.
Rudolph, let me give other people chance. I'm going to go. I'm going to go backstage. Yeah. Please put me backstage. Thank you.
You could wait. Okay. My impression of Odinkalu's appearance here, to me, is quite refreshing. As much as I may not agree with all that he said, because I may not agree with all that he said, the way he said it, but I believe in what one British writer said. I've forgotten the name is Mary Blue something. He said, I disagree with what you have said, but I must defend till I die. You are right to say it. So in that bracket, I defend his right to say what he said. But one thing I take out of this is that, people like to characterize the Southeast and the Indigo. I've said something here in the past, gave analysis, very convincing. Somebody said I'm calling for war. Internet does not lie. At the end of the session, one can go back and replay whatever we said here. But somebody said I'm calling for war. So what I'm saying is that if you look at the prison break in Owerri, Hope Uzodinma, who has access to DSS report every day as a governor, the first person you meet in the morning is the secret service. They will come and tell you how healthy the state is overnight. Uzodinma say from this report he had, it is not IPOB. Chidi Odinkalu has also said it. Asari Dokubo claimed responsibility that they did the killing in the Southeast. He mentioned the states. Anambra is one of them. But because people are so wicked and so devilish in their alterations, they will go and paint it that as if IPOB is evil. By the way, IPOB, you call them a terrorist group in 2017. IPOB appealed in your court. Are they not peaceful? When you said the court declared IPOB terrorist. IPOB said, okay, we appeal. Till today, that appeal has never been heard. What sort of country is that? But people do not want to say this. What sort of country is that? That is the thing with Nigeria, is that people, I don't know why, because of the Igbo. And I know why Chinua Achebe wrote it in the book, The Trouble with Nigeria. He said Nigerians can never agree on anything unless their common resentment of the Igbo. People mischaracterize us. Thank God that Odinkalu came here. And even if one thing I will take out of it is what he had just said. Then on what Soludo said about P2B, people want to twist something and then start to give you narration. Soludo want to contest. Soludo said he called P2B, said, my brother, come. Use Apgas, our platform, so that we present to you. If so, he put it in writing, it is in that letter Soludo wrote. He said he called P2B, say, come and use Apgas, our platform. This is Southeast platform, so that we support you. You have a base. So if Soludo should say that and put it in writing, is he against P2B's this thing. But you know, people like to talk. The thing is that our people do not read. They go to the headline and start to twist it. Let somebody go and read that letter Soludo wrote about P2B. He said I will never be silenced. They need to talk. Go and read it. He said he called P2B. He said, come and use Africa. So if he calls you to come and use and then put the resources of Africa behind you, does that not mean support? The people will just be there. And if you ask those people making this allegation, which ethnic group do you come from? They will tell you, they will be so stupid and ashamed, so imbecilic to even say, I'm from so-so ethnic group. But they will like to jump on anything that concerns Indibo. Where are you from? They will never tell you. They won't say it. But they will like to jump on anything that concerns Indibo and twist it out of and they start to talk. Let me say it. Freedom for the person who said about Eritrea. Eritrea is living very well. The per capita income in Eritrea is higher than that of Nigeria. If you like, Google it and see. Eritrea is living very well. Eritrea left Ethiopia. They are not regretting living. So why are you becoming more Catholic than the Pope? Rwanda is a landlocked country. Rwanda is a landlocked country. Yet Nigerian governors are going there to go and learn democracy. Are they not small? So there are a lot of things to do. What surprises me is that the way people jump on the bandwagon to demonizing the Igbo, everybody wants to tell the Igbo man how to behave. But if you ask them, where do you come from in Nigeria? They will be too ashamed and too timid to say, because when they say it, they won't know anything. And if they want to categorize the Igbo or characterize them, they will use anything. Look at what is happening in the Southeast. The killing all over the country, is it because of a sit at home? I'm not condoning sit at home, but when they are killing people in southern Kaduna, bombing train, is it because of sit at home? They've even killed more people in the southern Kaduna and Benue, taking their land, plateau, than in the southeast. Yet people will not jump on the bandwagon. Oh, southeast, oh, southeast. We know who love the southeast, and we know who hate the southeast. You can't tell me. Chinua Achebe said, "What I am, I know, but you can't tell me what I am. You can only tell me what you are. So what I am, I know." When people jump on the bandwagon and talk nonsense about the Igbos, they're just wasting their time. We know exactly where our problem is coming from. We know the truth. We know the wheat. We know the chaff. So Odinkalu coming here today is a blessing. I love it. People might think that he's pandering to the one Nigerian issue. He's not. He's only trying to conduct his research and then come up with what they call empirical evidence. So some of our people, when they now start to come here to come and start Igbo bashing, which they normally start late in the night and bash till early morning, I listen to them and I shake my head. Those who do not know where a dead body was buried will always start to assume the dead body from the feet and not from the head. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CM. We go to Pansat, but before we do that, let me just announce that next Sunday we have Professor Okeke Agolo. He is coming from Princeton University here in New Jersey. We will talk about Chinua Achebe. There's a big conference and symposium on the 29th and 30th at Princeton on Chinua Achebe. The title is "The Trouble with Nigeria." So it's the 10-year anniversary of the death of Chinua Achebe. We are going to have
what will that be?
Okeke Agolo on Sunday at the same time.
Dr. Damages, why don't you let me speak so I can go back to work? Exile.
Okay. But let me, I've already called Pansat after him. Go ahead, Pansat.
All right. Exile, sorry about that. Rudolph, you bring great guests here. I only point out where I disagree with your guests. So everything else I agree, right? I'm not one of those. I don't worship somebody because they're doing something right? So then when they do one little thing wrong, I still have to point it out. I'm sorry about that. Professor Chidi is great guys on ground. He's doing a good work, but he stepped out of bounds a couple of times, and I don't think the way he handled our Lexi here was respectful, because Lexi was right, as a matter of fact. And the guy, I forgot his name, that's in Nigeria, that has a fan that's going at high speed all the time, was also right in pointing out the kuna in his presentation here, right? So you cannot see what's going on in the Southeast. You see Asare Dokubo, who I believe, even before he made a confession, that he's culpable. Either he's being hired, perhaps by Wike, perhaps by the governor of Ebonyi, and so many others, Buhari, and others, to commit violence in the Southeast, and so many other actors. And then you just come out and you employ paralogia, right? That is the kind of fallacy where you don't have any proof in what you're saying, basically, right? And he's naming Simon Ekpa as the culprit that's responsible for the killing in the Southeast. I mean, saying that as a matter of fact, he describes horrible situations, and then, without nexus to who's doing it, he names Simon Ekpa. But yeah, you burying a lot of dead bodies. That's a horrible thing. You kill, 5 of your family members are killed. That's a bad thing. But you can't then leap over and say, and this is who did it. And I'm upset. I can say it because it's my family members. But you still, no matter how hot you are, you still have to make logical connections and be correct in what you're saying, especially in a complex country such as Nigeria, where we're compartmentalizing these things. That's killing in the north, killing in the southeast, killing in the southwest. It's Islamic terrorism. That's what it's called. When you don't have your elections coalition to take place, when you can't have judges dispense justice, right? This common phenomenon that you find in countries that have Islamic problem. They don't like democracy. They don't like technology. So how did those countries resolve it? Now, if you look at the case of India and Pakistan, they use another model. They separate it. Those two cannot coexist. They're not a Christian country. That's India is doing very well. They separated from Pakistan, and they're selling, doing their thing. So if you go to Iraq, for example, it was intra-Islamic problem. It's Shia against their nemesis, Sunni, which is the problem we have in our country, right? So we can, if we solve this particular problem. Now, remember, I don't take delight in talking about this. It's not politically correct. I have a lot of friends who are Muslims, right? I have a lot of friends who are Christians. But in Nigeria, the only problem we have, that's only one problem, is a clash of traditions. We have to do a lot of, if we want to solve it peacefully, first we have to identify the problem. Then we have to do some education in the north. They don't want to go to school. They want to be in charge of everything. They want to lead the country. They want to undermine everything democratic. They don't want it. I mean, this is just the fact. They don't want democracy. So if you go building institutions, let's say accidentally we get a Christian president, like we did in the case of Obasanjo and Jonathan, right? They'll come in and they'll try to build some institutions, democratic and otherwise, technology. But remember, they're there because of accident. Now, they're going to be doing their thing underneath, trying to undo all that by bringing in one of their people to come in and destroy all that. There is not a single monument you could see from space in Nigeria, not one. So just imagine, okay, in the last administration we had in Nigeria, the Buhari administration, went there for 8 years, Islamic to the T. The vice president was shackled. He couldn't talk. So what did they do next? They want to brought in a president that's Muslim and a vice president that's Muslim. If Christian did that, they're all going to turn into terrorists. They're going to have bombs in their pockets. They couldn't stand. They couldn't stand Christians doing that to them. They're doing it, and they're rigging the elections. And you cannot, Judge Rudolph, allow me, after I say this, I give somebody a chance. Let me say this to you, right? Only George Bush knew how to deal with this Takia nonsense that Sunni Muslims do in Nigeria, right? George Bush, they came and they knocked down the Twin Towers in New York, and they over there talking, oh, Saddam did it, or Osama bin Laden did it. said George Bush didn't have time to figure that out. You go figure that out. He went after him, and that was the first time that I watched and I saw what happened in that case. I had a lot of Muslim friends. They came to me confessing that they're gonna stop making trouble. They were so scared when George Bush started dealing with that issue. So that's what the Shias went home. They took justice back home and had all those people, put them in playing cards, have them arrested and put on trial. That's what we're going to do in Nigeria, because they think they got Nigeria cornered and captured, right? But we're going to bring justice down there and we're going to put them on trial, okay? They're small. They need to go to school and they need to respect democracy, technology, and our rights as individuals, okay? They have to do it. And I'm telling you, you too, Rudolph, I'm telling you now, right? We have a problem in that country. It's not academic where we're going to come here debating where we voted, spent 400 billion naira, and they have no respect. They didn't even bother to obey their own clause 38 of that pen.
Answer, thanks. We have to look at that. Hold on, guys. Let me just also mention that October 1, Independence Day, we are going to have Okendibe come here and he will tell us what happened in South Africa with that interview with
all right, thank you. I'll take my leave. I'll be here for Okendibe, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye, everybody.
Okay. Dr. Damages, please, can I ask a question?
Who is speaking? Sometimes I don't see who is speaking.
Number 16.
Oh, who do you want to ask?
I want to ask.
No, you don't want
CM and no, it's not for debate. It's just something I want to get information.
Let me get this guy who is going to work to speak. Exile. Go ahead.
That's who's speaking.
That's who's speaking. Sometimes I don't.
No, it's me.
That's
now.
not him.
Dr. Damages, I hear you. I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, there's so much noise in the factory, so I'm at work. But I greet all of you guys. You didn't let me in when the professor was on. I wanted to ask a question, and I think that question is a key question that's going to help us in the Southeast, because I don't think there's any Southeasterner who will discuss the situation in Nigeria now without discussing it from a point of anger. It's very angry, First, the killings and the economic privations, and the way the last administration treated the, it's very criminal. So I wanted to ask the professor if the economic integration of the 5 Southeastern governors, what's the level of progress? Because that is key to supporting the Igbo people, Igbo businesses. With all of them coming together, they can form an alliance that will solidify the Igbo businessman base and give him more validation in the country of today. Because the way the country is, the Igbo man is like, I don't know how you people see it, but the Igbo man is like, it's going extinct. It's like an endangered species. Anywhere there's any problem, the first thing people want to allude to is, yes, it's Igbo people. It has become a norm. And these 5 Eastern governors can make all the changes. We don't mind all the taxes we are going to pay to the government, but first and foremost, improve the businesses of the Igbos. We can do it. And then again, I learned so many things from today. Professor Odinkalu made a WikiLeaks for us. I don't know why nobody's paying attention. He mentioned those who are responsible for killings in different places. Even if you have your own questions, this man is a man who has occupied public space, and he's not scared. He doesn't have any reservations to spill all these things, and we're not coding anything from it. I think that's the WikiLeaks of the day. I would love to meet this man or have his contact so I can further make more inquiries, so that these killings, even if nobody is brought to book, it will be made international, so that people will know the type of situation we have in the country.
All right.
So this is the few things I have to say today. Today, this program has been very enlightening. I didn't know that Eritrea had $700 and something per capita. I was thinking that they were poor, because I'm doing a research on Eritrea. They are having serious problem in that country. Their citizens all over the world are clashing with the government. So to hear that they have a $750 per GDP, it's I mean, I'm enlightened.
Is that a lot of money for you or small?
In Africa, I think it's a lot in Africa now.
Do you know what Nigeria is?
No, I don't know. I don't think Nigeria is up to that. 35,000.
No, but that they have $700 per capita does not mean it goes into the pocket of the citizens. It's just that they produce this amount. And
Dr. Damages, can I come in, please?
Okay, all right. Thank you. Let's go to number 6. Number 6.
Okay. Okay, thank you. This question is not a question per se; it's also a question somewhat for CM. Those people who seek the Biafra aspiration. One I want to say is that the Biafran aspiration is the people's aspiration. I don't want to say Nigeria because in every region there are a lot of marginalized people, disenfranchised people who want to be emancipated too. So the Biafran question is a question that all peoples in Nigeria are asking. So now, having that at the back of your mind, I want to ask, the Biafran committee, do you guys have a strategy session? Because I want to come and partake in it. Because when you limit this struggle to just one region, I mean, it's not fair. And in the broader sense, there has to be more discussion rather than fighting. Because let us even make this struggle very clear. And for a second, can we just take away the name Biafra and put it at the side? Because I personally, I don't see how the Igbos can just exist alone. You have neighbors in the Delta, you have neighbors up north, up to the Benin Empire. So even up until the Middle Belt, there's kind of a chain that goes around, even up onto the Middle Belt. There are a lot of minority groupings in the Middle Belt of Nigeria that if you give them an option, I tell you, they want to live too. So I want to be part of that discussion because I asked a question the last time Mr. Njije Media was here, but he didn't even understand what I was talking about. See, we are leaving history behind. Like if you go back to history, there's a lot of things that, a lot of things that come up that doesn't give us clarity. But today, there are a lot of young people now that are forward-looking. They are very forward-looking, and they want to move on. So, having said that, I want to be a part of that discussion so that we can see how we can make this struggle, a inclusive struggle.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So who is responding to me? Do you have
they're watching. You can share your contacts on the private chats if anybody reaches out to us, and if maybe he can as San Antonio is a member of IPOB, maybe he has an answer for you to attend the meetings. But I wanted to continue with my conversation so we don't miss anybody. I don't want us to go far away from the sequence. AY, you are next.
Yeah, thank you, Rodolph. Rodolph, I think it's time we need to fact check people on this platform, to be honest. Like Basa just mentioned, he was like putting out there like, India, there are no Muslims in India. The population of Muslims in India is over 170 million. So we need to try to get fact out. The other thing is, Professor Odinkalu, if I pronounce it correctly, of course, I've listened to his interview, listened to his talk. The difference between Prof and most of us here, he came here with fact. He's giving us fact, actually. This is one thing I so much respected about him. Even the killing in the Southeast, when he's referring to that, he's telling you when they kill somebody in this region, it's likely to be this group, because he has worked across Nigeria. Even in Kaduna, telling us the only sad thing is we would have given him more time to pick up. But although Passat was stopping him, but I think he would have been able to give us more information. Even on the issue of the election, I so much admire his position. On the issue of Professor Wole Soyinka, he disagreed with Professor Soyinka respectfully, unlike what some of us were doing yesterday. Father, he make a statement that is not correct. He's human. We should not criticize his work, but criticize what he said. That was my whole statement yesterday evening. So I really admire him. Hopefully, you can bring him back to give us more details. We can ask more questions. I mean, I really enjoy his time. If we don't have to fight on this platform. We don't have to yell at each other. When you have alternative facts, bring it up, give it to us. We'll listen. I'm ready to learn. So fighting me, fighting anybody here, I don't think it's gonna make any difference. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, AY. Ikolola, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Like I said, I missed Dr. Damages, that's right. And all the other panelists. I missed most of the conversation with the guests, but I think it's been a wonderful show as usual, and people expressing themselves. It's the passion. The one thing you can't take away from Dr. Damage's show is the passion. Whatever people say, you could see the anger, I rarely see people coming here just to say things are really fine, except they're lying to themselves, So thank you once again. I really don't have much to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me skip KJ and Tone and go to Righteous Man because he's in Nigeria. I don't know if he has to go. Righteous Man, go ahead.
I'm not going. I will stay here till 1 o'clock.
Okay. Then hold
I'm
on.
not going, but I want to make some statements that I feel is very necessary.
Can you wait for your turn? Let me just go back to the sequence, okay?
But AY has spoken twice. I only spoke once.
And we haven't spoke at all. I haven't spoke at all. You guys had opportunity to ask questions. We haven't spoken.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's go line by line. Let's go line by line.
That's what I thought that would help us. Let me go to because if I skip, if I try to do this now, KJ next. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. It's KJ's turn. So everybody hold your guns. With Professor Chidi Odinkalu, I have followed him. Like I said, he has been a major player in the human rights fight in Nigeria, for which many times he has been, his life has been in one compromised situation or the other. So he has done a lot of work. And you see, when I don't have facts, I don't rush to begin to argue. For what I know, for instance, I was still in Nigeria. Someone's mic is if you can put it off. For what I know, in Nigeria, when the first killing happened in Kajuru, before the media could even get there, Odinkalu was already on ground, granting interviews to the press. So he has been everywhere. He has been everywhere. And so it is easy, or rather it is, when he's giving those facts, I don't think he's, playing about them. He's actually serious. And like I said so many weeks ago on this program, I watched him, break down these things in another interview, one after the other. In that case, in that instance, he mentioned the people and the players state by state, region by region. He mentioned everyone, and those are something like he had already documented and has them, in book form. So he has a lot of facts, and he's a major player in the Nigerian political scene. Whether I agree with some of his positions or not, is irrelevant because I mean we cannot agree with what everybody say. Even you don't, even those people who went to school, you don't even agree with some of your professors. You take a different view. For instance, we have been discussing Professor Wole Soyinka for a while now. Majority of us who read Cheda don't agree with his position or his conclusion in some of his books, but we are all agreed that you cannot take away the man's, his ability to put scripts together, And if you know Wole Soyinka and he's not new to controversy. There was a time they were presenting one of his play in university, and Wole Soyinka was in the crowd, and that happened in ABU, and he walked in either ABU or University of Jos. I'm forgetting that university now. And then when they finished the play, somewhere in the middle, he stood up and said, "That is not my play. That's not my script." He shouted. And then the department head was just said, "Take this madman out of the theater," and it became a saying in the university then that, you can't, because you wrote the script, you can always go to the theater and challenge whoever had said to produce it in whichever form the person decided to produce it. So what am I saying? In what he has been able to present, anybody who is a follower of the policy in Nigeria, and especially in the eastern part of Nigeria, will know that he's almost, because you see what he's saying to us, just like if we say in Nigeria, like play, it's something that is you can go and not come back because you don't know who's setting you up. Okay, so it's not easy for you to say you will even drive, talk more of work. Okay, and those are things that we have said here. We said here before that the people the actors in the southeast are just beyond the IPOB and the Eastern Security. There are many more people involved in it, so we cannot rush to blame some of those characters. As for the position of the guy Simon Ekpa, like I said, for me, who is a keen observer of what is going on, it's not someone that I can say, what he's doing is approved. But I always say it here that I cannot do what they are doing. So each of us have a way we have been called. That's what the Igbo say. The work is divided. Everybody will do their own part. So probably what he's doing is the part he has been given. The part we are doing is keep talking about it and keep trying to persuade everybody. Let us come to a round table and discuss. The challenge, and I asked him this question, is the inability of the Nigerian state to accept its people to come together and discuss, have a dialogue. Which way Nigeria, just like Sonoko sang, okay? We need to find out which way we want to go. And I asked one question which he didn't answer. I guess he forgot. Why is there so much divide in the Southeast between the elders and the youths, the younger ones? The elders seem to see things in a different way. I do not believe in that proverb that says that what elders see when they sit down, even if you climb up, you not see it. These days you have lifts and forklifts and all that, can even lift you beyond what the elders are saying. So what we are simply saying is that, can we sit together and harmonize? The desperation for the Igbo land to make money has come to pass. The Igbos now are no longer in a war situation. What we need to now do is call people like Obito Kiwe, who I have so much respect for, okay, and the rest of those team in that order, and let them sit down with the younger people. People like Odinkalu can sit with these people. Other people like Rudolph and the rest of you who are here can sit down and have a meaningful discussion and say, this is the way we want to go with this pursuit. And just like this other guy have said, it's a national discourse, because I know that, for instance, the Idomas feel frustrated in Benue State because they can't be able to even come to governorship. Okay, I know that the Nupes also feel frustrated. The Baggies feel frustrated. So there are many other smaller troops. I'm not talking about the quiet people in Kaduna State and all that. Most of them feel how we feel, but maybe because their number is small, they are not usually mentioned when the national discourse is taking place. But we are saying that it's a national discourse. The earlier we agree to sit and have that discourse, the better for all of us. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, KJ. Tone.
Yeah, hello everybody. Good evening from here. Right. Although I didn't start from beginning listening. I've been out all day. but the bit I listen to, see, this is what I keep saying to people, that being from one particular geographical location does not mean that you are aligned to everything, how they think. You should be independent in your thought pattern. I get attacked all the time when I say part of the thing that the professor spoke about the IPOB. I've got nothing against the IPOB. I believe in what they are calling for. But however, where I disagree 360 degrees with them is the approach. I believe it should be more intelligent. It should be more cerebral in approaching, in asking for the nation of I don't like the word Biafra, the nation of or whatever it's called, you know. So, but when you say these things, people tend to call you saboteur. And CM, I'm addressing this to him. See, you see yourself as an intellectual, and yet you don't want, when somebody is telling you the truth, someone that's come up bear the truth to you and all that, and you're quoting something to support your obstinacy. Obstinacy is a form of a mental disease. I'm not trying to insult you, my brother. You need to be, in the world we need today, in order for you to survive, you need to be flexible intellectually and otherwise in the way you think. Sometimes people here, I mean, I've been on these platform now for some few weeks. I've learned a lot of things. People have attacked me and all that. I've learned, I mean, trying to manage my being tolerant and all that. I mean, coming from the background I'm coming from and all that. You listen, years ago, you don't challenge me, man. You get a bank, you know. That's the way I've been trained back then. But that part of me is changing. So in order for us to move forward, as I'm talking as an Igbo man right now, I'm not even talking as a Nigerian, we need to change the way we do things. My brother KJ said that there's a disconnect between the elders and the young people. No, there's even a disconnect within the young people. We're all speaking different languages. We need to start telling ourselves the truth. You see, half truth. I was on another platform some few days ago. I know that people, I mean, what I experienced there, made me to appreciate the quality of information I'm getting from here. They were just laced with pure bigotry, you know, the truths bent and all that. So for us to move forward, really, my brothers, we need to change the way we think and say things. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you, Tony. A lot of people want us to do a lot of fact checking.
When you get to your turn, you answer.
It's my turn.
So righteous man, hold on, righteous man. But this is what I want everybody to understand. You see how people feel the need to talk and also feel that they're waiting for too long. So when I try to tell people to make their comments short so that other people will get to other people faster, people think I don't want them to speak. I care about the people who are waiting, and Kene, I know Kene very soon. All right.
Very gentleman waiting, you know.
Can they say
like a lion? I know. I can see a lion in his head.
Righteous man, go ahead.
Yeah. Let me do rebutan, please.
No.
No. TM, no. One name, chill you out.
Righteous man, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, please, there's something I think we have to correct. Professor Chid never indicted IPOP to have been responsible for the killings going on. Let's not misinterpret him. Because when he started, immediately after you did the advert of him, I switched on. I listened to the last end. That man, to be fair to him, he never indicted IPOP. He said most likely does not mean an indictment. And I know all of you are intellectuals, you are professors over there. So when we are making our speeches and we are trying to refer him that he indicted IPOB to be responsible, I beg to differ. He never said so. That's number one. Number two, he made an analytical, mathematical presentation that I had yesterday that I wanted to bring to the forum, but time did not permit me. You see, solving a problem, you have to find the root cause of that problem. If you do not find the root cause of the problem and deal with that root cause, in the next 60 years, it will come up again, just like cancer. What is the cause of agitation for secession in Nigeria? What is the root cause? After the Biafran War, there was 3R. The 3R was abandoned. Now, the professor have told us, based on the question somebody asked about this insinuation that Soludo, Professor Soludo did not support Obi because of his presidential aspiration. And by the time he ended up the calculation, if you are from the East, the question you will ask, what is the Igbo political gain in Nigeria? That means in the next 20 years, an Igbo man will not have opportunity to take that position.
Nothing.
If you look at the calculation of age. Hello?
Go ahead, go ahead.
We can hear
Carry
you.
on.
Hello?
Carry on, carry on, yes.
If you look at the calculation he gave, Igbo people have nothing to gain in the Nigerian political space. We have to state this fact. And please, it is not personal. It is the reality. We are suffering as being part of Nigeria, even as we want to be Nigeria. The Nigerian state does not provide a space for an Igbo man to be seen or to be heard. Look at all the things they are doing to Obi. Could they have done it to any other person from another tribe? What are we talking about?
Of course.
The Igbos have no future in the Nigerian political space. That is the bitter truth. There is, no matter how you try to paint it, it is not the issue of English language. It does not require your fluency. It is the fact on ground. Somebody came up and was comparing Kogi State. Professor never said because Kogi is bigger than the 5 eastern states in size, therefore they cannot be a nation. He didn't say so. I've been to Jerusalem. I've been to Israel. Israel is smaller than Lagos State, but yet they are one of the powerful nations in the world. So the beauty of a state is not determined by the size of that state. And the living conditions of a people is not determined by the size of their state. So let nobody say because the Igbo state is small, they can't be a nation. I disagree. Thank you.
Thank you, righteous man. Number 6.
Thank you.
Number 6, don't talk now.
No, I never talk. I just made I just had a question to CM. Please, I beg you. See.
And I wanted to answer that question. And I wanted to answer your question.
CM. So what? You see, just misunderstanding ourselves. I never said that it cannot be. What I'm saying is that can we make this pursuit all inclusive? Just broaden the pursuit. This thing the Igbos are suffering. A lot of people are suffering it too in this same Nigerian state. That's what I'm saying.
No, not you. The other guy that spoke before you.
Okay, fine. Okay. So what I'm saying is that we can broaden this pursuit. We can coagulate more arguments and even channel a common cause, because I think it will be better for the region even economically, even if we are not talking about breaking away, but strengthen that belt between from the east up north to the delta, going to almost to the middle, but we can strengthen that belt economy, because it appears that belt has been neglected deliberately by the Nigerian state for reasons best known to them. So we can strengthen that belt economically with the seaports, with making the Igbo region in the industrial hub, with their technology, with their science, with their that's what I'm advocating for, rather than streamlining this argument to just breaking away an Igbo, Igbo people going now. Because in the true sense of the word, even if you want to fight, well, let me not use that here. Even if you want to agitate, you want to go into very kinetic operations, it will be very even tough. It will be very tough for you to even achieve that, within that. But when you want to achieve something meaningful, you have to broaden your arguments, make friends with your neighbors, try and see how we can see, like for example, why will people that are Igbo speaking people in the Delta, they will tell you they are not Igbo? I mean, that should spark something within you. Why within yourself you should ask, why will people don't want to be identified? But their names are Igbo, their language is Igbo. There might be a little tweak here and there, but they don't want to identify. What is the reason? So I think we should broaden this conversation, make more friends. Don't go make handshake across the Niger. Make handshake across your neighbors. Make your neighbor your friend first before you go and meet somebody, far away to make friends. So that's my position. That's why I want to join this conversation in your strategy session. Let us discuss. How do you want to create a state, and you want to leave out some people that are your close neighbors, that you can synergize together and make this happen? Even within the Nigerian state, politically, we can create a base so that they don't just push us away and just say, okay, these people do not matter. But we do matter a lot if we are one, if we form a base, if we form an economic and a political base. Bring out your businesses from Lagos. I'm saying this all the time. Why do you have oil industries building their headquarters in Lagos and they are drilling in the Delta? It's near-state in the Nigerian state. What they do in the Nigerian state it makes me mad. You know what I mean? So we are all in this together. That's my argument. We are in this boat together. We are in this ship together. Let's leave history. Let's be forward-looking. The young people are very forward-looking. Nobody wants to trash about the mistakes that we made in the past. People are forward-looking now. You know what I mean? So that is my position.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me go. Ikena San Antonio. Let me go to Mr. James. He was there before you. His internet was just. So, Mr. James, go ahead. See, now I have to explain things before I do it.
I agree. No fight. I agree. He was there before me.
All right, Mr. James, go ahead.
I think his internet is not okay.
Okay, all right, he's frozen. All right, Ikena San Antonio, go ahead now.
Ikena don't do it in now. He don't do it in.
Thank you, Dr. Jacqueline Damages. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. CM, thank you. The lion, Kenny is ready to hit it. But I appreciate everybody. I heard what everybody have said. I think all of us that are in Western world, we sit, we judge, we do all these things. Each man that came today gave us data, gave us statistics, gave us information and say, I'm on the ground. You see what that man is doing? And he's an Igbo man too. You know how many times they threaten that man's life? It's not easy to do what he's doing. So, but unfortunately, once an Igbo man, anything about Igbo man is risky, but he's taking that risk. He told you, if anything happened in this part of state, statistically, from what they have seen on the ground, they have a clue who did it. That is what he's saying. I don't think anybody here is more an indigenous people of Igbo. I pop more than I do. I lost 3 uncles in Nigeria Civil War. My grandmother went from 5 kids to 3 kids during Nigeria Civil War. Nigeria still owe Igbos an apology. Supposed to. They misuse it. And when they came back, they render Igbos poor in Nigeria. But today, Like Igbos are still striving. Adekuchi, my namesake, my earliest name is Adekuchi Onwa. You can never cover the moon. You can never cover the moon. Adekuchi Onwa. So Igbos will still shining in Nigeria. I understand that what is happening, people who are good in speaking can take advantage of what is happening. Nnamdi Kanu is supposed to be, they have tried him, they're supposed to let him go. I don't agree in his tactics, but what Simon Ekpa, nobody can tell me. When you see people cutting people's head and they speak Igbo and they speak Ebonyi State. I grew up in former Enugu when Enugu was including Anambra, including Ebonyi. When he was there, I do business as a young kid with Ebonyi people. When you see them speak, their dialect is different. And they are the people doing things in Igbo land. And guess what? They are from the same state Simon Ekpa came from. And for me, I don't know, but I will tell you, Mr. Omari knows what is happening. That's me. For me, the problem Igbos have is that our rulers, people that are in the government that is representing us, have failed us. Forget there is a disenfranchise. The way they treat Igbos, they don't put us. Even Tinubu just came into the government and he put all the Yoruba people into the table and make them everything. Could you imagine? He just did bare minimum of requirement. One person, one minister from each state. He just give Igbo Southeast 5 people. That is bare minimum, so that you cannot complain. But he went to different states, all these states. At the end, in West, he got 9 people. If you go up, you find out that he didn't even balance it. A Yoruba man is chairman of the security. A Yoruba man is now CBN governor. A Yoruba man is this. A Yoruba man chairman of the custom, minister of the custom, minister of aviation, minister of this. That is what we are saying as Igbo people. They are not giving us opportunity. They are not giving us opportunity to show what we can do. Igbos are the only ethnic group that wants Nigeria to be one. Because it's only an Igbo man can go to North and build a home and establish. Go to Lagos and build a home and establish. That is what Igbos have done. But what we have done is that once you say you're an Igbo man, if you're not from Igbo, you run away. And in the whole world, Igbos are representing Nigeria very, very well. Yeah, we have bad apples. Like in Yoruba land, they have bad apple. Well, I don't know if they go abroad because I don't see them that much. But Yorubas and the Igbos are the people that you see in abroad. And we have represented, especially Igbos have represented Nigeria in every aspect. So anybody that don't like Igbos, I don't think at the end, I don't think they will give us Biafra. Anybody that think that they will give us Biafra is lying to himself. Because the economy of Nigeria depends on what Igbos do, and they cannot let that go. So, my brothers, can they cool down? CM, cool down. I understand. I understand, but we have to be honest to ourselves. We are killing our people, and that is not fair. And that's what I have for you, Dr. Ndakere, in damages. Ndakere, in damages.
Thank you, Ken and San Antonio. CM.
Ken San Antonio. Okay. I thank you anyway. Well, I want to make just 2 quick rebuttals or just this thing because I will soon be leaving before the normal round of Igbo bashing that goes into the midnight starts. So it's irritating to me. Now, number 6 is no longer here. It's not with us here. But what he may be listening, but what I want to, his question was, he wants the debate about Biafra, Republic, or whatever to be broadened and so that to include people nearby, all those things. That's a fair comment. That's a good wish. But one thing I want him to know is this. Not everybody has the same Nigerian experience. Everybody in this case means ethnic nationalities. If you ask TV man to give you his experience or the TV as a nation, they will tell you their experience. Bachama have their own, which is different from Ogoni. Ogoni has their experience, which is different from the Idoma. Idoma has their own, which is different from the Ijo. Ijo has their own, which is different from the Fulani or the Hausa. So Nigeria, according to Professor Onigu Otite, a former professor of sociology, University of Ibadan, he said Nigeria has over 340 ethnic groups. The guy is Yoruba. He studied it. So every ethnic group has their own peculiarity. They react according to what they want. So it is not that there may be Biafra, we can't extend it to Yoruba land or embrace everybody. But remember, the Igbo evokes envy. Ojukwu wrote it down. That's why I always like to quote books. Ojukwu said, it is not the Igbo that we are that is causing the problem, but the Igbo that people see us to be. That's what Ojukwu said, and I believe it. Chinua Achebe said, Nigeria, we never agree. Nigerians of other ethnic nationality, we never agree on anything unless there are common resentment of Ndi Igbo. So, Hetago, Sisfield, you are back. What I'm saying, I welcome your opinion. I wish it is in my power. I will bring you, to be honest with you, the more the merrier. Let the rainbow take shape so that all flower will blossom. But the thing is, we have different experience, and this will now sort of lead me. It will now feed into what Tome said about, apart from being obstinacy, I know that one I'm not. You can't tell me, if my name is CM, and you are telling me my name is AM, I will laugh at you because I know my name. I'm not pig-headed, I'm not obstinate. I believe in logic. So, but Tom was saying doesn't even like the name Biafra, and I think, was it who was saying doesn't like the name Biafra? But more than 5 million people has died under that name. So because of their spirit alone, that's why we want to keep it. That's why we want to keep it. That is the major reason. Not because of you can't answer any other thing. But people has died, and even Biafran flag, you can't change it. We can't change it. People died under that flag. I know the Biafran national anthem, the four stanzas from A to Z. Sometimes I wake up, I sing it. It's because of the spirit. So why we say all these things, I want people to understand it. Sisfield, I love you. I welcome you. You're quite robust. You are open-minded. I love it. But remember, people have different experience of the Nigerian experiment. So if Uroboman will tell you this is what he wants, fair enough, they can. Then Ijoman will say his own. Igbo has his own. TV Gede. We are many, but we can agree only when we come together. And in trying to come together, let people not assume this idea of Igbo domination. No, Igbo is not if you read the political history of Ndi Igbo never, I think it should be the only ethnic group. They never conquered any other ethnic group to take land. We didn't. Because we are very liberal, we were sold as slaves. The biggest slave, Nnamdi Kanu said it, and they found it true, that we are sold, we are Ndi Igbo. Very hardworking. We are just like the gold of the slaves. People were looking for us to sell. It happened. Igbos were sold into slavery. We didn't resist. Thank God that by intervention, it was stopped. Igbos never fought a war with anybody. So people are here. They can tell me, fought a war with this to conquer them and take their land. No. Rather, Igbo man will come and buy your land, pay you like they're doing in Lekki, 75 million, a plot of land in Banana in those days. Then you sanfill it and put a building of about 500 million. Mention. Tomorrow, somebody will tell you shouldn't vote in Lagos. Bayo Ononoga said Igbo man is interfering in the affairs of Yoruba land. But Ijo man in Lagos is voting. Urobo man in Lagos will vote. Fulani will vote. He get anybody, but only in Igbo, they said Igbo man is interfering. We should not allow them. Why? So that is why when we now say, let us come together and do with these people, like number 6 is suggesting, it's a good idea. But what of that pre-modern sentiment that they want to dominate us, or they're looking for territorial expansion? We don't want that. That's why we said, because of our peculiar experience, we want to be on our own. But it's not through war. Let it be through referendum. What will it cost that you do referendum, you campaign, people campaign against it, in the end it failed. Everybody keep quiet. If the Scottish people did not have their referendum, they may still be murmuring in British in the UK now. But they gave them the opportunity. They did it and it didn't work. Fair enough, they continued. They did it in Quebec, in Canada. Those of you in Canada should know. They did it up to 1 or twice. They have done it at least 2 times. But it didn't work. So they kept quiet. So that is how the modern nations are built. So when we say this type of thing, I'm not against anybody. I'm not obstinate. I'm not pig-headed. I like logic. I've read so many books about Biafra, and I've come to the conclusion that there is a reason why people died. And for that thing that they died, Nigerian situation today is still reminding us of it. It is here I made this thing that what will it cost Nigeria to go to Abuja, federal capital, and put Nigeria Biafra Memorial? Is that too much to ask? So that people can write literatures. When you go there, you see books, you see pictures, you see even if it's machete used, you preserve them. That is a national monument. We can do it. Why can't we do that? Okay, by the way, if you are telling me that you love me, why should Igbo man be having the highest cutoff mark? At the age of 10 or 11 years. Shoyinka said 11 years is the age of innocence. You don't know anything. But at the age of 10 or 11, you are telling somebody you are from Imo State, you are from Abia, you must score 139. And you are from his, you score 7. Is that the way to build a nation? 10 years later, that person you gave high cutoff mark will be 21. When he's now talking, they say, look at this small boy. He did not see war. It doesn't work that way. We know all these things. But when people are talking, because every generation we confront all this, and we've been saying it. We've been saying it. Why does it take? Why not accommodate these people? Do you know that this electoral victory, what we are having now, is because they switched off beavers? The beavers was switched off because of the fact that they anticipate P2B will win. If it were between Atiku and Tinubu only at the front runner, they won't switch up the beavers. And that beavers was an ingenuity of an Igbo man. People might not know. An engineering graduate of University of Nigeria and Soka who invented it, said this is what we use. We used it and it's working, but they changed it. The thing about Nigeria is that they don't want to see the truth. Simple, this little thing you should have done. Why should 10 years and 11 years be discriminated in admission in the federal government colleges? Why? What are you telling them? You're telling the other one, it doesn't matter. But when I say it, people will say, oh yes, I want to tear the nation apart. It's not. Nation has always been torn apart because Nigerians don't want to see anything good from the southeast. Either you marginalize them or you use another way. Today they are arguing because P2B is on the ballot. As simple as that. That is why they have to switch up a beavers that is working perfectly well to use the TPEX. And then when you do it, if we now argue, people will say, oh, these people, they've come with their Biafran this thing. Well, I think I have to take my bow before the normal Igbo bashing towards midnight starts. Thank you very much. I won't be here to hear that.
Thank you, CM. I don't know if I can go from CM to Kene, but
it's my turn, unless you want to do.
Sorry, let me just show something that just show what he said was completely wrong.
Father, don't worry yourself.
No, let me go to.
Sorry,
Dr. Damages, I really want to.
Look at Scottish referendum in 2 days' time. They just 2 days ago.
Hey, forefather, must you talk? Forefather, must you talk about it?
Hold on, I have to correct statements. If people are stating something,
forefather, don't correct anything. Allow Igbo people to be.
So you
this
want
your hate for Igbo to stop.
Stop with the hate. You are the one that is
yeah, stop the hate for Igbo.
You are the one that hates your people.
I don't hate my people. He has said it. You shut up and forget about Igbo.
You don't want to tell your people the truth. You want to lie to them.
We should stop lying. If we have to speak the truth, let's speak the truth all the time.
Everybody hold on.
It's my turn, right?
It's Kene's turn.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Damages. And now, good day, everyone. I will start off with my brother, Ike na San Antonio, right? I don't know why you are misunderstanding my position in all this, right? But the truth still remains that I don't want to be someone that talks anyhow. What I mean by that is a professor that talks anyhow. I'm in the same line. Maybe one day you guys will see that, you know, how people will come here and say doctor, professor, and all that, just for portfolio's sake. See, the truth is, I respect everyone's opinion. just as Professor Chidi said here, that he respects people's opinion. However, Dr. Chidi failed to respect Simon Ekpa's position in all this. He called him an imbecile. So what if? Because I was trying to sign in. I think I went to church from there. I went for other things. So I was trying to call in, even if it caused me pulling over to speak. But I think Dr. Damages didn't want to let me in. But the thing is, no. Yeah, no. My thought is that you are following the policy. You can't be driving and calling it. So I understand that. Dr. Chidi, I respect his position. I respect his academics or whatever success that he has achieved, his writing prowess and all that. I respect that. But he came here and gave us a very wrong information. And I want to put it to AY. Since you are fact checking, I want you to fact check me on this, right? Dr. Chidi stated here that Kogi State is bigger than the whole of Southeast put together. That is not true. That is not true. The whole of Southeast put together is 11,681 square miles. Kogi State is 11,519 square miles. In mathematics, common elementary mathematics, which is bigger? Southeast.
I've heard that from other sources. But
yeah, hold on. No, since you are doing fact check, you can go and research and put me wrong if I'm wrong. Then, for anyone that was happy when he said that Kogi State is bigger than Anambra State, know it that Alaska is bigger than Nigeria. Matter of fact, Alaska is more than 64% bigger than Nigeria, but Nigeria is a state, is a country, while Alaska is a state. So if Southeast wants to be a country on its own, they are qualified to do so. Now, this is it. I really don't want to question our guest today, going by the fact that Mr. KJ stated that everybody has his own contribution, he's doing his own. And I would have loved that he respects Simon Ekpa's position. Not that I support anyone. I just say my mind. If Simon Ekpa is doing the right thing, I say it. If he's doing the wrong thing, I say it. But as far as the activities of Southeast is concerned, Professor Chidi did not do any strong investigation. I want to question his depth of investigation or research over what is going on in the Southeast. I will boldly say that he failed on that. He has no in-depth knowledge of what is going on in the Southeast. I am from the Southeast. My parents live in the Southeast, just as he claimed that his people live in the Southeast. And for one that actually live, good part of his life in the Southeast, I have friends and families there. I've never heard from any of my friends and families complaining that anyone is forcing them to sit at home. Sometimes I will even request, hey, can you go do this for me on Monday? He will say, which Monday? Monday that we are sitting at home? I'm like, do you really enjoy this at home? He said, before Uncle. Somebody that said before Uncle, that means they are enjoying it. And these are businessmen in a market that are supposed to make some money on Mondays, but they're telling you that until you release Nnamdi Kanu, they are not going to stop the sit at home. You respect people's opinion, but you call Simon Ekpa an imbecile. You stated that, I don't know, Righteous Man was trying to cover him up. No. He alleged that the killing, going on in the Southeast, he actually mentioned a particular community that if a killing, if there is any form of bloodshed there, that that will be attributed to the activities of Simon Ekpa and his people. He mentioned that. He also went further to say that if there is a killing in places like Obosi, that must be the activities of drug dealers and all that. We're in Nigeria in 2011. You know who was the governor of Lagos State in 2011? When they discovered crystal meth factory in Lagos State, where they produce this bad drug in Lagos State. And you know who was the governor of Lagos State? He's the governor of, he's the president of your country, right? In the Southeast, especially Obosi, all those areas, Onisha, Ogidi, Ogunike, all those areas, you see the activities of this bad drug going on there. Somebody was given a license I don't know if it is safe for me to say this. Somebody was given a license from the same government. The same government issued a license for the production of crystal meth in Nigeria. It's going on in Lagos State. It's going on in Anambra State. It's going on in Kano State. People were given licenses to do this. And when all these children get high and they begin to brandish arms, against innocent citizens, the same government will run out and use.
Just a quick correction. Tinubu was not the governor in 2011 of Lagos State. Just a quick correction.
You say what?
Tinubu was not the governor of Lagos State in 2011.
Who was the governor of Lagos State in 2011?
Tinubu said
yeah, you might be wrong. Yeah, you might be right. I might be wrong, but somebody was a governor, right? Yeah. So maybe I was wrong on that, but somebody was a governor.
Okay, how did you see someone giving a license to produce?
In Nigeria, you can't construct a company or you can't build a company without registration, right? You must register that business. So somebody registered the business, and they are producing crystal meth in Lagos.
No, he said he was given a license to produce that. Where did you see the license, and who gave the license?
If you want to set up a company in Nigeria, you must tell the government or the CAC what you are producing, right?
Yeah.
So if you cannot say that you are producing biscuit, and at the end of the day, you'll be producing crystal meth, and then sometimes NDLA or whatever will go there and make some video recordings and send out to deceive people. At the end of the day, the company will continue to produce what they're producing. Why not shut it down?
Okay, hold on. It's not picking on you, no. When people speak here, there are so many things I hear. I feel like if we have to stop everybody to correct something, we're not going to go far. But there are some things I won't say, and I think that's how I feel, and I think maybe people should also learn to do that, in the sense that something like license to produce something that we all know is illegal, and to say that someone gave someone a license, before I will say that I'll have to see the license. I have to be, because it doesn't make sense. There's no government that will sign and say we'll give you a license, go and produce.
You are very correct. Let's assume nobody was given a license, or let me withdraw that, right?
Yeah.
But the company.
It's not about you. It's just about general everybody. The point I'm making is that we shouldn't say something that we know that technically this is not possible. Okay. But I'm not saying that people are not producing illegal things at their homes or at businesses, but we can't say that someone was given a license by someone. Even if someone can basically look away and while you're producing something, even if they're in charge of making sure you're not producing, but not to give you a license. And before I say that, I'll have to see this license, and I know that. All right.
Now, let me pull that back, right? But this person is producing this bad drug, and the government is aware of that. Let's assume that the government is looking the other way around, right? But we have to condemn that, right? Government is aware that this thing is going on in this place.
This is the problem I'm having with that cross-checking people. When you say government is aware, before I say something like that, I have to have a proof that government is aware.
I have a proof on this one.
Where is it?
NDLA is an agency working for the government.
Yeah.
NDLA has been to this factory. But they know that is going on.
They've been there. Do you know whether they were there? That they saw them producing this? And
they raided the place. They raided the place and they made it open.
They raided the place. That one is the end of the thing. You are saying that
they seized some of these drugs. Maybe the damages. I will forward this the news to you. They made public the drug they seized from this factory.
No, I'm not questioning that. We read that every time. We read that. What I'm saying is this: when you say they were aware, were they aware the day they raided the place, or they let them produce and then one day they decided, okay, let's.
NDLA, like I said, is an agency working for the government. So if NDLA is aware of this, which means that the government is aware.
When were they aware of this?
In 2011, 2012, they raided these factories.
The day they raided the place or before?
Okay, let me assume the day they raided it.
Sorry, Kenneth, so what's the point? I'm trying to follow your logic.
No,
I'm getting lost.
Dr. Damages taught me. No, hold on. Shim, Dr. Damages is asking me questions, right? I was still moving forward. So wait, I will land.
Let's agree that, okay, the fact that I'm in charge of making sure that people don't cheat in an exam, okay? And I come to you and I saw that you were cheating and I stopped you. That doesn't mean I'm aware that you were cheating before. I just saw you cheating and I stopped you. So you are saying that they were aware that these people were producing illegal things. They looked away. I'm saying, how do you know? You don't know.
Dr. Damages, you weren't aware that I was cheating, but you caught me, right?
But can I hold on? The proof that that they knew that these people were producing illegal things. It's not by the day they went there and picked them up. If you say that they've been watching them, allowed them to do that, so that's, you understand what I mean?
Yes, yes. So I think we are saying the same thing. Maybe the way I worded it, right? So let's assume they weren't aware that this was going on, but they come to a realization that it was going on. However, they allow that to continue. So that is what I mean.
How
But
do you know that? How that's
it's still functioning. I know this place is still functioning. It's still operating.
So they are still producing men.
Yes. In fact, they are still producing.
And then after they raided them.
Dr. Damages, this is Nigeria. You need to understand something about Nigeria.
No,
All you have to do is to settle them. That is it. But the one that I'm very sure, I don't want to call the precise place that he is, but it's in Anambra State. I am 100% sure of this place.
Yeah, can I
right?
Let me also.
But this is where I'm driving at.
No, before you drive, you drive. Let me just remind everybody. So this is a media space.
Yes.
In some form. And the reason why the media is not reporting everything your grandfather is telling you or you know, or even the media they know, is that they can't provide proof and evidence. Okay? If you can't provide that, that's why they don't report it. It's not that things are not happening. So the same way, we should treat this space that way, because if you are called, or if I'm called to provide proof for what anybody is saying here, you should be able to do that. So that's it. That's what we should be doing, please.
Okay, right. Got you. So now this is the unfortunately, Dr. Professor Chidi, I don't think he presented any evidence here. But the thing is these activities are going on in the Southeast and maybe all over the country. Attributing the killings in Anambra in Southeast to the activities of Simon Ekpa is one thing that I will vehemently disagree with, right? But because if the killing that was going on in the Southeast was coming from Simon Ekpa, the Imo State Governor, Pope Uzodimma, will disagree with Chidi on this one. Asari Dokubo, that came out and owned up to these activities, will also disagree with Professor Chidi. Fulani herdsmen that rape and kill our women in the farm, that we all see the videos, will disagree with Chidi, right? Chidi failed to question the activities of the military men in the Southeast, where we have thousands of checkpoints in the Southeast, and all these criminal activities are still going on. So what are they doing in the Southeast then, when they will be there and all these evil things are going on? Mind you, I'm not in support of anybody. If IPOB or Simon Ekpa and his group are doing something wrong, I will condemn that. Life is too precious to be wasted by anyone. I don't care who you are, right? But coming to attribute this killing that is going on in the Southeast to Simon Ekpa is something that I disagree with. Yes, I feel sorry that he lost his family members, but that shouldn't be coming from Simon Ekpa and his group, right? Because we all know that we've seen videos, or we've seen Fulani herdsmen owning up to all these activities, and nobody's questioning that.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. Let's
you.
go to Chim. I'm skipping you while you've spoken before. I just want to hear people we've not heard from. Chim.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and good day to everybody. I wasn't here when when Professor Odinkalu spoke, so I will not be speaking to his presentation because I didn't hear him. However, I just want to make a few comments based off what people have said that I happen to be around to listen to. One is, I think it was he has left, the guy who said that why is it that people who are supposedly Igbos or have Igbo heritage, either in Delta, in Rivers, or wherever else, are denying their heritage. Well, the onus cannot lie on mainstream Igbo people who have accepted that they're Igbos. Anyone is accept. We live in a fluid world, whether it is wrong or right, where people wake up and say a man says he's a woman, or a woman says he's a man. So anybody can wake up and say they are not Igbo. If it suits them. I remember, and I will use an analogy to explain it. When before late Day Sam Mbakwe died, there was this tussle about Ezeship, Nri Ezeship, where the late Dim Chukwuemeka Odumegwu said he was the Ezi-Igbo. And a lot of people were making all manner of noise about it. And they asked Day Sam at the convocation of the University of Lagos then what his views were. And these are his words. He said that in Igbo land, that he comes from Etiti in Imo State, and that in his community they have an Eze, and that in the next community in Mbise they have Ezes. If you go across the Imo River to Umopara, they have Eze there and all that. So that's, he knows that Ojukwu comes from Nnewi, and in Nnewi they probably have an Eze or Obi or whatever the title they use in Anambra State. So that if calling Ojukwu Ezigbo will make Ojukwu happy, that Ojukwu should go ahead and answer Ezigbo. Is his entitlement. So my point being that those from Asaba, or if it's the Kwere man who says it's not Igbo, that's fine. I don't know why we keep always, I mean, are you going to drag somebody who says I don't want to be your brother? Let him be. Let him continue to be.
Can I just interject one second?
No, you cut my time. Don't be offended, please. And I'm not making this. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, let them be. Let them choose to do what they want to be. And so it brings me to the second point, which is, if 5 Igbo-speaking states, as landlocked as they are, and assuming there is a reason from both the federal side and everywhere, and they say, you know what, let these people be. Let them go and form Biafra in peace. And Biafra is formed in peace. And there's a government of Biafra and it runs. And people in Ikwere say, okay, we will remain Rivers and remain in Nigeria. And people in Asaba say the same thing. That's fine. If Biafra begins to make progress, and these same people suddenly say, oh, we want to come and join you, all well and good. You can willfully welcome them or choose not to. Germany had West German, and the East Germans chose to be East Germany. But later on, both nations merged, and we know that the resources used to bring East Germany up to speed was from the western part of Germany. And today, Germany is progressing. So my point is, I am for one Nigeria. But should there be a reason why Biafra should happen and Nigeria should be balkanized? My prayer is, let the balkanization be in peace, and let those who choose to stay on either side be allowed to stay on whatever side they want to stay. That's to that thing. And then as to Simon Ekpa and all these things, I think Simon Ekpa's methods are questionable. His methods are creating problem in the Southeast. I do not think any rational person will exonerate him. I cannot exonerate Simon Ekpa with all good conscience. Because as far as I'm concerned, sit at home is not a, what's the word? It's not by choice. It's by force. They're forcing people to sit at home. They're not making a rational argument to let them know and then let people make a choice. People are being as simple as traveling. Like, you're not even opening a stall. You're traveling on the road. You can't even do it on those days. People can't travel. And then they ambush them. And I don't know where the ambushing is coming. Simon Ekpa may claim that he only gives instruction for sit at home, but that when it comes to the ambushing and killing innocent people, maybe his hands are not involved. I don't know. I don't have data. I don't have facts. However, he has his men on ground. He says he has his men on ground. So he cannot be exonerated from those incidences. And then lastly, on issue of conspiracy, the nature of Nigeria and the nature of how the government of Nigeria runs gives room for conspiracy all of the time. So some of the things that Kene was saying is only giving credence because of the way our government operates. Our government never comes with the proverbial equity with clean hands to the table. There's always something under the table. And when somebody's, I mean, if your friend comes to your hands or your enemy and his hands are behind him, you will be conscious. You wonder, does he have a knife behind him? Is he planning to kill me? It will you will be on the red alert. And that is why there's always this suspicion in Nigeria, because successive governments have never come out clean. So it gives room for people to always be holding on to conspiracies, even if those conspiracies are just hogwash.
Rudolph, Chim.
Can I finish?
No, hold on. No, but hold on.
No,
let me talk to the host.
No, please, no. I will finish and I'll give you the floor. Please don't be offended. No,
I'm not offended. But
okay,
you're making it abstract, and it's not abstract. We have. Why don't you answer one question, right?
No. Please, Pansat, no questions. Let him finish. We'll get to you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I will end here because I know everybody has their views, and I would love to hear that. So the Nigerian government needs to come to the table consistently with clean hands. See, maybe the elections in Nigeria were free and fair, but because Beavers was switched off, there's a conspiracy. And so people are entitled to those conspiracies because something was working and you switch it off. Why would you switch off the thing? Do you understand? So my point when it comes to this is that the Nigerian states and government and institutions create room for conspiracy all the time. And when I'm saying conspiracy, I'm not exonerating them. I'm saying those conspiracies might actually be true. But we're not calling it conspiracy because, like Dr. Damages said, Kenneth doesn't have facts. He doesn't have the data to present to prove his point. But the truth is that many things we call conspiracy are actually true. They're actually happening. But because, which is what the government always hides behind, prove it. And then the onus lies on you. If you don't have, concrete evidence to be able to make your facts, then it becomes a conspiracy. I just felt like adding that to the conversation. Thanks.
All right, Chim, thank you so much.
Rudolph, please.
No, Pansat, please.
No, hold on. Let me I'm talking to you, just you. Hold on. What I'm saying is that we're here to have an intellectual discourse, right? And this is a very important conversation. And Chim is a very smart guy, right? So when he made that statement, when I asked him a question, it's still him talking, not me. It's still him talking, right?
No, but that disrupts the conversation. Let's wait.
We can use a little disruption to get to the truth.
No, it's not fair to people who have not yet said anything yet. Let me hold on. And I just forgot my thoughts. Chim, what I wanted to say was,
okay,
I understand the conspiracies and why they're there, but I'm talking about when we are in a space like this. It's like writing an article, opinion piece, or anything to New York Times or any paper. They're not going to publish it. The fact that you're not hearing it, you're not the only one who had something like that. So that's what I'm saying, that we should approach this space that way.
I agree with you. I agree. I was just letting you know that the Nigerian state consistently creates those things. And unfortunately, people can't help it when they are agitated, like Kenneth was. They spew those things. And totally, I agree with you. Some of those things cannot be tabled because you do not have scientific evidence to corroborate them. I agree with you totally.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I'll go to Forefathers and then Edge and then Pansa. So Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Prof. Rudolph, and greetings to the professor that wasn't here. He's not here when I'm, it's all good. And I really appreciated his contributions. Greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and to the viewers. See, telling the truth is not a weakness to your people. The fact that you hear people that are highly educated, highly intelligent people come on on this platform and they just say stuff that is outrightly untrue. You had CM he lives closer to Scotland than I do in the UK, and said that the Scottish people went for an independence referendum and they gave it up, knowing full well they are still agitated. It will never end. There will be always a group, a portion of that population that doesn't want to be part of any nation. Do you know how many separatist groups there are in Europe? So many. But yet they manage to remain functional. And that is where I have an issue with people that keep talking about constitution, separatists and all that, because they are missing the point. They live in other countries. They see all those countries have the same problems as we do, but yet they are functional. It tells you that there are other things that is holding our society back. And if you don't care about your people, you're going to be focusing on the wrong things. And that professor, what he came here to talk about was the killings. And you can tell the passion he has, because when Lexi tried to say something that he disagreed with, he pushed back. No matter how old he thought Lexi was, he said, I know about this more than you do. You can't come and tell me this, because I saw the bodies myself. And some people pretend as if they know better than the other people, and they just want to go on with their propaganda. Just because you believe in an agenda doesn't mean you say anything, whether it's true or false, just to push that agenda. You know what truth helps you do? It helps you illuminate paths forward. What you are doing, you are blocking the path, because if you are telling the truth, you'll be able to actually empathize with other Nigerians that are going through the same thing, and maybe, just maybe, you merge their discontent with yours, and you'll actually be able to achieve real results that you have other people backing your own these agendas too. But because
Forefathers, can I interject you? Can I ask you a question? Because you like you like a discussion like I do. Can I ask you a question?
I guess you are free to.
Okay, because CM is not here. First of all, do you know what a word called paralogia means? Do you know what that word means? Psychologically, rhetorically, do you know what paralogia
I don't have a clue.
You don't have a clue. All right. So that's what your problem is, right? Just because Professor came here and made that statement, and he has a title, it's an academic, that doesn't make him right. Right? So you can't just come in here, and I've criticized you when Rudolph, and I'm here, I'm happy two of you are here. I'm against you hosting the show here because you're acting like a virus, right? You're attacking the host. You're attacking the Igbos. You come here, and CM is not here. CM is a known persona in this cycle, right? And you're saying that Professor Odinkalu is right just based on the fact that he's on ground and he sees a lot of dead bodies, right? You saw him. I challenged him. I like him. He's done a lot of good work, but that doesn't make him right. And every time Rudolph, this goes to you, there is no reason for you to have forefathers who I consider him a friend. I like him. We've been on many platforms before. You should not hand this show over to him. If you're done, you close the shop. You can't have a bunch of people after you're gone attacking our people, disrespecting our culture, our plight, and you pretend like you don't know. You know you don't see what it's doing. You cannot have a show where if you're done, close it, close the show down. Let him. Forefather has a YouTube channel. Let him go do his own thing. We cannot have a virus coming to the host, attacking our immune system.
No. I must interject.
Hold on, Mr. Field. Hold
Damages is building a platform to
please,
accommodate all
Mr. Field, when it's my turn, I'm interjecting.
This can develop to become
I'm interjecting when it's my turn.
All right. Hold on.
Let me land.
You have 30 seconds, please. So
okay, let me land, because my turn, I will engage Mr. Field. So I'm saying, I'm appealing to you, right? Forefathers is good. He's military bent. He's autocratic. He doesn't like civilians. There is nothing that connects us or this show. Now, when I say us, I'm talking about Nigerian Democrats, right? With you, will come here for your show. So when you're gone and he has a totally different agenda, he assembles a group of people and he's attacking us, and it's like a virus. You follow what I'm saying? He comes in, he's a messenger RNAs and all these people, and he's attacking the host, right? So we already have a problem with a parasitic relationship with other tribes, especially in the north. What I'm urging you to do from today is don't let Two Niger Forefathers host this show. It's not. It doesn't make any sense. He doesn't subscribe to, first of all, you're a journalist, you're a fair guy, you're an Igbo man, you're a Democrat, right? He doesn't subscribe to that. So when he's hosting the show, just in case, I know you do know, but let me say in case you don't know what he does, is to tap down, disrespect people who are hurting from the Southeast, who are complaining about the force of the state, the weight of the state on these people. So you're culpable here. So I'll end with that. I was going to interject to Niger on this, but I'm appealing to you. Now you could do a vote, do a thing here where everybody could vote. Should Niger host this show? If he wins, he will continue. But if the majority of us say no, don't let. Now remember, he's okay. He and I, we go to other platforms and we debate. But I can tell you that we don't know his tribe, we don't know his state, we don't know his political lineage. I don't know what he does. He's ubiquitous on these shows, and I believe that it's only fair. We can't have him attack us from the inside, whereby when our intellectuals come here. Now, this man had a chance to question Peter Obi. Go and look at the question he posed. He's there with every actor, right? But he doesn't like Biafrans. He doesn't like IPOB. He doesn't like Nnamdi Kanu. He doesn't like any. I had to kick him in the ass to start supporting P2B because he was actually sitting on the fence on that. So I'm appealing to you to don't let him host the show anymore. Do it. Let's vote on it.
Thank you, Pansat. I will soon hand over to forefathers in a few minutes, but let me explain something because I respect every view. So first of all, I don't know my people. I don't know who you are calling my people. I'm here, okay? If this is Sunday, it's 90 Minutes Africa. The platform is for all Africans. I don't know the people you are talking about that are my people. On Have Your Say, we could go as far as covering Africa, but it's for you to have your say, everybody. So that's the idea behind
I'm talking about after.
Have your say.
But
you said I will address that too. But you said that they were my people, that they were attacking our people. So maybe
are you a Nigerian? Are you a Nigerian?
Hold on, I'm not taking questions. That's not. Let me say what I want to say, please, and then you can ask your questions. So the other thing is this. Maybe I have to review this. Okay, this is my dream, and you're forcing me to say these things. But this is my dream. My dream is that we are going to have Iroko Post TV. You hear me say that sometimes, and forefathers. I'm not good at promoting things, but Iroko Post TV, and we've been asking people to subscribe to that channel. We hope that it will get to a point where it will be an independent channel, that all these shows that we're doing will be seen on Iroko Post TV. The bigger idea that I have is that we're going to have series of shows. So anybody who is good and can host a show, and I'm talking to several people, it's going to happen. It doesn't matter, it's going to happen in a short while. The goal is this, that people will have their own shows. It's not going to be one show that will continue till 12 or till tomorrow, but it will be 24 hours. So Pansat will have a show for an hour or two, whatever he wants to do there. That's Pansat's show.
The best, no doubt about that.
People have a show. Anybody, that's the idea. And I'm talking to more than 5-6 people now who are interested in doing this. So what we're doing now is more like a test, and we're testing how these things are going to be. But in general, this is something general idea, what I believe, my philosophy. I believe that you guys are smart. I have confidence in all the people that I see here. And anybody who is talking and he's saying something that you disagree, like you have the right, and I believe in that you're right, to come on and say, this is not right. I don't believe in shutting down anybody. One man, whoever you think about, that I don't believe that. Because you can't shut down anybody in today's world. Even YouTube cannot shut me. They can shut down my YouTube channel, but I can talk in my house. I can talk in other platforms. I can go anywhere and talk to people. You understand? So that's the approach we have to take. It's not, we can't stop people who we disagree with. And we have the right to respond to people. So we have different moderators. They have different approach to the job, okay? And eventually, my dream is that eventually everyone will have their own show. So when
but Dr. Rudolph,
hold on, please. I don't want to miss something.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So when it's 12, let's say 12 a.m. on Sunday, you are going to see Dr. Dominic talking about medicine. That will be what you see. We will talk about it from whatever, 1 hour, 30 minutes. And somebody else will come on. That's the dream. So we're doing test run more or less. So we're trying to make sure, and everybody's learning. I'm learning from doing this. I've not been, I did this at Sahara, but not for this, how serious we're doing it now. Talking to people and trying to manage people. It's difficult. It's not easy. And the personalities, So I want everybody to bear with what we are doing and to understand that you can't shut down people, please. Who wants to say something?
Mr. Rudolph, 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute, please.
Hold on. Henry just came in now. Why are you jumping? Chim, go ahead.
Okay, so fantastic.
No, Dr. Damages, is me now.
I'm not talking for long. I'm not talking for all. I just want to respond to what he said. Please, I beg you, please. Dr. Damages, I'm very new on this platform. It's probably just been a month, but I've been watching. I've watched over time. And I'm not good at patronizing people, but I want to say I love the way you moderate. I love the way, like what you rightly said, I cannot recount any time you have caught or shut down anybody. Even when people have been caustic, yes, some of us have been caustic in our mannerisms, but you have exhibited, the persona of somebody who is moderating a program. Sometimes, even when you know the answer, you give room, like saying, you stop the person and you ask a question just to draw out the point respectfully. But I'm going to be honest with you. I don't see that with Forefather. Forefather, when he is being a moderator, should be a moderator. He can have his views. He can, I don't have a problem with his idiosyncrasies. No. What I have a problem with is his lack of respect. His lack of knowing that, okay, I'm talking to my fellow adults. You understand? And that is the thing I do not like. I'm trying to, maybe people are bottling it up. I won't bottle. As I'm talking to you, as soon as you leave here, I'm leaving. Because I have decided I won't give him the benefit of doubt anymore. Yesterday, I had an encounter with him. He doesn't know how to talk to people.
Rudolph, that's fact.
Disagree with me. He can disagree with me. And I'm not saying he shouldn't disagree. But he cannot come and say, that is, look at you people, look at you people, look at you people. Because which people are you talking about exactly? Because I don't toe your line? No. So that's the point I want to make. Maybe you can have an aside with him and let him know this. When
Forefathers, you need to learn. You need to learn. This is international team.
Be a moderator.
That will not cure it. I think it should be put on a vote. Let's vote on it. Let's vote on it.
No, let's not vote.
My turn.
No, this is not let him be a moderator, but he needs to learn how to be a moderator.
Mr. Tim, let me
six feet. You've been here.
It's too rude sometimes.
I mean,
okay. Hold on. Okay, I just have to really respect Ed. He hasn't said anything. I'll come to you next.
To Ed.
Yeah, after Ed.
It's fine, Chiman. I totally agree with the sentiments you just expressed. I feel like there should. I mean, as much as I enjoy the banter sometimes. You're a moderator. It shouldn't be a place where you start imposing your opinions, and that's where I differ. And to Mr. Sixfield, part of why I'm here is to answer the question you posed earlier about the fact that Igbo-speaking people from other parts of the country tend to not want to identify with their Igbo roots. I think it's a more complicated thing than what you see. I'm not Igbo, by the way, but I've had that kind of interaction. I'm from Edo, and there are Igbo-speaking people in Edo and Delta State, which was the former Midwest. I think part of it was just a safety, a safety technique during the Civil War, where a lot of people from all those other parts decided, well, if I'm going to be, attacked because of my Igbo name, I should just, stop identifying with my Igbo roots. So there are a lot of examples of that. I think Stella Damascus recently granted an interview where she said her last name is actually Ojukwu, but out of fear of being attacked because of their Igbo name, they started going by Stella Damascus, which was more like a middle name of her father. Another thing is also the fact that the Igbo speaking people that you talked about, they kind of have this flux between their Igbo acculturation and also maybe like their relationship with the Benin Kingdom. Like they're like the Anyomas, for example, the Ekas, they have a lot of Benin culture with them. So it's really like a choice of which one do we choose. So some of them choose to go with their Igbo roots. Some of them say, well, we have an affiliation with the Benin Kingdom. So it's not necessarily something that we should, disparage or impugn the Igbo people with. It's really something that became a matter of survival or an existential issue for them. KJ, you want to say something before I go forward?
KJ, let me just add one thing before you go on.
A little bit of what I've said. In fact, some went to the point of putting marks on their face, so that because they know that Igbos do not put marks, so they put marks on their face to differentiate themselves from being Igbos, so that they are not them Igbos. You see, it's understandable, and like that's my only small challenge with forefathers. He says that he doesn't want to be identified as Igbo, and he even is so vehement about defending it. But when we say you are not South, he defends that position of being not. And then when we Igbos want to now say this is our problem, he will say, you see, people are playing victim mentality. But he doesn't see himself playing victim mentality when he's saying that he's not Igbo.
Okay, I think this topic is going.
Mr. KJ, can I just say something? See,
no,
I understand the position you are coming from, Mr. Ed and Mr. Chim. I didn't ask that question as a way of disparaging. I asked that question as a way of introspection. Like I wanted us to, like, we're trying to solve a problem now. And if you are Igbo and you know you are Igbo and you agree you are Igbo, this should be introspection, right? What might have happened to this man? Like what Mr. Ed said, it might be the issue of the war, kind of identity issue, try to play safe. That might be the truth on one side, but it's not a conclusive. It's not. It cannot be very conclusive.
I agree with you. With you.
So what I'm saying is that now when I was talking about expanding the discussion, how we broaden this Biafra, the Biafra of the mind. Now, because just like I said that this tribulation spreads around Nigeria. The sufferings are very peculiar, it's not tangential to one region. Though they might be more vocal because they are more in number. But then this is a peculiar problem in the Nigerian state. Now, why I was asking that question is that the people that are advocating for Biafra, have they thought about how they want, what is going to be the Biafra state? What will be the ethos? What will be the norm? What will be the essence of that region? Who is going to be the
6 feet, I can't answer that question. Let me continue. Let me continue. This is my time, please.
Mr. Kim said if they don't want to identify, they can identify whatever they want to identify with. Now the question is it in that your state, what comes first? Is it egalitarianism, freedom, or ethnic affiliation? Mr. Kim, what will you choose first? What will you choose first in a state that you want to live in? Is it going to be because I speak the same language?
Because please, you're taking a lot.
Okay. 6 feet. Thank you so much.
Those are very good questions, and I think there are a lot of people that are very capable of answering that for you after I speak. So, if I'm being honest, I kind of sympathize with the Biafra agitation, even in as much as my preference would be for us to go back to the Nigerian configuration of 1960, where we operated a more federal system, right, where everybody can develop at their pace, control their resources. That's what my preference would be. But I can also see why some nation states, some components of what is called Nigeria today are agitating. And if we're not being hypocritical, we see that agitation in every part of the country. It's just that, right now, if you go to Twitter, you see the people from the northern part of Nigeria as in really mad with the current administration, the way that the appointments have been sort of biased. And before now, we saw that was their station in the southwest. The southwest, Sunday Igbo and co have been saying they want to leave. So it just happens that whenever you're benefiting from the Commonwealth, you stop talking, right? So, and this is where I actually also differ with people who say, well, the Igbos are not the only ones having the problem. Well, they didn't block your mouth. They didn't shut your mouth. Like, you also make your own personal agitation. I haven't said all of that. I disagree with some ways that, the frontliners in the Biafra agitation today, like the Simon Ekpas, are going about it, right? I disagree with that. But then again, I don't want to cry more than the bereaved, right? I believe that if everybody feels like the current configuration of Nigeria is not really favoring them, then let's come back, sit down at the table and decide what really works for everyone. Not to say, oh, Igbos, people are crying too much. It's like, okay, you're saying they should not cry, you're not allowing them leave, right? So, like, which is which? What do you really want them to do? To just shut up and, accept whatever because you feel like you don't want to also cry? So I just feel like, what, if anything, we should be reaching out to those people who have, discontent with the way Nigeria is playing out today and say, well, let's come together and really sit down and find a workable solution. And left to me, that workable solution is going back to the 1960 configuration, which not in the exact terms, in terms of having regions, because that might not work now. We're already like a state-based nation, right? So let's be really federal. Let's really control our resources, right? That's what my personal bias would be. And I mean, it's really a pity that I don't even know what the conversation that Chidi Odinkalu even started. I don't know what that conversation is, because it has become a Biafra topic. It always regresses to a discussion about Biafra and the Igbo people. And I don't know if there's a way we can, try to manage this situation, right? If people want, I mean, if people are angry about the way Nigeria is treating them, it's their right to. It's not for me to start picking on them. I should instead see how we can, bring everybody together and let's really have a discussion than just saying, shut up. I think that's just a very shallow way to deal with this issue, to me.
All right. Thank you, Ed. Thank you so much. Now, what we're going to do now is, I just want to hear from Henry. Justice he's been trying to join us and in and out. I'll hear from Henry.
I haven't spoken now. I want you to.
I know, but you spoke.
No. Let me speak a little bit. I don't take up too much time here.
I'm coming back to you and KJ. But Henry, go ahead.
Look, I couldn't listen to Professor Odinkalu when he was online because I was so busy then. But first of all, I have to go on this issue right now. The issue of forefather. I can withstand the forefather's style, but some people cannot withstand his style, But you should try to be the moderator than to be the guest. Sometimes it's doing too much. I mean, when other people is talking, it just take over their space instead of him to let this person finish. It's because you have your time to come in anytime. But it's always coming forward, So that's from my side of it. Like when Pansa said you should move further when you go from the program. That is unacceptable. It's not working like that. If you don't want to be when further is there, you don't want to be there. You have to go there. So,
all right.
So
thank
for
you.
You saying no. Let me finish. For you saying they should withdraw him from the program when you are not there, that is rubbish. Thank you.
All right. I think he mentioned me. Let me have a right to respond just for a minute here, because politically, the guy that just spoke right now, we agree politically, but on every other thing that I say, he always likes to run his mouth at me, right? That's okay. Now, forefather, I said earlier, I like forefather. It's two Nigerians, what we know him as. We meet in many platforms. This is not the only platform that he's known. But you have the data. You have a show that ranges from 500 to 1,000 people watch it. The moment you hand it over to him, it dwindles down to 40 to 100, right? And they go on for hours, right? His only interest is how does Africa fight Europe or not disrespect, let Europe tell us what to do, things like that, right? Which is okay. But now when you come to the minutia, to the building blocks, where there are so many intelligent people who come here because of you, Rudolph, you are a journalist, you've written books, others know you for your Dr. Damages, whatever it is that you do. I don't know about that one. I know you to be a journalist, right? And I read your books and would like you being neutral. But you can't then be doing damage to us, because there are two roles that Tunaja is playing, having those kind of abstract discussions where it's I had a debate for an hour with him on another show, right? So I said, let me engage you on this because I want to help you.
2/10 is sim positive. So if you don't like it, you don't go.
That's not the way it works. Just hold on. We're making a case here. You made yours. Let me make mine. Do you mind? So I'm saying that he has two problems. One is that his politics, they're abstract. They make no sense. So in that case, I poke holes in that, and I've been quite effective at doing that. I demolish him every time we have a debate, right? So that's okay. Now we should have that. That's healthy. But the other thing he does now, though, is that he comes in as a virus attacking the host, come in, take over this platform, and then he will use the moderating tools to either send you to the back. Hold on, please. Will you admonish this guy? I think I'm not effective in doing that. Admonish him to remain quiet until I'm done. It's my turn. So I'm saying that he can't then come in and pick his victims based on where they come from, right? Kene, he's completely made him not to come here after those hours, because I watched that happen in real time, right? He would actually say, that's what's wrong with you people. That means Igbos, right? Southeasterners. He says all forms of that. Southeasterners, Igbos, IPOB, and he will either remove you from the show or relegate you to the back. That's unacceptable. Now, you could do that with everybody. You can't pick and choose who you do that to. Now, that's wrong. Now, Tunaja is here. I could have called you or said this behind his back. I'm saying it while he's there smoking, and look at that face. You know what I'm saying? It's a guilty face. He did it.
Out from here. Why are you giving this guy to talk to him like this? It's enough.
I'm saying, what I'm saying, in all seriousness, it's wrong to go from a vibrant show where intellectuals like Chim, Ed, KJ, others, Henry will come here, Mr. J will talk and make our case, and then at some point you leave and hand it over to him. So I'm saying, if you want him to host a show, maybe you should close down your show completely, and then he would start a new show. But there's no demarcation. It's like going from that to that, and then the numbers dwindle right away. Once you leave, it goes from 500-600 to like 40, and then there's another guy that he will assemble his friends. One of them is called Loco P, right? And then they'll start sucking it to Igbos, right? You should see one of these. I bet you've seen it, but your attitude of saying, I don't have a group, I don't have my people. You say you're not Igbo, you're not Nigerian, you don't have any. You know what I'm saying? So I'll take my leave after that. Thank you.
I'm not the one ringing the bell. Somebody has a similar bell. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Pansak.
You don't miss me.
No, it's his phone. Okay. All right. Hold on, guys. I'd like to hear Uzo today before I go, but I have to go to Tone. What do you want to say first?
So very quickly, I don't see any big deal in it. Uncle Pansat, well, he's on the phone. He's a man I respect. A lot of people dislike him and his braveness and all that. He's a very, very brave. In the military, we'll call him a gallant soldier. He's very brave. He says what he wants and he stands by. He doesn't care, you know. forefathers for me, the way he moderates is something different. We can't, forefathers cannot be Dr. Rudolph. I mean, he brings another dimension. He wants to question your source and all that, and stimulate um, um, your thought process. So I don't see all this thing about Igbo or no Igbo and all that. It is people that actually, when they push him to the wall, he relegates them behind the screen. So I don't see any. Chim just got upset. In fact, I was very, very surprised the way Chim got upset. I've never seen him get upset. I always looked at Chim as a very calm guy. The way he got upset and just, left the show yesterday, I was like, this is nothing now. Like they would say in Nigerian parlance, with him it is, you don't reach anything. It was totally unnecessary the way he stormed out. I've never seen forefathers as derogating any tribe or the other. And with the question about he choosing not to disclose where he comes from, I mean, is everybody's. If I tell you who my dad is, everybody will on this show will go on me and I'll say, yeah, well, no wonder how you go into the military. Your dad was part of the system, blah, 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 blah. I just choose not to. So please, cut the man his slack. He's a good man.
Thank you.
My father is from Edo State.
So let me also mention, let me mention that maybe what we haven't done, and I don't know the best way to do that, is to get feedback from you guys about people who are hosting. I know that a lot of people are not happy with the way I do it also. And some people let me know, they send me texts and things like that and emails. And so it's part of the process. Like I said, we are learning. We're also taking notes, and we want as much as possible to make everybody comfortable being here. And we don't underestimate the fact that this is your time. This is our time. Forefathers doesn't get paid. We don't make enough money to pay me. Even we don't make enough money to pay some of our workers. We have people who work behind the scene on these things we do. So this is a labor of love for everybody you see. And sometimes I have to beg forefathers. I want to go. The option is to close the show. I want the conversation to continue. It's not about me. It's not about. I just feel that if people are willing to have conversations about the country, even if I'm not there, that should be going on. That's my goal. That's the ultimate. It doesn't do anything for me. So I think forefathers will continue to host, and I'm sure he's listening to you guys, and I'm sure that it's not. Nobody goes out there to make people uncomfortable, and you guys are capable enough to challenge whatever you feel you're hearing that you don't think is right. I count on you. Even when I'm getting it wrong, you guys talk to me. So I don't see why you cannot talk to forefathers, whatever you think is now the best way. All right.
Give me 30 seconds. I want to go 30 seconds. I'm going off.
Okay, what is it? Go ahead.
Forefathers, you're doing right, but I have some agreement, something with you sometimes, but it doesn't mean that you don't have to be in this show. You're doing the right thing. So if they don't like your show, they should give a break. So forefather is not Nigeria's problem. We have our own problem in Nigeria. So don't bring your frustration to forefather. Forefather, keep on doing it. But sometimes I have argument with you, but it doesn't matter. You should not present the show. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Henry. Because Henry, Henry will write me and be mad, and why did you do this to me? People will do that. I hear that all the time privately. So I don't. But let me hear from Uzo, and then I have to go. Sorry, guys.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
Eda. One thing I like, I will not go too long though. Just let me say shout out to everybody. I'll be like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a month. I came here last, and I come here. Passat is at the platform right now. I'll be listening for him from behind. He has to be on the comments now. He have come fully with attacking forefather, my man. Akmoni Igbo, forefather na be original Ozo, original. What I want to say here is, before that damage is show, I just want to thank forefather. If nobody want to thank, I would thank him. If not so it's easy, come stay here, the host. If not that it's easy to stand, come and be like forefather and host for not 5 hours with the host still the holding sort, everything coming, and you still stand laughing. It's not easy. Sometimes I tell him, I don't know how you find the energy. You know, even though it's 3 people, 4 people, he always there. You see him laughing. Sometimes I will get into it. They come Moses or Kana, we just can that. I mean, contact something called Abatibos, thing like he ginger me. But when he see that gingering me, he say, Igbo, even like whatever he is. But today, my friend, I don't know who he is, I don't know, but I like the way he does it. If one person doesn't like it, 2 people doesn't like it, it's their business. Me, I still like forefather. The way he does his own, that's not the way the he does it. So everybody have so many roads to heaven, either from Celestial Church of God, from Catholic, from Pentecostal Church. Everybody have only the same ways to heaven. So if you don't like the way he does, whenever he take over, you just have to log out, man. We don't like it, we'll be here, we'll fight, we'll quarrel, we'll still settle. You know, we'll still do what we are doing. You know, that's part of it. This not even though in the family, they always disagree to agree. They always attack each other. At the end of the day, we all come together. So first of all, give shout out to the other damages. You are doing good. You know, I went to church when our visitor came. I was very happy listening to him. All right, he was taking every questions according to the way it is. But one thing that caught my attention is we saw because we saw about the passenger and the Obas. I know that's in there. I was affected with my own king in my own place, on political crown, political office. I was very affected after adding money. The politician hijacked the whole thing, giving the crown. Then the chief, during the last election, the chief wanted to say they will tell him, hey, if he say this way, we'll collect back our staff. And the chief like close their mouth. They can't do anything because the staff is given by the government. And when you come against the government in power, they will threaten with it. That if you say the real right thing, they will take away the staff. I become nobody. So the chief will end up what? Not saying anything. So when you play that video, I was okay. If the chief elected by the people can give him the staff, then he will do the will of the people. But when he will be elected by the people, you go to the government hand to collect the staff office. So you have to play to the reggae of the government people in power. So that's why I see that. But at the end of the day, I give a shout out to the damages and everyone on the platform. Mr. Scribe was the honor Ramunogu. Negi, don't give me. Okay, I catch him. God bless everybody. Bro.
All right, Uzo, thank you so much. I always like Uzo's. I don't know. I don't have words for that.
When I context Houston now, nobody say let's. When I call Houston,
I'll come, Uzo. Don't worry, I'll come very, very soon.
Dr. Damage, please, can I quickly just chip something in? This is not really like to impugn forefathers' personality. He's very capable of moderating, and on a very good day, forefathers can be really patient, especially when I think Mike. There's a certain Mike that knows how to like gets the best out of forefathers. So it's not to impugn his character. We believe he should remain, but it's just that we would like to have him play more of a moderating role as you do, like listen to conversations and allow people really express themselves. That's the point.
All right, thank you, Chim.
KJ, you don't say anything about forefather. KJ, you don't say about forefather.
I was going to say, I started this. I have nothing against forefathers. Like I rightly said, it is the mannerism that I'm talking about. People should distinguish that. I am not in support. I'm not here as a Biafran. I have Biafran background. I am not on this platform coming to agitate Biafra or IPOB or Igbo. I mean, you've listened to me talk and the way I present my views. But I'm saying when he is moderating, be the moderator. Yes, the moderator can interject. Yes, the moderator can disagree. But you will know there's a mannerism when the moderator is disagreeing. You will understand he's disagreeing from a moderating perspective. What I transacted between me and forefathers yesterday had nothing to do. If forefathers was a floor member, I wouldn't have taken offense. There are people who have attacked me on this floor, and I laughed about it. But the perspective, the cap he was wearing yesterday as a moderator was what I frowned at. I said, no, what is this? And that's why I left. And I'm entitled to leave because I would rather leave quietly than be a disruptor or create problems. When I came into this forum, I used to constantly raise my hand. When I realized that, okay, the kingdom of God suffered violence and the violent taken it by force, I started resorting to jumping in myself, So I used to think, okay, this gentleman I'm trying to apply here is not going to work. Oh, maybe the snatch it and run with it methodologies. So that is just to be on the lighter note. Forefathers, I have nothing against you. I respect you. But to be honest with you, yesterday I took offense. I did not like the way you made it personal. You made it personal. And Pansat used the exact words. He said, that is the thing with you people. So I'm like, which you people? Which people are you talking about? Okay, I'm not you people. So let me leave. Maybe it's time for me to leave. I don't want to be categorized as you people. I'm not here as a you people. I'm here because for years I've stayed on the background and watched this program. I watch this program. I watch what is his name's program on the weekdays when I'm not at work. And one day I just felt like, you know what, let me get into this house and be, that's how I started. Otherwise, I prefer to sit and just watch you people talk. But I find it very intellectually stimulating. You know, people disagree respectfully and all those things. I have nothing absolutely against you. I'm against anybody taking you off. Please continue to do what you're doing. However, there has to be feedback. And that feedback is coming from my heart. I'm trying to let you know, you rob some of us, you know, in the negative way, and that's my view. I'm not going to be a panda with you. I want you to get better. Actually, I am a media person myself. You may not know it, but we need to respond. When I'm asking the questions, you ask the questions and get answers. If you're not satisfied, there are probing ways you will go further, but not making it personal and start getting angry. I don't think it tells well for you as the
okay. Let Dragon go before I respond.
Yeah. Before you respond, let's Justice first, and then Dragon now come to you because Justice has been in and out several times.
But you haven't gone since you mentioned that I was gonna go, and then you follow me. So now you.
Hold on. Let's. You've dominated the show today. Justice, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you everyone on the panel. And thank you, my brother Pansat. You know, one thing I found out so irritating is how we black people lie to ourselves, and we're now passing the lie to our children. We don't even want to hear the truth at all. Pansat was saying the truth, but because we want to massage our ego, we see him like he's attacking somebody. There's no attack here. I have been in this program many times. I know the stand of forefathers concerning my people, Igbo people. He keep attacking us all the time. So when you people, and I love what Bansat was saying about Rudolph. Rudolph, you watch these things happen, but you don't want to do anything about it. You can do it on the side. You can do it on the side and call this man. Say something, let it be on the moderating side or let it be on general. If you come on this space and we want to discuss a particular topic, let's go ahead. But whenever we raise our issue, the pain we Igbos are going through in Nigeria, why we want to exit Nigeria, you see him rise up. That's why I always, whenever you want to speak, once you speak about Igbo things, face your Nigeria and fix it. If you love Nigeria so much, go back to Nigeria, fix it. So that we will not use you as an example that you disappoint. Let it be a disappointment because Nigeria never disappoints. We say Nigeria is not working. Make it work so that if somebody like me want to talk tomorrow, somebody will say, forefather told you he's going to fix Nigeria. Now he has fixed Nigeria. Why are you still complaining? Then let me be the one to be disappointed. So we should stop this attack on Igbo people. Like a brother came here was asking, how can this Igbo agitation or Biafra agitation be a holistic discussion? And nobody answered him the question. Someone you are calling. Day before yesterday, they inaugurated an office in America. You can go there and make complaint, or you go and tell America that he's a terrorist. They should not allow him to situate that office if you think he's killing people in the East. Secondly, he's calling for a self-referendum summit. Let people come and discuss about this thing face to face with him. Not this accusation that flying left, right, and center. But none of you here will make that journey because you want to say you want to say your Igbos are killing themselves. Igbos hate themselves because that's why what you will do and you please yourself. In Nigeria, APC has been killing people. Nigeria has been killing people. Even Odinkalu you bring here attested to it that he has been counting human bodies as long as how many years. But when did someone appear in the scene? Someone was the Igbo Union chairman in Finland.
He warned anybody that bring a Biafran flag to his meeting. He sent you to police to arrest you if you come to his meeting with flag. But today, someone is carrying Biafra issue on his head. Why not are we not asking question? Nnamdi Kanu that is in prison because of Biafra. In 2010 or 11, Nnamdi Kanu was on the street of London canvassing for Nigerian betterment. But Nnamdi Kanu pulled out. He was part of ABGA. What happened that Nnamdi Kanu today is preaching about a disintegration of Nigeria? So when we say what, and then our brother go ahead and said, our brother here said also that whenever something happened in Nigeria, they want to twist it to be Igbo problem. Other than they killed the border, they burn our shop. Election came and gone, they burn our shop. Whatever that happened in Afghanistan, because of Muslim, they kill us. And when we say this pain is too much on us to bear, we can't be in a situation. Everybody has seen the hatred on Igbo man. Even you that are claiming that you are not Igbo, whenever they see you dressed somehow, they say this one look like Igbo. They didn't allow people to vote in Lagos because you look like an Igbo man. And when we said we don't want this thing enough, somebody will say the approach. And I'm asking this question: Nigeria approach to every human being that make up that contraption. What is the approach? Nigeria have been killing everybody that approach Nigeria and said, "Can we dialogue and have national conference?" What killed Bola Ige? Who killed Funsho William? Who killed the House of Rep member in Anambra State? That House of Rep member that killed in Anambra State have a problem with Soludo. If it is in a country that is functioning, Soludo should be the first suspect. Because this guy took Soludo to all the traditional rulers in Anambra, took him to all the reverend fathers in Anambra, tell them that this man don't want me to go back to the house. And when this guy was killed, instead of said these traditional rulers and the pastors and the reverend fathers to come forward and said, this man came to us and complained about what Soludo want to stop him from going back to the House of Rep member. What happened to him? They didn't come out. Odinkalu that is saying that he has been counting bodies since how long? And nobody has been convicted on the body he has counted. Even when they know that police kill, he come here and he said someone is the cause of insecurity. When someone appeared in the scene 2 years ago, this is why we are not progressing. We hate ourselves, we lie to ourselves, and you know the painful part of it, we are past this lie to our next generation. And when we are saying that, that is why Nigeria will never make progress. Because when you hate somebody and they do injustice against that person, you close your eyes. Today, everybody is demanding justice in Nigeria. But Nnamdi Kanu got justice. And everybody keep quiet because they feel Nnamdi Kanu is the problem of Nigeria. And whenever you see, do you see why Nigeria will not make progress? Whenever you see that they want to say the truth, go to any space. Anybody who said the truth, they attack him IPOB. Whenever you say the truth, they attack you IPOB. And whenever somebody wants to say truth in any space, do you know first thing he would do? I'm not IPOB. I want to make it clear, I'm not a member of IPOB. But the truth is this. What Nnamdi Kanu said years ago, what Nnamdi Kanu said the other day, what someone said the other day is truth, but approach. And I ask any Igbo man, in Abaka, you must kill the you must use knife to chase snake. Nigeria is like a snake. And when you want to chase Nigeria and you use all that, and I want to make this thing another thing. This is my last point because all these things, Rudolph will come. He wants to play the good guy. It's not working because you must have to take a stand. If you want the progress in the state, you must make your vision clear. Because Bible even said that make your vision clear so that everybody that knows it will hold it and run with it. Because he want Nigeria to get better, but you are not providing solution. You are not providing even single one. You will say you give everybody to have their say. But when they have their say, they attack your own people. You will not tell them, you can have your say, but don't attack my people. You see the bigotry they play during the election. So why are we doing this to ourselves?
He say he doesn't have a people. It's not a.
And lastly, let me tell you, Nigeria is evil. People like Odinkalu is why Nigeria is in a mess. I can tell you for the fact. Odinkalu have been counting human bodies since 1980 something. Since 1980 something. And someone who comes 2 years ago is his problem. The people that are killing those people, they have been counting their body since how many years? Since 1980 something. Nobody has been arrested. Nobody has been persecuted. He even put it on record here that Asari Dokubo was responsible for the prison break in Imo State. But when they say it was IPOB, he keeps silent. He didn't say no, it was not IPOB, it was Asari Dokubo people. He didn't say it. But here,
thank you. We have to go. I have to.
So, Rudolph, this thing you're doing is not good for your people. That's what I want to tell you.
Thank you so much. Let's. I can't go without hearing from Jagun because this is. I like.
Rudolph. Nigeria, you people will want us to be quiet. You people want us to be gentle. We'll be gentle. But Nigeria will.
Won't I speak? Won't I speak, Rudolph? You have not heard from me now.
I know.
No,
KJ.
I'll
KJ.
Dr. Rudolph.
No, a righteous man. Hold
Dr.
on.
Rudolph.
He said my name now. Respect.
Dr. Rudolph, I have issue with you. It's not even a forefather. Forefather is a good guy.
Let there be respect.
Everybody has issue with me, but that's okay.
Terrible.
Yeah, it's
terrible. Thank you. I don't know where the fight against our forefather came from. I was listening to the show most of the day. Unfortunately, I didn't get everything from our professor because he's a man I dearly respect, and I've been listening to him for many years, and I think he has an awful lot to contribute to development of things going on in Nigeria. Unfortunately, I've listened to a lot of thought against him, and as he said himself, he's one who will challenge any individual one-on-one or how he stands, and he stood very well. I felt, and it was quite lucid in the way he was speaking to us as a rabble. But I respect what you've done, Rudolph, in bringing him and other quality individuals on board to speak and join with us. It speaks a lot, I think, of yourself and of those individuals who have come to the show to express their intelligences to us. It's warming that they can just deal with us as human beings. This is the kind of people I respect. People that can be, in the highest echelons, yet can still be on the streets among us. Any fight against our forefather or like this, what I'm hearing is that I don't know if people want to kick him off the show. That can't happen. Forefather is a direct brand. There's nothing that can disturb the brand. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, he has a different style of moderating. And I think everybody has laid down answers in terms of being able to moderate and put your own point of view forward and run the show. I think this is a very difficult ask. And it's a skilled person indeed that can do it very well. And everybody has to be given a fighting chance. Me too. I'm a media person, and I dare say that because of the fact that I've got so much of a point of view myself, I'll probably be very much like forefather in the way I would do something like this. However, I would prefer to be more like Dr. Damages in being able to listen and organize, moderate, and have a degree of respect over the whole show for every individual concerned. Having said that, I think Forefather is a great contributor to this whole show, as is the energy that he uses and expounds, the way he can go 11, 15 hours without a blink of an eye. All these things are to be rather respected, I feel. All right. Last thing I'll really say is the show is attracting a lot of frustration, I think, at this point. And I think, to be honest, the kind of individuals that we get on the show, and well respected by both Rudolph and Forefather, in terms of, I like the way you kind of protect the show and the people on the show, in giving them the consciousness that there's a value here. I think the frustration is coming from the point of view that moving the show on, there has to be, from you two, a script written for each and every show that takes place. There has to be a way of conduct in each and every show that takes place. There has to be movement, because if information from everything that we're voicing here is not somehow being collated and not somehow being given references to. So we're not going round and round and round each and every week, but we're going systematically to somewhere, because there's not one person on this platform, be it watchers, people in the chat, or those on the panel. I don't believe that there's one person who doesn't want to see movement in the country, and there's not one person who feels that they don't have their own part to play. So I feel from this platform, we have to really understand the power that it is and the power that it can be. I'll leave it there.
All right, thank you so much. Because I really value all of you, I want to hear KJ, Righteous Man, and then I have to take my leave.
What about me?
Oh, Pansat. Oh, God.
I should be next.
I'm supposed to leave for 1 hour ago. It's over an hour. But go ahead, KJ. KJ, go ahead. Quickly.
Okay, I'm going to be very brief. If I want to talk about the show itself, and I understand the position of Rudolph, because if you are moderating a show, you don't want to take a position. For instance, I've come here and the first thing I said is, I am IPOB, because IPOB simply means Indigenous People of Biafra. So I am indigenous, I am from Biafra, part of Nigeria. I proudly will wear that cap any day. Secondly, I'm an Igbo man. An Igbo man I will be. I have no desire whatsoever to change that. So I stand and I speak from that point, because all my life I've lived in the north, and the northerners, irrespective of who they are, have never one day for once refused to, denied their locations. In fact, they go to the point of, if they come from Kaduna, you hear KJ Sokoto, they forget their this thing and give the name of their, take names after their states, their local governments, their villages, and they are proud to bear it. So why should I feel intimidated because you think I'm Igbo? No, never. I will stand and defend that any day. In fact, when I was in primary school in Benue, in Macaulay to be precise, I was, I think, one of the few Igbo people then. In the whole of my class 1, I think I was the only Igbo person. So, and they keep asking me to change my name. My baptismal name is Anthony. And I said, no, I won't change my name. Okay. So now, why am I saying that? So I'm saying that to say that it is okay for the moderator not to take a position, even though he may be Igbo, but so that he give everybody the opportunity to express their own belief and concern, and he can moderate, just like he has done today. If you say something that he doesn't think is actually accurate, you try to balance it, so that you know that, okay, maybe you have said this much, but there is more, that you can actually get in. And that's one. And then secondly, the method of forefather and any other moderator will never be the same. Okay, I understand what, like I said earlier, sometimes he defends the position against the Igbos so vehemently that you begin to think he has something behind, but I don't think he has anything. Okay, just a question of, just trying to put his own point ahead. Why we think disadvantage, why some people feel disadvantaged, because he has a controlled body. So he can actually shut you up or remove you to the backstage if he doesn't feel like what you are saying is in line with, or he thinks you are becoming too aggressive, in his response. He may decide to shut you down. So sometimes that way you feel a little bit disadvantaged. Okay, but like I said, hey man, sometimes I've come here and I don't like how it was going. I just quickly exit myself, and go do something else with my life. Okay, so what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say, look, the truth is that once you are Igbo and you get into any panel, just like the other speaker have said, before you say anything, they say, IPOB have come. So I've learned to live with it. I'm not going to tell you I'm not IPOB. See, there's no one broadcast that the candidate that I didn't listen to. In fact, if I check my record, I may have it recorded. Okay, so I have never come to a public space and say I didn't do that. No, I listen to him, I follow him very well. Okay, and I am indigenous because I'm Igbo. That's my stand. Okay, and I come here with full chest to say that I have no apology to anybody, because when Buhari was going to defend Boko Haram and speak on their behalf to the federal government, he did it. He wasn't ashamed. Okay, and he just left yesterday as Nigeria head of state. So why should I be the one to have to make excuses for being Igbo? I will never do that. Never. Okay, and so that's where I stand. Thank you, sir.
All right. I think I'm getting something from all this conversation is very important. And I think, one of the things is that we have to bring out time to actually get feedback from people who've been listening to us, and not just about how we're doing, but also how to improve the show. So that should be part of the conversation down the road. So I appreciate this. Righteous Man.
Yeah, Dr.
Prof, you want us to be gentle, but your country you call Nigeria have never been a gentle country.
Justice, why are you speaking now? I didn't call you. Yeah. Please.
No.
Because people always want to make this thing like gentle. Let's be gentle. Let's approach it.
Okay, Righteous Man.
Cut him a blood.
Righteous Man, go ahead.
I think you got a good assistant. Mr. Forefathers.
You are muted.
Similarly, you are muted, and it's not your turn. Let me hear from Righteous Man, and then or this. Yeah, you guys don't want me to. I have to. I mean, okay, well, go ahead. Who is speaking?
Rudolph, you have to hear from me. And then
righteous man, then me. Righteous man, then me.
What about me and then forefathers? I want you to hear from forefathers as well. You can't.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I want to hear from him. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so make it quickly. 2 minutes, everybody, please. Can we do that? Righteous Man, 2 minutes. Don't rehash all the things we've talked about today. Just 2 minutes. What's the point?
Yeah, my point is that I'm okay with forefathers. We're all human beings, and sometimes we may skip a little, but that doesn't mean that we don't know what we're doing. The issue I have is with you, because it's like those of us in Nigeria here, we're not relevant to you. Because if you look at this, one of the ways you will correct what is not right in this panel.
I have a short time to spend with you, please. I'm in a public place.
Okay. Righteous Man, let's hear, because she's the first female to be here in how many days now? Maybe 2 weeks. I don't know what happened. I have to say hi to her today and say, what is it?
It's unique. Every human being is unique. Forefathers is forefathers. Dr. Damages is Dr. Damages. I am me. You are you. If we're all the same, this world is going to be a very boring place. This is not an Igbo platform. This is an international platform. Yorubas are welcome. Everyone is welcome. Non-Nigerians are welcome. Please, do not take his voice from him. You may not like the way he...
All right. She's
the public place are taking her voice from her.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you so much. Similarly, I appreciate you.
So,
Dr.
Rudolph.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you go back, you listen, like some of these programs we have had in the recent time. I used to go back and play them at my leisure time to listen to myself and listen to every other person. You discover that the guys you have here, many of them dominate the show. And it's only when Forefather is in charge that he try to regulate time and stick to it. Which I found out very, very good with him. But Rudolph, you will allow your guys that you know very well, and they will spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Those of us that are in Nigeria, the other guy the other day told me he's no longer coming to your platform, as a panelist, because you won't allow him 2 minutes because he's from Nigeria. You just tell you will shut him down. And that's what you're doing to me. I don't spend more than 2 minutes when I'm talking. Even if it may not reach, you will just tell me it's okay. So I don't know that sentiment. You have to clear yourself. Then the issue about the professor, I think we are missing the substance of his address or answering of questions. He made very relevant, germane points that we're supposed to deliberate upon this evening. He talked of the age that Soludo is going to be. And Soludo represents the Southeast in the political space of Nigeria.
We're talking of presidency. Now, when I worked it out, that means in the 40 years of Nigerian democracy, no Igbo man has smelled to be the president of Nigeria. For 40 years. And this is one of the major groups or tribes in Nigeria. And then you are telling me that the younger ones, the young Igbo chaps will not protest? That is marginalization we're talking about. That is the root cause of the problem we're having. How can a nation like Nigeria spend 40 years of democracy and no Igbo man have been given the opportunity to smell that seed? That it is a policy that is irritating, and that is what is leading to agitation. I want to be a Nigerian, but treat me as you treat a Yoruba man. Treat me the same way you treat an Hausa man. Treat me as you treat a Fulani man. Treat me as you treat an Orobo man. Treat me as a Nigerian, not as an Igbo man. If you treat me as a Nigerian, then I know that I have something to contribute. But if you are treating me as an Igbo man, then you are simply telling me that I do not belong to the family. It's like a polygamous home. In a polygamous home, everybody is fighting for their mother's kitchen. So right, I rest my case.
Thank you, righteous man. So where am I now?
Yeah, it's my turn. Yeah, Rudolph. Well, thanks for this show. If it were not your show, I probably wouldn't have talked to Dr. Odinkalu on this kind of platform. I'm really, we're very grateful that you provide us this opportunity. And I've been on the show with forefathers, and I've found him a very intelligent host. Everybody has their own differences and their own shenanigans also. But, I don't like cancel culture, and we can't bring cancel culture to, and we criticize the youth for many things that they do. But you can't say because this person says this, then, we don't want you, hosting. We actually, if this becomes an Igbo show, I don't want to be part of it only. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I want a show. If I want to join my village group, then I'll join my village group, which I am part of my village group. But we even want to bring Kenyan people in. We want to bring, Kenya, go to Kenya and see what they talk about us, right? Or maybe South Africa or everything. But we like everybody's opinion. I don't know where. This is the first time I'm hearing that forefathers is hiding where he comes from, which is very interesting. I'm going to find it. I'm going to investigate you, forefathers, and I'm going to expose you, my friend. I'm going to expose you. I see Benin Prince is behind you, so I kind of suspect where you're from. But Absolutely. It doesn't matter, really. I love the man. We had a very good time yesterday. I was, on the opposite end. I had like 4 people who were completely on the other side, and we kept, going back and forth. This is therapeutic to us. It's providing the information for our people. Please, keep rocking, and do, look, I respect everybody here. I love you all. And Dr. Odinkalu that came, he had his own position. The man, I was surprised to hear that he even goes to Nigeria for the kind of things he says against, says about the Nigerian government. If I were him, I would move near that place. But, the man says it as he sees it. And, we need to respect it. This is, everybody has their own view. Guys, let's just love our brothers. If you can't love a Nigerian that speaks against maybe Igbo, I don't even see, if you say, I don't think you can say that forefather speaks against Igbo people. I think that's extreme. The man just has his own. He said, I don't like the way IPOB is going about their sit at home. Personally, I don't like it too. But doesn't mean that I'm against the idea of nationhood for Biafra. Actually, the people who caused the Biafran war are the people that, I think Ed, they are people from Delta Igbo, Eka Igbo. This is the man, Zogo, and all the guys, but now it's as if they are second hand. These are the people who even bore the brunt of the war. These were the people who were massacred. Come on, learn history, so we can, how can I claim more Igbo-ness than a Delta man. These are the people who died. We even collapsed the bridge, and the Biafra collapsed the bridge and ran back and allowed these people to be killed. You know, please, let's stop this thing.
Thank you so much.
It's definitely my turn now.
Thank you. Thank you, Odi. I think I like most of the things you said. My brother, Pansat, I also love what you say. I will start giving my feedback on Dr. Damages. Dr. Damages has his own. Some of our friends and family, sometimes they will call me, they say, this Dr. Damages doesn't like when you talk. He always mute you. I say, calm down. You know, but this is it. Yes, it's always good to give feedbacks, right? We are all learning. Nobody is an island of knowledge. Just as when I was trying to make some point here, I made a mistake of 2011, who was the governor of Lagos State, and I was corrected. So I accepted that correction. There is this motto in my secondary school then. It says, he who hates correction is stupid, right? And I believe forefathers is one who is, like somebody said here, is very smart. He has his own opinion, and nobody can take that away from him. I, for one, have complained here several times that forefathers will never allow me to talk. He's against Igbo people and all that, right? Wow. But I've sat back and I watched, and I've begun to realize maybe this is what some of us are not seeing. I begin to see that forefathers is adjusting. Honestly, it's not easy for him to, you don't expect him to adjust, you know, just in a twinkle of an eye. It's a gradual thing. And he's, you know, going, you know, towards the positive side now. It's a learning process. So he's doing his best. For taking him out, I don't think is a good idea. I told him here, everybody, you know, was a witness, that whenever he's in the show, I will go. I made such, you know, attempts several times. And at a point when I started seeing that, nah, this guy is adjusting now. I don't think he's all that bad. Because sometimes I will even be trying to sleep. And then when I started seeing that, not him, but some of the panelists, they know themselves. I think one is on the corner here. So when they started going towards the Igbo bashing, I will call him, even with my sleepy face. I was like, forefathers will give me the opportunity to also, you know, speak my mind. Mm-hmm. So I don't think it's a good idea to. It's just a thing of, okay, I heard you. Okay, we are doing the right thing, or we are going to do the right thing, or we are trying to do the right thing, which I know that forefather is doing. So let's keep encouraging us, keep encouraging him. We all love Nigeria. We all love Biafra. We all love wherever we are coming from. We are all speaking or contributing to making sure that where that place we come from becomes a better place for human beings to live and thrive. So, forefathers, you're a good man.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. Before Pansat, let me say that something that apart from this is actually TV and reality TV. People forget that. There are people here that I talk to privately, and one of them is Kenneth. You know, sometimes certain things might happen in front here. We go back and laugh. So for the panelists and people who come on the panel here, we actually ask that if you can share your number if you want to. I will share mine. You know, you can always talk. So sometimes it's not as serious as it is on public forum here, but in private we do talk. Thank you, Kenneth. This is it. Pansat.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and having a healthy discussion. But this is serious now. I remember a few years ago, maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I call Sahara reporters, Showere, and I'll leave them a message, and I'll say, it's very important that you don't keep having our people. Now, politicians are corrupt in Nigeria, but there's also violence, terrorism from the northern Muslims. And you have some people in the Jonathan administration that are corrupt. But he was very vicious towards our own people, right? Especially the women, who we know are good public servants. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, for example, Dora Akinyele and others. And I'll be leaving them messages and I'll tell them, if you don't do it fairly, it doesn't matter that you're fighting corruption, but you have to also fight corruption fairly. But anyway, make a long story short, I did carry it out by going after him as he's campaigning to bring that up and to show that. So I'm saying that to you now, Rudolph, to say that, yes, we're laughing and it's good to be to have fun and talk and do it broadly, right? But it's a serious thing that forefathers is doing to Niger. I've looked to see if it's an aberration, like somebody here said, right? If it's one time he made a mistake, Audi, I believe, said that. And it's not. That there seems to be a pattern whereby he denigrates our causes, our people, our organizations. He does that. And also, when there is a fight between the government and the people, he takes the government side. If there's a thing between the military and the civilian, he takes the military side. Things like that. And that's okay. Like I said, I poke holes in those. So I'm saying this now to you, that if you don't remove him, which is my request, is that he should not host the show anymore. Most people here don't think so. They think that he should stay. That I will be going after you, the show itself. If this continues, I'm going to be going after stopping this show. I'm going to go that far. We're not going to have our people, the government's killing our people, and you come here and you it's like you trivialize it, right? It's not trivial. A lot of our people are in exile. I could be your dad, for example, forefather. I could be your father, but I'm in a strange man's land. We have a problem. They're killing our people. Dr. Professor Odinkalu came here. He's a good guy. But does he know everything? No, he doesn't. He comes here, and I was having a legal argument with him. Legal. The point is that he's not a judge. Is he a judge? Even if he's a judge, did he get evidence and sort through that evidence to determine who's doing the killing? Because it's people like that. Okay, look, intellectual, for example. Rudolph, let me just take another 30 seconds to say. Intellectualism is good, but it's one of our problems. Is Buhari an intellectual? No, but he's a president. Is Tinubu an intellectual? No. These people are no match for those people who've got the guns. So we have intellectuals come a dime a dozen. So we need, right now, we need our Nnamdi Kanu, Sowore, Simon Ekpa. It's more valuable to me than 10 Odinkalus, right? Or what's his name now? The Kongi, right? We don't have any need for that for right now, because the people who've got the guns got the power, and they've always had it since independence. And that's a vivid description of the Kongi. What's it? Nobel laureate. What is his name?
Wole Soyinka.
Wole Soyinka, right? Obasanjo describes him very well in my watch. I think I posted something in the private session over there, where it says that for Wale, no one can be good. No,
Wale, that's his name, oh, not Wale.
Okay, what is it? It's Wole now. Wole, W-O-L-E, right?
Correct.
So
And you said Wale.
Wale, okay. Potato, whatever it is. Okay. So, like I'm saying though, Jagun, let me just conclude by this. I've listened to, for example, Ode here. Very smart. He was here yesterday. I think the first time I saw him. Very educated, has all the history. Righteous man. We can't you see, this man's been everywhere. He's been to Cotonou. He mentioned all the other places he's been to. And he loves his country. He's a patriot. And he's going from left to right. Right? I haven't found anything I disagree with him on. He's been bringing in a lot of goodies here. So all I'm saying to you is that when all our people like Chim, who comes from God's own state himself, Abia State, and the first day he came here, like he said, he was a gentleman. and he was making his point. But because he's a victim of our people being beat down, Igbos, they're beat down. You can't say Igbo. You can't say Biafra. You can't say IPOP. You can't even talk as an Igbo man. Whereas we can defeat you, all Nigerians. There are more Igbos than all other Nigerians combined. I believe that we could beat you down and defeat you in a war. We can manufacture our own weapons and we can do it. We're fighting for everybody. But you won't let us talk. You want somebody like Tim here doesn't like Rudolph. Rudolph doesn't want this to be an Igbo show. This can be an Igbo show, and everybody else from another place get the hell out and go to your own people. That's the way I want it, because if this is an Igbo show, then we can tell the truth, talk like men. We can deal with the situation at home. But if you're gonna join us, because we joined together and we did an election, right? We did an election. That's when you say, "Oh, let's join together and fight." We did. We joined together and we fought and we had an election, and they took that from us, all of us. But you're not fully in it with us to say, let's go get it back. If we talk, you say, Igbo man, Igbo. Well, too bad. Too bad. So, forefathers, I'm watching you. If Rudolph lets you continue doing it, I'll go after the show itself. We're going to stop you from doing it, right?
All right. Thank you, Pansat. I will hand over to forefathers in a minute. Before I do that, Jerry, welcome. I don't think I've seen you, and I just wanted to say hello.
Yeah, I was here before, but I got a question. I'm in Nigeria. I'm from Edo, okay? The first time I first see this platform, I thought, forefather, that will make me to come to the show and listen, right? So, this platform, is it for Nigeria or is it for just Igbo, like Biafra, Because, forefather, right? What he said, I think he was trying to make this platform to make it for Nigeria, so we can make Nigeria better, like what we can do. So if you have some people are saying, okay, this platform should be for Igbo, like only, it's not good. Because if you guys are attacking forefather, it's not good. He's like, what? I tell my friend, you guys trying to listen to this. It's like good for our country. I know. So basically, I don't see forefather do anything wrong. It's like doing his job. I mean, what he's supposed to do is it's like his job. So if you would like, some people are saying, "Oh, this should be about Igbo." No, it's not good. It's like, you were saying that, okay, New York people should only talk about people because we are trying to make American better. That won't work. We are all Nigeria, so therefore we should be talking about what we can fix in Nigeria, not about what the other states.
Thank you, Jerry. Jerry,
I'm sorry.
I'm not stopping you because I have to really go. I want to thank you so much for your contribution. I will let Father say something and then I will conclude. But just to answer Pansat quickly, Pansat, have you thought about starting a platform like this? I will come whenever I have time, and you can actually you should think about it. I'm serious. I think we need more platforms. I don't think we need less.
That's not the role of a critic. I'm a critic. My role is not to be good. Right?
Oh, okay.
My role is
all right. I just wanted to make sure you know that.
It's to criticize. It's not for me to do it better.
Okay.
The critic doesn't have to be good at it.
And I want to make sure you know that that's an option. Okay, forefathers, respond before I...
Yeah, wow. Okay, thank you for all the feedback, and I'm glad to hear some of the positive ones. And I must say it's a testament to Dr. Damage's channel that some of the that's the trust of my arguments and the way I approach things seems to have come true. Because I've been on platforms where it doesn't. Everybody they think they call you all kinds of names. And regarding what Pansat said, see, Pansat, some of the things you are saying, I don't get you. Do you know Pansat and myself have been on panels where they call me and him the Igbo defenders, that the obedient and the people that defend. We work together, we challenge every misconception that is coming from the other side. And he comes here to accuse me of the opposite, but that's what you get. So see, my only motivation for being here, I'm a lazy man, I tell you this. My only motivation for coming here is that when I see our people having conversation and you see a lot of falsehoods, and you look at the population, it looks like they are doused with petrol waiting to be lit up, because everybody is a kind of conditioned against the other, even when clearly the solution is people working together somehow to solve the problems. If you want to fix the Southeast, don't you think it is better to relate to a greater group, bring people to your side, and you are more likely to fix it? You can't do it only on your own. You are surrounded everywhere. At least you won't get there on time. You have to work with people in this life. And we have greater challenges beyond our individual problems. My biggest fear is for our own survival. If that aspect of survival was not there, I probably would just consider everything politics. You know how this guy says all our politics, and everybody Igbo man wants to get one over the Hausa man. But there is a bigger problem out there, a bigger one and consequential one. And every day I watch the news of what is going on other parts of the world. They are all aligning, and we are still here arguing amongst ourselves. And I thank my God that some people are understanding that whatever I say is not personal to anyone or any tribe. I'm not attacking anybody. I'm trying to bring people together, because we have bigger problems here. That's not going to save us on the day of reckoning. It's not. I wasn't present when our forefathers went through the hell, when the whole land was taken away from them, and the enslavement period. We didn't witness it, and we think it is over, like the world has ended. It hasn't. The other people are still sharpening their knives every day. They are still getting ready. And when they start their own thing, we have to be ready too. And that is why I'm here. I'm not here to fight against one tribe. If anything, I want all of us to do better. That is all. Because the stronger we are, the less likely that my children and our children will do better. That's all there is to it in this life. What is there in this life anymore? What is there? It's really very simple. And that's why I don't take anything personal. Tomorrow, me and Pastor will be on another panel again, and we'll be fighting people that, Agbado supporters that are attacking people be unfairly and all the rest of it. And today, then he's going to come on another panel again and still attack me again. The same pattern will repeat itself, but I just hope people hear what I am actually here for. And I hope our people understand it, because other people understand this more than we do. And that's why I'm here. If you look at Odi is one of those people that are here for that purpose. Mr. James seems to be focusing on that jargon. We have to start seeing the bigger picture here, because that macro level geopolitical actions are far more consequential than anything we argue amongst ourselves. Anything we argue amongst ourselves is just details, because the decisions are already made overseas, and we as the people are not even partaking in that environment. That is all I'm trying to bring to our people. Let us know that, okay, our divisions, we have to start working it out. We have to talk to the Northerners, talk to Southwesterners, talk to Easterners, talk to other Africans.
Is it going to go on forever? I mean,
you have been talking forever. I've waited here for more than 1 hour. And Pansat, let me preach my own too now. It's turn by turn. So these other people understand where I'm coming from. I'm trying to shed light on where I'm coming from. And this is why I can sit here for 23 hours. I don't care. Because that's a small price to pay. It's not even a price. It's not even a price to me. Because it's so clear in my eyes. The way I see it, people think I'm just paranoid and all the rest. Because maybe I am. I hope I am. But if I'm not, then I better be shouting. I would rather make a nuisance of myself than remain timid and watch the event actually happen in my lifetime, where we see our
forefathers,
nation.
excuse me, I'm sorry. You're not paranoid. You're naive, right? That's the
criticism. That way, see.
No, let me.
Shut up, man. Just shut up, man. Shut the shut up, brother. Little bit of speed.
Please. No. Let me moderate everybody. Don't help me. Go ahead, forefathers.
Yeah. So I sometimes may come across as paranoid because from my own honest analysis of what has happened in the past, we didn't have our security right. We didn't have our technology right. We didn't have our, what if you want to call it, racial solidarity or loyalty right. And we still behave like that today, to the point whereby they use our population as a control against our leaders. If our leaders want to do something on our behalf now, they will say, oh, I will arm the other group to attack you. I will destabilize your nation. And many of us will be very, very happy to support foreign powers to destabilize this country. Right now, some of them are on this, watching this show today, they'll be willing to take guns and weapons to fight fellow Nigerians today. Why? Because of that division. And that is what I'm trying to get you to see, that if we work together, we are more likely to prosper together. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, forefathers. Let me say that I appreciate all the feedbacks, including people. I think we should do more of this. I'm proposing, I will talk to my moderators. Probably I will interview them. They will be the guests on one show. I will have all of them, interview them, and give everybody a chance to weigh in on how we are doing. You know, when you pass some trucks in America, you see, how is my driving? Call this number. I think we should bring all of us who do this moderation here and offer you the chance to critique what we do, and we learn from it. And of course, if there are people who think they can do it and they want to be part of it, we can also have a system where we can get them involved in the process. But I appreciate everybody and all the contribution. I learned a lot from this. It's not that I don't hear that things I'm not doing well. People send me text messages and, behind the scene, and I listen to them. But thank you. And Pansat, thank you so much. Pansat, I've asked for your number several times. You refuse to give me. I don't know how to, what I can do about it. But
I'll get it to you.
Okay.
I didn't want forefathers to see it. I don't know where he comes from.
Okay, I posted my own. You can just write me. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Oh, James, hold on, James, Mr. James. Someone reminded me that you didn't say anything. Please, it's not intentional, and that's true. Righteous man. Sometimes, we're not perfect. Sometimes there's so many things I'm doing. I might forget someone who is in the basement, who is in the backstage, like AY. I will totally forget that someone was there because some other things are going on. But we will do better. The most important thing is that we're going to do better when we have enough hands helping us, because it's really challenging somehow. But thank you, guys. I don't. It's not intentional. Anything we get wrong, it's not like we're after anybody. Mr. James, let me hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I hope you are hearing me.
Yeah.
Good. The gentleman, the professor who came, spoke a lot of things. I just want to mention something about the judiciary. I would have loved to ask him a question on it, but I didn't. There was no second chance for me. Since Nigeria is a country where the judges determine election results, and election results are no longer determined at the polls, they must be very careful because, to start with, they are grossly indisciplined. I'm saying this for one reason. While they were reading the results, actually the judgment, to my surprise, some of them were sleeping. If I'm wrong, please, somebody should correct me. Some of them were sleeping. Can you imagine a lawyer like Ganifawaimi, Rotimi Williams, Chike Ofodile, Taslim Elias, and lawyers of yesteryears sleeping while election result, matters is being determined in a court of law, sleeping. What sort of lawyers are they? This is what the situation we find ourselves. And people have been crying out that these guys are rotting to the core. They are rotting to the core. They are not even bothered at all. They take pride in it to be referred to as a rotting judiciary. Now, I want to draw if they are not listening, somebody will tell them what I am now saying. We do not know, we know Nigeria of yesterday and Nigeria of today. We don't know Nigeria of tomorrow. I remember clearly on the 30th June 1982, in Ghana, 3 judges and a retired army officer were extrajudicially executed in Accra, a place called Bondasi in Greater Accra region. They were killed because of this kind of things these lawyers are doing in Nigeria today. These were judges killed, and up to today, nothing happened. Although some boys were executed, that's a different matter. In in January 16, 1966, or January 15, 1966, there was a coup in Nigeria. Nobody ever knew that those majors were capable of doing such a terrible thing in a very quiet country like Nigeria of those days. The people they killed, they died and they are gone forever, never to come back again. In Liberia, April 12, 1980, Samuel Doe entered the executive mansion, killed Tolbert and some other guys, nothing happened. April 22nd, 1980, just about a week or two later, 13 top-ranking officers in the Liberian civil service, public service, were publicly executed in Monrovia. Nothing happened. So these judges, they should learn from history. Whosoever refuses to learn from history will make history for people to learn from. So this is what I've got to say. I have to go. It's about 9:30 now.
Mr. J, before you go, were you referring to the lawyers or were you referring to the appeal court judges?
Look, excuse me. They are all the same, birds of a feather. Be you a lawyer, a judge, or whatever it is, to me, they are birds of a feather.
No, why I'm asking, I hear you. What I'm saying is, my understanding it was the lawyers were the ones sleeping, not the judges passing the judgment.
Yeah, the issue is that they are so-called senior advocates of nuisance. All those people you see there, over half of them are senior advocates of nuisance to the country. They've rubbished themselves, and whosoever rub their faces with shit, please forgive me for my friends, whosoever rub their faces with shit has done nothing wrong. Because these people, their action is just despicable. This is not Ganifa, Rotimi Williams, Chike Ofodile, Taslim Elias, who became the World Court Chief Justice of the World Court. These guys are just nuisance to the country. They are just like the professors we have in the universities. You see what is happening at the University of Calabar. They are busy kissing the girls instead of imparting knowledge. These are professors who rig election for certificate-less politicians. And when their students cheat in exam hall, they rusticate the students while they are busy rigging elections. This is the level we've got to. So the judges, I'm not saying they should execute them. People should not misunderstand me, but they should learn from history if they don't want to make history for people to learn from. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. James, thank you so much. Let me thank everybody that joined us. And remind you also that on Sunday next week, we have Professor Chika Okekago from Princeton. We will talk about the Achebe 10th anniversary symposium happening at Princeton on the 29th and the 30th. And then on October 1, we have Oken Dibe who will join us and talk about what happened in South Africa, where he interviewed Professor Wole Soyinka. It's important, connecting to what we're saying, okay, also came under attack because of the reaction, the interview he had with Wole Soyinka. So I can see show on the comment section and other moderators. You now know that the job, you are also being judged by people who are watching you. I have always known that. I get feedback from people. So It's all good. It's all part of the process. And I will try to talk to the moderators and see if we can come up here once every quarter and then hear feedbacks from the guys, everybody who is watching. All right. Thank you, everybody. And I will see you. I appreciate all of you. See you next week. Forefathers, over to you.
Yeah, so good night, everybody. It's already late.
Yeah.
Good night,
James. Thank
Good
you
night,
all.
Mr. James.
Henceforth, Dr. Damage's constitution is now abrogated. And thank you, Maska. Oh, you didn't get a chance to say
Father, you need to
I think the first thing you should do is you should kick Pansard out.
Is this Syria? Don't mind Pansard. He does this all the time. I don't even understand the guy.
He doesn't have the integrity to leave since you are the moderator.
I don't know why he does that. Me and him, we fight on the same side sometimes, and he comes here to badmouth me.
By the way, forefathers, I did say that we don't disagree on everything. When you're supporting OB, you're not supporting Igbos. I don't know if you're using those two interchangeably.
Actually, right? I have you have been present when they are picking on Southeasterners on some platforms. You have been there, and I have been there debating and confronting the points that they are going after. So
that is true. But look, there is something. First of all, something maybe I should have asked you so you could deny it. Are you denying that the Igbos they cry victim? To you, do the Igbos cry victim?
I don't think they cry victim. They cry like every Nigerian cry out.
Okay. Please,
Father, don't make this show with you and Passat. Let's discuss.
Yeah. To be fair, I think that's a fair point.
I will be leaving so you youngsters could have your 10 here. But like I said, it's all in making the country better. That's why we started that out.
Okay, it's okay now. Can you let it go now?
I will let it go.
Sorry.
I watch you as you do the show.
Yeah, go ahead, Maska, please.
Okay, I just want to appeal to Mr. Pansat. Okay, I do understand that sometimes we feel deeply and want at least have a small understanding of how the brain works. When you get too much into your emotions, the logical part of the brain stops to really have almost, it stops to have an equal footing with the emotional part of the brain. So, but having said that, I think Mr. Panzer, there are two things you did that I think you need to go back, sit down and reflect, especially given that I see a lot of people give you respect on the platform as an elder. One, I think it's absolutely wrong that if people don't agree with your views, you want to kick them off either a platform, and by extension, one can say, are you going to say that people should not be alive again if they don't agree with you? Because this is where some of the problems start. So I think one needs to, as you get older, you need to understand that you have to live with everybody along with their own views. And in an attempt to make people better, sometimes we are the ones that get better. I particularly don't like some of the views forefathers have, but I like the fact that he is a little bit balanced. So that's one. Number two, you were trying to threaten Mr. Rudolph. If nobody tells you, I will tell you that I think it's absolutely overreaching. You may think you are telling him the truth, but I think it's not okay. The guy is doing a good job, and I'm sure he's not getting so much money. He spends a lot of time. To threaten him simply because you've asked him to remove forefathers and he is saying no, I don't think you should threaten the platform that you will go after the platform. I am saying that you should go back and reflect on these two things. Thank you.
Could I respond to him,
sorry. There is AY hasn't said anything, and neither has Show.
But he called me out. He addressed me. It's only fair.
Don't worry, we'll come back to you, Pansat, when they finish talking, because they might still have something to say about you. So
why, father, are not kicking Pansat out? You should kick him out.
No,
You don't
the
have to
bastard
correct
is a
him.
customer
He's
now. I
trying
know
to
him
keep
for
you
a
off
long
the
time.
show.
Don't mind
Kick him
him.
out.
He's always been naughty like that all the time. He does this all the time. He always comes after me. He don't, he's not seen. When we go on that platform now, we are friends. That's how he does it. So
Okay.
I'm used to
All
it.
right.
Let me quickly say this.
Sorry, I really need to hear from Chim. You know, he's the person that brought all these things. But anyway, go ahead, AY. Sorry.
Mr.
No,
Passad,
anyway, go ahead. When you're done,
Mr.
I don't want to.
Passad,
I don't want to blow my trumpet. I like to be gentle and listen to every other person. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Passad, I will add to
Yes, sir.
what Masker said. With due respect, you know you are an elderly man, and you know people respect you on this
Sorry, do
platform.
you know his age?
Hold on. Oh, they calm down now. You are causing another trouble. So, Mr. Passad, I know you also understand a lot of things with age, with your experience, everything. We are supposed to be learning a lot of things from you. So, according to Fela, teacher, don't teach us nonsense. Don't teach us the bad things. You know, let's try, and I know, like, with all due respect again, you should be showing us some good things. I understand you can be Igbo, you can be Yoruba, you can be outside, it doesn't matter. Look at Professor Chidi, for example. He recognizes he's an Igbo man. But when he want to differ, he do it politely, respectfully. You know, he come with fact when he say it is. That was one thing. I usually listen to him. I really appreciate about Professor Chidi. Because even when he say it is that against me now, I will listen to him because I know he's speaking the truth. I will listen to him because he's giving us fact. The other thing, I will still say it. I have always said it here. This idea of everybody hate Igbo, I swear to God, this is not correct. It's not true. Let's stop fighting ourselves. I understand the feeling. With due respect to my Igbo brothers and sisters, I understand the feeling, but we should not take everybody, oh, it's your enemy, they hate you. No. When people are saying this, I'm like, what? See, this election that just happened there, even Peter Obi we are discussing here. You see the South. If not for the political leaders, these governors, Peter Obi will clear all the states. I can tell you that. In Edo State, the governor was literally going to police station, telling the people to destroy the ballot papers because he saw what was coming. Even with all that, he still won the election in Edo State. When Peter Obi came to Benin, when you see the crowd, go on YouTube and watch it. I'm sure even Peter Obi was scared. What did I do to these people? They love me so much. What's going on here? It's not because it's because they believe in him, they supported him. So when we keep saying like, oh, everybody hates it, I don't think it's correct. And the struggle in the country, is everybody is struggling. It's messed up. The country is all garbage. From Borno State down to River State, everywhere is trouble. Nothing is going on. If people want to fight for themselves, it's good. But I personally, I will appreciate a system where we, the youth around the country, we fight for ourselves. We start together. Now, the politicians are using all this we are doing. They see how we are divided. During election, they tell you, oh, you are Igbo, you are Hausa, you are Kanuri, you are this. They will still divide you. They will bring religion. They will divide us. That's why they have a disadvantage. When Nigeria were protesting in Lagos State during EdSARS protests, nobody identified as Igbo, nobody identified as Yoruba. People, we all came together like you see the energy, you see the fight. Just imagine we have such thing in the north, and we have one in Lagos, we have one in Abuja. The country, they will hear, they will know that people are not joking. Because when we keep dividing ourselves, oh, trust me, these leaders, they are happy. Yeah, we won. They are happy. So let's just try and work together and respect ourselves, you know. we should not hate. We should not be fighting unnecessary fight. Thank you.
Thank you, AY. Sure.
Well
Thank
said,
you for
bro.
coming in.
Wonderful.
Yeah, thank you for coming in, Show. It's been a while, Show. I don't know where you've been. You've been scarce for a bit. So yeah, what do you think about the topic and the doctor, the professor that came in, and
Which
maybe you want
topic?
to chime in?
No, it's your topic I'm interested in. Forget doctor. Which professor?
There was a doctor here today, this person that derailed everything to my topic. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, forefathers. I saw some of the discussion. I think I met the Q&A session. I didn't watch Rudolph's interview with the professor, but I saw I think most of the Q&A. He's a man who's speaks well. I think a lot of people agreed with his position. Some people disagree, and that's the way things would always be. Everybody won't agree with you, no matter who you are. Nobody has ever agreed with. There's nobody that's ever lived that everyone agreed with. So you're not going to be the first. So that is that. I only came in because of the appraisal, the public appraisal that we got, which of course it can only be public. So when forefather was being appraised, I sort of put myself in his shoes because I moderate sometimes, not as much as he does. Because for me, once it's like certain time, funny thing, I stay on. I use my Bluetooth. I'm on the bed. I'm listening. Phone is somewhere, screen locked off. But I'm listening to you guys on YouTube. So I listen to like about 1 and I just sleep off. So it's not an easy task. And we would all moderate in different ways. But it's good that people give us feedback. Honestly, it's good. As harsh as it may sound, I'm sure forefather would go back, introspect, correct some things. He's a man who has strong opinions. And what he believes, but he might. I'm hoping that he might, change some of the probably approach. Not everything. If he changes everything, that means he's been living a lie. Then he's a fool, which I'm sure he's not. So it would take some things, correct some things. I'm sure going forward, some people would see some slight changes here and there. Not to say he wouldn't say what he believes. You can't change his mind. It's not possible that you just come on a sudden. But it's good that people are giving us feedback because that's the only way we as individuals would improve. The show would improve. And like Rudolph said, nobody gets paid to do it. I don't think he makes enough money to start paying people who put us on a payroll. If the show was like all this football, like some football YouTube channels in the UK, where on a Saturday, the guy is getting like, 20,000 people watching and super chat is like, honestly, super chat flowing in, then maybe. But it's good that people are saying what they think of us. I've bantered with some people in the comment section. They've said when Rudolph said he's going to bring the panelists and interview them, I said, I've quit, in advance. I'm not doing anymore, so take me out of this interview. I don't want to face the firing line. But all in all, I just came to say, forefathers, hashtag I stand with forefathers. Not because of his views or things like that, but I think I just felt when he started speaking, I felt for him a bit. I'm like, this guy, like 10, 12 people just telling you your shit, like literally your shit. We don't like you or your ways. I felt for him. But the good thing is, he's a very strong man. He's a very strong man. The way he handled it, honestly, I must commend you for the way you handled it. You took it in his stride. You responded. You still stood your ground. So just came to say, show of support to a fellow panelist, from one panelist to another. I support you on this channel. Pansat is there. There was a day that I was hosting. I was interviewing Rudolph for something that Rudolph traveled, and Pansat said, Dr. Alexander Gomez said, Pansat, let's go 100 each. They are big super chatters. And he said, no, Yoruba man is hosting. I'm not giving money. And I thought to myself, on this same show, I've been called by my Yoruba brothers an Igbo apologist, Igbo sympathizer. I'm looking for Igbo love. I'm looking for Igbo money. But an Igbo man comes and says he's not giving money because I'm Yoruba. Somebody in the comment section has already said tonight that me and my Yoruba brothers are the problem of the whole night. So, you see, you just have to be who you are. Be authentic to yourself. Take corrections. You can't please everybody. As long as your conscience is clear, you know what you're doing. There's no agenda behind it. You'll be fine, at the end of the day. But I'll go back to the backstage. I purposely didn't come in as a moderator. I came in on my phone today, so I'm not a moderator. Nobody should treat me as a moderator.
Sure. Would you say he should
we go
change
clear
like
your
70%?
issue,
Right? Would you say forefathers should change like about 70%, 60 to 70%?
I can't put percentages to it. See.
Oh my God.
That's a joke question.
So that's why I said I can't put percentages to it. See, this is an area I didn't want to go, but let me speak on it quickly. With regards to what the Igbos think of forefathers, I don't think it's, maybe I'm opening a can of worms. I don't think it's limited to forefathers. In fact, I asked Rudolph this question because me and him chat a lot. Maybe he missed it. Maybe he intentionally just kept it. I said, coming on this show has made me realize that when there's the Biafra gist, and that is why I proposed to Rudolph that we should have a conversation one day where people speak their Biafra truth. What led to the war? What happened before? What happened during? What happened after? Let everybody get it. No, I mean, saying,
leave that matter. Leave that matter.
wait.
I'm
I'm not saying we're doing
nobody
it now.
will ever agree on that thing, man.
It was a suggestion. We don't have to do it. I said I suggested it to Rudolph. I'm not saying we should do it. I'm just saying because I want to learn about it. One thing I've sort of noticed is when the Igbo Biafra matter comes up on this show, I've sort of noticed that the people from South have a strong opinion about it. I'm not saying they are right or wrong. So it's one of the things I want to learn, that what transpired between the Southeast and the South during the Biafra, after it, there's always a bit of tension, it's tangible that the South people get really, I don't want to use the wrong word, say agitated or,
if I can, I just interrupt because I'm not quite sure.
That interruption is going to take long, though.
Okay.
Yes, I'm not quite sure where we're taking this. I really respected what you said about the way forefather handled himself over such a deluge of objection. I'm not quite sure where it all came from, but it was quite fantastic. In any case, where you may be taking this to is a place that we all know about. We all got our opinion on. We know who Igbo man is from who. Wait. Okay. We know who an Igbo man is from who a different Igbo man is. We have a differentiation of appraisals on so many issues where the Igbo man is concerned. And I think we're articulate. You see, I really like what AY just said, man. In terms of, look, man, all those ones that happened before, unless we're bringing hardcore facts about the way forward, it's just talk. And we have to get out of this just sword fencing with words. We're trying to create action with the fire that we have underneath us, as opposed to just ching chong of swords as you're going to. For me, it's a waste of. I just like some of the suggestions that have been made that we can build on this platform. The other day, questions. Sorry to interrupt you, my brother. The other day, questions were asked. Questions were asked, and there were about 4 or 5 fundamental questions that can take us forward. Prior to that, it was 6 fields that mentioned that we need to be really taking energy from this in order to organize and fixate our position as to a way forward. And then AY today really has made a distinction between the generations. And generationally, I mean, he spoke like a young man to his older brothers. That boy, you lot, I don't think you're really leading us anywhere, apart from Jim Jam, I'm having a great old conversation. But in terms of where we are now, as the youngest, doesn't matter where we're from in this country, we are getting ourselves together. Now, whether you guys, whether our generation, I would say it, man, I'm going to say it, our generation has failed Nigeria. As the generation just above me also. We've failed the place. We've failed to fight. We've failed to recognize ourselves. Those who recognize themselves were a small minority at the time when I was growing up. It's only now that people have come to the conclusion that, hey, we've been cheated. We've been cheated by the white man. We've been cheated by the black man. We've been cheated by our country. We've been cheated by our families. We've just come to this appraisal of ourselves. And we're late. So really, if we wake up to this situation and offer the next generation really what they need to take this thing to where it needs to go, we're going to waste again. We're going to waste again. And I want to follow a direction. I don't like all this funny thing. We can speak about Biafra.
All right.
We can speak about all these issues.
Yes, that's fine. I hear you. So to speak to what you just said in terms of way forward and all of that, I think I can speak for Rudolph on this. Rudolph has made it clear many times that he's defined his role in all of this. Rudolph has said, my job is to provide a platform for people of like minds to meet, exchange numbers, exchange email addresses, take it off this, discuss the solution. I mean, not that we can discuss solutions here. If people have suggestions and all of that, is welcome. So Rudolph has suggested that people of like mind, if you think you connect on this, like Sixfield came and said, how can we expand this? You know, I think it was said that, you know, people can exchange details, but I don't think that happened. So if that's not happening, Rudolph is saying his job, his platform is not to provide solution per se. It's to provide a platform where people of like mind can meet and form small groups and take the discussion off Dr. Damage's show. And he's promised to say, see, when the time comes and you need publicity, if you need me to publish anything, if you need me to do anything in terms of having links with, you know, media houses, I can do that for you. So I'm speaking on behalf of Rudolph, and I'm sure he agrees with what I'm saying. So it's welcome. We all want solutions. And when people are ready to do that, let's exchange numbers, let's exchange email addresses, and take it off air, and people of like mind can connect and, you know, provide solutions. Hopefully Nigeria works. Some people don't believe it would work, because, and you can't fault them for it, but for those who believe it can work, let them exchange numbers and, you know, have discussions. But that's what I came to say anyway. Forefather, I just came to give you my support. Not to say that, you know, I disagree with people's appraisal or their whatever they've said, but I just, you know, I just felt it'd be like, man, you know, you took a lot, and you took it like a soldier that, you know, that you are. But yeah, except anybody has anything to say to me, I'll be looking up and watching on YouTube.
I was asked the question by Audie.
Shola, I don't think I've seen Shola here before. So we don't know. Maybe it's even in Nigeria.
Thank you, Shaw.
Hi.
You're a good guy. So
Shola, thank you for coming in. Sorry, Pansa, hold on. I think it's the first time this thing. Thank you for coming in, Shola. Are you coming here for the first time? Coming online?
For the first time in your show, but I've come twice at Dr. Damage's show, but not too long. I just came briefly and then went back. Right.
Thank you for coming in. So what do you think about what you've heard so far?
Yeah, always be on the background, but today I said, let me just come in to kind of encourage you. I'm a Nigerian, so, and I'm Yoruba. But I mean, yeah. So I just want to let us know that all we are discussing, which I want to kind of sense, is that on this platform we are discussing how to make Nigeria a better place for every one of us, regardless of your tribe. So probably we may have different views, different ways of seeing things or handling things. Dr. Damage's is not the same thing as forefathers. We have different personality, you know, different DNA, you know, different exposure, you know, and we should respect that we can't all be the same. And the way we handle things, the way we look at things. At the background, when I listen to forefathers, I see now someone who tried to make sure that your facts are genuine. When you are bringing in stuff to discuss on the platform, you want to scrutinize it. What is your source? How accurate is that information you are giving us? And there's nothing wrong with that. We want to be sure that we are passing the wrong information to the whole world, but everybody is watching us. Right. So today I was at the background listening, and I felt there's a point for us to just, for me to just come in and just, you know, give one or two, I know, not really support, but facts about him. I like him because I want someone who will give me accurate information and not just, hey, this is what people are saying. Everything can be flying around over the place. Doesn't make it true. Right. So therefore, we want people like him to be able to checkmate every raw information coming in, to make it a very proper information for us to digest. But what we take away from here will affect not only us, but people that will also listen to us. Having said that, I know this election that just passed, whether we like it or not, it has brought out a lot about us. We are divided. And we here on this platform, we are learned, educated, and exposed. I'm on this field. I will advise us that we are supposed to lead a new generation, a new Nigeria, from our exposure, from our knowledge. Back home in Nigeria, no matter how much information they have, people will still vote along that tribe, regardless of how you look at it. But we can start a new Nigeria. Not if I'm a Yoruba man. If I want to speak about Oduduwa, I have Oduduwa platform where I can go and talk about Oduduwa. I can go to Mayegu and talk about Odudu, I mean, stuff like that. But I believe when I believe Dr. Damage's show is actually talking about pan-Nigeria, total Nigeria, not a particular tribe, particular segment. So when I come here, I push away. I don't come here to talk about Dudua. I'll talk about Nigeria. So I want us to begin to think of how to bring all of us together, not to promote a particular tribe. By the time we come here with that kind of notion that I am a Yoruba man, and so everything I see is about Yoruba, how Yoruba will benefit from the system, then I don't think we have business come to this show. High power will have no business come to this show. If I want to promote my own tribe, I'd rather go to that platform where that particular tribe is being promoted, or I'll start my own platform to promote my own tribe. But if we want a new Nigeria, a better Nigeria, it might be going slowly, it might be slow for us, but I'm telling you, information is being passed along as we go. People are listening to us, people are reading us, our behavior, our presentation, the way we handle things, our maturity. People are looking at us. We should be able to face challenges. Things are not going to be it's not going to be cheap. It's going to be easy for us because we are championing a new cause that people have never gone through before. Probably they have gone through and they all left. One reason why I always like Shore, even though eventually he didn't come up, is that he's a pan-Nigerian man. And that one thing I want to say again is that no one is ever going to be perfect. And that is why the kind of feedback is good. And I want Mr. Forefather to look at it. Those negative people have comment about you, take it and go through it and see where you can make some amendment. But the thing is that whoever get there today, who is going to lead that platform, we also have negative, because nobody is perfect. We're going to talk about you, and you're not going to get 100% pass for every one of us. So as we all understand that every human being, there's no one that is completely that is completely perfect in this world. So all we do is that when we listen to one another, we learn from one another to improve ourselves. But I want us to go from here to know that if we want to have a new Nigeria, we have to have a new thinking and look at Nigeria holistically, and not just look at Nigeria from own hand, what you want to benefit, what your brother will benefit. In fact, the Bible says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. So you first of all, when you love yourself, love your neighbor. So your neighbor might be the Igbo guy. I have, for example, now I'm a physician here. My colleagues there, they are Igbos, and we don't talk about all the differences. Of course, when we're in the diaspora, we don't talk about the differences. But the truth is that we should learn to begin to kind of love ourselves and talk about ourselves together, not talk about what binds us together, not what's dividing us. If we want to actually grow a new Nigeria, I'm telling you, and I want us to begin to think about it, that we need to begin to see ourselves as one, and not to run ourselves down, and not to promote any tribe on this platform. If you're going to promote tribe on this platform, then we're going to have the difference will continue, and we're going to feel so much bitterness. Thank you very much.
By the way, Shola,
thank you.
Let me just say something to him first.
I think Righteous Man has been holding his hand up.
And
for
hold
a while.
I would like to hear what Pensat says about what was just said.
I know, but for fairness. Sorry, Tim has, Tim had a big role to play. I think we need to allow him to speak. Pansa, everybody here,
I'm just going to ask one question and then.
But let him just speak now.
You need to hold on and
let him say what he
there
has
are new
to
people
say.
coming in. Femi hasn't said anything. Woman Tomo hasn't said anything.
It's true, but I really enjoy it.
I'm not asking to speak, but I'm just saying this issue started when Dr.
Righteous man, use 1 minute. Just tell us what you want to say, then we go and allow
forefathers. Let me ask him a simple question.
You have to wait. You have to wait. Righteous man, take 1 minute, please. Just let us know, because you've been raising your hand up for a while now. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yourself.
I said the 1 minute, is it going to be for every one of us, or only?
No, just for you, so that the newcomers can speak, so that then when it comes to everybody, you will have your time to speak, as up to 3-5 minutes long. But I thought you wanted to interject.
Okay, go ahead now.
Okay, Femi.
Can
Thank
I
you for coming in.
interject? If you don't let me,
I think
I would like
Pansat
to interject. I would like Pansat to interject because what
people
Shola
coming in. He's just gonna say he
truly.
wants me off the panel and all the rest.
No. He wants He was.
No,
I think
forefathers.
I think Pansat was going to reply to what Shola has just said. Newcomer Shola, I really enjoyed what you said. I really enjoyed and I learned a lot from it. And it's within the understanding of what I believe this show is about. And I would like to hear Pansat's response, to be frank.
Jadun, much
I don't know what else we're doing here.
See, but you have to allow me to moderate because there are people that are coming in. There are people that own, like one man went to Mo. He's a busy man. He has a lot of talent. The Femi has been in the background for a while. He went out, came in. So, Pansat, please wait. Let these speakers have their say.
Like you took so that you can have your own time. Off, right?
See,
allow it, man.
Come on, man.
I fought for you, bro. I fought. You tried well. You tried. Thank you,
Femi, please go ahead.
I'm leaving. I'll see you guys later.
We are not paying them for being here. That's respect their time.
Thank you. Goodbye, everybody. I'll see you later on. No problem.
Femi, please go ahead.
Oh, good evening from my end. I came here for a couple of things as well. I've been watching all day. And in a way, it's a good thing that discussions like this occur. Because if you recall, on the day show was actually interviewing Dr. Damages, for those of that still can remember. He actually, something I've always admired about him is the fact that sometimes, if you notice, he has this extreme tolerance. It's very difficult for you to find such amongst human beings, not even talk of Black people or Nigerians now, just human beings generally. And that patience is difficult to find. And for me, if we are criticizing other people in power, then we should also take a look at ourselves. It's just my opinion. And I don't have a problem with anybody having any issues with my opinion. And that's why it's called have your say. And one of the things I've always had a problem with, but I never mentioned, I thought I was going to have some time to talk to Dr. Damages about it. Because again, to build a nation, no matter, even if we had to go our own ways, there will still be issues that we have to resolve anyway. Even in the house. I mean, a lot of us have wives and kids, and we're all different. I mean, people have opinions. But the moment part of what I even think, and I had this conversation with my mom before she passed, whereby she said if she had a chance to go back, because my mom, we didn't agree on a lot of things, but we used to talk a lot. And she appreciated the fact that she gave, unlike when we were younger, when she was just, the way our parents were now when we were younger. I think that's part of where the problem starts from. And it's still continuing into our, Middle Ages and what have you. But that being said, I just have a suggestion as well for fathers. It's not a criticism, it's just a suggestion that whenever we don't, because look from the outside looking in, even when I'm here sometimes, I'm not gonna lie to you, I have this sensibility, this mindset of thinking there's certain people that just take over the whole show. And just because it's not everybody that has in Nigerian parlance power to be arguing and trying to emilokon. I just feel one of the things, I know you've tried to open it up, but for me, I just feel it's not working. Again, it's my opinion. I feel it's best to give people equal opportunities, even if it means, I don't even mind. I said I was going to tell Dr. Damages, I don't mind putting myself out to time people. And with me, it doesn't matter. I am going to keep, because we need to also learn discipline, and this includes myself. So I just thought to mention that it's just my observation, because sometimes you need to look from the outside to see the way. And overall, let me just quickly say my last piece of opinion as well. I think it will be the most boring world. See, do you know how many people in my family that had to fight because of this election? Not even fight, but we disagreed. Not fight. Fight is the wrong word. Including my uncle. We disagree. I saw valid points. There are times, even forefathers, there are things you say. When I go back, because I meditate a lot. For example, in conclusion, I only knew a couple of months ago that the original name of Africa was actually Alkebulan. There's more research I'm doing. There was a way the Europeans met us. We were fine for the most part. It was when they came. So there are parts that I agree with you. There's things that they did to us that we've also now continued to push down to generations, just as we also picked up from our own generations. But I mean, I think it's just respectful without using words, no matter how, because I mean, I'm still trying to be a better person. I feel we can be better at this because there are people watching. Thanks.
Thank you, Femi. One man went to Mo. Thank you for coming in. I hope you don't come and troll us.
Please, my battery is down. I want to go. My battery is down, and there is no. They have fixed light.
One man went to Mo. Something tells me that he's not going to give way. You can ask him if he's going to give way. Then you can speak. But
no, it's good.
One man went to Mo. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. One man went to Mo for some reason. We still can't hear you. You are not muted, but we can't hear you. One man went to Mo. Yeah. You may want to go back and come back in. Yeah. Righteous man, I think the elements are on your side. Please just make your submission since your battery is running low.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We are all gentlemen here and very fine individuals. Please, I want to beg every one of us to respect the integrity of every one of us. When we come to a platform like this, fine, we're deliberating on issues that have to do with our country. And I don't expect every one of us to reason like me. But I always say the end of our discussion should be solution. What do we offer to the people from what we have discussed here? A professor was invited. Quite a number of issues were presented before him. He made his responses. I think it is necessary we deliberate on those answers he gave to us. We digest it, look at it, and see how we can polish it and make it an agenda for the Nigerian people. So the issue of forefathers, for me, it had been treated and that one is gone. Nobody is perfect. Whatever that we consider as a mistake or a wrongdoing by him, he has heard us, he has said what he said. Let's move ahead and discuss important issues that is going to gender growth, that is going to bring the anticipated new Nigeria that we are praying and looking forward to achieve. So that is my submission. He mentioned two, before I go, there are two issues he mentioned. I wrote them down. I don't just talk. I listen to people. I jot things down. He said, in the next 16 years, democracy in Nigeria will be 40 years. And every region in this country have tested the presidency. The Southeast will not test it. So I ask a question, what is the political future of the Southeasterners? I don't think that is a sin. I don't think that is Igbo agenda. I don't think that is trying to sell my tribe or my region. And of course, if I do that, it's not against democracy and it's not against individual reasoning. But let's discuss something that we are going to give out to people, that will make people know that we have thought from our heads and we have reasoned well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, righteous man, for your submission. And Ike Sant Antonio, he knows, he always ensures that I say it right. I have to, you don't want to say it wrong. Ike Sant Antonio, thank you for coming in. So yeah, what do you think about the discussion and the professor? You know, people are forgetting the professor said a lot of things that I wanted to talk about, and things went sideways.
Thank you, forefathers. You know, you still don't say you still didn't say it right. Ike na San Antonio.
Oh, Ike na San Antonio. Ah,
yes.
Ike na San Antonio. Okay, I will watch out for that next time.
Yeah, San Antonio, for people that don't know, San Antonio is in Texas. It's maybe 10th largest city in America, but you will not know because of the way it is. Yes, I've been listening. At the same time, I heard what a lot of people say. But there's one thing I always look at. What does that say about us? Even though all of us are in Western world, as we are talking, it's only a few people that live in Nigeria are talking, and we treat each other this way with all our education, with all our experiences, with all our knowledge. People like us, we don't get anything, no. The ones we get professorship and the doctor and all that. At the end of the day, we still behave like people where they in village, where they inside the village. If you go to village meeting, they will sit over there and dialogue for hours and hours and not accomplishing anything. And if you go to every organizations that we Nigerians start in Western world, we do the same thing. And we continue failing. Just look at, we are 10 in this panel. Some people disrespect people. Some people don't want people to talk. Some people think that their own argument is the right argument. I wish Mr. Passad is still here. I know that he's an Igbo man. I'm an Igbo man too. But I 100% disagree with him. But there's one thing he have. He's entitled to his opinion. But he cannot impose his opinion to other people. Because other people have mine too. And because you're elder, in my tribe, that means if the elder did not do his job, we cover our face and talk to him in a disrespectable manner. So for me, I think what we all need to learn, we come over here and we speak Dogoran Twenty. Some people speak Yoruba, speak Hausa, speak Pidgin, speak Igbo. One thing that we have established in this group, there's so much Biafra phobia. And unfortunately, you can't change that for one reason or the other. But one thing we have to do at the same time, respect each other. For me, all these things we are talking about, nobody have brought solutions. Because remember, the politicians are listening. And some of the things we say over here, they use it in their politics. I don't hate a Yoruba person. Yoruba person does not hate an Igbo person. But the politicians use it to manipulate the system. Especially it comes up every 4 years. Every 4 years they come up. Then all of a sudden, all the Igbos that are married to Yoruba or all the European people married to Igbos, this crash starts. After politics, the crash died out. But there's one thing, if P2B did not accomplish anything, he just opened the eyes of the youth, opened the eyes of Nigeria, showing them what Nigeria can become. He's showing Nigeria what Nigeria can become. But unfortunately, it's difficult to change Nigeria. To me, to change Nigeria, you're going to start in the houses, in your family. When somebody do something wrong, you need to tell them that they do wrong. And not only that, when you start from family and you build the next generation, the people that have common sense, when we were growing up, our parents, you can't come home with money. You went to school, you come home with money, and your mama asks you who give it to you, and you cannot account for that. The kind of whooping you will get next time because you cannot say that means you stole it. So, but now, parents, you send your daughter to school. December, he will carry 10 bags of rice, come home, and you don't ask him, the money I gave you for school, is that the money you used to buy the 10 bags of rice? Because there's honorable that have given her the stuff. But the problem we Nigerians have is that if you go back to these people that are ruling, remember, Labour Party win the election, win some House members and win some Senate. My brother, have you heard about Labour Party standing and saying what is happening is wrong in terms of law, in terms of things that comes up in the House? I remember here in America when Obama was president, Tea Party, they started with maybe 2 or 3 people, Tea Party. All of a sudden, Tea Party become big. Every time they shove it in everybody's throat, we disagree. We disagree. They come to TV and make we disagree, and they keep on doing it. And Tea Party become a big. All of a sudden, they say Tea Party caucus. They have their own caucus, and they did a lot of things to hinder Obama's term.
Yeah.
But why can't Labour Party people that we elected? It's now 90 days. I don't know anybody have seen what is happening in Abia State. What Alex Sochi have been doing in Abia State. If you see what Alex in 90 days, what he have accomplished. 4 governors have come and said there is no money. But he have single-handedly in the last 90 days changed Aba. My wife grew up in Aba. Do you know since I married her over 20 years ago, I have never been to Aba, where he grew up, But now, unless Sochi have given me hope that I can go to Aba now and visit. Because Aba, if you go into Aba, you drive to Aba, when you get over there, you can sit in one place for 3-4 hours. But now, unless Sochi have started changing that narrative. We Igbos, we complain, but our leaders, they get the same money that they get in Abuja. What have they done? I'm from Anambra State. Our governor have failed us. And one of the pioneers that was hoping that voting him, he run under the platform of P2B. He ran under the platform of P2B, and we voted him. And the man start now speaking Dogon Trenchi, speaking big grammar, because Guinea, he had PhD in economics. And he called himself a professor. My brother, all of us are professors. In Nigeria, all of us are professors.
But Ike, is he performing for the state itself?
No.
Other than okay.
No.
That's
all he's busy criticizing. Could you imagine a learned man when that flood that happened in 2022? My house, the house I was building, I have put almost $80,000 on, collapse because of the flood. Do you know that the road to get into my village, the bridge collapsed? Guess what? Do you know what the man said? He cannot fix it because my local government people didn't vote for him. A learned man have lived in Western world and still playing the stupid game.
He actually said that.
He said that to our people, that we are not priority because we didn't vote for him. He's still the same man that said, if you vote a Labour Party in Anambra State, he's coming over there to just collect a paycheck, that he cannot let him accomplish anything. A learned man. So, my brother, my point is this. The people in the house, the people are in the government, some of them have been in Western world, went to school in Western world, but they go to Nigeria, and guess what? They just join the cabal and collect the money. One day, oil will not be in Nigeria again. One day, that money will not be. That's when it dawned on us that we failed multiple generations. Since I was a child, they say Nigeria is bad. Actually, when my parents came to US, Nigeria was good. When $1 buy 50 kobo, $2 buy 1 naira. Today, $1. 2 days ago, I just sent 930 naira. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? This is how bad we have had people. They say, we can believe military regime is better than what we are practicing so far. Because all the road that is getting bad now is military build. All the things that are messing up now is military build. We just had the Lagos State Blue Railway open
Okay.
Nobody have told us how many billion they used to fix it. Let me rest, my brother. Nigeria is in the state of no mekota.
Yeah, thank you. Tone, please say what you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Okay. I was timing him. He spoke for 6 minutes, so please
Yeah,
give him 2 minutes.
I know.
But
Yeah,
you know, I normally manage.
I
You know, I
know.
normally manage
Tone
my
doesn't
time.
say. You don't say a lot. Yeah, you don't tend to say a lot.
Yeah, don't worry, my brother. You represented us very well. God bless you. Right. Can you ask Justice is driving? Let him not go
Oh
out
yeah,
yet.
he's driving now. Yeah. I
Yeah,
didn't
he's
take him off.
driving.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was stopped before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What I wanted to say, my brother just touched on it briefly, and that thing is, I don't know whether one man will be behind, or he will be listening, or will listen to this, and that's fundamental to the problem we're having. Until we know that we're not coming here. I mean, I've been here. I've been on this platform for just over a month now. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot from you personally, for Father Chim, brilliant, great minds here, and that's what life is about. If you cannot subject yourself to learning, you'll just stagnate, and then you start rotting away. Now, one of the biggest problems that we're not addressing here is disrespect. And people may not agree. People will come and attack me. Thank God I've got Dr. Rudolph's number. I'm going to try and get in touch with him during the week and then have a chit chat with him. See, this personal abuse must stop. We must. It has to be a zero tolerance. Just because I do not agree with you, or because I do not agree that I do not align with you, that I believe in IPOB, you call me a flake, you start abusing me. I don't know. You do not understand. If flake is a very, very, very bad word in Igbo language. You don't call a fellow person. You don't even know me. Am I even be your one of the directors of the company that you work and all that? And the day I'll find you in my company, I'll be instructing HR to fire you. A lot of people, there are a lot of important people here we hold very, very responsible. I'm a very busy man. You see? So the minute we stop, we need to adopt, you see, somebody, you see, you see someone in the section, because those people in the section thinks they are immune to all these things. Forefathers, I will implore you. I know there are a lot of people, they are one of the people that led the rebellion and wanted to out you. I know that. These personal insults got to stop. It's just got to stop. How can I be speaking and someone will tell me I'm speaking like a child?
You've not seen me say.
Here.
See, you've not heard me say something. I will make a 5-minute speech and somebody will just say, "Oh, there." You get that? Yeah, that's what they do.
People are reading it. Responsible people are reading it. If they start reading all these, they don't realize that it's shown. Don't in playback. They will just say these people are just bunch of time wasters and clowns. We don't understand. Okay, the other day I was trying, because before one man started on me and all that, and the other day I just said, you know what, I'm not just going to get down to his level and start abusing, and he calling me teen soldier and all that kind of thing. Okay, if you think I'm a teen soldier, I mean, if you're not too old, go back to Nigeria, or even the British Army here, and join, and let's just see whether you even survive training for even 1 month. Okay, that's I regard it as insult, but we're okay now. We're sweet. I was on his channel the other day and all that. I was taking them all on. They were all on me. But what he said to me, yeah, I've forgotten. What he said to me was that the currency of this channel is abuses. That is wrong for someone that runs a channel. That is wrong.
Who said that? Who said currency of the channel is abuse?
That's what
one man likes to troll. He says
no, he's not trolling. Listen. In Nigeria, when you know no book, yeah, they will say you're Lodo. You know what is called here? When you know Sabi book here, they will say you're dyslexic. Dyslexic here is Olodo. That's what. See, let's start. We can be calling out all these important people in the public space in Nigeria and all that. Let us start with ourselves and start showing good example. It's totally unacceptable. Whether you're a panelist, whether you're on the chat. I know Chioma is another thing and all that, but she does her own for fun and all that. I've never seen Chioma actually getting out of her way to throw personal insult. You know, so we need to know how serious this thing. I mean, whether you're in the comment section and all that, please contribute positively. Respect people. Despite the way the Pansat carries himself and all that, that man is probably old enough to be my dad. I will respect him. I'll call him Uncle Pansat. I'll still respect him. But his behavior, everybody frowns at it and all that. I will say, and I do I really admire the way you keep cool. I see sometimes the kind of abuses that they will be raining down on you and all that. You just keep your cool. But we cannot go on. It does not speak well of us here. It will be as if these people are just jokers. If it's my first time of storming onto Poni's channel, I see all this sort of thing, man, I'll just go to another thing. Even you can't do that, man. There are people that are having these spanners and all that. They will just block you. I would even you need to start blocking people. At least let them calm down. Then when they come back after two weeks.
I think
Wait, Master. I'm just making suggestion. I'm not saying it's the absolute. But personal abuse cannot continue. And I think that is that's been putting away some people from coming here when they see all this sort of thing. So that's what I was going to say.
I think Dr. Damages himself is quite tolerant of I think that's why he called it I have your say. He's quite tolerant himself, and I'm quite tolerant because to me it's almost my focus is on the objective in terms of, you know, educated discussion, you know, getting us to a different kind of mindset. Because if we let just all those, you know, insults distract us, then we have not. There are bigger challenges you are going to meet than the insults you are seeing. And no matter what they say, it's not that most people they don't like it because you are taking away the belief they've held for a very long time. And sometimes you have to understand that okay, they might push back, but in time, if you are correct, the experiences will inform them that you know what, that guy was saying the right thing. And if they are wrong, if you are wrong, their position will be validated by experience. So that's why when I say stuff, it's not necessarily to convince you now. I believe that if I'm correct, time will confirm what I'm saying. But if I'm wrong, you will probably be right. So why should I force you to accept what I'm saying?
Sorry, I understand the issue of being tolerant, but at the same time, all these people, they will not meet me on the street and come and say nonsense to me, man. They will be
I know they won't.
They'll an ambulance.
They'll be very nice. They will actually be very nice when they see you. Many people are nice when they see you on this on the internet. They can be a little bit you know, freer to say whatever kind of stuff they say. Yeah, I see a righteous man is back, and yeah, Masker. Yeah, Justice, I'll be coming to you. I know you've been driving for a while. Masker, please go ahead.
Well, I just want to appeal to Tone. What I know from my experience with dealing with people, there are things people can call you on phone and tell you. Okay, there are some things even on the phone. In terms of audio, people cannot tell you even on phone, but it's easier for them to write it down and just send you a text message. This is human psychology. So even the things I like going to the comment section also the things I can easily write, and psychologically it's easier to write than to look at the person face to face and say it. My appeal to you is that you need to take that in your stride, knowing that these are things that people write. The truth is that the whole of social media, half of the things we are saying on this channel, I can't say it on NTA. I get invited to national TV, but there are things I can't say. In fact, when I'm going, I know that I have to collect I can't say, for instance, a moderator had called me out when I said black market, referring to foreign exchange. He said, no, you can't say black market here. You have to say parallel market, as small as that. Yeah, so I'm just saying that the whole of social media gives people a lot of freedom. So if you wear your cloth and say you want to go to social media, then you should wear the kind of cloth. You shouldn't wear very white clothes, because people will throw mud at you. People have said all sorts of things about me, even in the Sichoma is saying black market is laughing. So don't pay too much attention to that, not only on this channel, but have a good understanding of the levels of communication. People cannot come face to face to you and say certain things, but they can call you on phone and say it. Certain things they can't even say it, they will write it down. So that's why some of the people there at the comment section, they are just catching cruise, they are just having fun. Don't pay too much attention. And I think if we pay too much attention to that, it dilutes the amount of discussion we can have. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So I'm saying that one of the things I'm noticing is that the channel tends to get distracted into the alley too often these days. We tend to leave some of the veritable discussions I expect us to be having. Like today, we have spent all the time talking about forefathers, which really, I mean, as they used to say now, that great minds discuss events, not people. I can't sit here and be discussing forefathers. It doesn't make sense, because who is forefathers, for God's sake? How perfect can forefathers be? It's just a person. It's not. We should be talking about ideas. This is an angle that I see. We get derailed a lot.
I agree with that.
So let's also be conscious of that, because the more you focus on the channel, the comments, then we are losing track on some of these discussions. I like this late night forum, and they are saying that the Chim was the genesis of Panzers. I don't think so, because every time I come late night, I see Chim on the late night show. I call this the late night show because I like it.
One of the coolest. Chim is one of the coolest guys here. I mean, I learned a lot from him. He's one of the coolest guys. Well, only that yesterday, because sorry guys. You know what? You know this Nigerian problem, eh? It has a way of even getting to you mentally, and you just things that will not touch you, because sometimes you think about it, things you hear, the revelations, it really just upsets. Okay, thank you very much, Masca, for the wisdom there.
Yeah, I think Masca, his voice is always welcome. Chim, he appears some people think I've actually skipped you over and over again. It's just that new people kept coming in, Shola and all of them. Chim, please go ahead if you want to add to the discussion. Yeah, Justice is in the background wanting to jump in again. Please, Chim, go so that Justice can speak and then Phil can go, because he's been silent for quite a while.
All right. Okay. So I would have loved us to continue talking about, like what Masca said, the key issues of the day we wanted to discuss. We dovetailed into what I don't want to say forefather matter. We dovetailed into the issue of feedback because Dr. Damages brought it up. Perhaps we need to go back, rewind, and see what led to that conversation. He was talking about being respectful and allowing people to air their views. That was when I chipped in and referred to my encounter yesterday. I don't want to keep going about it, so I would like us to move on. But what I just simply want to say is on the issue of feedback. I mean, I'm not sure who said it, but feedback is supposed to be, what the person refers to as the breakfast for champions. Feedback is not easy. That is why we have dictators. It's because they can't deal with feedback. But feedback is what helps any constructive government that is going to make progress to accomplish its goals. Why? Because when you hear what your opponents are saying, sometimes it might be malicious. Yes. Truth about the matter is, the Republican Party will be malicious towards a Democratic candidate or president. It is the honest truth. Let's not try to gloss about it. But when somebody is an objective character who is above, has a higher personality, you ask yourself, what is people are saying about my government? Is this right? And if hopefully you have not surrounded yourself with yes men and people who are bootlicking you and prodding you on, we all know this, Rome was burning and people were busy praising the emperor, and then he didn't know he was naked. So people would tell you the right thing. I share, this is between my wife. I tell her this, I'm supposed to be your biggest champion. I'm the one who will tell you if when you have eaten vegetable soup that there is something stuck on your tooth, or if you didn't zipper your zip well before leaving. I'm the only one who can tell you that because we're in the house. If I don't tell you and you go out, there will be a bigger shame out there. So I will say this, and this will be the last time I will repeat it. I meant no ill towards Godfather. For those who are in the comment section, and for those who I only expressed what I perceived yesterday in terms of my interaction. And I'm saying, and I stand on that when you're a moderator, there is a heart for being a moderator. Wear the heart of the moderator. When you are on this side where all of us else talking, is a different ball game. The moderator, you time people and all that. I don't want to go into saying sometimes some people talk beyond, there may be good reason why the moderator is okay. You know what? This person is making valid points. Let me give him extra more seconds or time. Fair. I understand that. So I will shut that down. I'm not going to continue talking about that. I think we've glossed over it. Let's move forward. Whatever topic we want to discuss, let's discuss that. And if for any reason you personally think maybe, my bringing him up robbed you off in any way, please, I want to repeat, it's not about your personal life. I don't know you to be able to want to, we don't even live in the same country in any way, so we're not dragging girlfriend now, I don't know, maybe if we are dragging girlfriend now, I'm not sure you'll be able to drag the girlfriend more than me. But just on the lighter note, please.
What father, the job they gave you yesterday, what plans do you have for it? That's all I just want to find out.
What job did you give me yesterday? Are you talking about the meeting?
Yes.
One?
Yes. Tom suggested that you are going to compile those lists and send out something. Are you going to do it?
I will do that. I will do that. I mean, I just slept.
Follow up.
Yeah. That's good. At least
because this forefathers is a bit they do like headmaster. Now many people they fight like
what is the headmaster thing we are doing? We are trying to do something now. So I will email everybody by tomorrow. And I just woke up, and before you know it, I'm back here again. The professor said a lot of good things, you see. So it's a bit of a shame that this stuff we didn't even talk about the professor much. Justice, thank you. I saw you driving in a very, very nice environment. The sky was blue and all, and thank you for coming in. And go ahead. You can have your say.
All right, thank you. There's something I want to say. We have, as a Nigerian, like a brother commented in the comment section. He said, when you look at this panel, you see the divergence opinion, different opinion, which have made Nigeria not to work for the past 62 years. And when we talk about this opinion that have not made Nigeria work, people think that, we want Nigeria to be balkanized. But we keep hiding under intellectualism. And now we are putting the life of our children in danger. Why? The last election has shown that Nigeria is irredeemable. I know it's a tough truth. Nobody's interject because this is my own opinion, because this is what makes Nigeria not to work. Nigeria is unworkable because we always come with this sentiment of, the North is poor.
the North is illiterate. And I keep asking simple question. Who define poverty? Who define illiteracy? If you go to these people you call that they are poor, they can write Arabic, they can read it, and they can translate it in their local language. And when you go, you say they are poor, they feel that you are colonizing them again. We have a very dangerous diversity that have kept us down. And some people are coming to say, no, this is not a way human beings work. Can we be good neighbors instead of putting this country? Somebody come here and also agree that we have been good before the European came. And there are some certain things that these Europeans did to us that we are not doing to ourselves. Forgot that the number one thing that Europeans did to us that we are holding on and doing to ourselves is Nigeria. It was Europeans that created Nigeria. And they have forced this Nigeria down on our throat. And they keep killing ourselves because of Nigeria. And somebody will come, he will not talk about this Nigeria that are killing people for the past 62 years. He will talk about the product of Nigeria. Because in Nigeria, for you to be a president, you must show atom of criminality. For you to be a politician, go to local government chairman. People will come here and tell me, go and hold your local government chairman accountable. In Ogun State recently, a local government asked the governor, where is the money? Go and check what is happening to that local government chairman. If it's happening to that local government chairman, how is ordinary human being going to ask accountability of the local government? Because the local government is the deadly play politics. Because what these governors do is they never do election in the local government. They appoint caretaker committees. These caretaker committees are their touts and the talks they use in rigging election locally. So when you go to say local government chairman, how do you spend the money they gave you? All you need to place a call, mobile police will come and carry you. And nobody's going to ask of you. Even your parents will beg you not to come village again because your life will be in danger. This is what Nigeria holds. Coming back to Odinkalu, because that is where I really want us to discuss what Odinkalu said. You know, we are poor because we don't have critical thinking and interrogate people when they speak. Because of the title we give on them. Somebody came and said, okay, you can't tell me anything about killing. That for the past over 20-something years, they have been counting dead bodies. And he can tell you the people that are responsible. He said in Oslo, it will be IPOB. He said this, it will be this, it will be this. But nobody went ahead and asked him, how many convictions have you get? How many people have you indicted for counting bodies they killed? Nobody asked that question. But they let it and said, you are having data of people that have been killed.
Please watch the K word. Google tends to flag it. So it is not that you can't use it, but not too much, I think.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Then we now look at that. We will not ask questions, but let's look at the foundation upon this whole thing are happening. What is the foundation? Whether it's IPOB related, whether it is religious related, whether it's the ethnicity related, where is the foundation? Because we are all Nigerians. I can tell you as an Igbo man, forget about sentiment. If we have my own nation today, I don't need, if Soludo is my president, I can confront Soludo. We can match with leg. I don't need a flight to go to Abuja to ask Soludo, what are you doing as a president? We will use leg from my state to his own state, or to ever, even if Enugu is our capital, from any corner of Igbo land, we can use leg and match and
But Justice, so Soludo technically is almost like a president. He's got immunity. No. He can do. He's managing the state completely.
Okay, let me tell you why he's not. Let me tell you what will be different if I have an Igbo nation or Biafra, whatever we choose to call it. What is that? As of today, we are not in control of our life. If Soludo is in good terms with the federal, you can't do him nothing. You can't. If you go there, he will order Mopo to kill you. And no accountability.
So then what makes you think he's not going to be able to do that when he's the president of Anambra.
Right now, this is this is not going to be a divergence opinion. Let me tell you what problem Nigeria have, why I call it dangerous diversity. Igbo people, these Igbo people you see, we are egalitarian in nature. We are tribal. Forget about anything anybody telling you. We have a way. We run democracy before democracy came because we know that we are egalitarian. What do we do? What do we apply? How do we solve that problem? Igbos will come and tell, there's what you call Aladema. They will tell somebody to go and knock town crier, that everybody should assemble on the market square. And they said they want to do Gota from this market to this market. Who agree that we're going to do it? Everybody raise their hand. The people who don't agree would keep their hand down. They will count the number of people that do it. That's democracy. People choice. What we are asking for a referendum is people choice. Because now, you want me to be with a northerner that believes that Alamajari is a way of education. Because I have seen Gaba Shehu said Alamajari people is like sending somebody to boarding school for them to know how to survive in a difficult.
But what I don't understand is how does this even affect Anambra? Because Anambra is not operating a Majori at all.
You want Anambra to have 300 cutoff mark to go to school. The same school the northern person will go. And the northern person will come with two.
Is it not Anambra that produced the highest score in JAM recently?
Forget about it. They are going to go to the same university. But when it comes to appointment, you now want the person that have 2 points to become your president. And now the person from Anambra to be an errand boy. How does it work? So let's be factual to ourselves and be truthful. Because you can't deal with people, you don't have the same ideology, you don't have the same value, we don't have the same way of thinking, our food are not the same, we can't even speak the same language. And when you are going this side, this person is going this side. I remember when Peter Obi, as much as I don't like Peter Obi, when Peter
sorry, Josie, let there are a lot of people that want to interject. You are saying a lot of things. So
this 1 point.
I need to say something.
let Odi go.
I've been very quiet.
Justice, don't worry, they will come back to you. Haven't you got time? If you've got time, they will come back to you. Odi interject.
Let me make this 1 point, and everybody can go ahead and say whatever they want to say. The last point I want to make is that to tell you how dangerous Nigeria is, when Peter Obi was campaigning, as much as I don't support that election, because this thing Igbos want to be a messiah. Zik try it, he burned us. Agi Yurosi try it, he burned us. And Peter Obi want to try it again. Peter Obi said that that did not have a lot of farmland, which they're going to use to change from production to construction. What did Gaba Shehu say? Now you are telling us we are the poorest people in Nigeria. That is the dangerous diversity we are talking about. Go and check the interview. Yeah, you do your hell. It's a fact. So how do you want me and that person to share the same country? It's not going to work. Nigeria will never work, even in 1 billion years. It's not going to work.
So I like Mr. Justice's passion. And I've listened to him before. I think it will be good. This and that's why I like this platform, that we're able to get people with different opinion and have conversation. Because imagine if we can have some type of agreement at some point, how much progress we can make. Now let's talk about.
Sorry. Oh my God. I think I made a catastrophic error here. There is Ike Allah Mefule. He's an elder, and and it looks like somehow I missed him. I don't know how that happened. Ike, I don't know whether you can hear me. Yeah, my apologies for somehow it's like the screen just moved you this way, and somehow I missed you in the queue. So if you have anything to say, please, you can go ahead and contribute. I've said it before that whenever you want to contribute, you can easily raise your hand, because for me, he's an elder. He should be able to just contribute and get on with his business.
No, I like my brother Odi was trying to say something, so let his school of thought not go away from him. So my brother, you can continue.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You see,
true elder.
that's yeah, the two elders.
Mr. Ike, I owe you one. Thanks for bringing my school of thought back to me.
That's a good one. That's good.
You know, Justice, where is Justice now?
He disappeared. He comes and goes like that. He's got a lot of energy,
Yeah.
but he just
And
comes
that's
and goes.
what. So yes, because one man had shown. He had shown up here and then he disappeared. I wanted to address him because one man I had gone to his show. This is the only show I really go to. But one day I listened to him here and I went to his show. You know, one thing I noticed is that everybody had their camera off. You know, nobody wanted to show their face and they were saying a lot of weird stuff. You know, I'm telling you, like, this is deep, weird stuff. You know, these guys, you know what I showed them? I said, guys, why are you not proud of what you're saying? You know, very tribalistic and racist and, you know, ugly stuff. You know, things that you can, and they're speaking, you know, like native language, and it's just a shame. So, you know, and I was very happy Forefathers was going to give him, you know, time to even talk. I just wanted to ask him how market, you know, because I was hoping by now he would have been driving like the best limo, you know, in town, now that he has put, you know, Ashwaji in power. But going to Justice, and maybe hopefully he's listening, or he's, you know, I had somebody called me a Fulef in the, so Tone, it's not only you, where I've joined the party of a Fulef. Here's the deal, you know, for me, you know, someone like Justice comes here, he's angry all the time, he just says something, Nigeria will never work. You know, let's go to history. There's nothing like Yoruba. You know, look, history, if you say tribe, there's no tribe known to our forefathers like Yoruba. There's no tribe known to our forefathers like Igbo. They know people from Arab. If you come, you will see there are people from maybe Ibeku, or people from, you know, Onitsha. You know, we have similarities in, you know, maybe in our market days that will have to unite us, aka Oria for. You know, I'm talking, you know, when somebody says, oh, Peter B wasted his time, Labour Party did this one, you know, you see, I told you the election was all complete waste. And that's why I keep saying people join a political party. It may not sound very smart, but you thank me later because you get involved, you have a say. If they don't see you, you don't get say. Here's the deal. You know, I'm from Abia State. And somebody just talked about, you know, Alex Oti. Without people getting involved to get their PVC to vote, PDP would have been ruling Abia State. You can see, even with the fight that, you know, it was just that the people stood, and that woman from Futo stood and said, no, I'm not going to allow you people to do this. And Abia State has been redeemed from evil. And people are trying to now say, you know, the elections don't matter. Yes, you know, the election is still in court. Even Tinubu, if he succeeds in becoming president or survives this, he will know that this thing is not easy. Like Obasanjo them used to rig easily and they will just do everything. These days, it's not easy. Even Soludo, he knows what is coming for his re-election. So when people come and say, oh, don't vote, don't vote, don't vote, you know, and they say Igbo people, like, whether some people say Yoruba nation or something. Look, go and ask about the old Oyo Empire. They made slaves of most of everybody around there. You know, go and ask about the Ife, Modakeke people and all that. It wasn't easy. By the time you go there, then you start realizing that this Ogun is not really Ogun. It's you know, Ijebu people versus the other people. And then everybody will go to their own Borakbo. If you come to Abia, if this Igbo Biafra thing, when you get Biafra, then you understand that even in Abia, Old Bende and Ngwa and Mbise, and everybody starts killing themselves. You think this will stop? You think the same tribalism will stop? what we are trying to see, that's what I said, people who love their country. I want to have affiliation with Ghanaians, with Ethiopians, with South Africans, with people in Congo. You know, not to talk, if I can't have association, there are good people in Niger State, in Kogi State. We need to bring everybody on board. Everybody that is exposed need to come on board so we can all get together. We cannot continue to make ourselves smaller. The politicians continue to say these things. We're not going to believe them. We're going to keep trying. Yes, you know, it's not going to be easy. But when we continue to speak, you know, this generation of young people are saying truth to power, and they are standing. The people who are standing against this government, the children who are leading the fight against this government, actually from the Southwest. The person who is leading all, revealing all the things about Tinubu and all that. What's his name? David Hundeyin. He's not from Anambra State. He's the main, in fact, opposition to Tinubu. And the idea that you are saying, oh no, how are you going to get Biafra? How are you going? Nobody's going to give you referendum. And somebody is talking about referendum. What are you even talking about? It's not in our constitution. Nobody will do it. If unless you want to do civil disobedience, you won't do it with all this fake gun that we see in YouTube and fake manufactured, missiles and all those things. If you will go and bring a gunship and bring fighter jets and then you fight for your freedom. But guys, we're making progress. I'm going to sign out for today. And it's my pleasure having knowing everybody here. Let's keep speaking truth to power and make progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Odi. Thank you, Odi. Let's confirm.
Minister, I have a question to ask him. Forefather, I want to ask him a question.
Okay.
Righteous man, I thought you had gone home to sleep.
You want me to sleep?
I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you.
So, my brother, let me greet you. You say you are from Abia State. Ndewo.
Yes, I'm from Abia, yes.
Yeah, please, if you wouldn't mind, is it possible for you to tell me when last you visited Abia State?
Last year.
Last year? During the campaign?
Oh, yes, I was there during the campaign. I can send you, I registered people to vote for the election. I brought PVC machines and registered my people, and they got their PVCs.
Okay, invariably, I will not be wrong to say you're a politician, right?
No, I'm not a politician.
So how were you able to bring PVC?
I came to the States. There was no PVC to register people. I went to the INEC. I drove to the INEC chairman, the INEC office, and I told them that we don't have PVC machine to register my people, and they were able to listen to me. When you go, you talk to them. I gave them 0 naira. I just told them, and they looked at me and they said, yes, we had people there, but people were not coming out. I said, people will come out. I spent my own money, sent jingles around the village, and they sent me PVC machines, and we registered people 2-3 days in a row. And I went back to United States. I don't have anything. How can you call out? Well, I understand your question, but I'm not a politician. I'm a complete professional.
Okay, thank you. You know why I asked that question, eh? The problem we're having here, I'm in Nigeria. I'm from the East. The problem we're having here, down home here, are caused by the Nigerian people that have lived abroad, that have studied abroad and came back to become politicians. They are our major problems. Count most of these people today. They have lived abroad, returned back to Nigeria, instead of implementing what they saw in abroad or what they read there, they turned to become a something else.
So, sorry to interrupt you. Let me count Abia State, our own Abia. Ojus Okalu is born and bred, never left Nigeria. The highest he went to was Cotonou. The other Kalu never left Nigeria. He was chief of staff to Oji. He stole Abia dry. Okay, see, Ikbazu never left Nigeria. So I think you're wrong on that assertion. Soludo there has been Nigerian product. You know.
Hold on,
so
sir.
the idea that diaspora people are
he has
coming
a house in Maryland.
No, it doesn't make him diaspora. Don't go there now. Come on.
Okay,
Ojus Okalu has been consistently in Nigeria since Ojus Okalu became governor in his 30s. You know, so he's been in there stealing. They have been doing their groove since then. So, you know, the idea that you're trying to impugn, even you, I heard you say that you lived in diaspora. Does living in diaspora doesn't put something back stain on you, if that's what you're trying to say. No, personally, I don't know. I can't even go to Nigeria to take a political appointment. I don't know why.
See, you know, you came with a Polish language. You came with some languages that look like as if it is fantasy. That was why I asked you when last you visited Abia State, and you told me. Then I asked you during the election time, you said yes. Then you mentioned how you got your people to register for PVC. You brought the machine. Then I asked you a question, are you a politician? Because we're used to the Polish language and promises and galvanizing of politicians. And at the end of the day, what they say with their mouth is not what they put in practice when they get to the office. A majority of them are people who have schooled abroad, who have lived abroad and tested the goodies of the Western world. That was why I asked you the question. Then finally, having cleared yourself, I said you've done well and keep doing well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry to just chip in one thing before Jim. Sorry. You know, thank you very much. You know, somebody like Peter B, if you listen to his story and what made him get involved in politics, it was one of his professors in one of the colleges he went to, that told him, look, you have to, if you want to make a difference, I live here and I live here at the very highest level, and personally, I don't tell people to do what I have not done. When I tell you something, when I say get involved, I mean get involved. Because when you get involved, you have a say. You can continue to talk here from morning till night. If you don't have a say, then there's a problem. If you don't, someone says my Torino line up. I have a video to show, me registering my folks. I couldn't go back to vote because I had to, but I can tell you that, by the time I showed up, many people who said, leave this thing, many of them voted. They did go to vote. I'm saying each and every one of us, if you go to speak to your people, they will listen to you. All of you are people of authority. Go speak to them. They will listen
God bless
to you.
God bless you. This is what I have been advocating for. I say those in the diaspora should be coming back home. They should be coming back home to do what we have done.
Righteous man, allow other people to, because there are people that are also waiting. Chim, make your this thing so that the others can speak.
Mr. Alamefula can talk. First of all, Odi, I sent you a chat on the private chat. You can answer me there. I come from Abia State.
I've responded. One of them.
Okay, yeah. All right, I'll see it. I think when I say this, I'm trying to be careful not to use the same thing across for everybody. But my view is that largely a huge chunk of our population is very docile. Every time I say this, people will push back. And what do I mean by being docile? Docility is what helps, overcoming docility is what helps us hold our leaders and our government accountable. We have a system where people are constantly leaking boot. Do you understand? Every time a president or a governor or a senator says something, You have people praising him. I watched the video of that local government chairman. The guy was, I mean, he didn't do anything strange. And I think a week or a few days after that, I asked it on Jackery here because people don't seem to. When I said it, I read comments on the general comment, and I was alarmed. A local government chairman is the mayor. It's like saying the mayor of New York. And so, if the local government chairman cannot be asking the governor to account for funds that are supposed to be meant for his own office and his sphere of authority and get a reasonable response, and he has to go and bow down and, you know, all those other words, then there's a problem of docility. People need to stand up. Definitely, these young people, like you rightly identified, Odi, that are standing up and saying, we will not take this anymore. That is exactly where Nigeria's change is going to come from. People who are going to stand up and say, authority, no, hold them accountable, no, and all that. Because for the fact that we continuously keep, you know, some people will say singing the praise of Tinubu or even P2B. P2B is not a messiah. He is not a messiah. Nevertheless, what he did in this last election is commendable, is bold. I like the fact that he left the major political party and went to a so-called smaller party. And if the Nigerian elite really want to change, what he did should be a lesson to them, that people, that perhaps next time they may not get away with the blue murder they have just committed this time around. So as long as we keep holding people accountable and keep being bold enough to ask questions, because largely our populace, our electorate in Africa and in Nigeria, they don't ask questions. We just hear people things like, oh, the governor said, in the magnanimity of the president, we thank this our senator. My senator does not, I don't owe him thanking him. He owes me thanking me for allowing him to go to the Senate to go and represent me. So whatever he comes to do for me or do for my community is what we expect him to do. So accountability is very critical if Nigeria is going to move forward. And to break that hold of not being accountable, we need to start encouraging our people to stop being docile. Nigerians are heavily docile. It is a fact. Anybody can argue, make excuse. Our people are very docile. We just carry what the governor said. And it's a carryover from our traditional system, which is why I asked yesterday, are we trying to move forward, or do we still want to keep holding this traditional system that we're talking about defending because of what Obasanjo said or didn't do? I'm not supporting what Obasanjo did, but I'm just saying we have broken and destroyed our traditional system. Now we have political system where people go to power through votes. We need to create a system where the people who vote them have a strong psyche that, listen, these people are not my masters, rather we are their masters. That's just my contribution before I log out. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Now everybody is saying that I've been emasculated, I'm gentle, and all the rest. But the people are just funny, man. Ike, if you want to say something, you can go ahead. But if not, Paul, I think Paul or Phil, I think it's Paul, isn't it?
Bring Ike now.
Wait,
where is he?
Okay, let Ike say something. Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Where is he?
He's hallelujah. He's been very patient.
Extremely.
My brother Odi signed out already. Okay. But I want to thank him for what he said. And Mr. Chief, I also thank you for your insight. And we all are
Chief, your fan seems to be coming through the speaker.
Okay. Can you give
your mic, I mean.
So that I can turn it off. Because my it's okay now? Is it okay now?
Yes, it's gone.
Okay, so our forefather today you receive water. It's always good for people to receive water. It's part of us, we're all here learning. You know, sometimes I do get it hot with you also, but it doesn't change the fact that you're a very smart guy, and also every day I learn one or two things from you, but that doesn't change the fact that whatever some observations people made are true, but that doesn't make that we have to say we have to vote or we have to
ask Rudolph to remove you from the panel or not be a moderator. I mean, nobody's spared. We're only here for one goal, for a better country, for a better Nigeria. So that is by the way. I want to just, Iken Antonio said something before he left about the Labour Party people in the National Assembly. What are they doing? Sometimes we say things because we know what the political system in Nigeria is all about. 95% of the people that are elected under the Labour Party has not been a politician. They don't know what is even going on in the National Assembly. They don't even know what National Assembly is all about. They are not there up to 2 weeks, and they are on recess now for almost going to 2 months, right? They are not. They are not. There is the National Assembly is on recess for almost going to 2 months right now. So these people they created the committees, and after they created the committee, the president of the Senate dismissed everybody. They have been on recess. So what I'm trying to say, I'm not making excuses for them, but I'm just trying to let my brother to know that let us see what in few months.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's see what they can do in few months, because it is not easy. They enter into a system that are corrupt, a system that has been designed for certain group of people. And if you are not there, if you are not part of that group of people that place has been established for, they will make sure that they frustrate you, they make life uncomfortable for you. So I'm not trying to say we should, do ice right for them. No, but they can be saying one or two things. Personally, myself, I'm saying my own personal opinion. I can understand that because for now, even as we are talking, they are not in season, so they're on vacation. So that is by the way. And also talking about the professor who came. I wasn't there. I was in the church before I came back from service. I think everything is done. So, but I spoke here yesterday about the intellectuals who are rigging the election for the illiterates. That I am one of those people who don't want to hear this issue of intellectuals anymore, because we put our hope on the intellectuals. They are the people who has put this country in a mess where we find ourselves. They rig election for illiterate men. They rig election for people who are not worthy to hold even a local government or council office. It is the professors, the doctors, the academicians, the literatures, the writers, the journalists, the doctors, the physicians, the scientists. They are the people who are rigging election for people who are not supposed to hold office. So I personally, on myself, I don't want people telling me how many degrees you have. I don't have any business to do with your degrees, because with all those degrees, you descend so low to rig an election for a man that is not worthy to be your president, and you're bowing down to him. You rig election for a governor who is not supposed to be your governor. You rig election for a local government chairman who is not supposed to be your local government chairman. And you come back go to national television, they begin to quote your academic excellence. I'm not against people who have gone to school to acquire knowledge. But what has it been useful to the good of Nigeria? What has your education given to the common man? Is it not all these people, intellectual we're talking about? They are the people who put this country where we are right now. Professor Mahmoud and the Okoye and his group, are they not the people who put this country where we are today? Who are the people who put this country where we are? The intellectual, the academician. And you see people, professors, scientists, lecturers, they are the people that the so-called politician has bought over in Nigerian system. They are the people who are coming to the national television defending the indefensible. And the politicians that are not worthy to even be their secretary in their offices. They are being paid right now all over the world, in the social media, in the international press, in Nigerian televisions everywhere. They are the people that are being paid to go and defend this present government. And every day you come here, somebody will come and tell me how many degrees you have acquired. It's good to go to school. Every one of us would love to go to school. But what of most of us, who our parents were poor, that we went to school through our own struggle? You say you go and pick stone, you go and pick sand, and you begin to pick those things to say to go to school. You know, but some of them who were able to achieve to the level they are, I thank God for their individual excellence. But it has nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with the sufferings of Nigerians today, because they are the cause of the problem. Because if people that are so intellectual, who knows everything, are the people who are saying what is going on in Nigeria should not take place, I don't think we are going to be here today talking about what we are talking about right now. So personally, myself, I do not want to. Sometimes when I hear all these so-called intellectuals, they are the people who are collecting money. The judges, the lawyers, the senior advocate of Nigeria. Where are lawyers in Nigeria? Do we really have lawyers anymore in Nigeria? Where are the judges? Do we really have judges in Nigeria? Allegations everywhere, how much that was paid, which nobody can confirm, but allegedly. But we know that there is no law in Nigeria. Look at the guy who they said that started all eyes on the judiciary, or no, who said that it was Fashola who wrote the judgment of the appeal court. They couldn't find his senior brother. They went and picked the young man, the junior brother, who has nothing to do with the work of his senior brother. They kept him in prison, in police for more than 29 days without any charges. Is it not the same country? A young man who is supposed to be looking for his daily bread, who has nothing to do with what his senior brother did. The police went and picked him for 29 days. He was in prison. And Soludo is in Abuja, threatening the life of everybody. You go to the seat of power, he sit down and call press conference. Which country are we talking about? Which law? Are they not the same intellectuals who are doing this? The new chief spokesperson of the new illegitimate government came after the man. The man came back from United Arab Emirates, told the world that they have lifted the ban on visa to Nigeria, which is a lie. Is it not the same academicians? Are they not the same professionals? Are they not these people that we call the so-called academicians who are representing these people? He came to lie to the world that the ban has been lifted. No, the UAE, they went to, not even anywhere, they went to CNN and denied that there's never been any visa ban lifted. What are we talking about, my brothers and sisters? Can't we just be honest ourselves? And I'm going to end this, standing on what my brother Odi said. I said it to my brother Ayisha yesterday. The only solution to what we are suffering in Nigeria right now is to get involved. You cannot stay by the side, because when you get involved, like you ask my brother certain questions. Yes, some of us did not travel to Nigeria, but we spend a lot of money trying to encourage people to go and get their PVC, trying to encourage them to go and register, giving them transportation, making banners, making T-shirts, making people to get excited. We have the power, and I think it worked. We were not there in Nigeria, but what we did was able to create a very positive impact in the political consciousness of the people, that today Nigerians have decided they want to take back their country. Whether the politicians like it or not, they are taking back their country. It was one of the things that the people in diaspora did to energize the people back home, to try to remind them that this is your country. I was talking to one of my brother who is in Gabon today, as I was coming back from church. He's a pastor in Gabon. I was telling him, how is Gabon today? He said, yeah, Gabon is good. Everybody is happy. And I asked him, how about Nigeria, your country? He said, my brother, it is in God's hand. I said, you see the problem? It is in God's hands, right? Because you are in Gabon, right? Your family is in Nigeria and you're telling me it's in God's hand. No. The time God has given us everything. It is for you and me to take over our country. Otherwise, we are talking about 930. Who knows in the next 6 months what is going to be? So please, I just want to let us know, in as much as we learn a lot from all our intellectuals, but what they have done for the past 80 years and trying to do it in this illegitimate government, because we have followed the footsteps of all these intellectuals who go to seminars, who read their public, quote a lot of educational background, like Soludo, who his days are numbered in Anambra State. What has he achieved? in 3 months. Look at what Electoral is doing in other states. What has he achieved as governor of Anambra State? He's only quoting big grammar. He's only speaking big grammar from one place to another. Organizing people, they eat rice, drink hot wine, and is it what the people want? The dirtiness in Onitsha or Onitsha is a slum. Look at what under 3 months. Look at what Electoral has done in Aba. A dumping ground Aba became. Look at what Aba has become in 3 months.
That's true. And I don't understand how they can just find it easy to go on breaks when the country is in quite a lot of distress in so many areas. And for me, I would have thought at least the labor ones should be sending signals out there that they are not part of this, and that until a lot of key areas like security, electricity is fixed, and maybe an element of transparency on who are the ones stealing our oil is made public, and
Sorry,
the funders of terrorism.
For information, I don't know if it is true. Allegedly, I've been hearing since yesterday that there is a secret meeting going on in Saudi Arabia, how to impeach the president of the Senate. Maybe some of us might have had that news. Allegedly, I'm not saying it's true. And also,
Akpabio, who wants to impeach Akpabio?
And also, I'm hearing that there is a coup going on in Congo Brazzaville right now. You know,
Yeah, they are denying it that it's not happening. So it's a little bit unclear that the coup is happening. Yeah. Okay. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, Maska, go ahead. I think you're probably going to be brief.
I just wanted to do a small pushback to Mr. Ike's a couple of things he said. Okay. Even though I understand that we're all being typical Nigerians. We make sweeping statements. We are not being particular most of the time we speak. But I just want to say two things. It's okay to disparage intellectuals, generally with a bad brush, but I believe that they are good intellectuals and it's important that we acknowledge them. I will speak of the ones I know. A good example is Sanusi, the former emir of Kano. He is by all means an intellectual, and he has been firmly for the good of the masses, for the good of the country. He has exposed a lot of issues. So we cannot say the intellectuals are the source of the problem. Some of them, yes. Even the Soludo that we talk about, it's not true to say that Soludo has not done anything. In my lifetime, I know the good things somebody like Soludo did for the country during Obasanjo's regime. If you go across the continent in Africa, it is today Nigerian banks that are all over the continent, thanks to Soludo. Some of us didn't believe that what he said he wanted to do was possible in Nigeria. He said that every bank at that time must have 25 billion naira as recapitalization. We thought in Nigeria you cannot do that. The powerful people would still get away with breaching regulations. But it happened that every single bank had to put up 25 billion naira. Those that could not put up 25 billion naira had to merge with other banks. And because of that singular thing that Soludo did, today Nigerian banks are very, very powerful across the African continent. So I don't support us painting people with bad brush simply because maybe we are not happy with what they are doing at that point, which is okay. It's okay. The title of the program is Have Your Say. But I also feel that I have a sense of responsibility when I'm on the platform as a panelist. When somebody says something that I feel is not entirely correct or 100% correct, it's important to point it out. Not all the intellectuals that we have are bad for the country. A lot of them are doing a lot of good. If you ask me, part of the fundamental problem also is that, yes, I will agree with Mr. Ike if his position is that what people teach us in the schools are falsehood. One of the things that I am an economist by training, one of the theories people will tell you is the theory of comparative advantage. The idea is that Nigeria should continue to export crude petroleum, crude oil, and be importing a refined product because our core competence or our resource, our advantage is because we have petroleum. So these are some of the things that, yes, we are being taught as students, which is a falsehood. Another theory, if you're an economist, people will tell you it's what they call the institutional theory. This is the modern day theory that people will tell you in economics, that Africa is poor because of institutional failure. But that also is not entirely true, because there is a grand scheme. People try to make sure that we remain where we are. If you look at the trade theories, the arrangement in the world, it's meant to keep us where we are. So I will agree with him if he says that what they are telling or teaching intellectuals is not entirely correct, because the white people are the ones that are determining the theories and the discussions at intellectual levels. I will agree. But it's not true that all our intellectuals are responsible for our problem. That I will rather disagree. But like I said, it's the title.
My brother, Mr. Mask, really,
I just
want to appreciate you. I really not
push to that. Also, now that I have the floor.
So sorry, I'm not really painting the whole.
After 5 minutes, you didn't have the floor. Now I have the floor.
No. I just want to.
Hold on. I think we need to start timing it so that we can be able to. Everybody knows where they belong.
No, just for 30 seconds. I just want to reply to my brother Mask.
Because Jagun hasn't said anything for quite a while.
I know. Just 30 seconds. I'm not trying to paint the whole intellectual, with a bad brush. I understand. Sometimes our emotions can get to us, but really, honestly speaking, I wasn't trying to. We have a lot of respected intellectuals of Nigerian calibers that, we hold in high esteem. Honestly speaking, I wasn't speaking for, I was trying to paint everybody in a bad brush.
Thank you. I think I agree with you on that, because I think that's not what he meant, and it's good that Maska highlighted it and you corrected it too accordingly. So this is the kind of educated conversation we want to be having, because there are people watching us there, impressionable people, so that they understand. Because there are good people doing good work. That's why when some people just say Nigeria is bad, and you are dishing all the good people, including your own people, that are there trying to do the right things by the country. You have to always remember that there are good people actually doing good work out there. Let's see. Is it Uzo? I've not heard from Uzo and Paul for a while.
I heard of Paul. It's my turn.
Uzo, long time. What are you?
I know the one key today. That's why I said, "Man, come in, come say."
Just keep the
hashtag. One star hashtag forefather. People of intellectual like me. As intellectual like me, I'm an intellectual myself. It depends what I have contributed my own part in my own small way. So I think intellectual as somebody that will see a black and call it black. You see white, you call it white. Not that when you see a black, you call it white. You see white, you call it black. Then you come out and say you're intellectual. What kind of intellectual are you? I don't believe so. I see intellectual person as somebody that stands for truth. That you say, okay, this is black. And you look at it, it's black. This is white. Look at it, it's white. Stand on his word. Not you say it's white today, next tomorrow you say it's black. Next month you say it's white. They say, "Call yourself intellectual." Whatever you achieve for years is just it takes a little thing to like demolish it, to finish it, demolish everything you have achieved for years. So as intellectual, to be of my forefathers, those are stand by the truth. Not those that not they will see the truth, they will stand on lies and build on it. I don't see that as an intellectual man. That one Nigeria is full of. Not everybody is bad. That's what we are saying here. It goes to all of us. Igbo, Hausa, Bini, everybody. Not every Igbo person is bad. Not every Bini is bad. Not every Yoruba is bad. Not everybody have. I don't because of somebody, one person is bad, then I refer everybody as being bad. Those are where we are. I don't because of somebody offended me being a dog guy, then when I say they people are bad, I will call the person name. Hey, this is you're bad. Not that everybody is bad. Not because somebody in start to do something, every other Igbo person become a bad person. Not because of somebody in the north. So everybody, no, for me, I don't see that. I don't like mega in soldier. That's why I laugh here. But I wanted to talk to Pastor where he come here. I know him. I've met him 3 times. He's an elderly man. I know he can never recognize me. I met him at 3 occasions. We chat. He tell me say he told me that his generation failed. He failed, that we should carry on. Then when he comes here, he starts speaking something that I don't even understand. His generation failed. He's not a kid. He's not a kid. I met him. He's not a kid. He's an elderly man. So, but coming here to talking as if he's a baby, you know, that's part of intellectual we're talking about. They say when they became behave like a rice, children will rush him. All right. I met him one or couple of even through relation. He's an APC guy. He open up, but he claimed to be a PPP supporter. In those one side, he goes back and front. You know. So my issue is this.
Wow, APC guy, that's a serious.
I met him.
That's a serious.
I met him.
Wow.
So basically, whenever you come online like this, you don't know who is. You don't know who is watching. You better calm down and listen. You don't know who doesn't know you. All right, you don't know who doesn't know you. This guy have been in this state for many years. What has he achieved in Igbo culture? It's not more like me as Igbo. I'm from the Southeast. I know what it is to be a Southeast standard. All right, even United States here. All right, he can't call 10 group of Igbo youths. They will listen to him. Then they are saying want to change the when someone talk about Igbo, the Igbo region. You are trying to be on top of it. They can't put your house together. You can't put the Igbos together. You want to be defending it outside. Me, I don't see that person as like I didn't get that. But another way around is that I listened to our guest talk today. It talks about so many things. No, it was so emotional because he had been. That's one thing about Nigeria. If they have not been affected by something, they won't take it serious. Go what they said. When they carry the body, when maybe say it doesn't concern you, it smells. It smells. But when it concerns you, it doesn't smell. All right. If he have not touched him, he will not be coming here to condemn some and other people. Because things have touched his own family. That's why he can condemn it. And that's one thing about Nigeria. If things have not affected them, they won't. It's just like Andrew Oba, a guy putting CCTV everywhere. After he had been attacked by the no government, now we know that he's going to put security in place. If he had not been attacked, let the poor die. It's not his business because he affected his skin. So they will come up. That's one thing about Nigeria. All right. But when it did not affect them, they won't even like care for the poor or care for anybody. They will do whatever they want until he affect them. They then will know that hey, it touches them. Then they will come out and start at them. I will go back to forefathers. Here, you know, so sometimes me and you here, all right, will go back and front, you know. But at the end of the day, you guys, we are not addressing something here. This person I come here to threaten the whole group, threatening people to them this. The majority is a nice guy. When they pick offense, they step back, telling him that, hey, Pastor, why don't you go and open your own group? It's always a joke. He's a nice guy. Telling him that if you don't do this, you're going to report this group. He's openly. For me, I pick offense on that. If I was on the group, I would go to kick him out because he doesn't be coming here threatening a whole group of people. And he want the change. He want the change. And he come here to report a group and people come here to express themselves. He want to go and report it if he doesn't remove forefather on this group. You're going to report, not that you're going to do anything, you're going to report it for him to be closed down. That's what you're trying to tell everybody here. And all of us are here just looking at him and laughing at him. I keep on saying that over and over and over. Everyone make a mistake. You can't do this, you're doing. One thing I know that when you cannot do something, you don't criticize it. I'm coming. Okay, I'm coming. When you can't do something, you cannot criticize something. If I leave the shows for him to run it, they can't run this show under 1 hour. He cannot. But he don't come and start.
Man, I said to these children.
So the thing is that hashtag save forefather. Don't worry, all of us. He pinch all of us one after the other. At the time I think that you don't talk about the Igbo people, you know, this that we. But the more we dialogue, the more we talk, the more we understand each other, the more you learn from A. Sometimes you drag. I see that you drag people to learn something. Not that you don't know it. Sometimes you drag people backward. Seriously, and somebody will come up and open up for you. I see that a lot of time. Not that you don't know it. You drag the person. Person will come up and open up for you what you don't know. You want to learn. That's why you drag like that. And some people don't see it like that. So I was being angry with you. But I want to say that this guy, sometimes when you drag them like that, people will come out to the truth. And you buy to it. That's okay. Now, you don't grow angry. Somebody doesn't grow angry. Somebody doesn't like if you know that something, you know what you're doing. All right. You are different from Loco. I know Loco very well. Loco is sentiment. Loco talk with sentiment. All right. I know he Loco talk. He sentiment, but it doesn't mean what he talk. It's just like he wants to be. He wants, and that you and Loco he pointed out. He draftily points you and Loco. All right. Which is me. I don't see that as coming online like this. You don't know who is watching. You don't know who know. You don't know. You start.
I remember one of the first time
You know,
me and you had conversations online. The next day you came out, you said, "Go and watch yourself. Go and watch yourself again." I was like, "What is there to watch?" And all the rest.
I think I watched what he just said because I thought
go
he
used to it.
Yeah. I said I watched what he said yesterday. I know he went back. He said that he said something that. But,
you know what? I actually didn't go back. Because I just knew that when we talked longer enough, you're gonna start seeing that. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand. That's all it is.
Yeah,
and I hope while I'm trying to understand, other people are trying to understand too.
I figured that out because you don't even know. I figured that you don't even know about Nnamdi Kanu. All right, you don't know about him a lot. But for you to understand, he had to drag people into it, and they keep on telling you everything about him. I know that. I figured out. I was like, you don't know about somebody talking about somebody. I figured that people, now people are telling you everything they want to know. You know 80% of whoever the person is because you're able to drag them out, give them something for the people to be on the defense side. So I see that a lot. So my own idea, my own thing is that I'll tell people when you come online like this, you don't know who is, you don't know who's watching, you don't know who know you. You can come here and change your name, but you can't change your face. You can come here and call yourself whatever you want. Somebody know you somewhere that okay, I know this guy, I know who he is. Don't come online and start claiming that you are more Igbos more than every other person. Whereby sit where you are, you can't even call a meeting of 5 Igbo people. They will attend. Nobody know you. All right, nobody know you of anything. So that's my own point. So if you are before you become you can't go outside and become a righteous person. Whereby you are seeing your own kitchen, you're a bad person. You don't do that. You can't come here and become righteous. Whereby go back to your place. How do you defend the Igbo community? Which contribution have you made to make sure that things stop? Or we just talking? So that's my own point. Polo, you have something. I swear, this Polo.
Don't get Paul started now.
Uzo, thank you for calling me. So, Fafara, I want to draw your attention to something because I see Masca do the same thing. I see Hike do the same thing. I see Jargon do the same thing. I see 6 Feet do the same thing. I see Righteous Man do the same thing. I don't see Tone do the same thing. I see Uzo do the same thing. And also, I see myself do the same thing. What is that? I give Tone that. What do I mean by that? Every one of us talk. But we say we just talk for 1 minute. We didn't even use our time. So I want to believe for us not to feel that we didn't use our time because we all talk long, but we don't know. That is the reason why in the left-hand side of this thing, show live. When you get to your turn, if you feel you don't know how many minutes you talk, maybe forefather, you want to try to remind the person, check your time. So now if I'm talking now at 7 hours, 57 minutes, 25 seconds, I will know that at 8 hours, my time is off. I've used my 3 minutes. You understand? I think that will also help because when we are talking, we don't know we talk long.
Yeah,
it is true. Those that is listening knows that you've been there for a very long time. So that is one aspect of it. Then also another aspect of it, Uzo, I want to support you because Uzo, I know when I come to Houston, Texas, I know say you go Total Wine, you go buy me black Hennessy. Tomorrow morning,
if I go to Total Wine, I'll try to make it cheap.
I don't say you go buy me black Hennessy. But Uzo, let me tell you something. Tomorrow morning, I'll be in London. This year, for far away they defend. It's not in London. That time, you go like in Australia in there. Now, Two-Face, who don't know him. They fight. I'll be in London tomorrow morning.
Oh my
but you know the beauty? If I call for father, it don't go for us and we don't know him. So these are the things that some of us question tremendously. You understand? Because we don't know whether forefather represents Atiku. We don't know whether he represents Tinubu. We don't even know whether he represents Nnamdi Kanu or Sunday Igboho. We don't know. You understand? So this is the problem with forefather. But forefather is all well and done. I think with the time thing, and I believe the fight that Chief fighting today, I myself too, I believe I said it the other time, and the way you act today, that's the same way you act. Like sometimes when you want to question something or you want to support, you just say, hold on 1 minute, you just bring out something that you've been researching and everything to make a point and everything. Maybe sometimes you might let people land or something. I don't understand, but you can't be as perfect as you are. Like to some extent, I try to come to Dr. Damages for maybe 1, 2, 3 minutes. I'll run away. I stay on your show more, even when I fight you a lot, you know, because I also understand that Dr. Damages' own time, it's not easy for Dr. Damages because that guy is a perfect guy. I don't even know whether that guy is a redeemed pastor. But he looked like more of a Jehovah Witness, even though the way he dressed is a perfect gentleman. I feel for the man.
It's an Anglican pastor.
But he dressed like a Jehovah Witness, a real perfect gentleman. When I see Dr. Damages, I just see my father that my mother bully every day as a Jehovah Witness. Carry your bag, go preach, go kiri. My mother will use Lagos, carry bag, go sell market, go sell book. That's how my mother will just shame my father and go away. So, so we all have our style. You know, I attack a forefather, and the forefather come back and attack me. Then the funny part of it, Panzer will say the same thing. I don't see any difference between Panzer and the forefather. There is no much difference. They almost act the same way. But where I will give forefather a little bit slack over Panzer. Panzer calls direct calls. Maybe he's enjoying this African thing as an aged person that you know when he calls you like that, you don't have that courage to do the same thing. Once you know that, okay, this man is way older than me. So he enjoyed that privilege. But it goes two ways. Like I said it yesterday. You know, they say when a young boy washes his hand, well, we eat with an old man. And when an old man too did not respect himself, a young boy will give him name. You understand? Africa try to manage the parable. They don't want to say a young boy will curse him. They say a young boy will give him name. Yeah, brother. You know, curse boy. You only say yeah, brother. You know, so these are the things. So we come with our different way, talking about the Biafran thing, talking about the thing, and everything. I understand the Biafran thing is a very sensitive issue. The religious thing is a very sensitive issue. Sometimes when you see some of us in the US, in Europe, when we've been here 10 years, you know what happened? If you are 40 years, if you've been in Europe for 10 years, maybe that 30 years in your 30s that you find yourself in Europe and America, you've been a Christian. It looked like you just lost 25 years of being a Christian because your eyes started getting clearer. You might still be a Christian. You start knowing better and everything. But you know the funny part of it, in as much as you know better, religion is still very sensitive. You can't say anything. People hold it so strong. You understand? People just hold it so strong and the likes. Yeah, I lost my mom because of religion. You understand? My mom who's been in the US several times and everything, come to the US. My mom refused because they understand if my mom come to US, they don't get money from my mom in church. Is it that me that's criticizing everything? It's saying me, my mom want to say, my son, I beg, get me send money, go give these people. You understand? I can't even take my mom to African store. Back then, my mom knows African store where they send money. So she go to African store, she needs something. She just stick the money and then give to them to send to Nigeria. Who is she sending it to? Pastor. So they ask her not to come. You understand? This is how sensitive religion can be. This is how sensitive our tribe can be. So sometimes some of us who also come from the Niger Delta state, it becomes more heated conversation. You understand? When somebody tells me that I'm an Igbo man and I'm telling you that I am not an Igbo man and you want to quote history, then why you are quoting history as an Igbo man? The same you are telling me that your lineage traced to the Israel. So why don't you call yourself, say you're a Jewish, you are not an Igbo man? You understand? Then don't say you are an Igbo. You understand? So when we start going this back and forth, then when you say you are an Igbo man and you said, oh, they are depriving you from politics, then when I also now said the same thing back to you, that who said they deprive you for politics? When Jonathan became a vice president and become a president, is he not an Igbo man because you say they are Igbo? Then which means you have the position of a vice president, you have the position of a president, you have the position of a Senate president. Why are you feeling deprived and everything? Oh, they say, no, you don't work like that again. But you know the beauty of it, we can conversate like this, but it is easy, as I'm saying it now, to that person who hold that Igbo thing so strong, who say this guy is an idiot. He's a stupid person. He enjoyed cursing me, but he don't enjoy when I kick back. You understand? So this is how sensitive this week. I feel for my Igbo brothers. Like I said the other time, I said my Igbo people, I like them very well. They are like that crybaby that makes my mother will say, no, I don't want to have another baby again. They whine a lot, they cry a lot, and it's a good thing. Because if I don't agitate and there's a lot of oil in my backyard and I don't benefit from that oil, nobody benefits. And the Igbo man can cry to the government to do something. It's still a good thing. You understand? But that does not mean that me and that Igbo man who is also fighting for me and him cannot conversate. We can conversate, we can argue, we can sell our point. You cannot force me that I'm an Igbo person. And I'm telling you, no, I'm not. You understand? I'm not. Just like then, if you say you are an Igbo person and you cry again for government, then I come back again and play the same politics. I say, Jonathan Igbo man, I not be a Bele. He ruled now for 6 years as a president. He ruled for the same 6 years as a vice president. Then it becomes another heated argument. So these are all the things put together and level that thing. But we can enjoy ourselves. So let me let others talk.
Yeah, I remember when Trump once said after he won the presidency, they told him, "I thought you said the whole system is rigged."
For 8 minutes.
Yeah. I think we will start timing it from now that everybody has.
You see the beauty of that time. Now I cannot tell you that you are lying because it's true. I see the time.
Yeah.
I cannot say you are lying.
Now we'll start timing it. Say 2 minutes.
It's my turn now. How long do I need to be?
You see that? Okay. You have your say. I think I will give you 4 minutes so that we start spinning around. So about Trump, what Trump said was that he won the election. They said, but you are saying that the whole system is rigged against you. Now you've won. He said, yeah, I'm going to cry for what I want until I get it. If I get it, I'll stop. And he didn't pretend. So that is the reason why I'm saying that is the Southeasterners should not apologize for complaining. The only thing I always remind them of is that there are other people going through the same problem as you. Try to work with them. You are more likely to achieve what you want. Because if everybody is talking from their own silos, the leaders can divide us and use us against each other like foreigners are using us against ourselves. That is what I want them to understand. So at least whoever is, approaching things in a divisive way. Phil, go ahead, please.
All right, thank you, forefathers. Yes, if I must add my voice to the way the platform is run, I think, it has to be a little bit more scientific. You have to try to bring a system to it, because once you don't even recognize who has come in first and who has not come in first, that is a problem too. So if you are the host, please, you have to take the little extra effort to identify who is here before whom, have a system to it, so that the thing just goes. That way, it's going to ease a lot of rancor. You will help yourself well. That being said, I'm not used to too much drama. So we had a proposal on the ground. I'm looking onto you to fulfill your own part of the bargain. Send the emails around. Let's talk outside there. Let's see if we even have anything at all to even talk about in the first place, because it's not enough to just talk here. If we don't have an actionable plan, then fine. Time is money. You know what I mean? So that's all I have to do. So I'll be expecting those round of emails, and let's see if we can even iron out something from there. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And this in Righteous Man. Righteous Man was the one that started that he wanted Righteous Man electricity, and they are the ones that often want something to get done. And I wanted this issue of what they call it, health tourism to stop. And I noticed that Tinubu has slowed down he doesn't travel overseas for treatment anymore. Because they've moved it to Aso Rock now. That's what they said they do now. They flying the doctors into Aso Rock to treat them now. So he is not doing the health tourism stuff. I think probably hears people are not liking what he's doing, and they don't. I spoke to Abba, John Abba, the other day, and he told me that almost all parts of the country, that in the north anyway, they don't like that idea that their leaders keep traveling overseas for treatment. And I said the southerners don't like it too. So that's something that is common amongst individuals. I say we could start that as a campaign. He said if P2B did that, P2B would have won some support from the north. That if he had come out and say, leaders are not supposed to be going overseas for treatment like that, it's the security and other stuff, that he would have kind of connected with some northerners too. But before you know it, Tinubu went now and did what he did to stop going overseas for treatment. It means some of these leaders, they are listening. They know what people are feeling, and when they see that one issue is bringing the entire Nigerian group together, they move to remove that complaint. Now you don't see him traveling to France anymore for treatment. So that's something. It shows you that the people have influence in if they start working together. We in the south start relating to people in the north, and people in the north start relating to people in the south, because we are all in this together. That Nigerian passport doesn't demarcate. We are all in this. We have to work together one way or another to resolve our issues. You see what I mean? And so yeah, who is next? I think it's Righteous Man, isn't it? Righteous Man, please go ahead.
Yeah.
And it's 2 minutes now. Round 2 minutes round.
Why?
Yeah, so that it can go round. We can conversate more freely.
Okay.
You were preparing your presentation. You were preparing your presentation.
You should make it like
let another person speak.
He doesn't like short sessions. It's going to help you to distill your ideas. It's actually good to have such a short contributions.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, or what I'm going to say, is this. I think new Nigeria is possible, very much possible. We're on ground here, and we know what is happening. In the next election, it won't be like what had happened 2023. Take it to the bank. New Nigeria is possible. Just take my word. And we're going to achieve it. Because the youth is taking over. Mm-hmm. If you go to the social media now, the youth in the north, the awareness have reached to them. They're speaking out. And they are having their own forum. You look at Abuja, that was why I wasn't too happy with the statement of Professor Soyinka. Those who were campaigning and protesting in Abuja were actually the northern youth supporting Obi. So new Nigeria is possible. Nobody should lose hope. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree on that. If I may ask Pascal, because he's in the north, at least he's from the north, and it's somewhere in the middle of the country now. Do you think in the northern part of the country there is a kind of rise of awareness in terms of making more demands of their leaders and wanting results?
All right. So how many minutes do I have to respond?
2 minutes.
I know.
That's the session. It's 2 minutes.
You have to give me like 4 minutes, because I have a couple of other things that would have to bundle things together to make the point.
Okay, let's see how it goes then. Carry on then.
This is my time.
What assurances?
Either 4 minutes or nothing.
What do you guys think? Is that a loaded question?
Allow him now. He asked permission.
Take your 4 minutes.
Right. Okay, and then since I have 4 minutes to respond to the question, I will add my own 2 minutes. So I have 6 minutes.
What are you talking about?
My brother, you don't do the Nigerian thing. You don't do the Nigerian thing now.
It's not acceptable. After all, I didn't use my 2 minutes.
Exactly.
I'm just trying my luck. It's okay.
No, we gave you time to fix it.
Okay, so the reality on ground is that I think it was Justice who was talking about different culture, different food and stuff. the truth is that we have a divergent Nigeria. What I mean by we have a divergent Nigeria is like there are parts of the country that are actually in silos. Now, let me try and expatiate on that point. Almost everything people talk about Peter Obi, the reality is that in the South, it may look new, where somebody who is not within the two contending big parties would make an inroad. People in the South don't even seem to be aware of the fact that in 2011, Buhari set up a brand new party. The name of that party is CPC, from scratch. And he garnered 12 million votes with that new party. So this thing that people are saying Peter Obi, it's not a new thing in this country. The challenge is that we're all operating in silos. And the truth is that we have different kind of problems. Across the North today, the real challenge is that of insecurity and poverty. Okay, and the cause of all that problem, I would say, is probably the fact that the educational infrastructure has been allowed to decay. But that's a different discussion for another day. But the main point I'm trying to make, so if you ask me whether there's a growing awareness of the youth in the North, I will take it even as a typical Northern youth will take it as insultive. Some people are very much aware of the fact that, look, we are not happy with our leaders. And there is a clear group of transparent leaders in the North. And there is a group of people in the, in fact, maybe forefathers, you can go and Google this. During when was Jonathan first elected? Which year was that?
I'm not sure.
2011.
All right. During that election, a lot of people's houses, including most of the PDP leaders, their houses were burned. Go and find out. The guy who was the vice president to Goodluck Jonathan, Amadi Sambo, there were a lot of issues around him. There's this guy in Kano who was the Speaker House of Rep, Galina Abba. His house was burnt down. The only politician then in the North that was scot-free, who was actually in PDP, was Kwankwaso. So the understanding that leadership is not delivering in the North is there all along. The challenge is how to get these bad leaders out of office. And people in the North felt Buhari was the answer. The same way people in the South are now thinking that, what's his name, Peter Obi is the answer. It was exactly, I see the two games. It was exactly the same scenario. Where I remember then, I can't remember where I was working, but I came home for vacation in Kano during the election. I was asleep. People woke me up that I must go and vote. The same thing that people are talking about now in the South. So my answer is, I think the real solution is when we begin to really compare notes across board so that everything can happen at the same time. The people in the North
Pastor, you've used your time. Pastor, your time is complete.
All right.
Is it? Are you tapping him? I think it's had a few seconds, but you see.
No, I check it.
Oh God.
Yeah.
He's double checking.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the 4 minutes because let me see.
You've used 6 minutes.
5. So 5 times 4, 20. So in the next 36 minutes, I should be able to speak again.
Yeah. And I must say your contribution is quite the quality one. I have to give that to you. And I take your input that maybe I underestimated how the Northerners felt regarding whether they want change, given that you actually gave reasons for it. You talked about how this in the Buhari formed the party, then the youths in the North, destroyed the property of political leaders, and they agitated.
You should actually Google it. You should Google CPC. You should Google political violence. People are burning houses because
And
those who are not happy with the leaders.
The way you put it, that we operate in silos, is exactly the way I also picture it, because we are operating that way, it's easy not for us not to see what's going on the other side. And that's a very, very is quite a quality contribution.
Can I ask you a question? I know it's quite all right 2011 when Buhari lost the election against PDP. I know he called for violence. Is that what you're talking about, or is it a different thing? There are a lot of rioting in the north. House we are burned.
No. He wasn't. That was not. It was not
and
because
people died. A lot of people was killed. Was that,
yes,
what we're talking about?
It's not what Buhari was. That's why I say we operate in silos, and unfortunately, we are so biased that nobody wants to listen to the other side of the story. Okay, we don't see anything good. An Igbo man, and I'm going to do like my brother.
Oh, I just asked a question. You don't have to do the Igbo man. I don't have the question. When Buhari lost the election in 2011, it's on the news. There was riot in the north. As we are born, people was killed. Is that the same thing you're talking about, or just because of?
No, that's why I said no. It's not the same thing.
Okay.
I was trying to explain to you the difference between what Buhari was calling for and what actually happened. But it's okay. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, because he was just asking. He wanted to know too. Sometimes that's how we get to understand what actually took place. Because you see now the similarities. It's almost as if in the north they've started their own agitation a lot earlier. And they put all their hope in Buhari, but Buhari failed them. That's what he's saying. You don't think so? Righteous man. Okay, let me get
I'm on ground here, just like my brother that I've spoken. I'm in Nigeria, so those of you read what you see from newspapers and the social media, and then maybe the regular media. The question my brother asked him, I think, is very, very valid, because I'm in Nigeria. I travel to Abuja, I goes to Kano, Kaduna, I do my business, I comes back. So that violence in 2011 was coming as a result of the statement made by General Buhari when he said Babu, monkey and Babu blood will soak. Excuse me, sir. And then after that election that he did not win, there was violence in the north. And quite a number of people and houses were burnt because they believed that those people betrayed them and sold to PDP. That was why they went against those individuals that they thought supported PDP for Jonathan to win that election. And coming to the issue of CPC, CPC was not a spread political party. And that was why he couldn't win the national election. It was only meant for the North. That 12 million vote, maybe about 11.5 of it came from the North. But unlike Labour Party that Obi ran as a candidate, he won almost in the 4 regions of the country. So it's not, they have no comparison at all.
Right, I'm not doing a comparison. I'm answering a straightforward question in terms of awareness. I'm saying in the North, people are aware of the people they feel are good leaders and the people they feel they are bad leaders. I'm not trying to jump into a comparison.
And besides, if he won his election in about 2 or 3 zones, he won the election in 2 or 3 zones, while P2B won election in 3 or 4 zones. Is neither here or there, given that the essential aspect of it is that the people are aware. That's the point of the question. The people are aware, they wanted change. They felt like PDP was betraying them and they went after PDP. But you see, that's the thing, Masca, that the obedience, this is why I consider them one of the best political movements I've seen. They've contained themselves. You don't see violence from them. You don't see physical attacks from them. Yes, they can be, Twitter violence as they call it. They can give jabs online, but you don't see burning of stuff. So, and that's one of the reasons why I defend them whenever people criticize them, as if they are doing the wrong thing. So, but I take your point, Masca, that the North, they've been aware of the question now is how we can be able to have the other groups that are operating in their own silos to start sharing information and knowing how to approach leadership, in a peaceful manner to create change. That's all we are here for. If we can do that peacefully, I can tell you that Nigeria would have achieved something that many other nations have not been able to achieve. Many nations out there achieve it violently, in a traumatic. It always requires catalytic events. So that said, who is next? Buddy. Oh,
No,
Jagun gets, yeah, he gets it. He's been around for a while. And yeah, how many minutes you want now? We are now trading because
just
of
allow me. It's just a comment based on my my audio.
Okay, your time starts now.
We peg it at 4.
My friend, go and sit down, Paul. my listening for the last, I don't know, maybe 7 hours. I missed most of the professor's omission, unfortunately, because I do respect him a lot. However, just listening down and seeing how the conversation's going and what we're talking about and what direction we're talking about, a lot has happened in my observation, just in this program, whereby everybody's behavior, to be honest, has somewhat shone differently. Whilst we still can banter and have our own peace, I think we've argued less. And where there is an argument, it's taken pretty well. And within that, I think we need to understand that what seemed like an appraisal for a forefather alone was really an appraisal for all of us. I myself know I could be aggressive. I could be curt, all kinds. And really, that's not how I want to be necessarily. It's just like Chim said earlier, that you might try to behave like a gentleman, but when others are doing roughshod, you best get involved, roughshod style. So we do this because we are a collective and we are Nigerians, definitely. Having said that, many things have been said that I've wanted to applaud and take as serious warning. I think it was, if I remember his name, I may have forgotten his name. He's no longer here. It began with K, I think, Kenzie or something. I beg your pardon. He was warning
KJ?
that
KJ?
No, not KJ. Anyway,
Kene? Kene?
I may come up. I may come up with it soon. I don't know. But the guy warned seriously that it's time to break the country up, and that there's nothing that's ever going to work in Nigeria. And words to that. Once again,
justice.
Very well, thank you. That's the guy who said it. And I had to listen, even though I didn't agree with his whole concept. I just had to listen. There's a warning here, man. Because to me, the pessimists about Nigeria generally have been right. Generally, going down the line, they've been very correct in what they've been saying. And there are many of us who want to be eternal optimists and think better of a really bad situation. Now, where I stand is that in this year, we are now in September, coming into turning the corner of 2022 to 23 was kind of exciting to me, but full of anxiety in certain ways for Nigeria in itself, and now really feeling that Obi is the last chance we've got. If he doesn't come through, the country's finished. Based on what's going on around the world, how are we going to hold ourselves? How are we going to do all these so many things that we talk about here, which are problems for us as Nigerians particularly? How are we going to solve all this in time? Obi is the last opportunity. Now I hear people talk about the next election, 2027. And I personally, I'm thinking, man, that is really, really quite far away. As much as it's just down the road, it's quite far away in the world of politics globally. And how we are really, if I may, how we are really looking to meet the gap, I find it quite difficult to think through, honestly. So these warnings, as I say, they came across to me as, they came quite seriously, and I'm taking it quite seriously. And wondering, really, are we powerful enough? I know we spoke about power in terms of power of the people, you know, the 200 million of us, and yes, we do have power, but a lot of it is still assumed rather than something that we can rely on. So I'm really listening to the improvements that we could make as far as our communication and what we may do on this platform. And I take on, you know, everything people have said. But I think the warning of time and timing comes across to me quite harshly. And I would like to see what the responses of the people are as to the timing that we've got to, and whether or not we really can.
Yeah, I think I believe that definitely we can. And then to be an eternally, that you said something about being eternal. Some people are eternally optimistic. There is no other option. The other option is perish. Because like the Zionist movement, when they started, they didn't have much to be optimistic about. As a matter of fact, they went on to have the Hitler episode that resulted in so much catastrophic tragedy. And now look at where they are after that. So sometimes you go through the ups and downs, but you don't have a choice. It's like saying you want to breathe. It's not optimistic, it's essential. And we have to keep pushing in that direction. Buddy, you came into there. Nobody mentioned any political stuff or no financial stuff. Not what brought you today.
I came in purposely to greet.
Masca wants to say something.
It's been a while, boss. It's been a very long time. So, and I will donate my 2 minutes to Masca to conclude.
Is it sorry, buddy? Paul wants to make an interjection. A quick one.
Oh no! I'm just telling
not Paul. It's Masca. Sorry, it's Masca. Sorry,
yeah,
it's not my fault.
I just wanted to make 1 or 2 points to Jagun in respect to the points that submissions of justice. I didn't want to.
It has to be quite quick, otherwise the body has to go.
It will be quick.
Okay.
The fundamental submission.
Oh no, your audio has been doing so well today.
Of justice. Can you hear me?
Yeah, your audio is shaky, a little bit shaky. The audio is a bit shaky. It's not steady yet, but it's there, but it's shaky.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. So the most important point for me is that yes, as much as you can hear me.
We can hear you now.
We can.
Oh, he's gone again.
Yeah, it's not the stone, that's why. It's not the stone. It's supposed to come after 36 minutes.
I'll keep better. Oh boy, Paul, what happened to you, Paul, man?
Paul's like Juba now. He says that it's done. Okay.
You do not go work, Paul. You are supposed to do will not work on me.
Oh no.
Me myself, I know some Babalao, so it's not gonna work today. Anyway, so what I'm saying is Justice point, he said that okay, we Nigerians are different. But I totally disagree with him. I just didn't want to be joining issues every time people say something. My point is simple. Yes, we have different culture, we eat different food, but come to Kano, you will not believe if you go to Sabongari. I don't know anybody who has gone to Kano among you guys. Is there anybody who has been to Kano? All right. So, righteous man, can you count the number of Igbo people that have lived and died in Kano? There are plenty.
You wouldn't even know that they are Igbos.
So it's only when we talk politics that we start raising this difference. When you come to country, people
before you go too far,
Igbo people are in Kaduna, Igbo people are in Lagos. Nigerians are all intertwined. It's a lie that we tell this lie when we want to talk politics.
No. You see, I can't have you come back to me based on all of that. The only point I made where justice was concerned and where I felt was a warning, nothing to do with his politics, more to do with the question of time. You see, the question of time right now for me is urgent. You know, when I gave my response, I spoke about turning into this new year.
I thought your fear was based on the submission,
I'm a Nigerianist. You know,
But
the way, if I can just say real quick, the way I feel about Nigeria is from a very
reset. Masker, sometime you will
after 36 minutes.
Follow.
Masker, it's from a very ancient point of view, yet from a point of view of our recent history from the time of independence. And I think of what could have made it the kind of great country that I would actually be in my realization today. What could it have become? And I look around at examples and I do a lot of research based on these things that I have belief for. I have a picture in my mind of what Nigeria could have been and still could be. However, timing is of the essence. You know, if we really understand global politics, geopolitics, and what's going on, then we have to appreciate that timing is of the essence. And the last 8 years of Nigeria's life has been wholly wasted in terms of growth as a nation. So to me, it's almost like we're 16 years behind ourselves, at least already, at least. So in terms of catch-up time, the gap and the time is shrinking. You know, we speak as though the game can just still go on the same way. And I beg to differ. I don't believe it can just go on the same way without reaching an abrupt end, either brought forward by ourselves or brought forward by a different party completely. Now, yet we may not adhere to these strange things, but in the West here, strange things are happening every day. Really strange things that we wouldn't have purported in our mind 10, 15, 20 years ago, let alone when we were children. So, you know, we somehow have to do something with time and have a realization that time is ticking every second. And I don't know. I can think of it positively. Don't get me wrong. But I'm heeding the warning of time. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Jagun. Yeah, go ahead, Ike, with that interjection.
No, forefathers, not I just want to share one of you words. I want to sign off. That's why I asked if it's possible. I want to sign off.
I guess Body it will have to permit that.
Okay. Let me allow him to speak.
Yeah, Body, go ahead if you want to say something.
Yeah. Basically, you said something like, there are certain people in silos. So I don't know.
What I mean is that like if you are from the south or the southeastern part of Nigeria, you are talking about your own problems. People in the southwest talk about their own problems, and the north, and we don't necessarily compare notes the way Maska put it. That we don't compare notes so that we can have a common ground to actually effect change. So that's what I mean by people talking in silos.
Oh, okay. Also, that's why we have a political party system. That's why the Constitution of Nigeria emphasized that our political party should be national in nature. And then if you look at the requirement put out there by INEC to ensure that they are very rigorous, but our people still find a way around it to create a kind of political party that is not nationally accepted. Back in the days where INEC usually formed a political party, you see a lot of them coming up without having that grassroots presence. I want to quickly chip in on Labour. Like someone said, like, oh, Labour Party is a national party, for example. Accepted, because it was created by a Labour movement. But do they really have that national presence whereby you can see them at 1,765 polling units in Nigeria? To be true to ourselves, it's only PDP and APC that can manage that because they have the resources. And then, you know, people are comparing notes. We have civil society activists out there, either from the north and from the south. People have been comparing notes. But the issue that we'll have is that we have a docile society because a lot of enlightenment still have to go on, still have to be carried. Because in the north, an average northerner believes so much. If they will not come out on any day, you see them coming out en masse on the day of election. When I come here on this platform, people say they're on grant. I usually ask one question: which grant? Where? An average northerners, they recognize that particular day. They will mobilize. Because right from the day of Ahmadu Bello, they've been taught that. It's in the north, that is in the south that we are still struggling, understanding democracy, understanding the use of power, the advantage of power. So there's a lot of work. I acknowledge there's a lot of work to do by people reaching across Niger. And I've said it on this platform. Our forefathers, they've succeeded in creating Western Nigeria, Eastern Nigeria, Northern Nigeria. But we've been unable to foster what is called Nigeria. So we have to work more on that if we want to progress. But if we want to break it up, that would be a disaster. It will be a broken pencil or a broken chalk. And I've said it here before. You know what a broken chalk look like? You might think it's going to break into two. It might break into 10 pieces. Because you may think all this region, they are monolithic. Allow them to break first. You will see that the center will not be able to hold. That's the fear.
I'm still curious about how you know so much about chalk. How did you know chalk will break into
You
10
can try
pieces?
it. It's experimental.
Are you talking about
we
the one they
remember the blackboard.
The
We remember
blackboard
the blackboard and chalk. Yes, so
Body.
we didn't grow up in this computer age.
Body.
I see.
See. Body.
Hi, big boy.
Respectfully. Body, respectfully, some of the things you alluded to and you said here, you asserted here, are not based on facts. It's all pure lies and propaganda.
Okay.
Come on, you can't just call people liars without baseless
you
lies.
come around, you attack people. I know you for that, Olumide. I don't know what you
Olumide,
why don't you wait for your turn? Mr. Ike want to speak. Olumide, why don't you wait for your turn? Mr. Ike want to speak. You are the last man standing. Please, let Mr. Ike speak.
You say it's propaganda. You say it's a lie. I was making a description about chalk. Maybe you are not a science student. I can't help you with that.
Who is not a science student? I'm a healthcare practitioner.
You guys allow me
Body, don't take it personal.
Olumide, it's all right. Olumide, it's all right.
Yeah, that's what to do.
Moderator, bring him in. I want to buy Fensic. Bring him in. I want to buy Fensic.
You want to buy Fensic? You're just gonna keep going on. Now
Make
you made
cool
it laugh.
down.
That's really good. Once he starts laughing, you're good.
Mr. Ike, it's Mr. Ike, please.
Okay, Mr. Paul, thank you. I want to close with this question for every one of us. I want to ask that question based on the analysis of my brother Jago, the last submission he made now. I wanted to say something, but what he said gave me something else. I want you to search your heart and be honest to yourself. I'm not expecting anybody to give me a reply or response. does it not worry you as a Nigerian that you have a government in power right now that cannot defend democracy anywhere in Africa? Does it truly, does it worry you as a Nigerian? The giant of Africa, the most populated black nation in the world.
Come on.
Given to everything by God, blessed by man and God, that presently right now in the continent of Africa and the black race as a whole, Nigeria can never stand anywhere, even the smallest conference anywhere, even in Cuba, to defend democracy.
Serious.
Look at the coup that is taking place everywhere in Africa. Do you have any morality? Do you have any credibility? Do you have any respect anywhere to say enough is enough? No, you can't. So no matter how we try to paint it, no matter how we try to change it, no matter how we try to, there was something my brother Tony said yesterday or day before yesterday. And based on what my brother just analyzed right now, I wrote it in my diary. I put it after yesterday or day before yesterday. What Tony said, I wrote it somewhere. And when my brother was doing it, this thought just came. If Nigeria, in the midst of nations in Africa, cannot legitimately tell a country like Niger, a country like Burkina Faso, a country like Mali, a country like Cameroon, or just name any country, cannot stand boldly and say, I am giving you 1 month to return this country to civilian rule. Does it worry you at all? And for anybody to stand anywhere, whether in the international platform or in the local platform, begin to defend illegitimacy, begin to defend criminality that was committed to Nigerians by 2 single people, Muhammad and Okoye. Then the final straw was the nail on the coffin by the judiciary. I'm sorry, my brothers. Think about it. I pray that God bless every one of us for this new week. And may He give us the grace and the strength to continue to be positive about Nigeria. But we have to really seriously think deep about this question. God bless you, and I see you again this weekend. Hey, my brother,
Perfect.
are you inviting me to your Arizona? Are you still in Arizona?
I'm living the days that I'm coming to Manchester where it rains every day.
Okay, so is body done, or you want me to? I want to give my own contribution.
Olumide, I guess you are the last man standing. Now you met other people. Now righteous man have not talked since.
No,
you
Tony,
understand? You are the last man. You
Tony,
already know. Stone has not talked.
I was there when it was
Olumide, if you are watching, you are not on the platform. Come on now, it's different.
Tony never have not said
I was there when he was protesting the 2 minutes.
You are not on the platform.
Don't
Stop
worry,
lying.
you're gonna get your chance. Buddy, have you
Well, Father,
finished your
let us know
I
the
was
way
in the
forward.
comment section.
Yeah.
PNF.
So, Buddy, are you done?
Yeah, let me anchor. Like I was saying, we have to do more as a people. Like I was saying earlier, that like our forefathers has been able to Eastern Nigeria, Western Nigeria, Northern Nigeria. It's left for us to foster what we call Nigeria itself, for it to work. But if you want to break it, I just want that, it might be like a broken chalk. That's just my fear. That's it.
Thank you. And I think more like, okay, I'm not going to even bother pronouncing the second one. Olumide.
No. It's righteous man. It's righteous man.
No,
Is he righteous man?
it's not righteous man
Yes.
now.
Righteous man doesn't like to be
Olumide say what he wants to say.
You guys have had a round down. Everybody has had a
And
round.
then say,
Olumide is not here when righteous man spoke.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm not talking of myself. Olumide is not here when righteous man spoke. When I came into the platform, I wait for everybody to speak before it gets to my turn.
Let's allow righteous man to speak. Olumide, just be patient. You just came in, so don't worry.
Olumide, leave Panadol for me with fence sick.
I use the floor to Olumide.
See, righteous man, now you use the floor.
Olumide.
Paul has been fighting for you on this one. Now you use the floor. Okay, thank you, righteous man.
I'm a Nigerian. I want everybody to feel our oneness. So Olumide should take the floor. Yeah.
You said Olumide turn. Tony has not even spoken anything.
Really? Come on.
Let him go.
Let's move it on, man.
In the go miss paracetamol for me. Okay, no day work today. Today that's Sunday. Don't close.
Exactly. He's not at work today.
Go ahead. I will wait.
Is he a chemist or an analyst?
Okay, no problem. So the reason why? Okay, I just wanted to respond.
Only the answer question. I beg.
Yes.
What's in Alabuku and the other episode they want?
Alabuku and what? Alabuku and what?
I don't live sorry, they work for body.
Those drugs, it's been a long time. I don't even know what they are anymore.
Uzo, yeah, they do you. You know, say they didn't advertise those products. And then they finish for market. It's in African store in America, yo. It's in African store.
Let me just give a quick response.
Time is going, no. Time is going.
Let me just give a quick response. So, buddy, so you are alluding to the fact that if I'm from a scientific background, I will tell you that yes, I'm from a scientific background.
Okay, the next question is: Are you a chemist or an herbalist?
Listen. I'm only going to tell you.
Why are you guys doing this now? You have to respect the guy.
I'm going to tell you that I'm a healthcare practitioner, and the rest go and fill in the blanks for yourself.
But he's a chemist. He's a chemist. He's a pharmacist.
I want to tell you that.
Chemist, not pharmacist.
I want to tell you that.
So upgrade and smarter.
Whatever I do, you understand? Whatever my as a healthcare practitioner, when we make decisions, you understand? Our decisions are always based on what we call evidence-based. You understand? So when we make a decision regarding a patient's life, you understand? We do it based on evidence. It's called evidence-based. So when we are making recommendation about how to make Nigeria a better place, it is based on evidence. It is based on solutions that have worked in other parts of the world, that are practicable, that are common sense solutions. You understand? So
okay. I agree with you on all that. So you are going to present evidence for what you are saying.
When I am talking, you understand? When I am talking, I'm making my recommendation. That is why most of the time when I make my recommendation, I think of what will benefit not just me. What is it that will benefit my fellow human being, even though my fellow human being is from another ethnic group, you understand? So you love your neighbor as yourself, you understand? You can even link the scripture to it. It's all based on evidence, based on what works, based on what has been proven, that you can take to any part of the world. You know, that is how the white man thinks. That is why you have the white nations.
You're lecturing, bro.
That is why somebody like Trump will say that, Trump coined the word shito. Trump didn't coin that word shito for nothing. What Trump is saying is that before you take your business, before you take your money to that place, think about it. It's a shito. Nothing works. If you put your money in there, you won't get justice. You understand? The justice system is trash. You won't get justice. Your money will be trapped. Why do you think UAE is upset? There are $80 million is trapped in Nigeria by Buhari regime. and your Tinubu is going there, instead of finding a way to release their money and make them happy, he's going there to talk to them to leave the visa ban. There's no common sense in that. That's by the way. Then two, you were making recommendations that was not based on facts and evidence, and it's all lies. You are saying that the party must have a national outlook, must be represented across all ethnic groups. These parties went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, based on their constitution, said,
before you go for the day, I don't think you listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on, don't worry. Hold on, let him finish now. He's trying to present an actual evidence now. Let him finish, please. Let him actually present an evidence. So you said Supreme Court said what?
Supreme Court said you can't deregister, you can't deregister any party and not allow them contest. You understand? Because they're not registered all over the country. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is that, does it even make sense for you to what does having your party all over the local government or the federation all over the world got to do with electing a state house of representative and a senator or a governor for that matter of a state?
I think he's talking about the spirit. He didn't make it like a requirement. He's talking about the spirit of the rules, and probably for presidential aspects. Please go ahead, buddy.
For father, requirements to set up a party.
I'm telling you about requirement to set up a political party by INEC.
You crucify me now.
I'm answering a question. I was answering a question. There was a question posed by forefather, like he's coming out of our shore. I'm speaking to coming out of shore.
And then you are saying that people in the north rush in their numbers to go and vote. Why the people in the south sleep? I mean, they don't rush to go and vote in an election that they've been rigging every year, every 4 years.
You said something here yesterday
have an actual number.
But the way you drive your stuff today doesn't.
What I'm saying is that when you come to make a presentation, make it based on fact, beyond bias.
Olumide, you just use your time complete. Your time just complete.
Even if you're a party member, just beyond
bias. Your time is done. I must say,
I'm trying to say, buddy, you're Yoruba guy.
Calm down now. Calm down. Your time is up.
I can't allow you.
I don't
Olumide, go out.
Yoruba. I speak as a Nigerian.
I must say.
Speak as a Nigerian and speak truth.
Onumide, calm down. I like your ambience. The light you have there today is better than the chemist one. And this one looks, it makes you look like you are really out there. Very cool lights. I must say, nice one. No, the light is nice. I'm not trying to be funny. It's nice.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, the lighting is nice. Yeah.
No, righteous man just give Olumide that this thing because we still won by first stick. Let the righteous man talk.
Okay, righteous man, please go ahead.
Do you
4
know?
minutes or
as much as we try to dispel fear, those factors that create fear will not disappear.
I agree.
And that is what we should hold and really think over it. We don't want Nigeria to break. I'm a businessman. I prefer Nigeria to remain as one. The fear of Nigeria breaking, we try to dispel that fear. But the factors.
Righteous man, please hold on. Master, do you want to mute yourself? Your spoon, they knock my ear too much.
I should have excused him, actually. I should be excused. I forgot. I didn't see him eating. Yeah, go ahead, righteous man.
So what Jegu was saying, I think he made a very critical point that we should look into.
This comments.
What's going on? What's the funny bit there? The comments. Don't buy them. They will let it rest now.
Crazy.
Yeah,
they really get because yesterday.
Yeah, don't buy them now. Yeah. This one, CCM is warming up, getting ready to go.
Do you know that in the comment section last, I think was it yesterday night, somebody was commenting that some of you have taken alcohol and you couldn't control yourself again.
Righteous man, your time is going, oh.
But you distracted me. You distracted me.
Now the comments.
So what I was trying to say is this: as much as we try to dispel the fear of Nigeria breaking, the factors that create that fear must be dealt with. That's number one. Number two, the science of using chalk, that your intention of breaking a chalk at the end of the day, when you throw it on the floor, it might break into more than what you expected. That is on chalk is a stationary thing. Breaking a nation means individuals deciding to part way, just like marriage. So that was what happened in Soviet Union. After they have spent years as one union, but it came to a time where their economic factors could not allow that country to remain as one. So I think we should begin to propose things or means or ways to handle the economic problems that are in Nigeria and right now. I tell you, each time I speak, because I'm on ground here, I'm telling you that Nigerians are suffering. The poverty level in Nigeria today is something that no human being will pray for his or her enemy to encounter. And you are there, you are sending money down home here. Ask them how much is a bag of rice now. It's going to 60,000, and it's not yet a Christmas time. So whatever we are projecting or proposing for Nigeria to remain, we should be able to project or set up an economic agenda that these politicians will listen to and know that when we implement, Oga, you too, they laugh and you are distracting me. Let me stop.
Why are you laughing? Come on, guys.
I mean, Uzo is behaving funny, so I can't flow.
Uzo Carlo has started now. Let's just take it easy. He's a gentleman today and he's taking care of business. Please, we're going to give you extra time.
You don't drink 7-year-old whiskey like Panzer last week.
Nah,
Righteous man, take 2 minutes.
you know what it is. Waiting in my body.
Maybe it took a like
Let's allow Righteous man to finish so that he doesn't. Righteous man, take 2 minutes to complete your thoughts, so that CM can go. You want to take 2 minutes?
So what I'm trying to say is this. When you see a husband and a wife quarreling, and it gets to be
husband and wife like this.
Uzo, what is this now? You want me to start adding the Carlo? What is he? You're not gonna let him talk anymore. Allow him to finish now. Yeah, eating so is 2 minutes now.
Uzo, you're not Uzo.
No mind.
Righteous man, are your fault. Now you say Uzo they enjoy abroad.
Leave him. Uzo, this is Righteous man. Go. Your 2 minutes is going. CM has to talk.
Righteous man, your time is up.
It's not up. Carry on. Okay. Man, you guys are harassing him. That's not proper, If he has something important to say now, you're not letting him finish his thoughts. It's not nice. CM is not gonna like that.
It's Righteous man's fault. Righteous man, I say Uzo they enjoy abroad. Now Uzo come begin the laugh up and down.
No. My wife said she wanted conversation. I say no.
Yeah, let her talk.
The battery, I think he's gone and changed his phone.
If Righteous man won't talk for 10 minutes, he go say battery won't die.
See this guy. Who told you that? Who told you that's what?
If you like say that, entertainment section would do now.
Yes, that's what seems to be happening.
Have I been the battery man?
I don't control your scope for Righteous man.
Uzo, I was not lying. This is my second handset. The battery of this one went down and I switched over to this.
Yeah, that's
So
why
I
I
was
thought
not
happened.
lying.
That's why I
There's
thought
no
happened.
reason for me to lie. For what
He's a
now?
righteous man. He's a
I'm not
righteous
saying you
man.
are lying.
We take you
I'm
for
just
what you
saying
say.
that
We believe
all
you.
those
What?
And
Is that
are
not
you
what you were
are
implying?
you aware what the president of France said yesterday? Macron, did you hear what he said?
What did he
He
say?
said the France cannot leave Niger because Africans cannot rule themselves.
Mhm.
That's what he
You see?
said. Yeah, God
Yeah,
believe.
he said that now that we are there blaming them.
Is
That
he saying that?
we can't take care of ourselves, and
Yeah,
what do we expect?
so do you know why he could say that? It's because the giant of Africa is sleeping.
Yeah.
Nigerian giant.
No. We are technically we are technically the giant. We have 200 million people that we're not using. So why we are not going to beg France? This Bazoum guy went and
Father,
begged
we are
German
not
to come
any
to
we are
his
giant. Don't say we are giant. We have so many numbers that we are not using in Nigeria. Don't count them as part of our population. Come on, people suffer send their kids to school. They are graduates. They don't have job. They are relevant. They are still asking their illiterate father, "Mommy, give me money. I want job." People lie to their parents. "I have job interview tomorrow. Mommy, give me money." You can't tell those ones among. Come on
But
now.
that's the problem. Now
People who cannot
we are not
distill
marshalling
crude
them. We are not
oil to
using them.
petroleum, and they are calling themselves giant.
We are technically
No.
it's a potential.
You see,
It's not a real thing yet.
You
have
guys
three
have
groups.
taken away. You guys have laughed off and taken away what righteous man began with. And as soon as you
What
heard
is
something
it?
that you want to talk on, it's very rude, man. You guys have just been blatantly rude after I've said what I've said in terms of we've all heightened our level. Why you,
Oh,
Paul? I'm
Jago,
wondering if you drank before you came on the show. Me, I've never seen you behave like this. You know what I mean? I don't understand. Give righteous man his respect. Give him his respect, man.
Jago, calm down. I think where you see
No,
I'm
you
calm.
are getting something that is not difficult.
okay, yeah. See,
We're all joking. He knows. Righteous man
I
knows.
think
We're all
sometimes
joking.
people have to
Nobody's
calm
taking
down
it
a little
Say
bit.
you drink and they see what
That's what happens. Sometimes I used to be like that too. When you are always serious all the time, it's not always very good for your health.
Can't be serious.
You have to
Me, I'm not always serious. So I'm a live.
They laugh. People they defend, they laugh.
Yeah.
No, I'm a live.
Oh my,
But what I'm saying is that a righteous man was talking.
Every righteous
You
man is
laughed him off,
joking.
and then you took the conversation away.
Jago,
What's
you
up?
run out of supply today. Now you're attacking me. When you run out of stock today,
which supply?
Now you're attacking me that I have a lot of stock.
No. Me, I'm always the same, brother. Always. The stash is always there. You understand everything.
You remember last week when Jago had a lot of supply? He had to take off his shirt.
You know that,
he take off his shirt when he has a lot of supply. Today that you run out of stock now, you're attacking.
Mr. Tony is a very quiet and handsome guy, and he just keep watching. Maybe because of his background. I mean, Mr. Tony. He's just when he laughs like somebody that is from another planet. He doesn't.
Which Tony?
No, Dr. Damage is younger brother. Now they don't say so many words. He don't have so much word. He's a perfect military man.
You guys don't want to let him have his.
Did you see me accuse him when I was accusing all of us? I did accuse him because I don't have any level to do so.
Tony na soldier. I'm not leave him.
Original one, no.
Original one, no.
Paul.
No,
Okay, let's allow CM.
No, but Mr.
CM
Tony is very calm. You know, it's because of his background.
Hold on now, Jesus Christ. CM is here. He came here for a reason. Maybe somebody says something, then he wants to respond.
You guys distracted me. I'm going to tell you, I'm a stubborn person too.
CM normally CM felt like we are kind of like Igbo bashing session. That's what we tend to have this evening. So he must have come here for a specific reason.
CM, use your tongue, but don't come tell us about book. We did entertainment time now. Don't come tell us all the book we don't read. Go ahead.
You must be. Nah, entertainment time was hardcore.
But he's doing something now. He can't talk. He's doing something. His mouth is busy.
He's not busy. He's looking at something.
Actually, you can't hear me when you are talking, so there's no way. It's pure anatomy. When you are talking, that's why when you are on phone, and somebody is phoning you, it will be telling the person engaged, engaged, engaged. That's how you know. So when you are talking, I can't talk because you can't hear me. It's anatomy. Now,
Okay.
I had what Macron said. That was what even triggered me. Sometimes when somebody criticizes you, it may be hurtful, but you reflect on it. It may sound condescending, but look at Africa. Look at Nigeria. We can't even organize a simple election. Or are we doubting it? Is anybody doubting it? We can't even, this is our own to count ourselves and give ourselves, count the votes, what we did ourselves. We can't do it. It's becoming a shame to the world. So when Macron says that, you may not like it, but when you go back and reflect, you find it's true. It's true. Something as basic as an election, we cannot organize. Today, what happened in February, we are still dragging it on till today. What are we talking of? Ordinarily, they say Tinubu legitimacy. Is it not because of election? Legitimacy they are talking of is for Tinubu. Is it not election? Not that he was caught somewhere stealing, but because of election. Look at what is happening. So to that extent, when your enemy criticizes you is good because your friend will cover it. So what Macron said, although because they are in Niger, he can twist it and then use it to his advantage. So it is true. That's when I look at it. I said, now the cat has been let out of the bag. We can't organize the election. Then, like who said it? What right have we got to stake a claim in Africa? Naturally, we should be the leader, but we can't lead. You can't lead Tanzania. They can sit you down and tell you something. You can't lead Rwanda. You can't. But naturally, it's your birthright. If there's something called birthright, Nigeria should be the birthright of Nigeria and Africa. But we can't lead. We can't lead Egypt. We can't lead Morocco, Namibia, not to talk of South Africa. People we fought for. If there is any country that will take credit for dismantling apartheid in South Africa, it's Nigeria. There's no question. Mandela admitted it. But today we can't. And since then, we have not made any progress. So when certain things, when people look at it, I'm of the opinion that Nigeria, let us have introspection. Let's cast about who has some people may say, I know how to maneuver power. I know how to mobilize people, they vote. Of course. But you that has been mobilizing and voting and winning it, how far? Aristotle said, an unexamined life is not worth living. How far? Now, righteous man is telling us rice is 55,000 and it's going to 60. It's not yet Christmas time. How many people can afford it? So there are some of the things that when we talk about it, if you criticize, I like criticisms, particularly when it is constructive. I learn. But let us not start building castles in the sky that we will leave the basic things and be hoping that we should be here. Naturally, Nigeria should be better than Brazil, or we'll be competing with them, or even higher than them. I know Brazil might be this, but I think if you bring the type of talent Nigeria is having, I don't think you have it per square meter anywhere in Africa. But we're just talking of, we do election, I maneuver you, I dribble you at the polling unit, announce my candidate. Yes, I keep defeating you. Good. How far? For 20 years, 30 years, you've been defeating me. Are you better than me? That is what we are talking. Now we are talking of rice. 55,000 a bag of rice. 60. So what Macron said is true. If at all, to me, I've said somewhere that Nigeria cannot go below the level it is now. The only thing he could do is to rise up. But are we prepared to do that? Are we still talking of maybe we lord it over this and lord it over that? That's what I'm always saying. I don't regale in that you win. Okay, you'll be winning for the past 50 years. Are you better than me by every human measurement? Are you? You are not. So I can't even envy you. Because already you dribble me. In the end, you are still crying more than I do. Or me, I look at myself using human measurement, I'm better off. Or you even come for me for help. So what are we talking about? That is the issue. What are we talking about? So what Macron said is very much important. If Africans could reason, I mean, not Nigeria, they should go back. When your enemy insults you, sometimes you go in and then think about it. There may be a reason for it. So Nigeria, we can't get election correct. As simple as election, we made it. We introduced fraud deliberately. Nigerians should have been asking themselves, why should INEC switch off beavers deliberately? There are lights. Okay, Olumi, there is light in your room. If you now leave where you are now to go and switch it off, will you say it's a glitch?
Somebody did it.
Glitch? It's not a glitch.
Because somebody did it.
Because you deliberately stood up. Yes. Like Mohammed said, they switched off the beavers. He said it in US. I'm not lying. Information minister. So somebody should don't get up to go and switch off light and come back and tell us it's a glitch. That is where we should start to question. But in Nigeria, we feel that
even if they say even if they say they switch it off, there's a back end. They say there's a back end. The owners, the people who gave them the technology say there's a back end.
There's no back end to it from what was said in court. There was no back end. The question is, by switching it off, can you make a solid case with evidence based that by switching it off, they had the opportunity to mangle the results? That, in other words, rig it in favor of themselves. Provide evidence for that rigging.
Yes, we saw. I mean, we saw the TPEX now. That is an evidence. But why did you switch it off? Olumide, if I ask you, why did you switch off your light? You must have a reason for switching it off.
Even if they switch it off to cheat, you have to prove it. That's the problem.
But why? That the person should tell us why he switched it off. Forget about proof. Let him tell you why.
What if he tells you that it was because he wanted to worship his God? It doesn't matter. In the end, it's up to you to switch. It's up to you to switch to prove it. That he used it to do something to the results.
You allowed House of Reps to go. You didn't worship your God. House of Senate to go. You didn't worship your God. Presidential, you want to worship your God. You switch it off. You see, that's
yes,
the
and then what would you do about it? The question is, you have to prove that is wrong. That's what he affected the results.
Then the person should be able to tell us why.
Are we still watching this people?
Yeah, his time is up. To be fair, I'm just giving him to
CM 1 moment. So the Father, are you saying that the Amazon witness the court said there's a back end? There's a back end for all the data. Are you saying there's no data available?
No, the issue that occurred was that the Amazon AWS staff that came, official that came, was arguing for this thing, what they call it, uptime, that there was no downtime. That's what she was arguing. But the case, I think he
said there was no glitch.
There was no glitch in terms of uptime and downtime. However, the argument was on the software. Hold on. The argument was on the software itself, that they were having permission issues. It's like saying the computer, your mobile phone is still connected to the internet, and the software of the mobile phone is working fine, but the app store is not working very fine. That is the problem. They said the software itself had the permissions issue, which I found incredible.
Co-fathers, can I just make a small submission?
Yeah. Let me just use 30 seconds to finish what I'm saying so that people understand what I'm saying here. That the software that was supposed to create folders for the presidential election wasn't able to do that because it didn't have permission to do that. because that is how softwares generally work within computers. When you want to write softwares in certain folders, you have to have permission to write that create folders in that location on the computer. They are saying that didn't happen, and if that is true, that is incredible and terrible, because it should be impossible. That's something you should be able to find out during testing of the software. So that, but nobody questioned them on that. But it's all right. This is Masker. Go ahead.
Well, I find it ridiculous actually that we keep running around the same issue. Fact of the matter is that I am sure we all heard from government sources that there was an attempt to hack the system. Now, if that was an excuse, then where is this folder excuse coming from? My point is that I don't think as Nigerians we should sit down and be arguing about the fact of the matter is that there was something wrong and people are not telling us the complete truth. But as a Nigerian who lives in Nigeria,
there was nothing wrong. There was nothing wrong.
Who said that?
There was nothing wrong with the
CM, you are responding to your response. You are thinking I'm defending INEC. What I'm simply saying is that no matter what it
defending
is,
INEC.
There's what I mean by something wrong is that at least something wrong was done at some point, because the excuses people are giving are not coinciding. You said that there's an attempt to hack the system. People are saying that there is a glitch. If on the same issue you are telling at least 2 or 3 stories, then obviously you are not telling, well, the truth is not yet known. And I'm saying that as a Nigerian, I'm not surprised. I mean, and this thing has been taken to court. The issue really people should be talking about, what will be the solution going forward? Because this is a dead horse now. No matter how much you cry about it, it's a dead horse.
Hey, no, I'm only trying to buttress what Macron said when he insulted Africa, just like Nigeria, that we can't take care of our affairs. I told you that the INEC said there was a glitch. Lai Mohammed said no. They deliberately switched it off.
What I'm also telling you, what I have you loud and clear.
Listen. No. Because your interpretation is saying
I'm
another
not interpreting what you said. I'm
the
making
problem,
my
the, pro,
your
the problem with the problem with Nigeria is that we like to move on. We move on. It's a dead horse. We move on.
What are we? Hold on. What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
What we are going to do is
good question, righteous man.
Listen,
good question.
What we are going to do? Good question. What we are going to do is INEC should be tried and tell us, why did you switch it off? Let them tell the reason. I gave a reason.
Are you aware that someone have taken the INEC chairman to court about that glitch? Are you aware?
What did INEC say? It's not glitch. There was no
glitch. No, the court is coming up this new week.
Nobody asked INEC why he switched it off. Nobody asked that question.
Listen, somebody took INEC.
So hold on. I don't know why we keep missing this. The judges said it in the judgment. CM, if you want to challenge something, you have to be precise on what you are challenging. The judges said it in the court. It's not outage. Nothing was switched off. This the system itself. They are claiming that the system didn't do what it was supposed to do. That is what you should be asking yourself. How did that happen?
Was switched off. Lai
Mohammed is not a technical person.
Was he working with INEC?
Rely on him. If I say it was switched off from here, would anybody rely on what I said?
See, we all agree. We all agree that something was wrong. Excuse me. We all agree. Hold on. We all agree.
Therefore, hold on. Why is it that the owners of the software, who are technical person, came and tell you what happened? Did you believe him?
Oh,
no, we believe them. See, hold on, CM.
Did you believe the owners of the AWS?
Hey, let's go to another matter. I don't know why we
let
are
me deal with
sparkling
this.
around this issue. It's
See,
already
hold
been
on,
decided in the
body.
court.
Let me deal with this so that we'll get to somewhere. So that CM gets somewhere, because I really hope
No,
he
it will
actually
get it.
advances the argument. Hold on. You don't know that. See, he is saying that the experts came in and said something. What we are saying is that it's not contradictory. The experts said that there was no outage, which is true. Nobody's arguing against that. What you need to understand, CM, is that the court is saying that the respondents said that the software was not able to create folders. They went on to explain that the reason why it was able to do that for the other this is because it has been tested before.
And they presented a trail
with the senators and the others. It's been tested before, so it worked for them. But for the presidential one, it didn't work. And for me, I find that incredible. But you have to argue against that, not argue against something that they are not talking about.
The court are lawyers. The court are lawyers. They are not technical. The owner of the software came and said they built.
Who is the owner of the software? CM. Who is the owner of the software?
Amazon Web Services.
Amazon didn't show up.
Amazon AWS is talking about outages. I read from what the judge said. AWS is the lady is talking about outage. She wasn't talking about the actual software.
Different thing.
That is the problem. If she came in and talked about the software, that would have been a strong case, but she didn't do that. She was just talking about the outage, and she gave examples of Amazon services, how they were all up online during that period, that nothing was down. She wasn't talking about the particular software. That's the problem.
Well, forefathers. I want to ask Body a question.
What will be done?
Body, do you? I know you may not be an IT man. Do you have an idea when there is an outage? Do you know you can do some kind of diagnosis and it will give you a report, a full report, printed out report?
Definitely.
If there was, that's what she simply said.
Who said that?
The AWS staff that came.
Let me quickly explain something to you, Tony. The lady didn't come from Amazon Web Services, because the subpoena wasn't served on Amazon. The subpoena was supposed to serve on the Amazon as a complaint.
Okay.
And
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Do you acknowledge that she's an AWS specialist?
Yes.
Is she?
Listen to this. Let me quickly tell you what INEC did. INEC was able to come to court, demonstrate to court that we have this problem, and they were able to show evidence. What petitioners are supposed to do is this, which they fail. It's they're supposed to establish, show to the court that in real time that we inspect this INEC facility, we know the software they use. They should demonstrate it to the court and show it to them. But the argument that was made by that lady is quite different from the argument that was canvassed by INEC. And
exactly. That's what I mean by that's why you have to precisely to the real argument.
No. You are wrong. You are wrong.
Okay, tell me
I
what
disagree
happened.
with you.
Tell me what happened. I will pull up the judgment for you. So
no.
Righteous man, let me give you an example of what he's talking about.
Hold on. See what happened, See what happened. If I am the one that built your house, okay, and I have the spare key that can give me entrance to either your sitting room or your master bedroom. Are you hearing me?
See, the problem, let me give you an example of what they are talking about. It's like saying there is power outage in a property. That's a simple example. If there's power outage in a property, it could be from the junction box, it could be from the NEPA, it could be from somebody playing with the socket. You don't necessarily know where the outage came from. That is what the AWS expert came and did was a kind of say the issue didn't come from NEPA, but didn't address what I came from the socket, what I came from the junction box. That is the problem. They were not going after the core of the issue. Because if they went after the core of the issue, they probably could have made a strong case and say there is no way you go and create a presidential system and that thing is not able to function. There's no way.
That's why.
But they didn't make that case. That is the problem.
What is the core of the issue they missed?
They focused on the outage and the security of the system. They didn't focus on whether the system they had permission issues or anything like that.
Is that even necessary at all? Because the base of the argument is the collative system. That's what they are pushing.
Exactly, and they could have gone on to prove that
there is nothing like collative system.
No,
it's not
I think the law does say that they use it as a form of reference.
That's the base of the transfer. That's the foundation.
It's not the base. It's not the foundation. INEC said there was a glitch to upload presidential election
results. Buddy, you have to realize that there's a
what's the upload all about? It's about the
judgment. It was deliberate from a few states where they depended on the Beavers and the IRF for decision.
So if you want to argue against the glitch, you have to argue against the precise glitch.
Where they use the Beavers.
What does Supreme Court say on that judgment?
Let's hold on for a bit.
No, they use the
body and this is hold on. You wanted to say something, Masca, quickly?
Yes. My point is very simple. Whether people agree that INEC did the right thing or did not do the right thing, it's a dead issue because the same issue was taken to court. A court of competence have ruled on the matter. Whatever people will say, sincerely speaking, it's a waste of time.
See, to me, I don't waste my time. You might be wasting your time, but I'm not wasting my time.
The fear now is that
Masca, with all due respect, you may be wasting your time. I'm not wasting my own time.
I think it's important that people get to the bottom of the issue.
How do we have a free and
Macron
fair
is insulting Nigeria?
It's not insulting
Macron?
He said what he said.
So, body, how do we have a free and fair?
Said what he said?
The action of INEC is a predetermined crime. It's a predetermined crime.
The judgment is.
But you are supposed to prove it. Say, hold on. I think this is what it's beginning to drive me crazy now. You can't just keep saying something is a crime when you didn't bother to prove it. You have to do something to prove it. And what CM is doing here is not going to the core of the problem. You have to go straight to where the problem is and try to prove it.
Where are you going to go and prove now?
If you don't prove it, why are you blaming them?
A predetermined crime, you can't prove it. You can't prove it because you are not in charge of the machine. The machine the glitch that occurred, who was mining the computer? Who was mining it? Was it not INEC official?
Righteous man. The same thing happened to Tinubu and their party.
There was no
Tinubu and Osibanjo, they went to ensure they assembled the greatest number of fingerprint experts the world has ever put together just to overturn an election. That's what Tinubu and Osinbajo did in 2007. So it tells you that it's possible. Even if there is somebody tried to cheat you, you can prove the other way around. That's the problem. There was no clear case that was made about that.
In 2007, PDP was fair to the opposition parties. They allowed them to do what they're supposed to do. In 2023, APC did not create the ground for opposition party to have their say. For example, getting those documents they're supposed to get from INEC was almost impossible.
But they didn't make their case
you don't have to get it.
They didn't have time. They would have been given more time. They didn't make the argument based on they didn't have
time. Public document. You can take it to them, certify for you, and present same document as an evidence.
What kind of argument?
The certified copies by INEC that is blown that they presented. Why did INEC object to it?
See, body. But, hold
But
on, hold on.
it's a predetermined crime. There's nothing we're going to get out of it. That is why Macron is insulting us, because they know we're on serious people. We like cheat.
See, righteous man, if something is predetermined, it's your job to unravel it. That is your job.
In Nigerian case, you cannot. In Nigerian case, you cannot.
Then if you cannot, then you are not ready.
But I do
You have
understand
to
where
be ready.
forefathers
You don't expect them. You don't expect them to the criminal to give you solutions for their crime.
Dan talk.
It's your job to prove that they are criminals.
Let Dan talk, please. Let's hear from Dan.
Yeah,
Dan just came in. Go ahead.
No, I came in because of the argument on the ground, the burning issue just now. I don't want to lose out on it.
Are you the court?
I'm not the court, my brother Bobby. I know today is a laughing stock, but I don't come here to laugh or joke. People are saying something serious, you know. What Mr. Righteous Man is saying, that rice is almost going to 60,000. It's not a joke. Even if you are living in Europe thinking you are better than the people living
I'm not saying I'm better. You have seen it.
Yeah, then let me talk. Don't tell me if I'm a judge. I don't come here to joke with you.
You know,
please,
give
me my turn to talk.
Body allow him to have his say, please.
All these joking people are joking. Why people are suffering?
It's okay, guys.
We should start to think, to respect ourselves, because there are people who have not eaten today in Nigeria.
We don't use that to blackmail people.
I don't blackmail anybody. I'm just telling you.
Don't say I'm mocking people.
Enough of this joking when people are serious, when people are at stake. I think it's an insult to Nigerians.
Let him talk, buddy. Let him talk, okay?
Please let me just contribute my own quarter in my own feelings. CM is saying something very clear. The other brother too is saying something very clear. But forefather, sorry to call your name. You and Bobby, you are trying to tell Nigerians that we are blind. You understand? We cannot prove this. We cannot prove that. This the other man went to Channels Television and he was interviewed. He just said there was glitches, and they asked him, "What is the cause of the glitches? Why?" CM said something now. If you off your light, he was telling Olumide, if your light goes off now, it's because you offed it or somebody off it. They asked him, what is the glitches? What caused the glitches? They couldn't answer.
No, they could. That's why I was giving you the answer, but you're not listening.
No, forefather, listen. And somebody also, you know, when you people are trying to defend things that make people angry, sometimes we start to wonder, where are you guys from? Do you want the continuation of Nigeria in this dirty
You just
days?
asked a question.
What do you want us to prove? Everything was proven. They said that there was glitches. They asked them, what is the glitches all about? Up to today, they've not answered it.
So
Have
you
they
don't
told us
need,
what type of
so you
glitches
didn't hear
was
the
it?
answer. I heard, yes, I'm telling you, I heard the answer.
Oh, you heard it from the judge.
Yes.
You didn't hear it from the INEC people. They asked them,
Yes.
what is the glitches all about?
Yes,
couldn't
I heard it
answer
from
up
the
to
judge.
today.
I heard it from the judge because they submitted
You
it.
don't have to hear it from the judge. Was the judge INEC? They
Allow us
asked
to
INEC,
talk, man.
what
if you are
happened?
saying
You are
that,
the
if you are
moderator.
saying,
Allow us to talk. You don't
INEC
put
came
us
to
on
the
the
I'm
spot.
court.
answering the
INEC came to the
question.
court.
I'm
That's
answering the
allow us to talk.
question. See, I'm
No.
allowing him to
For
talk.
me,
You are
you
going
people
to
have
and
all
fro.
of us, not
forefather,
only
you
you.
have
Allow us to talk.
to be
I'm
reasonable.
allowing
You
him
come here
to
and
talk.
marginalize
See,
people
now
and
he
then you tell
started
me this.
now.
Allow everybody to talk.
Somebody who said
I
something
am
had a
allowing him
glitch.
Make it
to
only
They
talk.
as if
asked
you are
him,
Where is
discussing
what
with
him?
him.
kind of glitches did it have? He couldn't
He's
answer.
beginning to be disruptive now.
No,
See,
it's not destructive, brother. I'm just trying to tell you. The
but you are
people
saying you asked a question, and I'm telling you that they gave you the answer. What
who
next?
gave us the answer, the judge or the people who had the glitches?
The judge.
No, that is what the Nigerians are saying. We don't want the judge to tell us the glitches. We want the people who said they had glitches to
INEC came to
explain
the
the
court,
glitches to
Dan.
us.
INEC came to court, Dan. INEC was in court. The
My
IT
brother,
officer was in court.
me and you, we know the truth. INEC did not tell us what the glitches is all about up to today.
If we can't unravel it, we can only believe what they told us.
Buddy, hold on.
They've
I'm
not
trying
told
to
us
get to the
anything,
bottom of this.
Bobby.
See,
They didn't tell
where
us
do you
what
think
happened.
the judges got it from? The evidence of the lawyers of INEC. That's where the judges got the explanation from. They asked the INEC judge, the INEC lawyers, what happened with this case. Then the INEC lawyers submitted it in court, and the judges read it. That's what happened. How is that confusing?
Forefather, there's a lot of confusion there. I told you something. Let me give you another example. A mechanic now, you bring your car to the mechanic workshop, forefather, just a normal thing. And when you bring the car, the mechanic will ask you, what is wrong with your car? You say, well, blah, blah, blah. And a real mechanic will tell you, okay, let me check it, because that is his job. And when he will check your car, then he will tell you why your car has a problem. So if INEC, after spending 300 and something billion naira, and come, CM have given you people good background, you don't want to listen. The National Assembly, no glitches. The other one, no glitches. The most important one, which somebody told us, Emilokon, it's my turn. That was where they have glitches. And they are now asking you on international television, Channels television, they ask that man, Okoye or whatever they call him, over and over. What was the glitches? The man said it more than 100 times. He couldn't answer. Then one body will come to the judge, or one guy who has been paid or whatever, they don't know what they are doing there, come and tell you, this is what the lawyers say. And you want Nigerians to believe that. This is what I want to just say. I don't want to add more so that it doesn't look like we are fighting. Please.
No.
They have not given us the answer of that glitches. And when Macron said that Africans are not, we can't rule ourselves, he's 100% right. Because when they see the type of nonsense is going on in Africa, how can they respect us? How? Ordinary election, somebody tell us glitch. They ask us, okay, what kind of glitch be up to today? Never tell us. Thank you. That's what I wanted to use. I was listening to you guys, and when that argument was going, some people laughing. I thought it's not a laughing matter. People are suffering.
I'm going to try to find the video of the judges reading that area so that.
Thank you. I'm on the background listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Maska, please go ahead before CM.
Yes. I honestly, sincerely believe people that feel INEC light, they are purely justified. If you ask me whether I believe that yes, truly there was a glitch, personally, I don't. I have a bit of understanding of technology. You can't tell me there is a glitch. Before you roll out a system, an application, you do all sorts of trials. And there is no system in my imagination that will not have some sort of backup or some sort of what they call fell through. So, but my point to CM is that, yes, these people are lying. Let it be that they are lying. But the reality on ground now is that that boss has left the station. Whether INEC is lying or they are honest, a realistic Nigerian should know that that boss that we're talking about is no longer there. It's no longer at the bus station. Even if INEC come out today and say, oh, sorry, we manipulated this thing, what do you think will happen?
You don't believe there's any chance at the Supreme Court?
Okay, so this is my argument. If we are hoping that there is going to be a salvation at the Supreme Court, then it is not for us to argue now. If one has any idea of what is going to tell these people, besides, at the Supreme Court, it's exactly the same argument, the same evidence you give that you go and present. It's not that you are going to come with something new and say, oh, I found something new, add it as evidence. Answering your question, I don't believe there's any hope at the Supreme Court. I did not believe that there was any hope at this court also. So my point is that there's no point for us to sit down and keep arguing about this thing that we know that is not where the salvation is. Righteous man asks a question. So what do we do next? If you ask me my candid opinion, I sincerely believe that it was an orchestrated plot because people underrate the level of preparation politicians go into for elections. They hold meetings. They will go and hire the best of the brains in terms of strategy. Did we forget that some people here in Nigeria went and hired these people in the UK? What's their name? These people that did, I think, is it Obama or people spend money for these elections. It's not just the money they give people on election day. There is money that is being earmarked for rec. What I mean by rec is that these people in various states. So we should not direct their level of preparation. The thing to do is to look at what has happened. Like I said, I believe that it was an orchestrated plot to make people believe that, okay, don't worry, these things will be collected electronically. What APC did in 2015, I know, they set up their own separate collection center here in Abuja. I know some of the technology people they hire to put up even the way they collect this thing. My advice to obedience, really, you need to begin to look forward. 2027 is not.
Pascal, it's a very good thing
so
that
let me
for the
finish.
first time.
Let me finish. You can ask me later. Let me just land. Okay.
For the first time, I didn't even I heard a little bit from you.
This lady is supporting Peter because what she saying now, the thing she is saying, there has to be a way of we can't now and
your sound is breaking.
Okay.
Your voice was breaking.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Maybe.
Yes, clear now.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay, I'm saying that I am not saying people should not pursue the mandate. As people pursue the mandate, the preparation for 2027 should also be in the process. And one of the most fundamental things that should change in 2027, there has to be an independent collation of results. It's not INEC that has the monopoly of technology. Nigerians can put money together and set up their own independent system and collect the results. So that at the end of the day, if INEC declared this, there could be some 2 or 3 people who can come up with alternate numbers that can actually be verified and provide audit trail. In this polling booth, this is what you have said, this is the paper, and we can move on from there. But to sit down here and argue about an election that has been declared, that has been taken to court, and there has been a ruling, I think it's just crime. And it is what we do as Nigerians. We repeat the same issues. Yes, Tom.
Masca, are you suggesting that we wait for another 4 years to put it right?
I don't see any other options, sincerely, honestly. I'm here in Nigeria. I don't see anybody coming out on street. I don't see it happen. I don't see any court that will overturn the election. But sincerely speaking, I don't see any other option. I don't see it. Unless I'm deceiving myself. I am here in Nigeria. I'm suffering the brunt. I bought a bag of rice today. The truth is that I couldn't buy the bigger rice. I have to ask them if there is a smaller bag, which they say is 27,000. Even the one for 27,000, I have to ask them. It's no longer about the quality of the rice. I asked them, is there a cheaper one? They said there's a 25,000 one. I said, please sell the one for 26,000. I'm here in Nigeria. This thing, I'm going through it.
And let me tell you, the only way in the next 4 years will change is if we start changing the mindset of people from now, aggressively, from the grassroots.
No, we can't change the mind. Sorry, Tone. We can't change minds of people in 4 years. What I believe is that some of the processes we can change and see result, they are not really complicated, sincerely. That election day, if people pay attention, we can make a change. It's just one day.
Excuse, Masca, with all due respect, whatever you collate is not tenable in court. The only evidence that we take in terms of election result is the one given by INEC. It has been proven. That is what the court will tell you. Because they said INEC is the constitutionally empowered institution to conduct the election.
You know what I will tell you here? I will not depend on
Listen now. I'm only reacting because people can organize themselves and be able.
I'm listening.
Okay. Any score examination score you tender. If JAMB did not certify it, the one JAMB tendered is the one they're going to take. It doesn't mean you can mark your script, know what you score. So that's our part. But the point I want to make is this. You know, I'm referring to what Macron said and why I'm justifying it. See, the fact that somebody criticized Nigeria and the other person is not criticizing, it does not mean that the person who is criticizing does not love Nigeria. Aristotle says an unexamined life is not worth living. Sometimes the person who criticizes more loves more. Beavers was to improve card reader. That is the march forward. If they show you the old version of Mercedes 1970, you won't like it. 1980, you won't. 2000, they're improving. Even laptop. Now, that Beavers was used in Anambra election, November 2022. Excellent. From there, we moved to, I think, Ondo, Ekiti State. Fine. From Ekiti to Edo State. Fine. From Edo to Oshun, people said yes. That is test. They've tested it. On the day of 25th, 3 elections were conducted. They said there was a glitch in presidential. 2 weeks later, they did governorship. There was no glitch. Did you hear governorship anywhere in Nigeria?
Exactly, CM.
The same Beavers.
So what does that tell
Was there a
you?
glitch? See, listen now, listen. Why I'm saying this is that you may have hope going forward. I don't, because I have my evidence. If you put off your light, I use the illuminator to give example, and you come back to say glitch, you are deceiving, you are holding yourself. You deliberately did it. You can't eat your cake and say, where is my cake? So what is Nigeria talking? Do you think the white people doesn't know it? Did you read the European EU report on Nigeria? EU gave Nigeria 40 million euro to conduct the election. Gift. And Nigeria invited them to observe. After observing, they made their report. They said this, they said there was nothing. It was just deliberately switched it off. They go and read the report. And when we go to court, we start talking. That's why when we look and they will just shake head. No. Do you know that?
So which way? What do we do now? What do we do next?
Listen now, you always talking. Listen. You've not understood the problem. You are talking of what do you do next? This is what they did.
No, we understood there is a problem. Still, there is a problem.
What we do?
We understood the problem. Now, what do we do from?
Some people do not. That's why I'm explaining. Some people do not. Please, just allow me, tolerate me. Please, just tolerate me. Please, just tolerate me. Now, we deliberately bungled ourselves. And we are looking forward to 2027. Have we taken a root and branch examination? If there is a blame, there must be punishment. If there is a blame, there must be punishment. INEC, we gave 400 and something billion to conduct the election. Why did they switch? They have to come and tell us why they switched it off. So heads must roll. That's how you test. That's how you test. Okay, if you excuse them now,
that doesn't make.
Is it not you that gave the money? He who pays the piper dictates the tune. Who gave the money? Who gave the money?
Is the executive that gave the money
to conduct
the
election? Then we are not serious. Then we are not serious.
Okay, since
then we remain where we are.
Of course, we are where we are.
Then where are we talking of?
We are where we are for the past 20, 30 years.
So why do we complain? Why do we complain?
Who is complaining?
We want to go to 2027. So you give somebody money to do something for you, and you detect that, and the person has not given account. No blame. So you say we move on. Okay, if you move on, what are you going to do?
If you don't move on, what are you going to do? That's the question to answer. If you don't move on, what are you going to do?
Okay.
Sam, I want to ask you a question, please. I want to ask you a question. I don't know, can we
contribute since we woke up from sleep?
I mean, I want to ask him a question. Your analysis are correct. We admit it was a predetermined crime. Now, what do you think we can do? It is the federal government of Nigeria that gave them money.
Yes, exactly. What we could do is that first, INEC that caused the problem must be punished and pay for it. That is the starting point.
Who will punish INEC?
You can't go and waste. Of course, the government. Now, if they are not willing to do it, then we haven't started.
So you are suggesting what you are saying is that this Tinubu should go and punish INEC. That's what you're saying, because Tinubu is the government.
Okay.
You don't stop.
Tinubu is not the
You
government.
don't stop with that.
Can I say something? Can I say something? CM, hold on. I came back to this platform because some of what was being said was exactly what Professor Chidi Odinkalu addressed this morning. You see, it's not as if, because we who were on, and Rudolph asked him very pertinent questions concerning the election and all that. And one of the answers he gave is, look, being a lawyer himself also of, a good standing, he said, you see, there's no way, a lawyer will present a case, present, documents without, go to court with no evidence. And the judges choose to call it that. So, it's not something that he doesn't even want to talk about it. The judges choose to make those statements, make you believe that these guys didn't come prepared, and they never had anything tangible. Is it possible, to present? So when people keep saying that, like I said here earlier, those are the talking points they choose to throw out to Nigerians so that we keep debating. Now we turn, it's like, have you seen when somebody tries to turn, the person is guilty, but it makes you to be the one who you have offended, to be the one apologizing for them to the person? That is exactly what it is that these people have done. They turn it upside down, and the Nigerian people are now saying, in fact, the obedience said, they're not even prepared self. Article self, not even prepared. So how come there are two people who went to court, both of them didn't prepare? None of them was prepared, and they did a shabby job. How possible is that? It's unheard of, it's unheard of. So in other words, what is going on now? It's not as if they don't know. Okay, it's not as if there's no evidence enough for the judgment to be executed in favor of either Article or Obi, but that is what the system have chosen to believe, and they're going to stick to it. Do we have any hope in the Supreme Court? No, I don't. But just for the purpose of keeping hope alive, we say, let us hope that somebody in the Supreme Court will have a dissenting voice different from what they have said, and therefore will cause a split. But if not, look, we are dealing with people who have been doing this thing since 1960. This is their stock in trade. They are not going to change. And the Nigerian people, let us even go back to the day of the court case. Majority of Nigeria was in darkness. Majority of Nigerians never heard it, except those privileged ones who have money to buy, put money on their gens, or who had money to buy, recharge cards. Majority of people never heard it. And the following day, in fact, as I'm talking now, a friend even called me and say, oh, the national grid has finally collapsed. So how then do you take a civil action if you plan to? Because people not all the country could be hearing the same thing at the same time, And you see, we are dealing with the people who are masters of this game. And now people are hoping that there will be election in 2027. Please, I like to disagree, because we are dealing with somebody who has already started the process of breaking down every other establishment built as a political party. And before that 2027, all of them will have been singing one song, just like all the people in the Southwest sing one song. This is what we are dealing with. So let's not take it out on each other, but know that it's a.
I want to sign off. I want to sign off, please.
KJ,
I want to sign off.
Why
It's
do we complain
almost
that
2:30.
that price is 55,000?
This is 2:30 a.m. I want to sign off.
Take care, brother.
Sign off. This is 2:30.
From 55,000 to 60.
People don't care.
Why? Why are we
I bet
complaining?
release
So let
righteous
us,
man, no, he say one sign up.
since we can't do anything
Hello.
about it, hey, let rice become 100,000, and then since we can't do anything about it.
CM, please
it's,
let me
it's all in Nigeria that you give somebody money to execute a project, and you don't care whether the person did it or not. 360 billion could have developed some state and made them, make them become something out of this world. But it's thrown into an organization, and the organization is talking rubbish, and nobody's even asking them any question.
No, don't excuse me. Don't say nobody's asking them question. It's not true.
When I mean ask them question, righteous man, it is that they're not the Nigerian people. The people who have given them the money should ask what they've done with the money. And that is what I mean.
Okay, hold on. You see, the people that gave them money for the purpose of rigging the election.
I thought you were signing off, brother.
That is brother.
The problem, can you hear me?
Okay, bye-bye.
You are talking of
can you hear me?
My good friend, take good care, sir.
That's fine. We're not
Take good
chasing you
care.
away.
when you come.
Be comfortable. We're not chasing you away.
So what I'm trying to say, I just want to make my submission, then I go to bed. It's 2:30 a.m. here.
Okay.
I started 4 o'clock, so I've tried.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, now.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this. You guys should stop blaming Nigerians that are home here. If we go out for protest, they will get us killed. If you make any kind of speech, if you make any kind of speech, by morning time or evening time, DSS will be at your gate knocking. They bug your phone and monitor your movement and pick you up. So the other person said, I think is Chim, said that Nigerians are docile. I was just shaking I say, what do you mean by that? Come back home and join us here. If you say we are not doing anything, we are docile, just return back from where you are. And why did you leave Nigeria? What have you done before you left Nigeria that created a difference? So accusing Nigerians that are at home here that we are docile is an insult. A very big insult. We can't do more than what we are doing. We can't do more than what we are doing because the system is rigged. Then it's a captured state. There is a limit to what we can do. And that little thing we can do, we are doing it. So you have to say, okay, Nigerian people are trying, not just sweeping us and putting us under the carpet and say that we are docile, we are not doing, we are just talking. How can you say that? A bag of rice is hitting. Okay, when I was complaining of dollars 2 days ago, what did you say? You said by 2024 that the dollar will be about 2,000 naira per dollar. That's what somebody said here. And do you think we're happy to hear that? Absolutely not. We're not happy.
Righteous man, is because you said Nigeria is captured. If INEC did what it should, if there's no glitch, that capture should have been removed. If that that is why
the system is rigged. It's captured by a cabal, by a group of people. Okay, it is a captured state. Okay.
Let's give up and start buying rice 100,000 if that is what people want. Since people want to justify what INEC did, somebody said here, let's leave it and move on. It's a dead horse. Let us buy rice 100,000, man. Let's buy rice 100,000.
We will buy it. We're here in Nigeria. There's no threat about it. We will be here. Okay. The problem for some of us is not even rice. Righteous man can confirm. I used to use 10,000 naira to fill my tank. Now on a daily basis, I spend upward of 10,000 naira. Electricity in my house every day, I will spend more than 10,000 naira. But the point is that it's not about crying, okay, you want us to come and line up. No, not about whether there's a glitch or no glitch. There are even more fundamental issues. Even if it's going to be an intellectual discussion we should have, it should not be about the glitch. Because the truth also, in terms of the system, if we are going to dissect things, the truth is that the system itself, it throws out people that are not electable materials to start with before you even come to the election day. But you know, the issues are many. I'm just saying that to be crying about glitch is to show a lack of understanding of the fundamental issues of the country.
Well, just to be clear, it's not me calling for protest or whatever. What I'm calling is for INEC to be dealt with, not the people. The people are suffering.
Nobody is going to deal with
but
INEC.
If people say that INEC should not be punished, let us buy rice now with 100,000. If INEC cannot be punished,
we are buying. We are buying, and nobody is calling you. I'm not calling you to complain.
Okay, I agree with you. Thank you.
But as a fellow Nigerian, all I'm trying to do is to make you understand that yes, you are absolutely correct. In a good environment, INEC should be punished. But I'm just trying to make you understand that no, wait now. But I'm just trying to make you understand that expectation that you have is an unrealistic expectation. If you fully understand, because I gave you an example. If it is the government now that will punish INEC, then what you're saying is that it is Tinubu that will now punish INEC, because Tinubu is the head of the government as it is.
And he's a beneficiary of what INEC did.
Yes.
So which means, Olumide, we need to complain about rice becoming 100,000 now. We relax. Since that is we are happy
challenge,
with
even if we assume that for the sake of, we assume that, he wins at the Supreme Court and he becomes the president for the next 4 years, and let's assume that the economy doesn't get better and the people want change in the next 4 years. How do we get that change if beavers and IRF don't matter? How do we get this change? If INEC is going to be the one determining the fate.
Is that a question, Olumide, or is it a question?
Yeah, it's a question. How do the people get the change they want reflected?
His connection. No,
How do the people get the change they want reflected? Not just presidency, at all levels, even the governors. Even all these governors, some of them are not performing, some of them are just stealing money, sharing money. And the only way the people can speak legitimately, apart from carrying arms, which is illegal, is to vote them out. And they are stopping it, they are preventing it.
So I will tell you this, so that we can progress this discussion. What I can tell you is that nobody in Nigeria today has an answer. But why I can draw hope is the fact that if you look at even the labor movement, okay, it is Nigerians trying to find solutions. Because like I said, one of the fundamental problems in Nigeria is not even the election itself. Is the fact that even on that election day, historically, Nigerians are normally presented with two candidates that none of them is a good choice. This has been the historic problem. So either way you vote, it will have been Atiku. And out of these two people,
wow, both sides.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I get it.
I think I found the section on the
righteous man, you find out that the bag of rice will continue to rise. That's what.
I think I found the section of the judgment that addresses the.
Why are you so interested about the bag of rice?
You will survive.
Can you hear me out here? I think I found the section of. I'll just do it. You say they're not listening. I'll just do it. They say they're not listening.
By God's grace, in the next 4 years, we'll still be here.
Okay, so we have found the section of the judgment that addressed the point we're talking about earlier on. So let's CM pay attention to this so that you know how to fight back. This is what we are talking about. I was talking about. Look at that.
The last time a significant outage occurred on the AWS cloud servers was on December 10, 2021, which was an internal connectivity issue that affected EC2, API, and Container API, among other services access issues affecting only one region. He said this is available to the public. EW7 stated that she was aware that a glitch in the software means a malfunctioning, as a result of which the application is not able to perform properly, and that fixing a glitch in a software application by the creation of patches refers to a series of changes made in the system by writing small code, which is imputed into the software, change its current state and thereby function properly. On cross-examination by the person, PW7 admitted that she...
One of them was famous. You're a superstar.
That she means production maintenance, which is an important element of software development life cycle. He denied that glitches occur at post-production maintenance stage and stated that it appears at the testing stage. He stated that she was aware of personal health dashboard, but stated that the first respondent's personal health dashboard is not before the court. He admitted that the EWS adopts a shared responsibility model in which AWS plays its part while the customer plays its own part when it comes to security. He admitted that the report that only shows the health status of all AWS services.
This comment is terrible.
This thing a story, I beg.
And not security. He admitted that in order to know what happened on applications deployed on AWS infrastructure by a customer, it is not necessary to get a technical report. EW7 also stated that she is familiar with AWS Cloud Trail, and there is a Cloud Trail for every AWS account and for every API action made on that account. She admitted that she did not produce the Cloud Trail for any deployed application before the court. He denied that the Cloud Trail is the best account of what transpired on any deployed application, but did not state the best way to know what transpired. He stated that it is highly unusual for glitches to occur for primary functions of applications in production. He stated that she was not aware that glitches happened with the Central Bank of Nigeria e-money project, or the one that happened with the MTN Mono PSG. He admitted that she was a candidate for the Labour Party at the last election. He also admitted that the subpoena under which she came to court was served on her personally and not on Amazon Web Services. Also on cross-examination by the second and third respondents, EW7 admitted that exhibit PCJ2, which she presented as her employment verification letter, was not signed by anyone, but insisted that there is the name of Employment Resource Center written on it. He also admitted that she had been attending the court and watching the proceedings before the day of her testimony. He admitted that the report she presented before the court is public information posted by Amazon, and that it is available and accessible to the public. She, however, insisted that the report is hers because she was the one who downloaded it, brought them to the court. PW7 also admitted under cross-examination that she won primary election for her constituency under Labour Party, the second petitioner, and that she even filed an action against ANIC because she was not placed on the final list of candidates published by ANIC. She admitted that her complaint was because she tried several times to upload her information on ANIC's site, but all her efforts failed because of network failure. She admitted that network failure can happen to either end of an application, even as she disagreed that there was a glitch on ANIC's site She admitted that in her affidavit, stated that annex site crashed. EW7 also stated that she was aware that EWS experienced outage of several hours on Tuesday, 28th February 2017, that as at 2021, AWS also was reported to have suffered more than 27 outages. He also admitted that what was sent to RF was the image of the phone EC8A. On cross-examination by the fourth respondent, PW7 stated that she did not know about password protocols and cannot speak about password protocol to modify the applications of ANEC. She admitted that the open cross-access information she downloaded in her report cannot be amended by her. In fact, she admitted that she was not representing Amazon Web Services in this case. However, insisted that she is an expert. She stated that she was aware of glitch which affected Japan brokers in September 2021, but stated that the last one she was aware of was in December 2021. As to whether glitches can happen again, he stated that anything possible. In his evidence, PW1, Dr. Chibike Ugoike, another expert witness called by the petitioners, stated that he is a cybersecurity and risk advisory consultant and that he was approached by the Labour Party to provide expert evidence in this petition. He said he had read the Electoral Act 2022 and the ANEC regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections 22 and the ANEC manual for election officials 2023, with particular attention to the relevant provisions dealing with uploading and transmission of election results from the polling units using the beavers to IRF portal. He stated that he has also read the petition as well as the reply to the petition filed by the first respondent. He stated that from his reading of those documents and processes, when a software application undergoes the required minimum testing or deployment, any functionality error or bug will be flagged. He stated that the purpose of testing is to remedy or resolve such errors before the application is deployed for production. On cross-examination by the first respondent, PW8 stated that he was approached on 10th March 2023, and he finished his work sometime in May 2023. He said that he did his preliminary report on 17th and 18th March. On 17th and 18th March 23.
Please, I'm signing off. This makes no meaning to me. We've had this marathon before.
It's enough now, forefather.
See, if you don't want to hear it, see, it's a bit long. I get that part of it. I didn't expect it to be that long, but it was going to the point where he said, I think that's the one I should have isolated, where he actually said the permission issues to be created when presidential election is conducted. That is the area most people don't talk about. That is the area you want to battle them on. I said there is no way a production software can reach that point without that issue being flagged up. Then you go and make your case against, provide evidence that they use that excuse to go and actually cheat your client. That is because that it's like they're arguing against each other. They're talking about security, they're talking about outage of AWS, while the other side is talking about the software itself, that the software crashed. That, and for me, I don't believe that. Just like Masca, I don't believe that the software actually crashed. But you have to fight them on what they are saying, not what you think they are saying. You see what I mean? That's the point I'm making.
For that, you are not missing this thing. The judges took a life of their own and were saying things they thought that the defense should be saying. Look, you refuse to accept the evidence from the people you say they are because they have affiliation to Labour Party, but you could take evidence from somebody who came as a majority leader under APC in the federal house, and you took his evidence. His evidence was weighty enough for you to
all the video you just saw just now, they were saying the witnesses of Labour Party is the one they are talking about. They're not talking about the other side. They're talking about the witnesses of Labour Party. What they are saying.
Forefathers, forefathers. I don't want to talk about because our forefathers were afraid of forefathers. But now here's what I'm trying to go. Let's be more serious. Let me tell you, this particular point you played is a point I've been hammering on since. If you went back a little bit, he first started with the Ijoma Osamo, who was a reporter from AIT, and said that he will not accept her evidence because she is a reporter and she's favorable towards, a Labour Party. This other woman, she said this woman contested election, so he will not accept it, even though she's an expert witness.
But he also read what she said. That is what you have to understand.
That's what I'm saying.
He didn't disappear her testimony.
You see, no. Eventually, he threw all those testimonies out. So why even?
Yeah, but we heard it. If that been the testimony was a smoking gun, he even if he dismisses it, the people will be outraged.
Nobody will be outraged because he quoted technicality. That is why Professor Chidi Odinkalu was saying, these days when they want to say it, they say technicality.
But where was this technicality there? What the lady said was that there was no outage.
No, I'm coming, sir. He said that they should have done the front loading of those weaknesses. And since they didn't do the front loading, which is putting the evidence while submitting the petition, they will not accept it. So they threw it out and cancelled all
Don't worry
that.
about that. Worry about what the lady actually said. If the lady said I came to sell Odara there, what does it matter whether they threw her out or not? You have to look at what she actually said. Because if she said, I found evidence that there was a glitch, and this in Lai Mohammed is the one that glitched it. Whether they dismiss it or not, everybody will be outraged.
Lady, come on, forefather. You see, when you do this thing, you see, if somebody is trying to lie against you, would the person be speaking what you're speaking? He will find a way to corner what you're speaking to his own advantage.
Okay, that part, we can't prove that until the labor side comes and says what the judges said is inaccurate. That's not what happened. As you see, we can't just say the judges are lying.
And Father, I still said on this platform that the next day I followed the lead counsel of the Labour Party, who spoke extensively on Arise News. And one of the things he said that he's not going to reveal what they want to do. He's not going to even refute what they've said, yes or no, because they are still in court. So he will not be putting what their strategy out in the public. But he wanted to just, why he came on that program is to say that all the judges have said is not true. They couldn't have gone to court without concrete evidence. And so, but whether they are true or not, he is not going to say what their strategy is.
You see, the problem with that for us is that they are saying stuff. We don't have any. The other side has all the evidence in public, but the labor evidence is not in public. That is a problem. What are we supposed to do with that?
Even here, I still told you, see, you can win the opinion of the public, but you cannot win it. It doesn't win the court. The place where
no, because labor lawyers keep saying we are not going to say no. Hold on. If somebody lied about you, somebody lied about you, and you don't come out publicly and say, okay, they lied about this point, then you just say we are not going to say anything because the case is in court. Then what you are leaving people with is that the judges are correct. That's what you are leaving people with. That they made a truthful statement.
See, even today, if you are joined earlier on when Professor Chidi Odinkalu spoke, he spoke about some of these things. He still said there's no way lawyers will go to court without evidence. And some of these things are talking points that have already been arranged and they are just throwing it to the public so that you can continue to debate. The truth of the matter is that some lawyers have been discussing this thing all through in Nigeria. And
what is the problem there? Hold on. We have to hold people accountable. You can't just say they just throw stuff out. How about our side that went to the court case and say, you know what these people just said just now is all a lie. This is not how it happened in court. This is not what the people said.
If you follow a lot of this online guys who were in the court, who were transcribing, most of them have done their review. And most of them who are lawyers, some who are lawyers, some who are not, have said their piece on it. So they didn't keep quiet. And some lawyers of repute have also spoken for and against, one of which is the former Attorney General of Nigeria, Ayisha Osori spoke about these things and said it is foolhardy for anybody to come and say Abuja does not need 25%. He said this, and he gave many instances. He gave many.
Even I have strong arguments against that too, because by saying that Abuja doesn't need 25%, you're basically saying the Abuja people are worth less, because technically they don't have how many senators, they don't have a governor, they don't have this, they don't have that. So what they are saying, they are worth less too. The argument this thing the APC is making is that how can you say Abuja is super citizens, but the reverse is the opposite too. The reverse is saying that Abuja, the people are not worth as much as other states, because they don't have as many senators, they don't have as a governor, they don't have as House of Assembly, they don't have so many things other states have. So the reverse is also true. So there is a strong argument there that the Supreme Court will have to resolve it. But I don't buy this idea that because Abuja cannot be a super state. But if you say they cannot be a super state, then you're also saying they are even worth less than a normal state. That's what you're arguing, because they don't have enough senators. Bayelsa has more senators than they do.
And you see, this argument that was the judges, and like I said that they just, you are the one handle the program that day. I said, I have listened to Festus Keyamo for long, and these talking points that they spoke on, almost the same word, is what Festus Keyamo has been presenting on TV all this while. And he keep making this reference to how can you say?
JJ.
Sir?
JJ. Yeah.
Sir?
My issue really is when we start pretending as if Nigerian system is an honest system, and then we start racking our head that the system is faulty.
Yes,
I don't understand that logic. If you are here in Nigeria, you know that the system is faulty. And so to sit down and be arguing among ourselves, and the truth is that not only the system here in Nigeria, but I will make bold to say even the white people are very happy, because every day they see us, we keep talking about things that really are not going to move us anywhere. We are not talking about fundamental issues. It's either we are in court about elections, or we are tearing at each other. You are not my tribe, that's the tribe. These are not really the issues. While these people come in and take our resources, while they push down wrong theories down our throat, saying that
but,
look,
but,
it's okay.
but Masca, in as much as I agree with you, Masca, one way to get it right is the ability to choose the leaders we want. We believe will do the right thing for us.
And it is not going to listen, Olumide. This is the point I was making. It's not going to happen in one day, because it's a what people will say, two fighting. Okay, I'm throwing punch at you, you are throwing punch at me. These people that we're talking about, I have said it even tonight. Me, I know. Before election, 6 months before election, people that are interested, people that are already candidates, the parties, people are sitting down and strategizing. They are hiring the best brains. It's not their own brain that you are fighting. You are fighting spiro brains, people that they know. These are smart people. They go and hire them and put them in rooms, strategize where we are not strong. How do we dissuade people? All these things that people see where you're scattering ballot boxes. These are strategies. People are reading through a playbook. This is something that people have tried before. Okay, they perfect it all the time. So it's not going to happen overnight. And for me, the real point is that for all of us that believe we are being shortchanged, also be sitting down as these people are strategizing and be strategizing. We talk about APC today as if they have been the ruling party till Kingdom. No, that's not true. The same APC was in opposition, and they had to sit down and study what PDP is doing and see how they can match PDP word for word and checkmate them. It is not an accident that Goodluck Jonathan accepted that he lost.
But Masca, the same APC came in, took down everybody who was speaking, who was a strong person in PDP. They first went for Orisamotu, who when he releases his press releases, scatters the whole team. Okay, they first took him down and took his assistant down and brought that to Oribodinion, who was there, who couldn't even make any complete sentence. Okay, so they first destroyed PDP to a point that PDP couldn't even as an opposition. And
So
so
you can see
what I'm saying in this sense is that it's not going to change. It's going to even be much harder now. A government that wants to make a progress in the right way will not take Ngalari, Ajira Ngalari as a spokesperson, because this
no,
is
I
some
agree
of the
with you, KG. What I'm telling you is that the opposition is not sitting down. People like Peter Obi are not okay.
See,
Let me ask you this question, KG. Okay, where do you think Peter Obi sits? Do you think he's with the system or he's in opposition? It's a rhetorical question. We know the answer. So
you see, I will answer it this way.
Okay.
Every lion has his time. Okay. After a while, you find that you're the one walking alone, because that's what this man specializes. You will picking out people from your camp until you find out that you are standing all by yourself.
Fantastic. This is my argument. It's not going to happen one day, but the same. I don't know whether it's Peter Obi, but this same lion that you're talking about, I have belief in that lion. Okay, there will come a time where somebody.
What I try to say, Master, is misunderstanding me. I'm simply saying that the lion now is Peter Obi, okay, and he's now roaring, and people are hearing him. But the person he's dealing with is a very stubborn and very crafty jackal, okay, who knows how to go behind and attack from behind. All right, that is how he was able to remove Wike from the park. That's how he was able to remove the guy from the southwest from the park. That's how. See, gradually he's going to peel off everybody who is a pillar. It's either by doing it, as he has said now, with money or any other way. And that's how they specialize. That's how these things are done. Eventually, we will come back 2027. We'll still be talking about this. We talked about it in after Gerard Owa left. We talked about it after this, and the system has continuously to go down, down and down and down. It's not going to.
I can't disagree with that.
I can't argue with that speculation.
The idea of let me just say something. The idea of thinking that they are infinitely powerful is an error, and they also have challenges. They see it's inbuilt in the system already that even if there is no shenanigans on the election day, just because they are richer, they have more resources at their disposal. By the time the campaign ends, they already have an unfair advantage over people that have less resources. That is what happens in a capitalist society. So when sometimes some of the things we ascribe to manipulation and all the rest, it's just because they have more power, they have access to levels of controls. That's what they are doing. And the way to fight them, you have to use asymmetric methods to fight them. Where when they spend big money, you will spend less to achieve the same result. And sooner or later, because remember, the longer they stay in office, the harder it is for them to defend their record. And it's your job to expose them. So no matter, they would need to be spending more and more money to maintain themselves in office, because there's only as much lies you can tell. The APC has been in office for a long time. If the country is not doing well in the next 4 years and they get away with it, you have to an extent, hold the opposition to account, because they too is their job to expose their weaknesses. You see what I mean? So the opposition is not starting from zero. They have some advantages that they can count on. This is why I keep saying, and CM has been present in some of those debates, discussions, where I said they should be focusing on governance as it is right now. They should be sending signals of what they represent. Yes. Because if you don't the time will be short, and you don't have chance to make an impact in the minds of people that this is what you represent.
Forefathers, the challenge is not holding them to account. Everybody, even those who are not opposition, have been holding them to account, criticizing them home and abroad. The solution is they are very confident that whether you hold them to account or criticize them, they will get to power, they will rig the election. How do we stop? How do we make the vote count? I mean, we can't.
That is what I mean. Now you have to take asymmetric tactics. You have to, if they want to rig it, you have to be prepared for all of that. You plan for it to prevent it from happening. You protect your own votes. The areas you are strongest, you protect it, and the areas that they are weakest, you make sure they remain weak and make sure they don't have chance to rig the election as much as they can. There's a lot of noise coming through. I don't know where it's coming from.
KJ, one other thing that I want to point out to you, I like your your speculation. But what I can tell you also is that these people are not more complicated than ordinary thieves or armed robbers. In terms of sharing the spoils, go and write it down. There will be issues. I'm already seeing it. Some people are already complaining that why will a Yoruba man be the central bank governor? Why will a Yoruba man be the minister of finance? And at the end of the day, see what will happen. Some people will break off because they will feel shortchanged. And probably because of personal interest, they will go and gang up, probably, I don't know whether with Peter Obi or whoever it is, or with Atiku. But the truth is that let's not just write things off and submit ourselves to I don't know the word to use.
Defeat.
To a doom. I don't see it as a doom. There are a lot of factors that are already at play. One of the other things that I see that most likely to come out at play. Let me make this other point, KG. Okay, like forget about the fact. Now, if you look at it, the West now is hobnobbing with this Tinubu. You know why? Because they're already seeing this coup and they have underground news of all the other things that are happening. A white man is a smart guy. He can adjust and decide, okay, you know what? This Nigeria, I don't want them to have a proper revolution. What I can do is to make sure that this man, that the pain that is happening here, they know what is going on and they know the reasons. They know the sources of our pain. So they can actually intervene and make sure there is some sort of respite for Nigerians. So there are a lot of factors that are there in play. And of course, you can even look at these people playing, but what I can tell you, the truth is that our problems are much bigger. Me, I know that the West are the ones supporting the problems we have. In fact, they are the ones orchestrating the problems we have.
Oh, I agree with you completely.
So it's a bigger problem. If you want to look at size, it's a very big problem. But I am a believer that, and myself, for instance, as an individual, okay, I can tell you that I'm a hope, because I have endeavored to at least interrogate things. Nobody can come today and fool me and tell me this left or this right. If I follow it, because maybe for selfish interest, but I know that the ultimate game plan, the way we are going as a country, is not sustainable. You can't make everybody hungry and think that there won't be any internal combustion. The man that put this Karl Marx, this is the same story he put together, that capitalism has an internal contradiction. Nigeria has an internal contradiction. As a system, it cannot continue to remain like this. Even in that alone, I have hope.
I believe so too. I don't understand how obedience can lose faith. They shouldn't. I don't see any reason why. But somebody was saying yesterday or 2 days ago that some of the House of Assembly members from Labour Party or the senators were working with APC at the moment. So I don't know people that are. So if they are doing that, isn't that the key, the real problem? They should be under control, and they should be sending good signals of good governance. And
forefather, you guys don't understand this system. The system in Nigeria is a living evil system. And let me explain this thing to you. No, it's true. Because it's the system that will make you understand that if you're either inside it or you're outside it. And if you're outside it,
people.
So it's to be outside it. It's to be outside it.
Already he was inside, but he has stepped outside, and he's seen clearly the pains of being outside.
Then why is he not recalling his cousin so that his House of Assembly members are recalled? Because if his House of Assembly members are not behaving,
you can tell a man certain things, certain days, but you can't. Nobody. The children will born. You can't sit down and tell them what to go and do. These are adults.
Think about it. P2B is extremely popular within the Labour Party itself, and these people are representing the Labour Party. If they are misbehaving, you can get them to be recalled. If he says, okay, this man is not representing our message, I believe that the voters in the Southeast will pull that guy back, will pull those House of Assembly
What I
members
can
back.
tell
So,
you,
but we
Peter
don't see that
Obi, to the
happening.
extent I know him, he's a smarter person than that. He knows that as a person, you need to choose the fight you will fight. Recalling these people is not what is he going to change? He's looking at
He's sending the signal that they don't want corruption, they don't want people that will go there and start dancing the Gunje dance again.
Hey, leave. I think I
How
told
do you
you.
send that signal?
He sent another set of people and they become corrupt. So then what?
You carry on. The point is, if they see a party that is trying to perfect itself, people are more likely to gravitate towards that party. You see what I mean?
Okay.
You have to have a message out there.
When Pansat was harassing you, but I would be very honest with you also. Okay, and forgive me for being brutal with you. Okay.
Yes.
I love your naivety sometimes, which is
Hey,
good.
God.
Yes, but sometimes also it's a bit annoying.
Of course, it should be annoying to you.
Okay, why? Because you see, Nigerians, the problem is beyond signaling.
Okay,
beyond that,
I
don't subscribe to that. I've seen politics happen so many places.
Yeah, it's okay.
Signaling
So that's
is very
the
important.
naivety I'm talking about.
See, if you say it's naivety, I've been in the UK where one man from nowhere campaigned and campaigned, carried on that the UK should leave the European Union, and in the end, he got his way. CM is in that country. He knows. That man, he wasn't even elected. He wasn't even elected to the House of Parliament. He tried to run for Nigel Farage. He tried to run for House of Parliament. They rejected him. But because he was doing the right thing, connecting to the people felt, yeah, I like what he's saying. I don't care what these established people are saying. They did what he wanted.
But forefathers, we know one man that is fighting and fought for the unity of this country, fought for Showore. What is zero vote then give?
Showore didn't go try to like governor do anything. Like that man we're talking about, he didn't even get elected into the House of Parliament. Like he didn't get anything, but he got into European Parliament and he was able to campaign for years.
Okay, let me make my contribution and I'll bow out because I need to go one or two things. Now, this forefather, I want to talk about what you're saying. You see, people who have taken that kind of campaign in Nigeria are known as separationists, secessionists, rebels, and all kinds of names are given to them. They don't even do as much as the man in Britain has done, and they are taken and put in places they cannot come out to. So what Maska is saying is very true of the Nigerian politics. It is something that you jump in, and if you choose not to be on the popular side, you have to just watch your back. And if you choose to be on the popular side, you have to ignore the suffering of the people. That is the simple truth. In fact, the simple truth that some of them live in the same estate with you. You can see the lifestyle they're living. You know that they are not able to do it, but they'll keep putting it in your face. Okay? And there's nothing you can do. And there's nothing anybody can do. So the question is, how do we go about trying to free our people?
There's nothing like nothing in my world. I see the idea that we just go on and say there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do.
Listen. See, if it were easy, I think someone like Showore would have been able to do something by now. You know how long Showore have been fighting this cause? Okay?
Showore is one man.
Is he the only one? Is he only Showore that's there?
Not the only one.
Until he succeeds, he hasn't succeeded. Until the year that the UK left the European Union, Nigel Farage was a failure. So until one succeeds, you haven't succeeded. Don't always consider just because the result is not here that he has failed.
See, I'm coming, sir. Forefather. There was a man called Tunde Braithwaite. Tunde Braithwaite, I was in secondary school when he was contesting. Every Nigerian youth went after Tunde Braithwaite. How many votes did he get? In the end, the same setup crumbled Tunde Braithwaite. Okay. After Tunde Braithwaite, there came another very popular candidate. What was that person? Forgotten that one.
Gani,
also very popular. Gani, who was the people's president. Never got any vote. In fact, he was even worse than the man before. After Gani Fawami came another very popular. I had his name in my mouth some minutes ago. Okay, to the point that they even had a party every Nigerian youth loved, People's Front. I can still remember it, led by the late Yaradua. Okay, at that time we have all started coming of age. Yaradua came with that People's Front was very popular. What happened? What happened? Now, you see, all right from the time, I didn't even want to go back to people like Aminu Kano.
Buhari ran 3 times and failed. So he could have become despondent and say it's over, let me not bother. But yet he pushed on. Tinubu run once, and we are saying, "Oh, we are dead. It's over."
No, Father, that's not what we are saying. That's not what we are
Okay.
saying. If you listen to my argument, I'm saying that there are 3 problems. The first problem is that there are some big political parties that are already captured. Okay, in terms of who will be their presidential candidate, it's clear that any candidate of this party will not be a good person. So that is one problem aside. There is the problem of election day. That is another problem aside. The third problem is that even the people themselves, the poor people that are suffering, if you give them 5,000 naira to 2,000 naira, they are willing to sell their own vote. So it's not even about rigging or anything. Genuinely,
Okay.
they have voted for you.
Master, let me ask you this then.
No, let me land my point.
Okay,
so
land it.
I'm saying that given, despite all these big problems, you find out that there are people who are committed. This thing that we're saying in this plan, we are not the only Nigerians that love the country. There are a lot of senior people in the country that are fighting for the country. Some of them are doing it openly. Some of them are doing it quietly. I've given the example of the former emir of Kano, Sanusi Lamido Sunusi. I'm sure he loves the country, he loves the people, he would want to do the correct thing, but he understands the dynamics of the country. But the point I'm making, somebody like Peter Obi understood that if I'm in PDP or APC, I can never be the presidential candidate. He has been able to solve that problem now and create a party from scratch that is at the level of APC and PDP. So that trajectory problem has been dealt with. So that should give us hope that there are smart people, committed people who can solve that problem, for instance. Now, the second problem is that of election day. I have told you, I don't know the answer. But you yourself, you have suggested something before that I've told people anywhere I go. One of the solutions is not to be arguing every day, but all of us should plan for that one day, since that's the system we've structured, that one do or die day. Every Nigerian should become an electoral police. I am sure that the people who want to see Nigeria better are more in number than the ones that are taking us down the road of destruction. So if all of us, for instance, it's a wishful thinking, but if all of us will come out on that day, hopefully some people contribute money and they do yellow vests for private citizens that are election officials or election police or something like that. One problem solved. Second problem, if, for instance, we can get money together to develop some technology platform where across every polling booth, it doesn't matter which party you belong to, results, actual results of all the stations, booths are plugged into one database in the country. This is not INEC. It may not even be one. So we do like 3 separate. Maybe EU can bring their own. Maybe diaspora people can bring their own, but everybody
will INEC allow it?
No, it's just they may not allow it, but it depends on the privacy. Party officials can do that.
I don't know the answer. I don't know the solution. I may not even be correct in terms of my diagnosis of the problem, but that doesn't mean I will lose hope. I'm here in Nigeria. I have 6 kids. Okay. I cannot bring these people to the wall and just go to sleep and think that nothing is, I can't do anything about them. And
exactly.
This platform really, even if you ask me, to solve Nigeria's problem, it can't be a discussion in the open, because as you are talking, the other party is looking at what you are doing. They are looking at their plans. They are looking at what any other person is doing. They are perfecting their plan. But I can assure you that there are a lot of committed. Do you know before 3-4 years, do you know Peter Obi? Do you know that he wanted to change the country? Do you know? No.
No, because
And what of
he
people
wasn't
of
winning the presidential tickets, I guess.
No,
So
no,
he left the
he
party.
was the vice president to Atiku like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
People
So
like
the
Pat
question I
Obi,
wanted to ask you.
there are many Nigerians that are working hard. Some of them are not talking. Even me,
Yeah,
good night.
KJ, I see you. I see you, KJ. Yeah, the question I wanted to ask about APC was when they were forming with Buhari, did you know that it was a captured party? When they formed with, from Buhari, when they formed, was it a captured party at that time? Did you know?
No, it wasn't like that. Let me tell you, see, what people don't even understand, when Buhari came to power, this same issue that you're talking about signaling, there were songs in Hausa songs that said, "Me gudu your gudu." People believe that this man is going to change things. People have started running away from the country. I was living, my neighbor was the CFO for NNPC. I could see him already at that time started making moves to leave. People thought a lot of things will change. But the reality is people, their mind have been captured materially in Nigeria. So it's not even just the system. Every single Nigerian is looking for how to make money. He doesn't care again whether it is the correct way or the wrong way. This is the more fundamental problem.
So but it's not the parties that are captured now.
It's not just the parties. If you look at which party, this half of the people in APC were in PDP. I can list them to you.
So then everybody is corrupt. Then how do you solve the problem? That's why you have to start from somewhere.
Yeah, but somebody like Peter Obi, for instance, so go back and look at it. Somebody like Peter Obi has done a big dent. It's clear.
But it's not a big dent. The dent is going to be meaningless if it becomes part of the furniture of corrupt parties again.
See, this like the same Buhari contested like 3-4 times. Okay. People like Peter Obi, they don't give up. It's you and me that is thinking, oh, because of the election, then what happens? For you to come out and commit like that, okay, you have to understand that it's a marathon. It's not a race. I don't know whether you're a Christian.
For me, the danger is that in 4 years' time, if Peter Obi's party doesn't stand out as a party that is, going to change Nigeria for the better, it's just like APC or PDP. Chances are that, and the other part have more money. Guess what's going to happen? Their goodwill is not going to amount to much. The reason why Peter Obi did very well this time is because people thought he really had something new to offer. But if the other side, they are not going to bring the same old men. I don't think Atiku is going to be the candidate in PDP next time. So they will have money. They will have this recognition, just like Labour Party. And if Labour Party is not standing out, they might even reduce the vote that they got this time.
Okay. So guess what can possibly happen? It's just scenario where we are farming scenarios now. If Atiku says he's no longer going to contest for PDP, guess what could possibly happen? Peter Obi was in PDP. Don't forget, he was a valid PDP person. Do you rule out the fact that Labour Party and PDP can match?
It depends on what his supporters think, because some of his supporters don't like that too. They don't like the idea of PDP and Labour Party coming near each other at all. You can ask CM here, ask any Labour Party
Peter Obi will not call CM and ask him what should I do. Trust me.
CM, would you vote for Peter Obi if he joins PDP? They merge with PDP.
Peter Obi joining PDP. Well,
no. PDP joining Peter Obi.
What do you mean?
Masca is making it palatable.
Yes.
PDP joining Peter Obi.
Because
to be honest with you,
what are the options of PDP today if Atiku say I'm no longer contesting? What would be their option? Is there a better option than joining Labour Party?
There are other people now. APC itself is not the best. APC can fragment. Forget to. APC is not stable. It's not stable. Not that because they read it. The thing is, we've come to a sort of an agreement here that one, or rather, okay, let me say me. we've not really made the progress we are supposed to make, given all the resources we have, not just in terms of but human resources. We keep deceiving ourselves, which shouldn't be. Which shouldn't be. That's why people talk down Nigeria. I'm going back to what Macron said. That's why people talk down on us. What is in this election? Get the best person. Let him lead. Then all these things we like to come and, rigmarole, we justify this. No, 4 years we come back again, we just say, what is the meaning? Get the best person, let him lead us. There are candidates. Then let us, why can't we break away from it? Do you know, sometimes when I look at these things, I said, when do we continue? Now we are suffering.
Gentlemen, good night.
We are suffering.
It was nice talking to all of you.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Mask. I think this is one of your longest sessions,
So,
I think. It's one of his longest ones, so all good.
Thank you for your contribution, Masker.
Now we are soft. Thank you, Masker, anyway. Thank you. So, a bag of rice, 55,000. For what? For what? Why? This thing, you don't, okay, so which means a graduate now cannot, your salary of 30,000 or 40, you can't buy a bag of rice. You can't live in a house.
Yeah, but would you vote for PDP, AP, Labour Party collab?
Guys. Thank you.
See,
yeah,
I will rather.
Yeah, it's almost 11 hours actually, and it's today is work. So yeah, I can understand. CM, please. Yeah, what do you think?
Okay, yeah, let me put
it?
this in. It is not really voting for the party. After all, they are the people. Let us find out how we structure and conduct our election. That is what matters to me. It's not okay. If you ask me who is PDP now, if you ask who is APC, they say Rotimi Amwechi. But Rotimi Amwechi has been in PDP from 1999 to 2015. How many years? Who is APC? Wike is not in APC.
Yeah, but the question is a straightforward one now. If PDP decides to join Labour Party now, what happens? Would you still vote for Peter Obi? Would you vote for Peter Obi still?
I won't be enthused. What I will do is I will ask them, let them go and sort of reform the way we conduct the election. It's not the party that matters to me. Let them
so
go
if they reform the way they conduct the election, you will support Peter Obi
yes,
then?
Anybody can,
even if he joins PDP.
See, listen, let me put it this way. Because the person that is the leader is the person they are looking for. Because that is the person you are calling to call a thief. You can't call APC a thief or PDP a thief or Labour Party a thief. It's the individual. So if they reform the way they elect people, it's transparent. I may go for PRP or SDP if a nice candidate is there. Because you know that the person will clean.
So if
it's
PDP reforms the way they select people now, PDP itself, you are willing to support the
not party. I mean a general election like because it's not INEC that conducts the election in parties. It's the party do it themselves and conduct will bring out whoever they like. I mean our general body that because even if PDP brings out a saint, APC brings out a saint, and the INEC mess them up and go and bring a group from one third party, everything is spoiled now. So that's what I'm saying. So
I think I see where CM is coming from, because the challenge is the people are not allowed to pick their leader. The establishment decides who they want.
But I get that part. Let's say the election system part of it is fair and there's not going to be any rigmaroling by INEC. Everything goes smoothly.
Yeah.
So if PDP now comes together with Labour Party, would you support maintain support for Peter Obi?
If Peter Obi is the candidate, because I know him as a character, I will say let him come up. Yes, because he's the person that you're looking for. In the end, he's the president.
That is very, very interesting. That answer I gave you. I didn't see that coming.
Forefathers.
Yes.
See, if INEC allows the people to choose who to govern them, the parties themselves will make sure that when they lose, they will make sure that they scrutinize their candidates and make sure that the candidate that is acceptable to the generality of the people who they present.
Of the people.
But there are some people that will never touch PDP. If P2B goes near PDP, they will
No,
never go near P2B.
no,
There are some people
no.
that will not do that. So
No,
that
no.
might be an issue.
I won't do that because in the end, what I'm saying is that in the end, you may say this party is the best party, but the person they are bringing is a devil. What are you going there for? In the end, it boils down to responsibility. No, in the end, it boils down to
I
responsibility of
mean,
who.
even Obi himself, the what gave Obi that courage to even come out in that so short a time was the fact that it was believing that the system will be credible, be fair.
Yes,
And you
yes,
understand?
Or he will fight
That
it,
was
or he
what
will
that was
fight it
what
if
gave
it's
him
not.
that confidence to come
do
out.
you know as
Because I
do you
didn't
know
give him
do
a
you
chance,
know
I'll be honest.
do you
But I
know
was
as much as people demonize or maybe cast aspersion on APC, there's a man called a Professor Zulum, the governor of Borno State. They say the man, even by governor, they say he's doing wonders. But he's in APC.
all
Professor
right, guys.
Zulum.
I gotta go. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Professor.
you. You know, we can
Okay.
see that you are offending a lot of people.
What? What? The
You
war
need
is the
to go.
time.
You need to go and take care of
What?
family.
Okay, yeah. So Professor Zulum is APC, but people are praising him. I say why? But he's in APC because he is a nice person. Probably the system that threw him up, it wasn't rigged, and he came out and he's doing for his people. So sometimes party don't matter to me. It's the character that we get in there.
The
That's what I'm saying.
individual.
The individual, because when you say, what is the name? Who is the person now in PDP? Okay, Saraki. Saraki is in PDP. Is it not the people that mess up APC?
That is
Atiku
a
is in
very, very
PDP.
interesting point you made just now, because if that is the case, the suggestion that PDP and Labour Party could work together to bring down this thing, APC, could be a possibility in the next election. If they choose to work together, if they band together, I think they have a chance, because they got 60% of the vote at this moment. They did. And if they work together, they have a chance. But, let's watch this space, I guess.
Yeah,
And
yeah, and it's in saying that, because why good people do not put themselves up for election in Nigeria is that you will say first you don't have money. You already know it will be rigged. You may say, if I go, what am I going to? Because if you find out that the system throws up a nice person, look, do you know one thing? Because it's a cabal. Part of Tommy said the state capture and they agree. If you ask an average people living in the street, whether it's poor, when they see a nice person, they know. When they tell them, they say this type of person is the type of leader we want, they know. But what surprises me is that because of this money bag, by the time they go and hijack this thing and impose whether you like it or not, they put the person they want and is doing their bidding. In the end, everybody is suffering. Okay, tell me why should Nigeria be buying a bag of rice 55,000? As poor as things are, our refinery is not working. There are certain things you can't convince me on. There are no way I can agree to that. There are things you can't convince me on. 55,000 naira a bag of rice for what? And if you think it's a joke, people are there buying it. If you don't have money, nothing. All of a sudden, we can't even feed again. Despite the fact that the more we are losing people every day. So when you look at it, and then I ask government, what really do they think? Do you know that? Let me put it this way, because sometimes this governance, people think is so difficult. I don't think it is. The only way to cure hunger is through food. And when a bag of rice is expensive, a bag of whatever, it's because of the demand. The supply is small relative to the demand. That's why it rises. That's why. You can't tell me.
we know that now. Let's
We
try
know.
to go back to the potential of what is going to happen in the next 4 years.
So I'm talking of let us survive now first. Let us how because that one will still come. Let us see. Survive I'm talking about is what will it take? Nigeria has gone beyond subsistence agriculture. That is the area I'm going to. Nigeria should be a country that will be far using mechanized way to farm. We shouldn't be having farming season in Nigeria. Every round the clock should be farming season. We should be making that round the clock should be farming season. Irrigation is in Benue. We have river.
But we
We
you see, there's
we
so
have
many things we can
because
do, CM. You know that. We all know that now. So, and from what you have said, I think there is not, from what I gather anyway, there's not much, there's quite a bit of a chance to do something before the election. But I think maybe Peter Obi is waiting for the case to finish in court, whether there is a president or he's going to be a major opposition figure. However, this idea when people say that my opinions can come across as naive is because they don't see, if I go about talking to people the way I perceive them, I will call them almost stupid sometimes because they don't understand some of the things I've seen. I've seen one man turn a country upside down. I've seen one man be more powerful than the prime minister in a country because when the people are on your side, the leader is just a figurehead. You are actually calling the shots. And people don't understand that because they've never seen it in Nigeria before. You know, because those human beings are human beings everywhere. I've seen it happen in multiple different countries. The scale that I look at, I don't always look at individual this thing. But some people, they just view Nigeria. They say, oh, Nigeria is different. Nigeria is not different. Human beings are the same almost everywhere. They react the same way to stimuli. The way Nigerians are behaving right now is what you should expect. As a matter of fact, the way people are telling me all these things is what I expect. That's why I don't take offense when they say I'm naive. But when I explained to him about Nigel Farage and gave him examples of how one person can change stuff, oh, it's not so naive now. That is the whole point. You have to also understand that there are certain things that has not happened in Nigeria before that can happen. P2B was not on the cards before this election, yet it happened. This is the first time a president has made it into office with 37% of the vote. It hasn't happened before.
It hasn't.
And somehow we just think that something that has not happened before cannot happen. How old is our democracy? It's not that long even. We just had 5 presidents. If I was throwing dice, I've not even gone through all the six permutations yet. Yes.
Forefather, there's something that everybody seems to be ignoring. You know, this Loretta Onochi has been calling for Obi's arrest. And people just sweep that under the carpet saying now it's just a market woman talk. Could it be that she's voicing what is in the offing? Because
if they try that,
for what now?
They will
for
get
what
what
reason?
is coming to them. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. They will get what is coming to them.
For what reason? Anybody can be
Maybe
arrested, but what is the reason?
That could be something that will because these people, they are unintelligent. I see them doing it. To be quite honest.
You know what? I'm not so. There was a time I would have thought maybe that's a bit far-fetched. Given the way the judges behave, they are not very clever.
Look, I'm really not the type of person. I'm not the person to say this, but let me put myself in the shoe of whoever is in government today as illegitimate. There's a way you do. There's a way the politics you do. You call me a thief. I'm illegitimate. To be honest, I will surprise Nigerians.
They not surprise us. Who have ever thought that if we know they were going to mess up? But look at what they dished out to us.
No, what I mean is that just like they say, will anything good come out of Nazareth? You know the situation Nigeria is today. And you know one thing in power, people will always come and they tell you, the way you surprise Nigerians, you said, okay, they are calling me illegitimate, or you know what you did. Because there are a way you do something. Even a thief, they will say, oh, my uncle told me, he said, sometimes a thief is somebody who went to where it is plenty, took from it to go and distribute where the poor people are. He's a thief, really. But he went to where it's plenty, grabbed it, and then started distributing it to poor people. In other words, a Nigerian leader will now say, look, what will it cost? We have mass unemployment, graduates roaming, people roaming about. You tell them, there is no way you can cure hunger except you put food in the mouth. And that food must come through farming. You start to say, now, Nigeria is going to be every available mass-scale farming. We farm, we feed. Let us feed. That's what India did. Because there is no policy you are going to bring. There is no policy. People are buying food, 55,000 a bag of rice. Even if you like, though you can be paving expressway, but there are that's what they call basic.
But in the next 3 years, can the Labour Party just decide to kind of push certain agendas? Personally, if I was advising people to be push for security and push for its own policy on security, because that's what the governments here in the UK do. You know how they do here in the UK, where if you are opposition, you push for your own policy to be put forward by the government. That's what you do. In when Obama was president, that's what the Republicans did to him. They made him try to push their own policy. So I think P2B should be pushing for its own security policy, should push for power supply this thing for the people, and push for transparency. If it does those things, doing some good.
The way, because our level of a political advancement is not up to those people, but that doesn't mean I'm not trying to make a reason. The way the platform P2B we use is, if there is any state that has Labour parties, go there and be like you are the unofficial governor. You and the governor, you just like in your state, just like in Nigeria. Let's say P2B decide not to go to one type of where is APC state, Kano state. Kano is APC, they may be hostile. Then you go to Abia or you go to another state. That state every day is like that is like where your office is. All those things you wanted to execute at the federal, maybe because of money or whatever, you are doing it at that state. Because whether you like it or not, Nigerian politics is still that of identity, whereby you say P2B is Labour, you see him in Labour Party state. Nobody will say anything. You can't molest him. So what that thing you wanted to do, and you are implementing it there.
See,
you tell the man.
is
You
it the
tell the man.
question? Sorry, CM. Yeah.
Okay, so does LP? No, I'm not talking of a house.
They don't understand the Tea Party. No, they are referring to my comment. You see, they don't understand in America where the Tea Party, small number of people influenced a whole political direction.
Yeah, the
because
Republicans.
you can block votes if you have the ability to give one side the majority. You can block votes. If you're a small party. So I don't see you have politics. I don't know whether our people know politics or they. I'm not sure they know.
Because what I'm trying to say is that any politics that is not impacting on the people, no matter how good the policy is a failure. If it's not impacting on your people, whether you like you say you buy 1 million jet or 1,000 jet or one defense this, but in the end there is no security. You want that thing is a failure. All those money is wasted. But even if it's only 10 kobo you spend on defense and people are seeing a little bit of security, they will say that we are the best, because that is the impact that matter, not really the procedure this time. So Labour can go to a Labour, let me just say Labour Party state, use it as a guinea pig. Whatever, even if you want to borrow money, you say we are borrowing to make sure that this local government of this state, they have arable land, they have this, they have that, and you are doing it. Before you know it, they will say, look at. No, it's true. People will say, you will say, we haven't got opportunity at the center, but the little one we got in this state, this is what Labour is turning into.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's the signal. You have to show them what you can do.
And that is it. Before you know it, people will say, but we came for federal, they rigged us out. So this small state or this local government we are controlling, because every state must tell you that there's an area that is arable land. Then you tell the governor, say, governor, this is our farming. We will do it here. Import, bring tractors, train people. They do it, farming, everything. They said, this man, even if you borrow, because the thing, there's nothing like somebody borrowed money from you, and you ask the person, yes, please.
Yeah, Sam, you're talking as if you're talking to smart people. These people are not smart.
But you still have to say it. Now, people will listen. People will listen.
All they know is about borrowing and stuffing their pockets. Everybody there, the ministers, all of them have come to stuff their pockets.
It is easy. Somebody told his forefathers, pay me. You came to me, pay me that money. I say, forefathers have not recovered it. This is the way I invested that your money. Please just bear with me. The fact that you see where the money is and you costed this. How much is this? And it's reflecting almost the amount of money I borrow from you. You will be a little bit say, well, at least this guy is really, at least I'm honest. Do you know that what people were saying is that, he say if you want to borrow, you want to buy a laptop, you know how much they sell the laptop. The moment you borrow the money, you push it into that laptop. When they ask you, you say, this is the money I borrowed, the £200, and this is the laptop. And it is true. Even if whatever it is, people will say at least you justified it. So if you said you want to farm now, you said one local, you just take like 3 or 4 local governments, arable land. You say you want to plant cassava and maize throughout, and in 3 months we start harvesting, or 5 months, and you are doing it, and it's turning out. Definitely the cost of this is what you want to tell the people, because okay, all these advanced countries don't they feed themselves? Because we overtake this. China, India goes to the moon, but India can feed themselves. Do you know that I never knew what they call basmati rice until I came to UK. Basmati rice, the rice we don't eat it in Nigeria, so to speak. But I came to UK, I saw basmati rice. They say it's mostly from India. So India can now go to the moon because there are basic things they've taken. They've taken certain things. America, you can't talk of food. Britain, food is subsidized. The milk, chicken, egg, bread. So all these things. So in Nigeria, we're talking of hunger. And that is why affect the poor people.
Look at Netherlands in our backyard here. I mean,
Yeah.
food is cheaper, way cheaper. One of the
Way
cheapest
cheaper.
places of quality
And
food in Europe.
because they do it. So what I want to say is that there are things, because there are ways you can play politics without even wanting the podium to campaign. When a state is doing this, what did you do? You say, that is have to feed ourselves first. The people are hungry. A bag of rice is this. How do you bring it down? How? You cultivate it. Gary, you do it. When you are doing all this, people may think it's nothing. But when you are doing it and you introduce this, people will say, is that so? Now, some of these agricultural products may count as raw material for industry, but you have to feed before you now say, let us use the cassava to start making
Exactly.
alcohol. Start making alcohol.
That is the thing I've been saying. Yeah.
To start making
So for
alcohol.
instance,
Cassava can be used for raw material for alcohol.
But
Cassava you can make.
hold on though. By and large, if you look at what is going on in East Africa and many other countries in Africa, the food part in Nigeria is just that the cost is a bit high. The food is present in the country. As a matter, they don't even store the food. It's present in the country. Where we are lacking is development, so that people start earning good standard of living in terms of income. They can, so that they can start affording what other people have. They have to feel peace at home. The crime rate has to come down. So all those things is what they need. They need power supply. All the basic advancement that the world enjoys is what we need to enjoy. And not to mention the pride of a nation that, it seems so far from us, but it's something we can get.
It's true. It's nothing we could get. So that's why I'm saying, we coming back to say, if you can't implement it at the federal level because of what? Well, it's okay. Go to the state where you feel that you have an advantage because of your party. In fact, congest everything. All those come and go and implement it there. Somehow, even if it's on a small scale.
You mean?
Yes, maybe labor. You go, because that is where you have opportunity as a state. You go there and implement it. Tell them that in fact, it's like you'll be on honor official. Tell the governor, say, look, this is what should be done. Because that thing you should have gotten to the center. You can't do it. You do it there.
Let me ask this though. Electricity has been pushing for recall. And MPs and all the National Assembly members, all those people that go there, like senators, are misbehaving, they should be able to recall them. And if anybody should be able to recall somebody, anybody that can champion that kind of campaign, is somebody like P2B. If he said, okay, this guy has become corrupt and he's not doing the thing that the Southeastern constituents want, and he wants that person to be recalled, he has a chance of being able to set an example with that kind of bad behavior. If anybody goes and start taking, let's say they start working with Tinubu and collecting money and all that stuff, they should hold them accountable, because if they don't, people are going to remember that and think, oh, he's like one of them.
Presently, I think the big distraction right now is the court process. I believe after the Supreme Court, when that concludes, then they will start looking inward, because a lot of issues. There's still some salient issues that needs to be resolved within the party. All these wrangling,
the faction, the
Apampa and all that kind of thing.
Apapa faction, this faction,
Yeah,
this,
so they start looking at it to resolve it. Yeah, but I think the main thing right now is just the court case. Again, like you and I know, it's not going anywhere. I don't expect anything. I don't expect even 0.5%. I don't expect anything
well,
positive.
never say. Well, they say never say never.
I
But
begin
then
to worry
it's
that
okay.
I begin to worry that they may be using the court case as a control for Tinubu in the meantime, because they may be using it to say, you know what, let's check what he's going to do. If he tries to act too much, we could influence it against him. Because I do have a video on my channel where the Pakistani, a nuclear state, president said the Americans removed him from office. That literally they said they're going to bribe the lawmakers and everything to vote him out, and they did vote him out for office. So they could be using this court case as a control, that knowing full well that they can influence the case in the court that to against Tinubu if Tinubu doesn't do their bidding. Maybe that's why Tinubu is jumping to their whatever they want right now. We don't know. And
that is why, as a commander in chief of any country, the moment you are being remoted, is it not remote or maybe roboted by the West?
But then
but it's the
Tinubu is
people
so
they
hungry.
use, though. It's the people they use. That's the problem. The people are
He's
the
just
ones.
hungry. I think he's just hungry for power. I see him bending and doing the.
He's very hungry for power.
Yeah, you're hungry for power. Well, like the English will say, be careful what you wish for. Now you are hungry for power. The English will tell you, be careful what you wish for. That's what they told Gordon Brown. Say, he's been fighting Tony Blair internally. I want to take. Now, when they gave him, it was a world economic meltdown, 2008. Gordon Brown found out that
I think it was a trap. It was a trap they set for Gordon Brown.
well, I don't know whether it's a trap, but it's just unfortunate that Tony Blair, 97 to 2007, 10 years, economic prosperity, everything. The more the thing slumped, it was then handed over to Gordon Brown, and everything, cash crunch, everything, they heaped it on the man, and he came at the wrong time. So in this Tinubu case, why we're at it? The thing is, I always believe, maybe I'm wrong. Forget that. Look, if you can shut your ear to outside world, make sure that the woman selling tomato by the roadside is singing your praise. That is what matter. That is what matter. The moment your
there's
country
a chance
had,
there's a chance he may succeed to an extent, though. CM, if the refineries come online,
that is
that's
the
one I'm watching closely.
Yes, sometimes when you come during the time of a challenge, it may be an advantage. When you come during the time of abundance, even if you are doing, people will say, after all, we done, they develop everything done. But suppose you came at a time of extreme challenge. Do you know that any positive step you take, that will sort of lessen the burden a bit, people will magnify it. People will say, oh, this man is responsive. For instance, that refine, let's say, okay, there's one thing I want to sort of do, because they've done it in an office award. That's what they call decapitation. We have Wali Refinery. We have Kaduna making 2. We have one in One, I think Ogoniland, making 3. There's another one again, 2, one in Port Harcourt. I think there are 4. There's something you can just sit down and say, in the interim, is there anything you are going to decapitate from Kaduna, fixing Warri, or you know what I mean? Just like parts. Is there anything you feel you can take from this? It's like you have 4 cars grounded. You felt that this 4 car grounded. Is there anything I can take from this car? Put it in this, even if it starts for the next 6 months. Do you understand? So you do. That's what they call decapitation. Yes, I mean, I'm just trying to bring a very cannibalizing. Yes, pass. You can say, is there anything? Okay, you can put the 4. Said, which one do you think, in terms of advantage, that with minimal tweaking, it could work? Because all of them cannot be at the same level of breakdown. There may be one that, So you take this time, because this is what they call it, like in a war front. During Biafran war, they said, Ojukwu said, most of the gun they use was they lay ambush, catch federal troops, surrender, then say they won't kill them, you have gotten a gun, and then tell them how to, So this type of thing, you might say, these 4 refineries, What can we do to help ourselves? Is there no way that we can say, even if we are saying, let's get one, even if it's one running within the next 2 months, one, no matter, even if it's running at a low capacity, in which case that it may take 4 months for the fuel to circulate everywhere, but it is running. Something must be done. Something must be done. Something.
I
At least
think they know these things. The problem is the gremlin in the system. They know part of it is sabotage, part of it is the will of the leaders to do something to stop the sabotage, to secure
Yes.
this thing, because they steal everything. Is it not the bridge iron in second Niger bridge that they are stealing the other day? They said they are stealing the metal that they used to build the second Niger bridge. The airport, Lagos airport, I think the new terminal, they said they were stealing the lights. The other day, if he was saying that they are stealing the oil inside transformers.
Yeah,
If you cannot,
but then those people that are guarding the place or whatever, that is a very, I mean, those people can be easily be arrested and say, look, this is laxity. You can't be a gate man and then things are moving out of the gate every day and you can't account for it. Why are you a gate man? How can we be talking of stealing something?
They didn't punish the people who were prison. The prison guard that they lost prisoners. How many of them have they punished? That's the problem. The leaders are not acting to hold people accountable and say, we see this. If you can say whatever I like about Wiki, there's only one leader in Nigeria that seems to like to hold people accountable for if they don't perform, and that is only Wiki, and he will disgrace you. If you don't, can you imagine Wiki giving you a contract and you know that he is expected to be completed and you're not completing it?
Because in this, I just start one day. I said, 4 refineries, can't they combine? There must be something you can take from one or no matter what. For emergency, all of them cannot be in the same state of breakdown.
It won't work because they will still sabotage it. They will not let it work. That's the problem. That is what has been happening for the last how many years now. Let's hope that they are beginning to fix it now. Let's hope that they all come online.
The person replying me, Guy or Walele, I know building new one is the ultimate, but in the interim, you know what I'm saying? In the interim, you have 4 cars grounded. Even if it's to patch tire on one or remove this tire, use it to do spare on this one, at least to get you moving while you get to, that's what I'm saying. We know that to build a new refinery with new technology is the ultimate. But in the interim, let us see, even if it's one of these, we were able to, assemble whatever it is. So even if it's working instead of 100%, it's working at 30 or 35, it's still something. It's still, because it's our own. So it is still our own.
Yes, sir.
We are, we are going to be rounding up soon. It's a Sunday, we have to go to work tomorrow morning. All these Americans, you guys are enjoying yourselves in America. So, what did you come to do this time? I know you forget about what happened earlier on. What we are discussing, you have something to add to it before we round up?
Well, let me say hello again, and when I don't try, Tony is a gentleman. He listened to 2 of you, and of course, CM makes infinite sense, and is talking about all kinds of solutions. And the other guys are left. Masca spoke. Made a lot of sense. I was surprised. I believe that when he talked about a bag of rice, and then CM has capitalized on that, and many times he's been using that to needle him a little bit because he's in Nigeria, right? A lot of I didn't know Masca, for example, is in Nigeria when he was attacking me when I was tabling your issue, right? I've had a lot of issues with our brothers and sisters back home because, as far as I'm concerned, they don't. Unless you left Nigeria, no matter how smart you are, unless you left Nigeria, you've been in the Western world, you really don't know anything. It's a very brutal thing to say, but it's the way it is. Now, a lot of people, for example, Righteous Man, he's a very smart man, and he's traveled to a lot of African countries, and he tells the truth here, because that's all you have to ask from anybody. Even if they're wrong, there's nothing wrong with somebody being wrong. The only thing that irks me, and when you see me get confrontational, are people who know better. They know better. They know the right thing, and they don't want to embrace the truth, and they want to lie, right? There's no need trying to figure out how to feed Nigeria, make Nigeria better. We have a situation in the country where when this Supreme Court renders their verdict, we have to decide what we're going to have to do about this, because if they get away with this, there's no hope. In Peter Obi, we had the best candidate anybody in the world could ever have, right? Peter Obi's virtues are not Nigerian virtues. He's an honest man, a good public servant. He has a heart, has antecedents. We can look at it. He means well. He has a plan. He's prepared. He's not corrupt. He's better than anybody that anybody's produced anywhere. Forefathers, you listening to me?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a big difference between you and I right there. I've described it to be to you. It's up to you now to come back and say, oh, it's not so. If you don't, you're stipulating to that. And once you make that stipulation, right? Because I just made a big claim that we have the best candidate anybody has produced, at least in contemporary times, than anybody's produced anywhere in the world. That includes here in the United States and Africa-wide. P2B is better than Obama as far as virtues. P2B is better than Nelson Mandela. So now, when you come to
Leave him now. Every time he comes, he just starts making pronounced words. Soon he will be competing with Michael. It's all right.
No, for one thing, I'm good for your show. People who went to bed, such as Masca, is back on here because he wants to solve the problems of the country, right?
I have to give that to you, Pastor. I think you have a knack, no matter who, of capturing the attention, even when ultimately you don't make much of a point. You have a way of doing that. I'm not sure how you do it, but I have to give credit for you.
It's charisma. It's charisma.
I don't know. I don't think it is what he says. It is what he says.
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
It's the charisma.
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
It's the charisma.
Is the truth, right? See, very seldom do you get my opinion. I'm trying to tell you the truth. The truth is what we need in the country, right? I'm making a big claim. You know, Peter Obi, he came out and he made a lot of claims. I said, hey, this man is sticking out his neck. He should be sued for political malpractice. He says, since I left office, even my state has not bought me a bottle of water. You go and you show me where I mismanaged. Now, these are quotes. If you show where I mismanaged the state funds, I will quit running. Okay. You have opposition research. One of those people that he's challenging, incidentally, is Showore, who we know at least has the ability digitally in his archives. He has things on most politicians. He's very good at digging out what anybody is doing. So he doesn't have to get to the court. Things that have reached the prima facie standard. That's all his OB is using. And I quit. Not conviction beyond a reasonable doubt or the lesser preponderance of evidence. But prima facie, if you show me where I've mismanaged for 8 years that I was in office, I will quit running. Okay, so they went through the process. Nobody brought anything that met any of those minimal standards. Okay, so we have to take that as a fact. But by observation, you just look at the man. He's humble. He goes to church. He loves his country. And he went all around the country and all around the world telling us, what is our problem? We have a leadership problem. We need to go from...
So, but what is the point? We know PWB has these virtues. So...
The question I wanted to put to you, Pansat, before you came in, I was suggesting, as naive as it might sound, now, Nigeria is almost on its knees. Petrol we import. And I said, we have 4 refineries grounded. Can there not be something like an emergency approach? capital, what is it?
Cannibalize.
Cannibalize check between Warri, Kaduna, the 4 refineries. There may be one that is a little. All of them cannot be in the same state of disrepair. One might be better than the other. Just like you have 4 cars in your garage, they are grounded. There may be one you say, look, why can't I take the plug from here if we can size this? Let me fix it just to make sure that this one, even if it's running at 40 kilometers an hour, but at least you keep moving, you have something. So in that case, I said, is there no way that the refinery fall? They sit down and say, look, we can cannibalize Warri to fix Kaduna, from Kaduna to this. Just let one be running. Or pending when we now start to build a new refinery, even if it's 40% capacity or 50%, can that type of thing not be possible? Because Nigeria is in a critical stage whereby our petrol, we refine it abroad and we don't have money, foreign exchange. We can still convert what we have, just like improvising, like in a war-torn situation in which somebody is killed and there's no hospital around. You can use maybe your shirt. You remove your shirt to use it as a bandage to bandage your fellow soldier and then carry, that type of thing. So somehow you should be doing something to save life. So do you not think that at a time we should be able to do that? Now, what I want to ask Maska is, Maska, I think you are in Kano now. Are you?
No, I'm in Abuja.
Okay, because maybe when I plan to come to Kano, I wanted to see you. I don't know if the plan works because I'm trying to go to Kano for something urgent. I did my youth service in Kano anyway, so I know.
Yeah, CM, I gave you a chance to ask me a question, but let me land and then I'll pass it back to y'all, right? Forefathers,
we are supposed to be rounding up.
I know that's why I'm proposing for you to give us times to extend and revise our remarks. I posted a video on this on the private chat. Could we try to have an interesting, vivid discussion right now for at least 30 minutes or so? I want you, if you can, extend the time for us to revise our remarks and try to deal with something. The reason why, CM, with all due respect, by the way, you know how much I respect you. My job here is not to fix Nigeria that should not be fixed, right? We need a new Nigeria, and anything that will bring it crumbling down, that's what I want, right?
But this one is becoming Southeastern versus...
No, what I'm trying to say, the question he just posed to me, why don't you have ports? We have about 4 or 5 refineries that has capacities that are, one of them is like about half of what the fraud that we got from Dangote, right? We have refineries. Why aren't they being fixed? It's all tied into the same problem, right? Maska is here. The reason why you have a bag of rice at 50,000 naira, whatever it is, right? It's one simple problem. You have to deal with that problem. There's a secret conversation between Shetima and that governor right there. You have it. I don't know if you're familiar with it, right?
Yeah, before you go on though, are you APC?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Were you APC?
No. I've never been APC. I've never been PDP. I'm in the United States, and to me, it's not a political party issue, right? We know that. When Jonathan was in office, he was naive, like you, to Niger, but he was a Democrat and a civilian, right? And he was running against a thug, a former coupist, a military dictator. Yes,
can we allow Maska contribute what he came to contribute?
No, I just even want to apologize because I know I was very blunt. I said forefathers is nice, but it's a good naivety. It helps. It helps. So please, I
saw. No. You don't. There's no apology.
You are not the first. You are not the first person to call me that. That's why, and I find that a bit frustrating sometimes because people don't understand that I've looked at things, and I don't call people naive because I know I don't know what they know. and what they've seen. So I will more careful about that.
No. To Niger, Masca is very smart, right? I watched when I was left, and when he
well above average.
When you when you displayed your naivety, he made a comment, right? I didn't take it.
You know, Pastor, you're a freight train. You don't listen to anybody. You just keep going on and going on.
Oh no.
He's trying to retract it. You are doubling down.
No, I'm not retracting.
He must retract. I've never heard
that. He just made everything worse
in a good way. So
exactly, he made it in a good way.
No. What he's saying is that you're sincere.
He's a smooth assassin. He's a smooth assassin.
Don't mind him. He just will let it go.
He's not. He's saying that. So you're sincere. You proffer solutions, but you're wrong. You're not evil, right? Do you understand? So I know what he's talking about. Just like right now, right? To Niger.
For good reasons. I don't say things without evidence. Everything I say tends to be backed up by events that I've witnessed.
Right, but if you're suggesting something that is easier to do than even rewriting the Constitution, for example, right? If we could do some of the things you're talking about, we might as well say, okay, give us a new Constitution, right? You cannot, if some of the suggestions you make, I remember debating for over an hour one time in another platform.
You also ask for a new state. How is that going to solve the state of affairs in Nigeria?
A new Constitution?
Yeah, they just gave us a new electoral edition, and look at the palaver we are facing right now.
Right, we're facing that palaver.
Electoral law.
Right, because like if the Constitution is done properly, right, we're not going to have we're going to have some problems. But remember the kind of problems we have right now. It's outrageous. It means
the problems will remain almost exactly the same. The Constitution is not the reason why you have problems.
It is the reason why. And those who have studied this, they've researched, like Tony Nadi, right? There are people who have studied, and these are smart people. Some of them are lawyers. Some of them are,
there's no reason behind it. I'm showing you that you have to. That's why I say things based on evidence. There are nations with far less coordinated constitution that have gone on to dominate the world, not just their own country, dominate the world.
Okay,
there are nations with perfect constitution that are at war right now.
Hold on. You made that case and you used the United Kingdom as an example, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me answer you then, because they didn't answer you. If you have time, then I'll answer that. That's not why I'm here. The United Kingdom is not a democracy, right? They sustained due to white racism. The United States is sustaining them. They would have been decimated, say, in World War II, because they did a lot of evil things. When you're talking about when they came up with the industrialization, at that time they're the first to be industrialized, right?
See, you are literally speaking their language.
Now hold on, let me tell you.
Enslaved you with that no written constitution you're talking about.
Right. Listen to me though, because that you're taking it in the middle. Then what happened afterwards, right? They were the hegemon before the war, right? But after the war, plus you're being selective. The United States went to Japan. That was an imperialistic, developed civilization, ancient civilization, but they were developed and imperialistic at the time. But the democracy was able to go to Japan, conquer them, seize that kingdom, that king, curtail his powers, wrote them a constitution, and then set them off to the races. And the Japan is doing pretty good today. So those things
for not because of the constitution.
It is exactly because of the constitution, right? So the king, go and read it up. This is not me. This is a very good example of what you're concerned.
So by that standard, you are saying the ultimate power, the United Kingdom, that didn't have a proper written constitution,
right?
It was responsible for the nation that you have as in United States.
Right.
The United States goes on to create this in Japan.
But
the motherland is the United Kingdom.
It's not. Listen. The United Kingdom and Mask, I see the frustration on your face. So we're gonna have another debate.
Haven't you seen the American head of state come to bow down for the monarch of the United Kingdom?
Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
The United Kingdom dealt with 13 colonies, right? 13 northeastern colonies. For example, California is not part of that. California alone is bigger than the United Kingdom by GDP, population, and size. Just
Not population, just GDP and
60,
size.
60 million,
40
million
million,
people, right?
40 million. Yeah.
For who? Who have 40?
Maybe
'Cause I know
California almost 40. Yeah, California maybe almost 40. Then
No,
UK about 60.
UK is 66 million at least.
It's about the same size. Let's consider. But the point I'm making is that it's just one of our cities here, right? Just San Francisco, to me, has more money than the United Kingdom. New York it has more money. Now, California was not part of that 13 colonies. So many other states, New Mexico, Colorado, that's not had nothing to do with the United. They were dealing with colonies in the Northeast, right? So I see them all the time say, "Hey, this is our colony." That's bull, right? Do you know the GDP of United States? What is it, forefather?
See, you are trying. I don't know the point you are making. United Kingdom, United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, they are basically one nation. So you can try to squeeze it as much as you want. They are the Anglo-Saxon arms of the world.
$23 billion cancer.
Okay, what is the GDP of United Kingdom, Britain? Like 3, right?
No, I think is it? I'm not so sure actually.
How much?
Yeah,
it's
check
3 trillion in 2021.
Okay, think about
3
that.
years.
Yeah, see, you have to know these things. So, but you derail me from what I'm talking about. The United States democracy came about as an antithesis of the monarchy. Direct result of saying we are going to go the opposite. We want the people to be sovereign. Where you are right now, they're playing with words. It's like Iran. The head of state is the head of church, except it's not being fair to Iran because at least Ayatollah is elected, albeit by his peers. Where you are, the king owns all the wild geese in that country, right?
Is it wild geese or swans? I thought it was the swans.
Well, whatever, swan geese. You get the point, right? Okay,
you have to be precise about these things.
I think he owns all the wild swans, whatever, right? And you got a king now. It's no longer the queen. It's a king, for real. It's for real. Now, you say you don't have a constitution. They say, oh, look, we don't have a written constitution. If you don't have a written constitution, you don't have a constitution. So some of those things that they do, they imbibe it in northern Nigeria, Masca, which is actually why I'm happy you're back here. If True Niger could extend this session, I want to talk to you because
I've already extended it.
You came in here and you made a lot of salient points after I was gone. I said, okay, this guy is smart, right? You made a lot of good points. So now what is the problem? As a matter of fact, I think
I'm confused, Pastor, because you've moved around a lot. You've talked about
go ahead.
US, you've talked about GDP. So yeah, I like to understand where I'm standing on.
Okay, to Niger, I would postpone the debate we are having now because there's a lot of people here who want to talk, and the debate I want to have.
No, don't run away. But everybody is happy that you're back. I see the people making effort for you to come back.
So all right, thank you. Okay, then. All right, thank you. Then to Niger, there's 2 things that preoccupy your mind as we're talking here right now. You're not even interested in any of the things we're talking about. If Nigeria is going to be better, what you want is for Nigeria to be secure enough not to let other outside enemies is what you're concerned about. You don't want them to tell us what to do. Am I correct about that? To you, security of Nigeria in the sense of ability to stand toe-to-toe with Western powers, for example, is that your primary concern or not? Can you answer that honestly?
It comes from the need, that's the fear for our survival. That's one. And then the way to prevent that is by being secure. And I have found that our gravest mistake that got us enslaved, colonized, and still neo-colonized till today is because we don't have security. And all the other people that have studied around the world that have emerged is through security. As a matter of fact, you can argue that the United Kingdom did all they did with that the British did what they did with us because their security was so strong that they will be able to project it all around the world. Because to project it around the world, it means they are so secure at home that they can export it all over the world to conquer other people. So that is at the core of all existence. As a matter of fact, your very body has security measures, otherwise you will fail. You know, if you take your skin off, take your white blood cells out of it, before long you'll be done for. So it's an essential part of a nation. And if you see the nation as an entity, you will understand that if you don't secure it, you are basically working for the ones that are secure. They will just come and claim everything you've got.
Okay, I think now you do understand that when the Roman Empire fell, the Romans came to Britain, right? That's where they got. I mean, even some of the aqueducts they built is still there in the United Kingdom. You could go there and see it. It's still there running, aqueduct, right? So it's been a human transition. So at that point, they enjoyed those kind of things, and they're able to fight with a sword, and then they got into industrialization. They try to portray it like that makes them some kind of superior. No, everybody who did the kind of things Britain did, especially to us, to Africans, to the Germans, to the Indians, should have been flattened by now. It's just that white supremacists here in the United States are just keeping them up there. So a lot of people that would like to get their hands on that where you are. I don't expect you to say the kind of things I'm saying, right? But that Scotland should be freed, that Northern Ireland should be freed. Those people are captured. Britain has the same problem we have in Nigeria, just that we haven't pushed it. I say, Biafran, we're going to be looking at that pretty soon. Scotland should be free. Northern Ireland should be free. The only corporate we should be dealing with is England. Small, tiny country.
Imagine if Biafra movement come together with the Scottish SNP.
I'm telling you. But anyway, that's beside the point. To make this conversation sexy, right? Let's make this conversation sexy, right? And what I mean by that is that CM sometimes drifts into trying to solve Nigeria's problem. Let's say that Nigeria right now is starving. I'm gonna come tell you, if I knew how to make food abundant, I'm gonna lock it up in a safe and bury it in the ground because I don't want them to get a hold of it. We have to have this decent government in that country. The people have to be in charge of that country, right? Or we have nothing. Right? Our lives, man shall not live by bread alone. It's not the food. It's the fact that you go to Kaduna.
But Pansad, I'm afraid you are going to make a lot of people go to sleep.
Okay, wake him up. I yield to you for a few minutes. Go ahead.
No. See, look, I'm not interested in talking, but I would rather like two things. First, I would rather you carve out a point and probably address it. And secondly, I mean, or alternatively, you are trying to talk about what other people have said. But I would say also, and forgive me, I would say you are rambling right now. I mean, you've taken us to Roman Empire.
That's right. You see how he's laughing? That's what I said. That this guy will waffle on, capture your attention, but doesn't say anything really.
Yeah, he's not saying anything. So I'm asking myself, what am I doing?
Look, if somebody tells you Nigeria's problem, it's not a linear. See, that's the problem. The problem is in Nigeria, not me. Nigeria is waffling. Nigeria doesn't have a linear pathway,
so
right?
Even if it's a quadratic item, I mean, there is a quadratic formula. I'm sure anybody who understands simple maths will tell you that there is what is called a quadratic formula. So
it's an algebra.
Let's have it. Let's have the point.
Okay. So with all seriousness, I want you to pay attention. But in order to get your rapt attention, let's have an interlude. Let's have Tone or CM or you chime in or forefathers, and I come in 5 minutes and then have a smooth, direct conversation on what we've talked about. Are you back?
No, past that, you see, when you
Yes, sir.
like what I'm talking about, how to address the hunger issue, use whatever method to address the hunger. It doesn't mean that when you get the people,
Look at
when
what
you
this
get
guy
the
said.
people
Pastor
fed.
Anyway, that's one
Hey,
thing I
have no
give to
faith.
Nigerians. No matter how difficult the circumstances are, we still have a way of life in it. Good.
Bigger problem
So,
than Nigeria.
so where it's a bigger so when you apply any solution
People keep me
to
with
solve the
laughter.
food crisis, because I wasn't quite happy a bag of rice is 55,000 or moving up. So whatever solution you apply to address it, it does not necessarily sort of devalue your ambition if you want to maybe forge a different nation or whatever. It's just that they let the people survive first, because the humanity in us made
Okay,
me to suggest that.
CM, just to make the conversation a little bit interesting, let me come from another angle. I mean, this is just an academic, or I would say an intellectual argument. In my mind, the problem with rice is not that there is no food in Nigeria. And I think somebody on this platform said it. One of the problems we are dealing with now in Nigeria is what is called hyperinflation. The rice is there, but prices of almost everything keeps zapping up.
So are you saying no, Masker, when you say, are you saying that it is not a demand and supply issue in terms of the quantity?
It's not a demand and supply issue. There are two issues. Number one, prices just keep going up. My suspicion is that the previous government printed a lot of money, which is antithetical to normal pricing.
Soludo said he said Buhari printed 12 trillion without not.
No, it's not Buhari. It is what's this man's name? MFLA that printed it. Let's call a spade a spade.
All right, Masker.
Is it not his government?
Excuse me.
Central bank can just decide.
You know, he just made two of the errors that I find disturbing. Right. Talk about his quadratic equation, which is an algebra.
It's not mine, no.